I barely lifted a finger, just tweaking a few scraps on the table. But that simple move, it had a grown man bawling his eyes out like a baby. It was so shocking that the chief scientist of the Dragon Kingdom didn't just walk, he sprinted to my house in the dead of night. Why the panic? Because I casually fixed a carrier model they'd been banging their heads against for 10 long years without a single breakthrough. And the kicker? I'm just a 12-year-old kid who had literally just finished his math homework. When they laid eyes on me, they saw nothing but a greenhorn, a pint-sized brat who probably still believes in the tooth fairy. Standing tall, Director Lee looked at me with pure skepticism written all over his face. There was no way he believed I was the engineering wizard behind the repairs. He was ready to call my bluff and expose me as a fraud. He crossed his arms, letting out a chilly mocking laugh. Listen here, Squirt. Talk is cheap and bragging is easy. If you've really got the skills to pay the bills, then fix the aircraft carrier deck right now. You pull that off, I'll get on my knees and call you daddy. Poor guy. He had no clue I'd awakened the god-level physics system, high-tech blueprints, quantum mechanics one glance, and I'd download the knowledge like a supercomputer. Staring at the wrecked deck, I didn't flinch. I raised a single finger right in Director Lee's face. 1 week. Give me 7 days and this thing will be brand new. 1 week, Director Lee was stunned, but he quickly nodded. He was dying to see just how spectacularly this arrogant little brat would crash and burn. Fine, fix it if you can. We'll get you whatever gear you need. I smirked. Great, get me a rolling machine. The most advanced one you have. Lee frowned, actually impressed. Not bad, kid. You actually know what that is? Old man Lamb must have taught you well, huh? I'll have it sent over. Standing to the side, my dad Lamb just smiled that helpless, awkward smile parents do when their kid goes rogue. Truth is, he never taught me squat about rolling machines. That was all me. But strangely seeing my confidence, Dad seemed to start believing that maybe, just maybe, his son wasn't crazy. Fast forward 1 week, I had Director Lee eating out of my hand as he delivered the heavy machinery. But when I laid eyes on the sad, pathetic excuse for a 20-high rolling mill, my face twisted like I'd just bitten into a lemon. Man, our tech level is still in the Stone Age. With this dinosaur of a machine, making high-grade aerospace steel is basically a fantasy. But hey, no need to panic. I gently placed my hand on the vintage scrap metal. Ding, analyzing structure. 18 high cold rolling technology unlocked. Carrier tech progress, 35%. With the blueprints for a next-gen machine in my brain, forging the ultimate steel was about to become a walk in the park. Luckily, the nation's raw steel reserves were overflowing. We had materials for days, but I didn't get cocky. This had to be perfect. I went full hermit mode in the workshop, sleeping optional, eating, maybe 30 minutes a day. My dad watched from the sidelines, his heartbreaking seeing his little boy work like a slave. But this was for the motherland. For a cause this big, I didn't have a single complaint. The deadline hit, tension was thick enough to cut with a knife. Everyone gathered outside the workshop sweating bullets, but the door locked tight from the inside. Bam, bam, bam. They pounded on the metal door until their knuckles turned white. Nothing. The deadline had passed. So why the silence? Someone whispered in the back. Maybe he failed. Maybe he's too scared to come out and face the music. You might be right. Director Lee raised an eyebrow, shooting a smug look at my dad. Even my old man started to look like a deflated balloon. Hey, old lamb. Looks like I won't be calling a 12-year-old daddy today, Lee cackled. He went to bang on the door again. Hey, kid, come out. Suddenly my voice rang out. Chill, I'm just applying the final coat of paint. Inside, I quickly threw a moisture-proof tarp over my new masterpiece. Precision machines like this are total divas. They hate humidity. Finally, the door creaked open. I poked my head out like a confused gopher. The anti-rust coating is still wet, guys, so keep your grubby hands off, all right? Seeing me alive and well, they all froze. It took a solid minute for Director Lee to reboot his brain. Wait, you actually finished? I nodded casually. Obviously. Boom, you could practically hear their minds blowing. Director Lee looked like he'd seen a ghost. A carrier deck restored in a single week. Is this a prank? How could a grade schooler pull off a miracle? But shock aside, facts were facts. If he says it's done, is it really done? Hold your horses, Lee muttered. We need to inspect it before we start popping champagne. The crowd flooded into the workshop. And there it was. The massive carrier deck shining like a diamond under the lights. The fresh scent of anti-corrosion paint filled the air like the smell of victory. It didn't just look repaired. It looked like it just rolled off the assembly line. Gasps echoed through the room. It looks brand new. Director Lee wasn't buying the hype just yet. He narrowed his eyes suspicious. Hey, brat, where exactly did you steal this steel from? I kept a poker face. From the warehouse, obviously. And the rolling equipment, he interrogated. I shrugged. Didn't you send that over yourself, Uncle? Hearing that, Director Lee let out a long, heavy sigh. I knew it. My dad realized what Lee was thinking. Standard steel, a basic rolling machine. There is zero physical way those ingredients create carrier-grade armor. Disappointment washed over his face. His son was a genius, sure, but maybe a bit naive. Lee gave a bitter, condescending chuckle. Kid, do you have any idea how this works? Let me educate you. Our nation's current steel technology is light years behind the requirements for a carrier deck. Hardness, flexibility, tensile strength, we fail at all of it. That's exactly why this deck has been sitting here broken for a decade. I yawned, picking my ear. Is that all? That's a baby problem. So I just tossed in some extra trace metals and cooked up a batch of super plastic, high-strength alloy HLA 115. Excuse me, say that again, but slowly. Director Lee looked like his brain had just short-circuited. I sighed and repeated myself clearly. It's HLA 115 steel. Yield strength is roughly 800 to 900 megapascals. PFFT. He literally choked on his own spit. Li Qian-Kwok burst out laughing. Yo, kid, are you pranking me? Do you even know the yield strength of the steel on an N-class aircraft carrier? We are talking about HY800 and aviation steel with a yield strength of 550 megapascals. If you could forge even 500 megapascals, the heavens would collapse. I don't buy it. Go ahead, test it. Lee stood with his hands on his hips, totally confident. Think I'm scared of a little kid's bluff? Someone run the test for me. Wait, what is that? The machine roared to life, analyzing the sample. Suddenly the digits froze. 880 megapascals. Not a digit more, not a digit less. Li Qian-Kwok turned to stone. The other staff members gasped. The air sucked out of the room. Is this machine glitched or what? A technician smiled awkwardly. No mistake, sir. We literally calibrated it this morning. Lee stared at the number, eyes wide, shaking his head frantically. His brows locked together like iron bars. Impossible with our current rolling mills. Creating high-standard steel like this is pure fantasy. How? How did you do this? Lee's eyes grew hazy, his thirst for the truth reaching a fever pitch. I shrugged, keeping it cool. Oh, it was easy peasy. I just tweaked the rolling mill a bit, no biggie. Lee nearly coughed up blood right there. Tweaked it. Advanced rolling tech has been blocked by foreign powers for years, and you just tweaked it. Do you have any clue how long we've been agonizing over the 20-high rolling mill research? 3 whole years, and that was even with help from foreign technicians. Hold up. Before he could finish his rant, I walked over to the dust cover and whipped it off. Boom, an 18-high cold rolling mill stood there in all its glory, blinding everyone with its sheer awesomeness. Li Qian-Kwok's blood pressure skyrocketed. To him, this wasn't just a machine. It was like seeing the legendary Monkey King's golden staff manifest in real life. Where are my pills? Someone help, I'm about to die from excitement over here. Lee screamed for help. The deputy quickly shoved a red pill into his mouth, and finally the man's soul returned to his body. You're my long-lost brother. Lee literally dropped to his knees, looking at me like I was the rarest treasure on Earth. From now on, you're the special engineer for our carrier repair team. Top-tier benefits, I'm reporting this to Director Wang right now. I found a diamond. Lee sprinted like a madman straight to Director Wang Harshan's office. Wang was the big boss, the head honcho in charge of the aircraft carrier repair and modification project. He was sitting there, scouring documents with a grumpy face, stressed out because he couldn't find a solution for high-quality steel casting. Suddenly, Lee burst in. Chief, I found a treasure. Wang frowned, standing up to look at the panting man. What's with you? You look like you just found a wife or something. Lee waved his hand, laughing maniacally. A wife pleases a wife, as exciting as fixing an aircraft carrier. It's old Lamb's kid. He actually created the steel we need for the carrier. Wang froze for a few seconds, then walked over and felt Lee's forehead. You running a fever? Why are you speaking gibberish? Old Lamb's son is 12 years old. Are you so desperate you're making up fairy tales about children now? Lee frantically grabbed the director. It's real. I didn't believe it either, but he turned a 20-high mill into an 18-high cold rolling mill and forged the steel. Ridiculous. Wang glared at him. Is this guy possessed by a ghost? He still refused to buy it. Fine, show me. But if you're pranking me, you're dead meat. 5 minutes later, Wang was rubbing his chin, sweating bullets, staring intensely at the smart-looking 12-year-old. He just couldn't connect this little kid to the concept of military-grade aircraft carrier steel. But everyone else in the room was nodding, ready to testify to the miracle. Wang took a deep breath. Did you really cast this steel? I nodded. If you really did this, kid, you've done a massive service for the Dragon Nation. With this steel building, a carrier isn't just a dream anymore, is it? I chuckled. Well, this steel is perfect for the flight deck. But for the hull and armor, we need something way harder and tougher. Wang paused, processing my words. He let out a dry laugh. Kid, are you saying you can forge steel with higher standards than HLA 115? I nodded calmly. Wang narrowed his eyes, skeptical again. That is absolutely impossible. Lee stood on the side, spreading his hands. He didn't mention that part to us earlier. Who knew Lam Ham was hiding such god-tier skills? Wang frowned. He'd served the state for 40 years. He'd crossed more bridges than this kid had walked streets. He couldn't just believe such wild claims without proof. He laughed and shook his head. I think you're getting a little ahead of yourself, son. The steel you just made is already one of a kind on this planet. If you could beat HLA 115, that would mean our carrier would have better defense than the American ones. I just spread my hands, totally unbothered. So what, why not? Imagine a kid saying that with a straight face. Aren't you afraid of biting off more than you can chew? Before Wang could finish lecturing, I turned around and pulled a stack of blueprints from my desk drawer. Time was tight, so I didn't have a physical sample ready to show off yet. But with my design and the 18-roll cold rolling setup manufacturing, this steel would be a total cakewalk. One look at the blueprints, and Wang Harshan completely froze. You actually have blueprints. He snatched the papers, eyes wide with disbelief as he unfolded them. Real or fake, the engineering on these pages wasn't something a kid could just doodle. The chief was stunned, but his brain refused to accept that a child pulled this off. Li Jianguo's heart was drumming like a techno beat. He knew that this kid was a monster hiding some serious firepower. The chief read the specs aloud, his voice trembling slightly. 10 alloy composite steel. Yield strength, 1300 megapascals. 500 megapascals. If we slap armor this strong on a carrier, its defense would be top tier across the entire Blue Star. Even the foreign superfleets would have to back down in fear. It's just a shame. We don't know if this is actually buildable or just a fantasy. Wang Hashan stared at the professional-grade drawings, convinced this was some kind of high-budget prank show. Look, I get it. 2 years with zero progress on the carrier repairs has everyone desperate. But don't try to hustle me with fairy tales. Li Jianguo blinked totally lost. Chief Wang, you still think we're joking? How do we prove we're for real? Wang Hashan frowned, his patience wearing thin. You guys just won't quit, huh? Fine. You won't cry until you see the coffin. Area 3 has a busted radar system that's been a headache for months. If the kid is such a genius, let him fix that. Li Jianguo shot me a look. Can you do it? I gave a tiny, confident nod, no sweat. The chief sighed, probably thinking we were doomed to fail, and waved us forward. All right, follow me. He led us straight to the repair zone in Area 3. I stared at the disassembled radar components, stripped down to junk. I reached out and gently brushed the scrap metal. Boom! Data flooded my vision. Contact with carrier radar system confirmed, analyzing technology, phased array radar tech, unlocked, unlock progress at 50%. Suddenly a voice barked out, Hey, whose kid is that? Don't touch anything. You want to break it more. The staff rushed over to stop me, but Wang Hashan waved them off. Let him play. You guys go do something else. The engineers frowned, thinking the chief had lost his mind. Why let a snot-nosed brat mess with military hardware? Wasn't the project delayed enough? I stood up dusting off my hands like I just finished a snack. This thing can't be broken any more than it already is. Trash it. We're rebuilding it from scratch. Hearing a toddler's voice drop such a bombshell felt totally surreal. Wang Hashan's face twitched. The kid was talking nonsense, but why did he sound so professional? They'd spent a year trying to patch up this radar. Some parts worked, some were fried. And this kid just wants to bend the whole thing. It sounded like total insanity. Give me 2 weeks, I said coolly. I'll write down the materials I need. You guys just make sure they get here. Seeing the kid's swagger, Wang Hashan let out a helpless laugh. Fine. If you actually fix this radar, I'll have the department treat you to the biggest feast of your life. But if you can't fix it, this little comedy show ends right here. And you're all writing apology letters until your hands fall off. Let's see how stubborn you can be then. 2 weeks later, I stood before a gleaming brand new phased array radar, wiping sweat from my forehead. Finally done. Meanwhile, Wang Hashan was on the phone with foreign suppliers, trying to import parts to save the carrier project. What are the specs on your latest radar unit? He asked, sounding desperate. We have the compact RON model, the seller bragged. 260-kilometre range, 90-degree lift, full 360 coverage. Price is £3 million, plus 40% tax. Total is £4.12 million. Wang Hashan grimaced at the robbery. Suddenly, Li Jianguo burst in grinning like a maniac. Chief, it's done. The radar is finished. You got to see this. It'll blow your mind. He actually fixed it. Wang Hashan was skeptical. He told the phone salesman, hold that thought, and hung up. The seller on the other end scoffed. Walk away now, and the price won't be this cheap next time. We rushed to Area 3. Wang Hashan stopped dead. A futuristic radar beast sat there shining like a diamond. Wang Hashan was completely floored. You built this? I nodded. That foreign toy you were looking at only had a 200-kilometre range, right? So what can yours do? He asked, voice shaking. I held up 5 fingers. He squinted. 50 kilometres? I kept my face stone cold. 500 kilometres? The chief looked like he just took a sledgehammer to the chest. My God, can we test it? I nodded. Obviously. The technicians ran the test eyes glued to the data. One guy turned pale. Chief, it's not 500 kilometres. The chief glared at me. I knew you were bluffing. The technician gasped for air. No, it's 580. The chief nearly collapsed. Next time, say the whole number before I have a heart attack. 580 kilometres, that is double the range of our current aircraft carrier radar. Did this kid standing right in front of me actually pull this off? Director Wang's brain was doing backflips. It felt like a fever dream, but the cold, hard facts were staring him right in the face. I fixed your little radar problem. Li Jianguo was practically vibrating with excitement as he paced around, suddenly realizing he needed to dial up the big boss immediately. At this moment, Li Jianguo knew the game had changed forever. Director Wang's expression flipped faster than a light switch. He was hyped. Treat this kid Lin Han like royalty. I want the VIP treatment, no slack. With just that one move, I completely crushed any suspicion Director Wang had left. Li Jianguo slapped his chest, grinning like a Cheshire cat. You got it, boss. Consider it done. But right then, beep, a low, ominous alarm started wailing out of nowhere. I literally just twisted a few components on the table casual style, and this grown man was moved to tears. Talk about emotional. The head scientist of Dragon Country even rushed to my house in the middle of the night. Why? Because I fixed a carrier model they had been banging their heads against for 10 long years without a single breakthrough. And the kicker. That day, I was just a regular 12-year-old trying to finish my math homework. Seeing a 12-year-old kid who had not even hit puberty yet, Li Jianguo, the guy in charge of the institute, thought I was capping. He was ready to expose me as a fraud. He crossed his arms, looking down at me with zero chill. He let out a cold laugh. Listen, kid, anyone can talk a big game. If you're really the GOAT, go fix the aircraft carrier deck for me. You fix that, and I'll call your daddy. But before I could even roast him, that low alarm interrupted us again. Everyone snapped their heads up. What the heck was that? Sounds like something just went boom in Area 5. That is exactly where they are fixing the carrier's power system. The whole crew scrambled, rushing straight toward Area 5 like their lives depended on it. There stood Lei Tianming looking like a cartoon character after a bomb blast. Eyes wide, skin, charred black hair smoking. Only his pearly white teeth were floating in the darkness. What in the world was that explosion? Director Wang shouted. Lei Tianming saw Wang's lips moving but heard absolutely nothing. He yelled back, "Huh? I can't hear you, Director Wang. What are you saying?" Director Wang did not know whether to laugh or cry. He grabbed Lei Tianming by the ear and screamed at top volume, "I said, what was that explosion?" Finally, the signal went through. Lei Tianming spread his hands, looking totally helpless. We were trying to fix the carrier's engine system and, well, it blew up. All the original parts are toast. Seeing that innocent look on Lei's face, Director Wang could not even get mad. He just let out a long, defeated sigh. "So what's the plan now?" Lei Tianming scratched his ear. Seemed like his hearing was slowly coming back online. He put his hands on his hips and sighed. "Look, our only play here is begging the Russian bear to sell us a power system. Without a prototype to copy, we are stuck at a dead end." But I stepped in. "No, we don't need that junk." I walked straight past them, right up to the exploded remains of the carrier's engine that was looking more like a crushed soda can. Lei Tianming followed the noise and pointed at me. "Whose kid is this? Hey, you brat, get back. It is dangerous. What if it blows up again?" "It is already a pile of scrap metal. You start touching stuff, and you are going to wreck it completely." I ignored him, gave it a quick scan, and slapped my palm right onto the destroyed engine. Bam! The system voice rang in my head. "Contact with carrier power system confirmed. Analyzing engine tech. Electric drive system unlocked. Carrier tech unlocked progress 85%. "This thing is literally garbage," I muttered. "Even if you fix it, this low-tier engine is straight out of the 1960s. Maybe usable back then, but right now, it is ancient history." Imagine a little kid calling the Russian bear's carrier tech ancient history. The audacity! Lei Tianming was fuming. He waved his arms around. "Director Wang, look at this kid spouting nonsense. The Russian bear's military might rivals the UK, and this kid calls their gear trash." He looked to Director Wang for backup, but the director just chuckled. "Don't underestimate this kid," Wang said. "I saw him fix the carrier radar with my own eyes, and he fixed the deck too." Lei Tianming raised an eyebrow, a smirk creeping onto his face that said, "Yeah, right." "Director Wang, are you trolling me right now? Since when do you make jokes? Tell you what, if he fixes this engine, I will drop to my knees right here and call him daddy." Li Jianguo heard that and immediately panicked. "Old Lei, what is your problem? Why are you trying to steal my new dad?" Lei Tianming had no clue what Li Jianguo was babbling about, but one thing was sure, he did not trust this brat for a second. Han, give it a shot," Wang said. I gave a confident smirk. "Too easy." But meanwhile, my actual dad, Lin Deming, was getting a very different kind of call. "Hello, Miss Lu," the teacher's voice crackled on the other end. "Mr. Lin, are you just letting your son run wild now? Lin Han is dead last in every exam, and now he is playing hooky. If he keeps this up, forget middle school. If he does not show up now, tell him don't bother coming back ever." Miss Lu slammed the phone down so mad she could not speak. Lin Deming, getting roasted like that, just stood there looking totally defeated. He thought about his son, the chronic last-place student, and his face twisted into a sour grimace. Guess I have to drag him to that exam? Fixing that aircraft carrier was priority number one. National pride was on the line and failure wasn't an option. At least, that was the plan. Until a familiar robotic voice echoed in my skull. The heaven-defying physics system had awakened. Absorbing cultural subjects would boost my tech comprehension. Stats, looks like the system is ordering me back to the battlefield known as elementary school. Mastering these academic subjects was the key to unlocking the ultimate technical efficiency. It was a perfect loop of power leveling. Acing. These tests wouldn't just be easy, it would speed run the aircraft carrier's development. Why refuse free XP? I agreed instantly. Though looking back at my memories, this body was basically the king of the bottom rank. The only time I didn't finish last was when the guy behind me literally quit the exam halfway through. That was my legendary peak. My dad, Lin Deming, was so proud he actually bought a celebration cake for not being dead last. But the loser of the past is gone. The current me operates on a completely different level. "Pops, I'm going to go grab first place real quick, then I'll be back to build that engine system." My dad froze his brain buffering before awkwardly nodding at Director Wang. But before the coolness could settle, my dad had to ruin it. He whispered, "By the way, that kid usually scores 0. Director Wang's jaw hit the floor. My dad just gave a bitter laugh, wondering when his son went from 0 to hero. Li Jianguo tried to save the mood with a martial arts metaphor. Think about it. Even the great heroes had to grind levels before they could fly right. Your son is probably just going through his own legendary training arc. Maybe he found a secret manual or ate a magical elixir. My dad's face went dark with embarrassment. Did they think I was the protagonist of a fantasy novel? Back at the school, I rushed into the exam hall like a hurricane. Panting heavily, I tried to apologize to the terrifying boss monster, Miss Lu. But she blocked my path like an iron wall. Lin Han, you skipped class for days, and now you're late for finals. What could possibly be more important? Is there anything in this world more important than your grades? I just shrugged. Funny enough, she hit the nail on the head. Does building a literal aircraft carrier count besides the test had barely started? Technically, the 15-minute rule says I'm still allowed in, so please make way. Miss Lu actually laughed out loud at my audacity. You, the kid who anchors the bottom of the class, your only talent is consistency. Consistently failing, that is. I shrugged off the insult. I'm not here to fail teach. I'm here to take the throne as number one. She looked at me like I was delusional. She was too tired to argue with a delinquent like me. She pointed to a desk. Fine, go in. Let's see you perform this miracle. The other students looked up from their papers, eyes full of judgment. What is Lin Han acting cool for? The guy's practically failing life, yet he talks about being first place. It was the funniest joke they'd heard all year. I ignored the background noise. Insects can never understand the ambitions of a dragon. The moment my fingers touched the paper, the system chimed. Ding, elementary cultural knowledge detected. Commencing absorption. Cultural stats skyrocketed. I instantly ascended to the level of a senior researcher. Tech efficiency buffs applied. My eyes flashed with a sharp light. It was working perfectly. This heaven-defying system was no joke. Anything I touched became instant knowledge. With my new stats, my research speed was going to break the sound barrier. This wasn't a test anymore. It was a massacre. An ocean of literature and knowledge flooded my mind. These questions looked like they were made for babies. My pen flew across the page. I finished the essay in under 30 minutes. It was a masterpiece that would make poets weep. Miss Lu watched me confused. Was I actually writing or just possessed by a god of literature? She figured I must be scribbling nonsense, but I didn't stop. Next up, mathematics. I blitzed through the equations at lightning speed. For the final boss question, I was so bored, I solved it using 3 different advanced theorems. I finished too early and couldn't leave, so I just kept flexing my math skills on the back of the page. Meanwhile, the principal peeked into the room like a hawk. Miss Lu rushed over to vent her frustrations about her problem student. Principal Bai, you have to see this. That kid is completely hopeless. He fails, everything skips school for days and disrupts the class. You need to expel him. I washed my hands of this disaster. Principal Bai Haoming frowned considering the situation. Didn't you file a report on him before? We should have warned him already. If his parents can't control him, the school will. It's time for forced expulsion. We're cutting him loose. He can't polish a turd after all. As soon as the final bell rang for the 5th subject, I bolted out the door without looking back. Miss Lu snapped. She screamed my name as I ran past her. I skidded to a halt and looked back. What now? She summoned all her rage and shouted, "Where are you running to? Are you rushing off to build your imaginary aircraft carrier?" My eyes lit up with genuine surprise. Whoa, Miss Lu, how did you know about that top-secret project? I got to speedrun this trip to the naval base, or the chief is going to have a total meltdown. Before she could even finish a sentence, I'd already ghosted the scene, leaving Miss Lu standing there, mouth wide open like a fish out of water. That brat is actually climbing the wall. Zero respect for the rules. He lies as easily as he breathes. Just you wait. Kid Karma is coming for you. The principal has already signed off on your expulsion. Too bad I was already sprinting away, missing out on Miss Lu's villainous monologue. The grading session turned into a total freeze-frame moment. Principal Buck stared at the 5 teachers, then down at the exam paper looking like he'd just seen a ghost. He rubbed his eyes, needing a reality check. Are you guys serious right now? This is really Lin Han's paper. The entire faculty nodded in terrified unison. Did this kid suddenly unlock his brain's limiters or something? Or is this the greatest cheating heist in school history? One teacher laughed nervously. Principal, even if he was cheating, you can't fake an essay that sounds like it was written by a literary god. The principal went silent, eyes narrowing as the gears turned. Get Miss Lu in here, ASAP. She proctored the exam. She must have the tea on what happened. Miss Lu got the summon and marched to the principal's office. But on the inside, her heart was doing nervous cartwheels. They're definitely calling me about that troublemaker. Finally, the expulsion notice I've been dreaming of is here. She burst into the room, voice already at max volume. Principal, if I had known Lin Han was such a hopeless delinquent sooner, I would have disciplined the nonsense out of him. He wouldn't have ended up like this. Principal Buck frowned, cutting her off. Why are you trash-talking the top scorer? The grading teacher coughed awkwardly, trying to save her from total embarrassment. Miss Lu, you might want to pump the brakes on that. Lin Han scored a perfect 100 in every single subject. 1 point. Her brain short-circuited. I'm so sorry. Wait, say what? What? Miss Lu snatched the paper like a starving hyena. But seeing the clean sheet, the god-tier logic, and the elegant handwriting, she turned into a statue. Where is the real paper? There is no way this masterpiece belongs to that slacker. The other teachers just shrugged helplessly. The impossible truth was staring her right in the face. Buck sat down, sipping his tea like a wise sage. Take a seat and hydrate, Miss Lu. It's Lin Han. We couldn't believe it either, but we verified it. Miss Lu read through it, panic rising with every word. This essay? This isn't just high school level. This belongs in a national literary journal, no professional publication. Wait, it's actually bestseller quality. And these math problems, he didn't use standard formulas. He used advanced university calculus. He solved every problem 3 different ways. Oh my God, I watched him write this. I was right there. Is he a genius pretending to be a fool? The ultimate sleeper build. Principal Buck sighed, deeply shaken. It's his work, there is no doubt. Miss Lou took a breath so deep she nearly inhaled the room, desperately trying to keep her composure at 99%. But how the class clown's suddenly becoming Einstein? Perfect scores don't just fall from the sky. Impossible, I have a master's degree, and even I couldn't solve these equations with such terrifying precision. There is only one explanation that makes sense. He cheated, and he is a criminal mastermind at it. That has to be it. She started spinning conspiracy theories to the principal like a detective on caffeine. The room was confused, but they had 0 receipts to prove her wrong. So they just had to swallow the pill. Fine, we accept the score for now. But next time, we watch him like he's a national threat. If we catch him slipping, we expose him to the whole school. Buck slammed the table. Agreed. The council of teachers nodded. Miss Lou muttered to herself, eyes gleaming with vengeance. That brat, he clearly came prepared for war. Just wait for finals, Lin Hun. I will expose your fraud if it's the last thing I do. Meanwhile, at the Aviation Bureau, I ordered Chief Wang to clear the deck. I need everyone out, leave the gear, and get lost. I stood alone in Sector 5. Lei Qianming was literally dragged out the door by the staff. Are we seriously trusting a high schooler? My anxiety is spiking. Chief Wang just chuckled, cool as a cucumber. Chill out. If the kid says he can do it, he's going to do it. Developing a carrier engine isn't like building Lego, Chief. We are talking about nuclear-grade propulsion systems. Other countries spent 20 years just figuring out the ignition switch. We are starting from 0, and you put a teenager in charge. This is insanity. Lei was losing his mind, but the chief stood his ground like a stone wall. Back inside, I stood before the rusty beast, the abandoned Aegis power system. I shook my head. Man, our tech tree is seriously lagging. At this rate, a nuclear carrier is just a pipe dream. But then I went to work. The repair zone became my domain for a solid month. Chief Wang kept the supply drops coming, top-tier loot and components. With my modifications, this junk was about to become legendary gear. The efficiency stats went through the roof. My system interface flashed, carrier tech, unlock progress, 99%. Just one more push. And I'll have the blueprint for absolute dominance. The cheat code system provided a design that was frankly illegal levels of OP. Even the global superpowers would have to bow down before this beast. 1 month of grinding later, I stood before the massive 30-meter engine cabin. A smile of pure satisfaction plastered on my face. This beast was finally complete. I had installed a dual nuclear reactor drive system. Double the thrust, insane speed, and a backup power reserve that was basically overkill. It could even convert waste heat from the reactor into pure electricity. The output power rivaled any standard nuclear system. The only downside, it consumed energy like a starving monster. But with 3 of these bad boys running, it was more than enough juice to power an entire aircraft carrier. Li Jianguo was the first to hear the news I had cracked the code on the carrier's propulsion system. The rest of the crew came running. 1 month impossible. Lei Qianming's face screamed total disbelief. I just nodded, pointing to the engine bay behind me. It was done, but I hadn't run the final diagnostics yet. Lei Qianming frowned, scanning the machine with a critical eye. He let out a mocking laugh. Kid, maybe you should go back to school. Where's the crude oil intake? How are you even going to start this thing? How much oil can you even fit in that tiny tin can? I chuckled softy. Who said my tech runs on dinosaur juice? Lei Qianming put his hands on his hips, lips curling. Then what does it run on? A hot air. Don't tell me it burns coal, that tech was obsolete 100 years ago. Director Wang, I told you, what can a literal child actually accomplish? That was when Wang Hashan stepped up. He gently lifted the hatch and a majestic complex mechanical masterpiece was revealed. In that instant, the whole room froze. That's a nuclear reactor, a nuclear propulsion system. Li Jianguo's eyes lit up like high beams. He slapped the stunned Lei Qianming on the back, laughing, Hey, little Lei, feeling stupid? Yet it's a nuclear reactor who needs crude oil. Lei Qianming stood there paralyzed like a statue. Thunder roared in his brain. How was this even possible? You don't just build a nuclear carrier engine on a whim. A model made in a month. Sure, right. It had to be a model. Otherwise, reality just didn't make sense. Lei Qianming gulped down his pride, composing himself. He pointed a shaky finger at the engine. It's just a model. Good for scaring people, sure, but no way does it actually start. But the system was already humming to life. The sound instantly grabbed everyone's soul. Li Jianguo couldn't hold it back anymore. I just tweaked a few parts on the table and the man was moved to tears. The head scientist of Long Country even rushed to my house in the middle of the night. All because I fixed a carrier jet they couldn't crack for 10 years. Back then, I was just a 12-year-old student finishing my homework, seeing me a kid who hadn't even hit puberty yet. Li Jianguo, the head of the institute, didn't believe I fixed the components. He wanted to expose me as a fraud. He had crossed his arms, laughing coldly. Kid talk is cheap if you got skills. Fix the carrier deck for me right now. You fix it, and I'll call you daddy. But now Li Jianguo couldn't wait. He slammed the start button. It actually started. Lei Qianming felt invisible slaps stinging his face. Bro, did you really push it? Are you trying to humiliate me? Even if it turns on and look at the size of it, the torque is definitely too weak. Can this thing really pull an aircraft carrier? Lei Tianming doubled down on his doubt. His team used the Nimitz-class nuclear tech. Their reactors were massive beasts compared to my compact design. Could a mini-reactor really handle the load? Wang Hashan stood there stunned for a moment. Then he started considering Lei Tianming's logic. The engine was running, sure, but compared to the Eagle Country's massive tech, it looked like a toy. I'm still just a kid, I probably don't get the concept of horsepower. That seemed like a normal assumption. Wang Hashan tried to rationalize the physics for me. Lam Ham gave us the blueprint. We can just scale up the horsepower ourselves later, right? He's still a child. It makes sense. He doesn't know the heavy lifting required for a carrier. Lam Duke Min chimed in with a laugh. Exactly. We have the theory now. Building the real deal is just a matter of time. Li Jianguo stuttered with excitement. Well, I guess let's just test the numbers. The testing machine is right there. I get it. What was the big deal? I didn't bother explaining. Like Lei said, the numbers wouldn't lie. 10 minutes later, Li Jianguo hooked up the horsepower tester to the engine bay. Oh, Lei, help me out. Crank it to the max. My eyes went wide. Wait, do not go full throttle. But I was too late. Lei Tianming's hand was faster than his brain. He slammed the lever to the maximum. Boom, the testing equipment didn't just break, it vaporized instantly, not a single scrap left. Lei Qian Kwok looked like he just survived a bomb blast, his face plastered with debris. Everyone froze in shock. What on earth just happened? I just shrugged helplessly like it was no big deal. The testing rig couldn't handle the raw horsepower of the drive system, so boom, it blew up. Hold on, don't blame the gear. Loi Thianmin cut in, defending his toys. This is the most advanced testing equipment in the entire country. We can measure any data output up to 150,000 horsepower. Even a Nimitz-class aircraft carrier. Tops out at 130,000 per engine? Two systems combined for 260,000. Are you seriously telling me your homemade engine is stronger than what the British Empire has? I spread my hands. Why can't it be stronger than theirs? If you don't believe me, go find a rig that can handle 400,000 horsepower or more. Before the skeptic could argue, Director Wong stepped in eyebrows furrowed. Wait, Area 6 has that beast imported from Hangascat. Old Lai dragged that monster over here to test. Lei Qian Kwok was on it like a golden retriever playing fetch. Meanwhile, Loi Thian Min muttered, this kid's bluff is getting way out of hand. 10 minutes later, the high-end testing unit was hooked up to the engine bay. It was time for the moment of truth. Beep, beep. As the machine hummed to life, the numbers on the screen shot up like a rocket. It climbed and climbed until it slammed into a hard stop at 400,000 Loi Thian Min, froze like a statue struck by invisible lightning. The results are in. A single unit pushed roughly 200,000 newtons. Combined, the twin nuclear drives deliver a massive 400,000 horsepower. The technician's voice was shaking like a leaf. 400,000 horsepower. Li Qian Kwok's eyes popped out and his jaw hit the floor hard enough to fit a whole watermelon inside. He glared at the stunned Loi Thian Min with a look that screamed, see that who's the clown now? I told you not to doubt Lam Ham, but you just had to get your face slapped. Meanwhile, Director Wong's soul had already left his body for paradise. His brain was racing. With this kind of power, forget sailing, this aircraft carrier could practically fly into space. Your precious Nimitz, the French Charles de Gaulle, total garbage compared to this. The West calls themselves God's army. Well, go ask God how many divisions he has. They used to park their carriers on our doorstep to bully us. But today, we have the firepower to look them in the eye and stand our ground. When enemies meet on a narrow path, the brave win. If they want to fight, we'll give them a war. Loi Thian Min was totally converted. With this advanced drive system, we wouldn't just sail, we'd rule the seven seas. He couldn't keep his hands off the machine, caressing it like a lover. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Beautiful. Absolute masterpiece. Lam Ham, you brat. I was loud before, but you're the real deal. You're like those legendary geniuses from the Capital University youth class. Director Wong, I concede, but Lei Qian Kwok wasn't letting him off the hook. Just a sorry, that's it. Where's the rest? Loi Thian Min laughed awkwardly. What else do you want me to do? Hey, little Loi, don't play dumb. You made a bet. If he built it, what were you going to call Lam Ham? Loi Thian Min waved his hands frantically. Stop! Don't embarrass me. I was wrong, okay? From now on, I'll follow Teacher Lam Ham's lead. You say jump, I ask how high. With 400,000 horsepower, the world will tremble. That's when I stood up, dropped a smirk and said, you haven't seen anything yet. Actually, this engine has a backup drive system. Loi Thian Min and the crew looked like their brains just short-circuited. There's more. I kept it cool. Yep, there's a backup system that pushes about 600,000 horsepower. 600,000! Everyone's face twisted in horror. That's insane. That's 2 Nimitz carriers combined. This is getting into sci-fi territory. 600,000? Did you strap 3 small nuclear reactors together or what? Loi Thian Min asked, sweating. I waved it off. It's electric. It recycles waste heat from the reactor to generate a massive burst of thrust. The catch is, it can't run forever. It isn't a continuous output. However, it gives the carrier the ability to drift, turn on a dime and chase down anything. In a dogfight, it's the ultimate surprise attack, a literal game changer. The technician didn't waste time. He ran the test on the backup drive. Boom, the screen flashed 600,000. Seeing that number, their souls practically flew out of their mouths. The whole room was shaking with awe. My carrier drive system didn't just break the scale, it shattered their reality. It was like asking for a firecracker and getting a nuclear warhead. I didn't just pass the test, I lapped everyone. Director Vuong was grinning from ear to ear. The dream of a supreme carrier fleet was no longer a dream, it was happening right now. Director Vuong, Director Ai needs a report stat. A secretary rushed in breathless. The big boss was calling and Vuong Ha-son knew better than to wait. Meet Director Ai Thiet Kwan, the head honcho of the entire military industry sector. He was also the supreme overseer of the aircraft carrier renovation project. You guys keep chatting. I need to head up and report for duty first. Director Ai's office was Spartan strictly business. Just a desk, a chair, and a massive mug steaming with hot tea. He took a sip, eyes narrowing at the documents like a hawk. Hearing footsteps, he looked up at Vuong Ha-son, his gaze a mix of anxiety and burning fury. Old Vuong, you know the situation. The British Navy has been prowling around our territorial waters like hungry sharks lately. And now they want to deploy air defense missiles right across the first island chain. Vuong's face darkened. Those guys are getting way too arrogant. But Director Ai cut him off sharp. That is exactly why the carrier progress needs to speed up. If we have a carrier, even a scuffed one, it would make them think twice before messing with us. Vuong knew exactly what the big boss was implying. He gave a wry smile. Director Ai, what if I told you something crazy? What if our renovated carrier is actually stronger than theirs? Would you believe me? Director Ai actually laughed out loud. Stop talking nonsense. Building a carrier isn't just about big talk and swagger. Confidence is good, but don't get delusional. The higher-ups need a progress report to scare off the British forces. We need a diversion tactic. I'm sending an investigator down there to verify everything personally. If you don't believe me, let him come and see for himself. 2 days later, Investigator Tien arrived at the Aviation Bureau. Chief Vuong personally rolled out the welcome mat. Chief Vuong, let's be real. It's been over 2 years. You guys should have something to show by now, but I always leave empty-handed. Don't let me down again. I can handle the disappointment, but Director Ai is running out of patience. This is a code red mission. If there's no progress, your team gets replaced. Vuong just chuckled, absolutely overflowing with confidence. Old Tien, chill out. Everything is ready. The materials are all prepped. He pointed to a stack of files. Tien scanned them carefully, but his frown just got deeper and deeper. Bam, he slammed the files onto the table in a fit of rage. Old Vuong, how can you lie with a straight face like this? You claim you've already manufactured carrier-grade steel. Are you kidding me? And this max power output? 600,000 horsepower. What even is this? Do you think I'm some kind of uneducated idiot? I'm a PhD candidate with 2.5 years of field experience. How could I believe this sci-fi fantasy nonsense? And this radar system detection range of 580 kilometers? Do you realize how insane that is? The British system isn't even half that strong. You're just making up numbers to save your skin, aren't you? Vuong laughed helplessly and looked him dead in the eye. Every single digit in that file is real, verified and tested. Don't believe me, fine? Come see it with your own eyes. Investigator Tien sighed, looking at Vuong like he was a hopeless case. Fine, I'll look. But if reality doesn't match these papers, don't expect me to cover for you when the boss asks. Bursting with confidence, Vuong led him straight into the modification zones. After the tour, Tien literally collapsed to the ground. Sweat poured down his face and his eyes were popping out of his head. This is impossible. Old Vuong, you guys have been playing us this whole time, haven't you? You waited until it was almost done to drop this bomb on us? You sneaky devils, you really know how to play the game. Vuong tried to explain, but Tien cut him off. Just you wait, I'm reporting this miracle to Director Ai immediately. Wait, old Tien, Vuong shouted, but the man was already gone. Meanwhile, back at Director Ai's office. What excuse is Vuong using this time? I didn't even look up from his paperwork. Suddenly, Investigator Tien burst into the room, gasping for air. Director, it's crazy, old Vuong and his team. They actually did it. They've created a monster. They successfully developed the carrier steel. And they built a propulsion system that defies logic. Director Ai finally looked up, a satisfied smirk forming. That old Vuong. 2 years of silence and finally some results. So they got the steel done. Good, that is very good. Tien gulped nervously before continuing. But Director, the steel they made, it's not normal carrier steel. Ai frowned. What's different about it? What can his steel withstand a nuclear bomb or something? Tien whispered weakly. Honestly, I wouldn't bet against it. I looked confused, then laughed. Are you two pranking me right now? Tien shoved the data file onto the director's desk. Director Ai, just look at the renovation specs. You'll see what I mean. Visibly annoyed, Director Ai pointed a trembling finger at the investigator. The director casually flipped through the file in front of him, looking totally bored. At first glance, it seemed like just another pile of paperwork. But when his eyes hit the specs for the aircraft carrier steel, he shot up from his chair. His eyes bulged out like a hawk spotting prey, jaw practically hitting the floor. 888 megapascals. Are you kidding me? A nuclear blast might scratch it, but a standard missile would bounce off this thing like a rubber ball. This steel is tougher than what the British use on their flagship carriers. He slammed the desk. Wang must be pulling a prank. He's writing fanfiction numbers to trick me. Who in their right mind would believe we have the tech to forge steel this strong right now? It's impossible. It violates every basic law of industrial development. You can't just skip levels in a tech tree like a video game. To make metal this hardcore, you need advanced smelting techniques and precision gear that we simply do not have yet. If we could even manage 500 megapascals, it would be a miracle that shook the heavens. But this is Fantasyland. Director, hold on to your hat, because that 888 figure is just the appetizer. There's another alloy listed here with over 1,000 megapascals. It's God-tier data. Reading further, Director I looked ready to throw hands. This has to be a joke, right? Is someone messing with him? Radar range 580 kilometers, carrier engine output at 600,000 horsepower. I wanted to laugh out loud at the absurdity of it all. Little Chen, are you and Chief Wang trying to meme me right now? The assistant helplessly spread his hands and whispered, I told Chief Wang you wouldn't believe a word of it. How about we go to the site? Seeing is believing, right, boss? Director II paused his brain working overtime. Fine. Actions speak louder than words. He wanted to see how Wang could possibly justify this tall tale. Let's roll. Take me there now. Meanwhile, I was busy running my hand along the massive external weapons elevator of the carrier. Just by touching the cold steel, I could feel the mechanics. I was communing with the machine. Ding's super heavy elevator technology unlocked. Aircraft carrier progress reached 100%. Boom, I just acquired every single secret of carrier construction. And the bonus prize, full blueprints for 5th generation fighter jets. A tsunami of information crashed into my brain. I now possessed the ultimate knowledge. Every rivet, every weld, every circuit, I understood it all perfectly. In other words, I could now build a fully functional supercarrier from scratch. But wait, the jet fighter data was settling in too. A three-dimensional hologram of a sleek, flat-bodied stealth fighter with aggressive air intakes materialized in my mind's eye. A wild idea sparked and I grinned like a kid in a candy store. A carrier is useless without its birds, right? I have plenty of time. Why not do both? I'll build the ultimate warship and the next-gen fighters at the exact same time. At that very moment, Director I stormed into the workspace. Chief Wang led the way, marching straight toward the repair zone. II glared at the repaired sections with heavy suspicion. He squinted, thinking, okay, there is some progress, but are those magical numbers on the paper actually real? Chief Wang just smirked and nodded. Director, would I dare scam you? Wang then started showing off each repaired component like a proud father. During the tour, Professor I bucked orders to run live tests on the data. As the results came in one by one, II froze. He was completely thunderstruck. He frantically compared the live readings with the report in his hand, checking and rechecking. Whether it was the insane steel density, the radar specs, or the monstrous horsepower, it was all real. Director I was flabbergasted, but he was most obsessed with the metal. The blueprints for this high-grade steel. Do you have them? Do you realize what this means? This casting tech isn't just for ships. We can use it for high-speed rail skyscrapers. Everything. This changes the entire nation's infrastructure. Your department has performed a legendary service. I was vibrating with excitement, but Chief Wang just let out an awkward laugh, looking a bit guilty. Director I frowned. Little Wang, I know you've grinded hard for 2 years. I'm reporting this to the top. You guys are getting a massive reward. Suddenly, Wang's face got serious. Director I, don't insult me with talk of rewards. For this country, I would give absolutely everything. I'd sacrifice my life without blinking, let alone a blueprint. Wang choked up for a second, his eyes stealing over. We were born into this era to pay the price for progress. But the person who made this god-tier steel wasn't us. It was a 12-year-old kid. Director I's brain short-circuited. He furrowed his brow. A 12-year-old? Did you just say 12? He knew what the word boy meant, but connecting a middle schooler to a cutting-edge aircraft carrier, I refused to believe it, not in a million years. Wang smiled bitterly. I didn't believe it either, boss. Not until I saw the kid work with my own eyes. That's when I knew a true genius has descended upon us. If that's true, bring him here now. I yelled, totally hyped. A prodigy like that? He had to meet him. In a flash, I stepped forward into the light. Director I stared at me for a long, uncomfortable minute. He frowned and said, a 12-year-old fixed-to-carrier kid. If Chief Wang didn't bet his reputation on this, I'd say you were telling the world's biggest lie. 3 months, Director I chuckled, shaking his head. You're sharp for a kid, but that's some serious big talk. Let's see if you're the real deal or just all hype. I nodded as he started grilling me on the complex mechanics of aircraft carrier propulsion systems. I didn't just answer. I dropped a masterclass knowledge bomb sounding like a tenured professor, lecturing his students. I broke down nuclear reactor principles and thermal to kinetic energy conversion like I was teaching ABCs, even throwing in steel casting steps for extra flavor. Director I's face turned beet red with pure excitement. He was hyping me up non-stop, basically praying to the heavens, don't hold back the talent, let it rain geniuses. With a prodigy like this, our nation's comeback is totally guaranteed. Wait, that steel casting plan you mentioned, did you actually cook that up yourself? I nodded and his eyes lit up like high beams. I casually tweaked a few components on the table, and the man was so moved, he was ready to cry tears of joy. The chief scientist even rushed into my house overnight because I fixed a carrier model they had been stuck on for 10 years. And let's not forget, on that day, I was just a 12-year-old student who had just finished his math homework. Seeing a kid who hadn't even hit puberty yet, Li Jianguo, the head of the research institute, wasn't buying it. He clearly thought I was a fraud and was ready to expose my so-called repairs. He crossed his arms with a cold smirk. Listen, brat, talk is cheap. If you can fix the carrier deck, I'll call you daddy right here and now. But back in the present, Director I just wanted to talk business. About that HA115 steel and the Selena model rolling tech, is it actually doable? Before he could finish, I pulled out a thick stack of blueprints from my workspace. Director, I'm already 10 steps ahead of you. These pages held the secret source detailed plans for the steel casting and the rolling machine manufacturing. Director I gasped. This was a national treasure. With this tech, our infrastructure and military power would level up exponentially. This is a massive win for the country and our people. Good, amazing. We can discuss the payment right now. But I frowned, cutting him off. Director, if you think I'm doing this for a paycheck, you can take your stuff and leave. He froze, stunned. I continued, my voice steady. I don't seek fame or fortune. I only live to serve my country, giving everything I have until my last breath. I'm not in this for profit, but deep down, there were words I left unspoken. In this life, I swear to crawl through hell if I have to, just to wipe away the humiliation of our motherland. Hearing this intense declaration from a 12-year-old shook Director I to his core. He kept muttering, good, good, clutching the blueprints like they were gold. Ha-sun, Director I called out to Wang Ha-sun. You take care of Lin Han like he's your own family. If he loses a single hair, it's on you, and make sure the kid eats like a king. He is the future of our nation. Wang Ha-sun laughed awkwardly. Don't worry, Director. But the Director wasn't done yet. Lin Han building an aircraft carrier isn't just about big talk. That 3-month timeline you mentioned earlier, pure nonsense. Greatness takes time. We have tons of technical hurdles to clear. If you hit a wall, tell us. We'll move mountains to get you what you need. I looked him dead in the eye. Actually, 3 months is a guarantee. And I'm not just building any carrier, I'm building one that will crush the Nimitz class. Aren't they always messing around the first island chain? When this beast launches, they're going to wet themselves in terror. Director I forced a smile. He didn't say it, but he was thinking, classic kid, dreaming bigger than reality. Or maybe, am I just an old conservative dinosaur? He shook off the thoughts and chuckled. I shouldn't be too stubborn. Wang Ha-sun, keep him grounded. Wang Ha-sun sensed the Director's worry. This kid's imagination is wild, but assembling a carrier is a logistic nightmare. It involves infinite technical layers. Just the assembly alone is a massive headache. We had engineers design a gantry crane before. It looked good on paper, but in reality, total disaster. They're still stressing over it. Director I nodded. Exactly. Launching a carrier isn't an overnight miracle. Everyone needs to sync up. If we pull this off in 2 years, that's already speedrunning history. He checked his watch, then looked back at me with a grin. All right, young genius. Whether our fleet rises or falls, it's all on you now. If any other sci-fi level projects pop up in the future, you're the first person I'm calling. I've seen enough for today. Now I need to sort this data and drop a bombshell interview so the UK knows our carrier is about to hit the water. It was time to bounce. I said my goodbyes, feeling the adrenaline pumping through my veins. That military send-off lit a fire in my soul. I turned to Uncle Vuong, eyes blazing. Uncle, to be honest, I can handle that gantry crane tech, no sweat. Uncle Vuong froze for a few seconds, staring at me seriously. Then he reached out and aggressively ruffled my hair. You little brat, you're talking big game. You just built an aircraft carrier, and now you want to tackle the gantry crane too. I nodded 100% confident. Uncle Vuong pouted, looking defeated. Let me think about it for a sec. Okay, fine. Who told you to go and charm all of us? Anyway, I'll contact the Crane Research Division immediately. Go save their butts. Those old geezers have been popping painkillers for days because of this headache. Hearing Uncle Vuong's green light, I nodded and went straight back to grinding on the external weapon elevator tech. Meanwhile, Uncle Vuong got on the horn with the crane project lead, Little Zhang. Hey, I found you a guy who can build that crane. Relax, he's totally legit. The kid is a certified genius. He's not a foreign expert, but he's better than any of them. Why are you asking about age? The number doesn't matter. As long as he has the skills to help you, that's what counts, right? Little Zhang burst out laughing on the other end. All right, fine. Send him over. Let's see what he's got. I want to see if this brother can actually solve our crane problem. If he pulls it off, I'm treating him to the biggest feast in town. Uncle Vuong grinned. Deal. I'll have him delivered to you in 3 days. Honestly, fixing the external weapon elevator was child's play. For 3 days, I was a ghost. My dad barely saw me, and rumors flew that I was lurking in Area 8. But finally, it was done. I looked up at the super heavy external weapon elevator and flipped the test switch. Time to see what this baby could do. This beast had a max lift capacity of 180 tons. The platform was 20 meters wide and extended 33 meters out. From the deck to the hangar in just 12 seconds. Even a Nimitz-class carrier would be eating my dust right now. This was my little surprise gift for Uncle Vuong. Area 8 had the least damage, so the repairs were technically the easiest. That's why the repair team hadn't sent anyone there yet. They were busy fixing everything else, saving the spot for the cleanup crew. But I didn't just fix it. I gave it a legendary upgrade. Efficiency skyrocketed. Now this is worthy of our nation's first carrier. Ham, didn't you say you wanted to research the gantry crane I already set it up for you? Where have you been hiding these past few days? I had just walked out of Area 8 when I bumped into Uncle Vuong in the hallway. Uncle Wong, am I clear to go now? I asked. He chuckled softly. Everything is arranged. Go find Zhang Heng. Just call him Uncle Little Zhang. I nodded mentally, noting the name, and hopped into the van straight for the naval base. Uncle Wong watched my silhouette disappear, a kind, fatherly smile plastered on his face. Director Wong, most of the carrier is patched up. We're only missing Area 8. I say we don't wait for Lam Ham anymore. I'll take a few guys and we'll fix it ourselves. The original parts are still usable. Lei Qian Kwok spoke up loudly. Uncle Wong nodded in agreement. True, we can't rely on that kid forever. We need to get our hands dirty too. 3 minutes later, 7 or 8 technicians stood in Area 8 holding their tools, but everyone just stood there paralyzed. The external weapon elevator was gleaming like a brand new toy. Lei Qian Kwok gulped hard. Lam Ham, he already fixed this place. Quick, fire it up, check the systems. A moment later, the elevator hummed to life with a low, futuristic hiss. When the stats came back, every single jaw hit the floor. Max load 180 tons. Oh my god, do you realize what this means? The lift capacity of a Nimitz-class carrier is only around 40 to 60 tons, and a 12-second operation time. That's twice as fast as the Americans. I wondered where Lam Ham was for 3 days. He was secretly building a monster. The entire repair crew stood frozen in Area 8. The silence was so heavy you could hear a pin drop. Meanwhile, the van dropped me off at the military port. Zhang Heng had sent someone to pick me up. When the greeter saw me, he blanked out for a solid 5 seconds. Finally, he snapped out of it and leaned down. Where's your dad? I scratched my head, feeling awkward. My dad is still at the Aviation Bureau. The guy frowned deeply. Why did he let you come first? Why didn't he come himself? I smiled and dropped the bomb. Actually, the expert Uncle Wong talked about, that's me. I'm here to fix your gantry crane research, simple as that. But the man scoffed, looking down at the little guy. Kid, you haven't even hit puberty yet and you think you can handle heavy industrial tech? Cut the crap, I retorted, lips curling into a confident smirk. Believe it or not, Uncle Wang sent me personally. Just let me in and see for yourself. The receptionist's jaw practically hit the floor, eyes popping out in pure shock. With hands on my hips, I let out a sigh that sounded way too old for a 12-year-old body. All right, enough talking. Take me to your team leader. But the moment Zhang Heng saw me, rage blazed in his eyes like wildfire. He pointed a trembling finger, shouting, This is the expert Director Wang promised us. I'm calling him right now. Zhang Heng was fuming, dialing Wang's number with aggressive force, his blood pressure skyrocketing by the second. Director Wang, are you mocking us right now? Does our department look like a joke to you? Are we out of qualified staff? You sent a literal child to mess up our lab? Are you kidding me? If this gantry crane isn't finished, the aircraft carrier project is dead in the water. Wang tried to cool him down from the other end. Little Zhang, listen to me. Don't let Lin Han's age fool you. His skills are legendary. He might just be the miracle you need. Calm down and think about it. Have I ever steered you wrong before? Put your trust in me just this once. Zhang Heng was speechless. He couldn't win an argument with the boss, so he just swallowed his anger in silence. After hanging up, he glared at me, this pint-sized kid standing there like a lost puppy. The more he thought about it, the madder he got. Was Wang running a daycare center now? If he didn't owe Wang a huge favor from the past, he would have exploded right then and there. He waved his hand dismissively. Xiaofeng, feed the kid, let him stay for 2 days, then ship him back home. Xiaofeng, the young guy from earlier, looked at me with a helpless expression. Understood, boss? Come on, young master. Let's go. Xiaofeng gestured for me to follow, treating me like a fragile piece of glass. Ugh, this elementary school body is such a nerf everywhere I go. People treat me like a toddler. It's so inconvenient. Whatever. I'll just tail Xiaofeng for now. Once I get close to the unfinished crane, I'll use the system's heaven-defying physics engine to unlock every single tech secret. Once Xiaofeng got me settled in, he rushed back to Zhang Heng's side. Zhang was still venting. Director Wang is definitely pranking me, sending his relatives here to cause chaos, like we don't have enough problems. Forget it. Go back to work. We need to speed up our research immediately. That night, under the cover of darkness, I sneaked into the research zone. I laid my hand on the semi-finished machine. Ding contact made with defective gantry crane unit. The system roared to life. Analyzing structural data. Advanced gantry crane technology unlocked. Boom, a tsunami of information flooded my brain. Success, I now possessed the complete blueprint for the most advanced crane in the world. I glanced at the garbage Zhang Heng's team was building and shook my head. Man, this is amateur hour. They're miles behind. Turning around, I spotted a stack of blueprints on the desk. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in my head. Let 'em cook. I spent the entire night completely rewriting their designs, scribbling furiously until the first light of dawn. I swapped their old drawings with my masterpiece. This tech isn't even that hard. If they follow my guide, they'll be done in 2 weeks tops. Zhang's team wasn't stupid, they just had the wrong foundation. I simply corrected their path. Mission accomplished. I stretched my stiff back and headed to my room, collapsing onto the bed instantly. I was totally drained. Meanwhile, at the Port Research Center, the clock struck 8:00 a.m. Work was starting. Xiaofeng walked past my room, saw me dead to the world and shook his head. But when he got to the lab, a crowd was gathering, whispering in excitement. Is this the new draft the team leader fixed? It's incredible. It's so much more complete than before. Quick, split up the pages. Let's get to work. The energy in the room shifted instantly. Everyone grabbed a section and dove into the research with renewed fire. Zhang Heng had business outside and didn't drag himself back until noon. He walked past my room, peered in, and saw me still sleeping. His blood boiled instantly. Does he think I'm a fool? Grumbling with rage, he stomped down the hall. Came here just to sleep in, huh? Give him an inch and he takes a mile. Suddenly, Xiaofeng ran up to him, eyes shining. Boss, the drawings you fixed are genius. At this rate, we'll build the crane in less than half a month. Zhang Heng paused, taking off his coat confused. He glanced at the empty spot where the blueprints used to be. He realized the drawings were gone, already distributed among the section chiefs. He assumed they meant the old drawings. Good, we've been stuck for years. If we don't show results soon, the higher-ups will have our heads. We have to give it everything we've got. Xiaofeng checked to make sure the coast was clear, then whispered snidely. Boss, that brat Lin Han. He's been asleep all morning. It's noon and he's still out cold. Should we just stick him in an oil drum and roll him back to where he came from? Zhang Heng rubbed his chin, tempted. I wish I could. But for Director Wang's sake, we have to endure it. He let out a sigh that sounded like tires skidding on asphalt. Chief Wang did me a huge favor, and he's the one who brought this kid here. I let him crash for a few days before sending him packing. 10:30 in the morning. The sun was blazing like a spotlight on high beam. I woke up rubbing my eyes, realizing it was already noon. After pulling an all-nighter, my body felt like it had been run over by a truck. Thank God the blueprint was finally done. I dragged myself out of the room and headed to the crane research zone for a check. One look, and I realized my drawing from yesterday had vanished into thin air. But get this, the department heads were actually following the steps in my sketch to research the gantry crane equipment. Finally, I could chill. Just my luck, Zhang Heng spotted me casually strolling around. Rage flared in his eyes like wildfire. You brat, don't you know this is a top-secret research zone? What are you doing here? Get back to your room. There's a TV in there. Go watch your cartoons or something. I let out a helpless, bitter laugh. This guy really thought I was just some spoiled rugrat causing trouble. Whatever. I saw what I needed to see. Everyone was on the right track, so it was time to get back to my real grind. Uncle Zhang, I want to go home. Go home. Zhang Heng looked up stunned. Hearing me ask to leave actually made him flinch. He probably thought, hey, this kid isn't that annoying after all. Was I too harsh just now? If the gantry crane wasn't such a nightmare to figure out, he wouldn't have been so snappy. He'd basically vented his frustration on a kid like me. Realizing he messed up, he crouched down to my level, forcing a smile. Hey, I was a bit loud earlier. Don't take it to heart, okay? Why don't you stick around a few more days? I laughed and waved my hand. Nah, my work here is done. Boring to stay. I'm bouncing. Uncle Wang still needs my help on his side. Zhang probably thought, what is this kid yapping about? Done here, is he speaking? Alien. Kids just love talking. Smack, don't they? Zhang Heng didn't dwell on it. Since I was dead set on leaving, he couldn't stop me. He arranged a car to ship me back to the Aviation Tech Bureau. Wang Hashan saw me back after just one day and frowned. Why back so soon, kiddo? I nodded. Finished up over there. Give it half a month and that gantry crane will be ready to roll. Wang's frown deepened. He sensed something was off. Did Zhang Heng bully you? I waved it off. Nope, just wait half a month, you'll see. Right now, the carrier still has a mountain of junk components needing repairs and upgrades. I got to use this time to fix them all. Once the crane is ready, we can finally assemble the aircraft carrier. Seeing my confidence, Wang Hashan stopped questioning. He took a deep breath and nodded. All right. Time flew by. 2 weeks later, just like the blueprint predicted, the gantry crane was standing tall and proud. Zhang Heng and the crew were ecstatic, staring at the massive crane like it was the gateway to heaven. Everyone let out a collective sigh of relief. It was finally done, but then Zhang Heng frowned. Something felt wrong. This didn't look like the crane from his blueprints. Which blueprint did you guys use to build this beast? Xiaofeng and the others looked totally lost. Was there a mistake? All department heads, you guys managed every step. Didn't you catch any errors? Everyone shook their heads. They pulled out their copies. We followed the plans exactly. We double and triple checked the data, zero mistakes. Seeing the drawings in their hands, Zhang Heng snatched them back and scanned them with laser focus. This isn't the blueprint I drew. What? The whole room erupted. Wasn't it designed by team leader Zhang? Zhang Heng stared at the paper, his scalp tingling. He couldn't stop praising it. Not even a millimeter of error. It's not a machine. It's a work of art. Oh my God, how could I have drawn this? If I had these skills, the top dogs at the Chinese Academy of Sciences would be bowing down to me. The others held their breath, watching their boss freak out. If he didn't draw this masterpiece, then who is the ghost designer? Suddenly, Xiaofeng remembered something. He whispered a few words into Zhang Heng's ear. Lam Ham hadn't been just messing around. A light bulb went off in Xiaofeng's head, and he mumbled to Zhang. Zhang Heng's eyes went wide with shock, like his brain was about to explode. Pure terror written on his face. Impossible. He's just a kid, Xiaofeng added. Just call and ask. Zhang Heng gulped hard. If Lam Ham really did this, was I too harsh on a genius? Beep, beep, beep. Wang Hashan picked up. Hearing Zhang's voice, he chuckled. Yeah, I'll find the kid for you. Yeah, Uncle Zhang wants a word. Lam Ham was busy upgrading other carrier parts. Wang Hashan held the phone up to his ear. Oh, Uncle Zhang Heng hurriedly asked about the Dragon Gate crane blueprint. Did you draw it? Lamb Ham laughed casually. Oh, yeah, your design was ancient history. Plus, it had errors. Even if you built it, it would have been useless. So I just tweaked it a bit. Tweaked it a bit? You call this just a tweak? Just like that. He cracked the code that had the experts banging their heads against the wall for years. It was a total game changer. Chief Zhang, you got to see this right now. The Dragon Gate crane. It is the Dragon Gate crane. Zhang was still on the line phone glued to his ear. Lin Han heard the panic on the other line. Then came Zhang's voice, gasping for air like he had just run a marathon. The crane. What about it? On the docks, that mechanical beast stood tall like a gateway to the heavens, looming over the ocean surface. As the operator smashed the start button, massive gears ground together with a deafening screech. And just like that, a massive 300-ton cargo ship was lifted into the air as light as a feather. As the ship left the water, the ocean churned in protest. Water cascaded from the hull like a raging waterfall. It was like the legendary curtain of water from the Monkey King's cave. The sound of the waves crashing down shook the very earth. The whole crowd went wild, jaws were hitting the floor left and right. If it can toss around 300 tons like a toy, assembling an aircraft carrier would be a piece of cake. Originally, Zhang's design capped out at 10 tons. But the beast Lin Han built, he cranked that capacity up by 30 times. Talk about a level up. Zhang suddenly remembered he was still on the phone. Little brother, what is the max limit on this bad boy? Lin Han paused for a second, doing the math. Because of the current material limits, we can only lift about 500 tons right now. 500 tons? You gotta be kidding me. That is just a material limit. You mean the steel quality? Lin Han nodded coolly. Yep. Zhang took a deep breath, trying to keep his heart from exploding. His tone shifted instantly to pure reverence. Master, do you have a minute? I will come pick you up right now. Please teach us how you pulled this off. Lin Han glanced at Uncle Wang and chuckled. No, I am busy. Gotta go build an aircraft carrier. The blueprints have everything you need, just figure it out. Building a carrier, Zhang felt like his brain was short-circuiting. Director Wang grabbed the phone, grinning from ear to ear. Listen, little Zhang, my boy is busy saving the world. If it is not life or death, do not bother him. We are swamped here. Click! Zhang stood there, frozen like a statue. His assistant slid up, whispering. Chief, is Lin Han coming? Zhang answered on autopilot. Nope. He is too busy building a carrier. The assistant looked at him like he was speaking alien. What? During this time, Lin Han went full hermit mode. He told Director Wang to keep everyone away unless the building was on fire. If he needed hands, he would ask. Every department was on standby, ready to jump at his command. Director, my son is not made of steel. He cannot keep grinding like this. Papa Lin was heartbroken seeing his boy work himself to the bone. He begged Director Wang to force him to take a break. But Wang just gave him the puppy dog eyes. Oh, Lin, I didn't force him. It was the kid he keeps saying every second counts. I heard him muttering that our country is running out of time. Papa Lin sighed heavily. I miss my boy. But he is doing this for the nation. He knew he could not argue with that. If he does not actually fix that carrier later, I'm going to ground him for a month. Then the news dropped like a bomb. A top military official went live on air. We have developed a new super steel yield strength a whopping 888. And within 2 years, our first carrier hits the water. The entire country went absolutely nuclear with hype. But over in the UK, they thought it was a joke. They laughed. If they build a carrier, I will do a handstand and eat trash. Those weaklings, what can they actually do? They'd probably just scavenge some rust bucket from Russia. Pathetic. The Vice Admiral sneered. Time to teach them a lesson. There is a Chinese cargo ship heading to the Middle East right now. Find an excuse. Impound it. Who do they think they are? Let's show them the gap between us. 50 years of military dominance, they're not even fit to tie our shoelaces. A bunch of nobodies from a trash-tier nation trying to play with the big boys, William plotted with the Chief of Staff. Their arrogant laughter echoed through the room. Bullying the East was just a game to them. In their eyes, the East was just a frail old man. One poke and they would crumble. A total paper tiger. Colonel William got the green light from the president. The order was given. Intercept that ship. The nightmare was about to begin. Half a month later, the British ambassador to Huaxia fired off an urgent invitation to the head of the Foreign Affairs Department. As soon as the diplomat saw the letter, he rushed over knowing this wasn't just a friendly tea party. The British ambassador looked down his nose with a sneer and dropped a bombshell. Our intel says your cargo ship is hiding a massive stash of chemical weapons. The Ministry of Defense is giving you a final warning. Stop the transport immediately or prepare to face the consequences. The diplomat stood there stunned into silence, getting roasted by the ambassador with zero chance to clap back. But Huaxia was in a critical growth phase and needed peace, not war. So he grit his teeth and promised they would investigate it themselves. The ambassador just scoffed, and turned his back on him with total disrespect, walking away like he owned the place. The diplomat clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white, staring at the retreating figure. You arrogant scumbag. Just because you have high-tier gear, you think you can do whatever you want. A pack of wolves in designer suits? Do they really think the world revolves around them? Our vast land of Huaxia has never been the type to bully the weak. Whether it was ancient voyages or cultural exchanges, our history is full of greatness achieved through strength and peace. But the moment we hit a rough patch, these guys start flexing their muscles. A colleague stepped in to calm him down. Forget it, bro. Why waste breath on savages? If we had an aircraft carrier right now, would they dare act this cocky? The diplomat let out a heavy sigh, the weight of the nation on his shoulders. You're right. When will our steel beast finally be ready? After Huaxia's investigation, the cargo ship Golden River was found to be carrying nothing but stationery and school supplies. But of course, this result didn't satisfy the British side at all. The British ambassador stormed into the office, arms crossed and nose in the air, shouting, "You're shielding criminals! Just wait for our judgment!" The Golden River was forcibly hijacked in international waters. The British carrier fleet was on full alert, blatantly bullying Huaxia. Their helicopters landed on the deck without even asking for permission. Captain Su and his crew were detained like prisoners forced to endure ridiculous interrogations. The news of the ship's capture spread across the internet like wildfire. The whole world was watching Huaxia's reaction. Netizens speculated this was a test of Huaxia's patience, a wake-up call ringing loud and clear. Didn't Huaxia just brag about creating special steel for aircraft carriers recently? Now that this drama went down, everyone was waiting to see if they'd put their money where their mouth is. It was laughable. One minute they were celebrating, the next minute slapped in the face by the UK. Talk about embarrassing. It was a tragedy. Their carrier was 2 years away from completion. Far water couldn't put out a near fire. Meanwhile, deep within the heavily guarded headquarters, Huaxia's top leaders held an emergency secret meeting. The big boss slammed the table in fury. Tell the foreign ministry to keep pressing them. They need actual proof to hold our ship. The other officials looked grim. This sudden move by the UK definitely had a hidden agenda. They were squeezing Huaxia plain and simple. But with their naval power still in the newbie stages, they had no choice but to take the hit. The foreign minister received a reply and slapped the transcript onto the leader's desk. The leader read it and threw it down in a rage. They still have zero proof. They're just guessing there are weapons on board. That's their excuse. We asked for grounds to detain the ship, and they basically said, because we felt like it. Isn't that crossing the line? Another official fumed, we know they're lying through their teeth, but we can't do a thing about it. Huaxia was backed into a corner, forced to swallow the insult. If only they had a carrier, the UK wouldn't dare be this arrogant. Director I listened to the news, crossing his arms, nearly exploding with anger. Suddenly, a memory unlocked in his brain. He remembered Lam Ham once claiming he could speedrun an aircraft carrier build in just 2 or 3 months. Thinking of this, Director I facepalmed, laughing at himself. Am I losing it? Why am I even considering that nonsense? 2 months to build a carrier? Impossible. But without one, they'd have to watch Huaxia get humiliated on the global stage. Director I hesitated. He debated it for a long time, but finally decided he had to check, just in case. He looked up and shouted toward the door, "Little Tian, get in here quick." Agent Tian rushed in from the next office, breathless. "Director, what's the situation?" Director I sighed deeply. "Do me a favor. Go to the Naval Tech Department and see if Lam Ham actually finished that carrier." Agent Tian froze for a full second, totally flabbergasted. "Director, you don't actually think the kid pulled it off, do you? 2 months, no shot. That is absolute cap." Director I debated it, raising his hand and dropping it again before deciding to go see for himself. The investigator looked totally lost. "Chief, do you seriously think a teenage kid has the juice to pull off something this massive?" 1 hour later, Director I headed to the Aerotech department to check the vibes, but got the news that the whole squad had already moved to the military port. So he hustled straight over to the docks. When he hit the port, his eyes went wide like dinner plates. His hair stood on end, goosebumps popping like popcorn. Absolute shock taking over his entire system. Because right there, he saw Lin Han acting like a total boss, commanding the massive gantry crane to assemble a full-blown aircraft carrier. Lin Han's face was covered in grime, looking tiny at just 12 years old, but he was directing traffic like a seasoned general. The mechanical joints clicked and clacked, singing a beautiful song of industry. Lin Han smiled satisfied. It is done, just the final piece left. "Uncle Zhang, let's go." Zhang Heng, controlling the massive crane, flashed his pearly whites and gave a big thumbs up to the young prodigy. Okay, perfect. In less than 30 minutes, the construction work was a wrap. That was when Lin Han finally spotted Director I walking over and stepped up to welcome the big boss. Wang and the others stood with hands on their hips, looking like they owned the world, pointing proudly at the fully assembled beast of a ship. Their faces were glowing with pride. Oh my God, the first carrier of Huaxia is actually complete. This is a history book moment, and it is all thanks to Lin Han. Where did that brat go? Looking back, they realized Director I had arrived, and the crowd instantly swarmed around him. "Director I, what are you doing here?" Director I just stared at Lin Han, completely speechless. "Is the carrier actually finished?" Lin Han nodded casually. "We can launch it right now." Wang held his head high, radiating confidence, as if saying, "See that, Chief?" Wang grinned and said, "Since we successfully revamped the carrier, you can't hold a public critique meeting to roast me this time, right?" Director I's eyes were sparkling like gold. He was totally mesmerized by the steel leviathan towering in front of him. This was the dream carrier Huaxia had been waiting for. Having this meant owning the waves and dominating the airspace. Huaxia doesn't just have endless land. The coastline stretches over 18,000 kilometers. Traditional warships just couldn't cut it when it came to defending our turf. Only a carrier-class weapon could truly protect the motherland. Decades of waiting, the hopes of hundreds of millions, finally becoming reality on this very day. How could Director II not be feeling emotional right now? Truth is only found within the range of a cannon. A carrier extends that truth, letting our missiles reach out and touch anyone who tries us. Owning a carrier on the open ocean means having a voice. The West wants to build island chains to block Huaxia's rise. Then we will use this carrier to slap them in the face and tell those punks to beat it. Director I was so happy he could cry, gazing at the ship like it was the Mona Lisa. Can I go up and check the vibes? Director I asked cautiously. Lin Han nodded. Of course, sir. Wang led the way while the director followed close behind. Lin Guodong patted Lin Han's head. This stinky brat is actually a genius. The moment he stepped onto the deck, Director I spread his arms wide, letting the sea breeze hit his face. This feeling was pure dopamine. Nothing beats standing on a ship built by your own people. All his worries just evaporated instantly. This flight deck is absolutely massive. How wide is this bad boy? Lin Han laughed and explained, I haven't measured the exact specs since we ignored the island area, but it is definitely bigger than the Western Nimitz class. That casual flex made Director I's eyes almost pop out of his skull. You were told to build a mini model, but you accidentally copy-pasted and upgraded the top-tier Western carrier. That is too OP. What about the displacement Director AI asked in a rush? He was desperate to know the stats. If the displacement beats the Nimitz, it means Huaxia has officially leapfrogged the West in foundational tech. Lin Han and Wang exchanged a look, smirking. Seeing the director losing his cool, Lin Han dropped the bomb. I ran the numbers. It surpasses the Western Nimitz. Plus, this carrier has a draft of 14.2 meters and a full load displacement of 140,000 tons. Call up Fleet 15 and ask if they can handle this heat. Director II was shaking all over. The Nimitz only hits 100,000 tons. This monster has an extra 40,000 tons on it. The bigger the displacement, the more freedom it has to dominate. Simply put, the carrier Lin Han designed can haul way more weapons and jets than the competition. Good heavens, does the West still trust in their god? Drag their god out here. Ask him if he can tank a shot from a Huaxia carrier without getting absolutely wrecked. Wait, you said just now this thing is ready to launch. Is that for real? Chief Eye's blood was boiling with the memory of the humiliation Hoa Ha suffered at the hands of the British. If this carrier could hit the water right now, they could rush to Bay 34 and deliver a devastating first strike. Lam Ham gave a sharp, confident nod. Consider it done, no problem at all. Chief Eye. Lam Ham's voice was steady. You want the carrier at Bay 34 to force the British to release our cargo ship, the Kim Ha, don't you? Shock painted the chief's face. How did you know that? But before Lam Ham could speak, General Vuong jumped in with a massive grin. Before you even showed up, this kid already called it. We need to speed run this carrier assembly. The British Empire is getting way too cocky these days. If the tiger doesn't roar, they treat us like sick kittens. Flexing their muscles in the first island chain and holding our ship hostage for zero reason, not on our watch. If we don't clap back now, they'll just keep pushing their luck until we have nothing left. This kid is exactly on my wavelength. Chief Eye looked at Lam Ham like he was looking at a pile of gold. This 12-year-old was way sharper than those book-smart PhD students back at the lab. Good, excellent. Chief Eye was beaming like a proud grandpa. The carrier is ready to splash down. Everyone get to the deck, double time. But as the metal titan slipped into the ocean, Lam Ham looked up and his eyes lost their childish spark. A shadow of deep sorrow far too heavy for his age clouded his gaze. A dark memory from a past life resurfaced. In a parallel world, this exact nightmare had played out before. The British had cut the GPS feed, leaving our boys blind and helpless in the open sea. The Kim Ha held on for 43 agonizing days. But eventually, the pantry went empty. The crew had eaten every scrap of food. 17 souls starved to death. Only 3 survived that living hell. And those monsters didn't let anyone from Hoa Ha get close to save them. It was a stain on the nation's honor, a scar on Lam Ham's heart that never healed, burning with shame and rage. But now, in this new timeline, fate had dealt him a second hand. Lam Ham clenched his fists. He wouldn't let the British disrespect Hoa Ha again. History was about to be rewritten. We have the carrier. We have the leverage to go toe-to-toe with the British. But now that we have this beast, what do we call it? Chief Eye paced back and forth, hands behind his back. His face scrunched up in serious thought. He looked at the carrier like a father holding his newborn son. He needed a name that screamed absolute power and authority. How about Kulong? The proud dragon enters the sea that sounds legendary, General Vuong suggested excitedly. Chief Eye rubbed his chin, then shook his head. No good. There can only be one dragon in the sea. We're building a whole fleet here. That name is too small for our ambition. Kulong is too limited. The group fell back into deep thought. Suddenly a light bulb went off in Lam Ham's head. If we want a massive fleet, why not name them after our provinces? This hull was salvaged from Russia and rebuilt in Pongtien province. So let's christen her the carrier Pongtien. That's it. That's the one. The crowd erupted in applause. We can use major cities and special administrative zones for the rest. Hoa Ha has 34 provinces. Imagine 34 carriers dominating the ocean. If the British Navy tries to peek at us, then they'll catch these hands immediately. But a carrier is just a floating airport without its birds. It needs fighter jets to unleash its full potential. General Vuong slapped his chest confidently. Don't sweat it, kid. I was 2 steps ahead. I've had pilots training on MiG-29Ks for 2 years, just for this moment. Their skills are razor sharp now. And those Russian MiGs, they're beasts at low speeds, literally born for carrier landings. Hearing the general break it down, Chief II finally relaxed. Our brothers on the Kim Ha have suffered enough. I'm sending the report upstairs right now. Let our first carrier set sail. It's time to tell the world that the days of bullying Hua are over. We are not to be messed with. Sunlight danced on the waves, reflecting off the steel bow of the Pung Thien. Yet amidst the celebration, Lam Ham let out a heavy sigh. General Vuong caught the mood shift. He frowned, walking over. The ship is done. Victory is ours. Why the long face? Is this the burden of a true genius? Even at the peak of glory, is he still finding flaws? What's on your mind? Why the sigh? Lam Ham had heard every word about the jets and it bothered him. Our military tech is still playing catch-up. We don't even have our own fighters. We're relying on imported Russian toys like the MiG-29K. It's barely acceptable. Lam Ham dropped the hard truth without hesitation. Sure, the MiGs work, but they just work. Against the British Royal Navy, they don't stand a chance. General Vuong's eyes widened as the realization hit him. Wait, don't tell me you want to build a fighter jet. Lam Ham looked up, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. Why not? Is it impossible? General Vuong froze. A carrier is one thing, but a jet, that's a whole different beast. Is there anything this kid can't do? Can he actually build a combat aircraft from scratch? This was getting insane. A 12-year-old building a carrier? That's already science fiction. Tell that to a stranger on the street and they'd check you into a psych ward. God only knows what he's planning next. But a carrier-based fighter jet. The game is about to change forever. Wang Xiaoshan was vibrating with so much hype, he had to swallow a scream. The sheer adrenaline had him dropping F-bombs in his soul. But right now, the Golden River cargo ship was being held hostage and it needed a serious rescue squad. Sending in the Fenchen aircraft carrier was the ultimate power move to flex on those enemies. Lin Han's fighter jets were not exactly something you could whip up in a microwave overnight. That tech was even harder to craft than the carrier itself. After hitting up his superiors, Professor Ai Tai, Jun marched straight to the big boss. After dropping the specs on the carrier, the room went dead silent. Professor Ai, are you pitching us a sci-fi movie script or something? IT Jun nearly coughed up blood from pure frustration. This is no cap. It is 100% real, and we have already built the beast. Remember that rusty old hull we were fixing up 2 years of grinding, and we have successfully evolved it into a monster? We are talking a level 15 nuclear power system pushing 150,000 tons, fully loaded with MiG-29K fighters. Check out these receipts. This is the Fengtian carrier hitting the water, ready to unleash a tsunami of justice. Professor I slapped the hard data and visuals right in front of the Supreme Leader and the brass. When the big boss saw the stats, his jaw practically hit the floor. The shock was written all over his face. 6 months ago, I inspected the site, and it was a ghost town. You're telling me you maxed out the upgrades in just half a year. Professor I nodded aggressively, giving all props to Lin Han. Hearing that name, the leader grinned like a proud dad. That kid is a national treasure. I need to meet this genius personally. This carrier hitting the ocean is like a divine dragon returning to the sea. It is a total game changer. Does this beast have a name yet? Professor I jumped in fast. Oh, you bet! We have already locked it in. The leader caught this vibe immediately and nodded with a savage smile. Good, great name. The British have been pushing us around for too long. Let's use this hostage situation to slap the British with a reality check. Deploy the Fengtian to international waters and show them who is really boss. The shiny new steel Leviathan sliced through the giant waves, charging straight toward the open ocean like a predator. Navy Captain Zhang Ti-ha was at the helm. Standing on the flight deck looking out at the endless blue, his chest swelled with insane pride. Hell yeah! Our nation finally has a carrier, and not just a toy, but a 150,000-ton fortress. Even those famous Nimitz-class carriers would have to bow down and call this thing daddy. Under a blood-red sunset, a British cruiser was lurking near the border. The crew was chilling, grilling steaks on deck, living their best life. Hey, didn't they claim they would build a carrier in 2 years? Yeah, right. We held that cargo ship just to score them. Those rookies need to learn that the British Navy is still the king of this blue marble. Suddenly, the massive 150,000-ton beast came tearing through the water, the crimson national flag snapping violently in the wind. Captain Zhang gripped his binoculars until his knuckles turned white, locking his sights on the enemy cruiser. Look at those shameless British clowns lurking around our front door like they own the place. Vice Captain, execute the tail whip maneuver? Let's give those grandkids a mouthful of salty ocean water. The Vice Captain barked orders to the crew. Engines roared to max power as the behemoth charged straight at the British cruiser. The British radar started screaming. A massive signal appeared. Something huge is coming at us, probably just one of their fishing boats. The British captain scoffed, crossing his arms. Why are you panicking? Have you never seen a boat before, you cowards? I'm staying right here. Let's see if they have the guts to touch a single hair on my head. Besides, Major Quiz is watching. Quiz glared at his men. Get me a cigar. I want to enjoy the show. But before he could light up a wave taller than a skyscraper blotted out the sun. Holy sh... He couldn't even finish his sentence before he nearly wet himself in terror. The wave was a literal titan swallowing the sky and roaring like a demon. Turn the ship around. Move, move, move. That is not a ship, that is a sea monster. It has to weigh over 100,000 tons to make a wake like that. A ship that big from that country, heavier than a Nimitz Impossible. There is only one explanation, Major. The wave is too fast. We can't outrun it. Sir, get inside the cabin now. Quiz scrambled across the deck like a headless chicken. But the freezing ocean water was already crashing down. Bam, the mega tsunami slammed into the cruiser with the force of a god's hammer hitting an anvil. The metal screamed in agony. The radar and sonar arrays were instantly twisted into modern art scrap metal. Quiz was tossed like a rag doll choking on gallons of salt water. Cuff, cuff, what the f... Suddenly a piece of broken radar equipment fell from the sky and bullseye. It struck right in Quiz's sensitive backdoor area. Direct hit. The vice captain hiding nearby witnessed the tragic event. He clutched his own cheeks in phantom pain and hissed. Once the chaos settled, he dragged Quiz inside. Major, you good. Quiz was paralyzed, feeling a burning fire in his rear end. He was literally butthurt as he clenched his cheeks and screamed, "Did you guys see that kaiju or what?" Just seconds ago, a rogue wave hit us like a rampant beast, shaking this cruiser like a cheap toy. Who has time to play hide and seek with a sea monster right now? The ocean is throwing a tantrum. Wave after wave is stacking up and visibility is absolute zero. I can't see Jack's squat sonata. Wait, Major, I think I saw something. The scout stepped up, wiping debris off his face with dead serious eyes. It looked like an aircraft carrier, but massive, bigger than our Nimitz-class ships. Cap, Major Quiz side-eyed him hard. Stop yapping nonsense. A carrier that big can't move like a Ferrari. How does it just vanish in 10 minutes? But I swear on my life, I saw a massive steel shadow drift past us. The scout mumbled, but the vice captain narrowed his eyes, inhaling sharp ozone. Could it be a sea beast? Was that steel shadow actually its scales or armor? Otherwise, how do you explain a gigaton object just spawning out of nowhere? Heads up, incoming. Massive waves 70, 80 feet high are crashing down like the hammer of God. After tanking a dozen heavy hits, the British cruiser finally gave up the ghost. Snap. It cracked right down the middle and shattered like glass. Sunset bled into night. Darkness swallowed the sea, broken only by a lonely spotlight beam sweeping over floating debris. A man clung to a plank for dear life, his hair matted with salty, sticky seawater. Help, somebody. The vice captain pulled up in a raggedy rubber dinghy. The night sea was freezing, turning the survivors into shivering popsicles in the wind. Major Quiz, is that you? Quiz gasped through pale lips trembling like a leaf. Don't ask stupid questions. Just drag my butt up there. The news that a monster sank a British cruiser spread faster than a viral TikTok to the Vice Minister of the Navy. He roared in disbelief. Monster! What is this, a fantasy novel? You bunch of losers probably crashed into a Huaxia warship and made up a story to cover your embarrassment. His assistant Little Four nervously piped up, Sir, some rumours say they saw a Huaxia aircraft carrier, unknown if true. The Vice Minister let out a dry laugh. Even more ridiculous, Huaxia are building a carrier that can sink a cruiser? If they have a ship like that, I'll do a handstand and wash my hair in the toilet. Meanwhile, in the dark, a steel leviathan was tearing through the waves toward international waters. Zhang Tiehan and the crew were hyping each other up. 2 hours ago, they literally drifted the Fengtian carrier toward the British cruiser like they were in Tokyo Drift. One epic tail whip maneuver and boom, the displacement waves smashed straight into that cruiser. When a 150,000-ton carrier drifts its tail, a tiny cruiser stands zero chance. They could only watch in horror as the tsunami swallowed them whole. The satisfaction was off the charts. The British will take that mystery to the grave. How on earth does an aircraft carrier drift to create a tidal wave? Zhang Tiehan stared at this steel beast with pure adrenaline in his eyes. Thanks to the nuclear drive and emergency power override, this colossal fortress pulled off the legendary drifter move. Next stop, international waters. Time to unsheathe the sword. Zhang Tiehan's eyes gleamed with the cold sharpness of steel. The British had forcibly detained a Huaxia cargo ship. That level of disrespect absolutely cancelled. This trip was about delivering divine punishment. Since the cruiser sank, the situation just leveled up from a minor incident to a global crisis. Every news outlet on the planet broke the story. British cruiser CGM-9 sunk by massive waves near the East Sea border. Reports state Major Quiz, the captain, claims to have witnessed a sea monster. Other leaks suggest a Huaxia aircraft carrier was involved. A Huaxia carrier? Hilarious. The British officer guarding the hostages scoffed. He glanced at the news and smirked. Huaxia building a functional carrier. Yeah, right, and pigs might fly. He turned to Captain To Dai Hai, who was being held prisoner, and sneered. Don't get your hopes up. Your country can't build a bathtub, let alone a carrier. A bunch of low-levels like you are only good for our amusement. But suddenly, out on the dark ocean, bright red stars began to shine with blinding intensity. To Dai Hai had real guns pointed at his head, but his spirit was unbreakable. He glared at James. You animals. You just want to suppress and humiliate us. They cut off food and water. Supplies were gone, but these captors had zero intention of letting them go. Just when the whole world doubted Huaxia's tech-glowing red lights like a constellation of sea stars pierced the darkness of the international zone. The radar pinged instantly. Major James, unidentified warship approaching fast. It's not one of ours. James frowned, signaling his squad to the chopper. Hit it with the spotlight. The helicopter's floodlights cut through the night. The beam landed perfectly on a massive bright red flag waving proudly atop the island of the Fengtian carrier. The colors were vibrant enough to burn eyes as the light swept across the terrifying silhouette of the warship was revealed. James and his crew gasped so hard they nearly choked. It felt like their skulls were being pried open. Blood rushed to their heads in pure, unadulterated shock. Wait, is that a Huaxia aircraft carrier? How is this even possible? Looming in the darkness, the Fengtian carrier silhouette emerged like the Grim Reaper's scythe, ready to drop the hammer on anyone foolish enough to test it. Hovering before the steel titan, the British helicopter looked pitiful. It was like a tiny ant staring up at a colossus. The size difference wasn't just big, it was humiliating. Any jet on that deck could swat them out of the sky like a fly. Commander Zhang Tihan stood on the island bridge, radiating pure dominance. He grabbed the comms, his voice icy. Listen up, British forces. You dare lay a finger on our cargo ship? Just try it and see what happens. Commander Zhang wasn't the type to hold back. He'd been bottling this rage for way too long. Now with a supercarrier watching his back, he could finally let loose. The children of Huaxia have never known the meaning of fear. Worst case scenario, I'll use this entire carrier to teach you a lesson you won't survive. Facing the wrath of a Huaxia soldier. Little Four on the chopper was shaking in his boots. He stammered to Major Ram, "Boss, what's the move? Do we still hold the hostage ship?" Ram gulped hard sweat forming on his brow. "Quick, get the Vice Minister on the line right now." 3 minutes later, the Vice Minister stared at the photo Ram sent. Under the pale moonlight, the silver sea shimmered. A massive, ghostly silhouette sat immovable on the water, ignoring the raging waves like they were nothing. Caught in the beam of a spotlight, the bright red flag of Huaxia snapped proudly in the wind. The Vice Minister's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. He gasped, trembling from head to toe, the phone shaking in his grip like a leaf. Even through the gloom of night, the sheer volume of that carrier wasn't just big. It was monstrously, impossibly huge. "Sir, what are your orders?" Ram asked nervously. "Why are you panicking, you idiot?" "That Huaxia carrier is just a paper tiger. It's a pile of junk running on conventional fuel. It can't even compare to our glorious nuclear-powered Nimitz class." Comforted by the boss's words, James and the crew calmed down. "Yeah, it's just a conventional engine boat, right? What's there to be scared of? Learn your place. The Nimitz is a 100,000-ton beast, the apex predator of Blue Star. Ignore the Huaxia Navy's taunts. Just land on the cargo ship." Gamer ordered his subordinates to lock down Suda High and the crew. After waiting way too long with no reply, Zhang Tihan issued a final ultimatum. Get off the Jinni cargo ship before dawn, or face the consequences. Everyone needed rest for the night, but the tension was thick enough to cut with a knife. With the Fengtian carrier parked right there, the British forces didn't dare make a wrong move. But inside their camp, chaos was brewing. Did Huaxia actually build a carrier? Gamer looked like he was about to lose it. The Vice Minister slammed his fist on the table. "We still have one night tomorrow our Nimitz carrier arrives. What are you scared of?" Hearing the commander's guarantee, the heavy stone in Ram's heart finally lifted. True, we have the Nimitz. Why are we tripping? No matter how strong Huaxia's ship looks, can it beat the Nimitz? How long have they even been studying carriers? A few years, please? Ram slept like a baby. The next day, the morning sun kissed the sea, illuminating the Huaxia flag, still waving defiantly. The British forces froze in their tracks. The Nimitz had arrived, but it was completely overshadowed by a titan even larger than itself. That massive ship was flying the red Huaxia flag. "Hey, the Huaxia carrier is a whole size class bigger than our Nimitz, James. Why didn't you tell me this?" James held the phone, feeling like the sky was collapsing on his head. She rubbed her eyes and rushed out of the cabin only to see a steel monster anchored nearby. Beside it, the British Nimitz looked cute. Parked side by side, the comparison was brutal. The Nimitz looked like the Huaxia carrier's grandchild. That steel beast remained shockingly stable amidst the crashing waves. Even the Nimitz was bobbing up and down, but the Huaxia carrier rock solid. It was like a steel continent frozen on the sea. It was too dark last night, I didn't know. Who could have guessed Huaxia built something this massive? This thing has to be over 100,000 tons easily. The Nimitz captain gritted his teeth. Impossible. That's over 150,000 tons. Our carrier is barely a third-rate player next to that. Ram whispered weakly. But the commander said it was just a paper tiger. He said they lack power. Let's show them up. We'll do a drift maneuver right in front of Huaxia to prove that size isn't everything. That's a brilliant plan. Suddenly, the Nimitz roared to life. The nuclear propulsion system went full throttle, executing a sharp turn to splash waves right at the Fengtian carrier. It cut through the water at 30 knots. That's about 55 kilometers per hour. Honestly, not much faster than an e-bike. The waves it created, like a toddler splashing in a bathtub. Less than 200,000 horsepower. That's all you got. The Nimitz captain thought he successfully flexed the might of the British Navy. But in Commander Zhang's eyes, it was a comedy show. After taking command of this beast, he had memorized every single spec. Facing a Nimitz-class carrier, he didn't just have confidence, he had absolute certainty. The old man rolled up his sleeves, stomped his foot on the engine console like a boss, and grinned at the vice captain behind him. "Watch this, you disrespectful punks. I'm about to show you the legendary divine dragon tail whip." The vice captain smirked and shouted, You got it full throttle in 30 seconds, horsepower climbing. We're hitting 600,000, countdown 3, 2, 1. Captain Zhang, the captain slammed the throttle forward. Who cares about fifth-generation fighters? Everyone back off. The underwater current started churning like a washing machine from hell. 3 massive engine systems roared to life simultaneously, pushing the thrust to the absolute limit. 600,000 horsepower forced this 150,000-ton steel kaiju to spin on a dime. Giant waves crashed over 10 stories high. The blue sky and the raging ocean seemed to smash into one chaotic painting. Everyone looked up paralyzed as the endless wall of water roared toward them like a starving beast, opening its maw. In a heartbeat, the Fengtian carrier tore through the massive waves at a mind-blowing 80 knots, shredding the ocean like paper before finally stopping miles away. She aimed the super-grade telescope right at the British NMIT carrier, trying to catch them lacking. She wanted to see their jaws drop when they saw a carrier moving that fast. She couldn't see their faces clearly, but she didn't need a degree to guess the vibe over there. Total system crash in their brains. The captain of the Nimitz-class ship stood there in the control room, jaw on the floor, absolutely speechless. She whispered to the surveillance guy next to her. Yo, check the stats. How many knots is that Chinese carrier pulling? The guy swallowed hard, stuttering like a broken record. This is a glitch in the matrix. It's too wild. Get me a line to the boss stat. James was already shaking in his boots, terrified by that tsunami-sized wave that just rolled through, leaving them drifting helplessly. Wasn't this the same sea monster cruiser and the boys ran into earlier? It all made sense now. The radio buzzed. What was he supposed to do? Don't ask me who am I supposed to ask, the other side yelled back. The brass upstairs was even more furious than she was. He originally wanted to pull up in his super cool domineering Nimitz carrier and flex on everyone, teaching China a lesson about real power. But instead he got absolutely schoolyarded by China, slapped in the face by a carrier with way more horsepower than his own toy boat. Since when did China's tech tree level up this fast? Are they using cheat codes? James rolled his eyes. Wait, the jet fighter competition? That's it. Our F-35 fighters are 5th-generation beasts. They'll definitely blind these guys with pure awesomeness. The Nimitz-class carrier had just upgraded its loadout. The F-35 was the shiny new toy of the British fleet. Let's be real, a carrier is just a floating parking lot. The real muscle is the fighter jets parked on top. After that little reminder from his crew, the Nimitz captain's brain finally rebooted. You're right. Why didn't I think of that? Send the order, launch the entire fleet. All 90 F-35 fighters in the air now. China wants a duel. Let's dance in the sky then. The Nimitz was maxed out with 90 combat-ready jets. The elevators on both sides of the ship started pumping out planes like a factory line one every 30 seconds, lifting them to the flight deck. The pilots were locked and loaded steam catapults, hissing ready to yeet these birds into action. One by one, the steel falcons screamed into the blue sky. The sun was high and the heat was on. Captain Zhang saw the swarm and his heart skipped a beat. Crap, we might actually get clapped here. I was having too much fun drifting and almost forgot the main event. But thinking it over, sure, their shipborne jets weren't as fancy as the British 5th gens, but they could absolutely crush them with numbers. The vice captain whispered, "They're still provoking us, sir. Do we accept the challenge?" Captain Zhang slapped his thigh hard. "Hell yes, we accept. Back in the day during the war, we didn't have the fancy toys either. We beat the Alliance with pure guts and overwhelming numbers. I'm going to show them that while our tech might be older, we bring the whole squad. Tell the pilots to suit up. Let's teach them what strength in numbers really means." The vice captain nodded instantly. "You got it!" His blood was boiling with excitement. The Fengtian carrier was packing double the fighter capacity of the enemy. The moment those dense clouds of fighters took to the sky, who cares about 5th generation? Everyone get out of the way. If this is a real brawl, I'll throw 200 My G29Ks at your precious F-35s. Do you have enough ammo to stop the swarm? That's the kind of crazy stuff Chinese soldiers pull off without blinking. Years ago, it was that same iron will that sent wave after wave of those pampered British soldiers running for the hills. I don't care how skilled you are or if you can tank the damage. We'll trade 1 for 1 if we have to. Heck, 2 for 1 is still a win for us. Silence fell over the Fengtian carrier for a moment. James actually thought his fancy 5th-gen jets had scared the Chinese fleet stiff. He started celebrating way too early, screaming, "Awesome China losers! If you're lost, then get lost. Stop embarrassing yourselves." Before the celebration could even start, the runway exploded with action. A swarm of MiG-29Ks screamed into the sky like angry hornets. The Fengtian carrier isn't rocking old-school tech. It's packing an electromagnetic launch system that sends jets flying at god-tier speeds. British steam catapults, please. They launch one bird and have to take a coffee break to cool down. But this electric beast, it has zero chill. It just keeps spamming jets into the air. And don't get me started on the elevators Lin Han modified. That speed is absolutely illegal. 2 elevators hauling war machines to the deck every 10 seconds. That's not engineering. That's pure magic. The MiG-29Ks didn't care about queuing up. They just shot into the clouds, wave after relentless wave. In a heartbeat, 200 fighter jets dominated the airspace. They swarmed the British S-35 squadron like a pack of wolves cornering prey. The captain of the Nimitz carrier went from smug to terrified in record time. Seeing that dense cloud of MiGs, his soul almost left his body. What on earth is this? Since when can a single carrier hold a 200-jet army? This is logically impossible. And those elevators aren't even pausing. They're feeding jets to the sky like a machine gun. Commander Zhang's eyes were bloodshot, glowing with the fury of a demon king. He roared into the comms, "Don't let a single S-35 escape block them all. Crush them." On the other side, the British captain was sweating bullets. "Break formation. Punch a hole through that Chinese blockade now." The sky turned into a massive chaotic arena. 300 jets dancing in a dogfight straight out of a sci-fi blockbuster. Guns blazed in a symphony of destruction. Messer slumped into his chair, watching the screens with a shiver running down his spine. All this for one cargo ship, are you kidding me? Is it really that deep? These people are way too stubborn. They're actually ready to go to war over this. Surround them. But the S-35 is a fifth-generation beast for a reason. It hit Mach 2, instantly flexing its superior engine power. The MiG-29K might be a solid Russian classic, but against the S-35, it's like bringing a knife to a nuke fight. The speed gap was just too wide. Suddenly, a British ace pilot pulled a pro-gamer move. With god-tier maneuvering, he sliced right through the MiG encirclement, seeing an opening 7 or 8 other jets hit the afterburners and followed him out. Commander Zhang saw the breach and his face went pale. Despair shot from his boots to his brain. They were getting away. Is it over? Did we lose? But then, boom, sonic booms shattered the atmosphere. A new Challenger approaches sleek jets with duck-wing designs bearing the red flag swooped in like falcons. They blew past the S-35s and chased down the escapees instantly. Their speed, it made the S-35 look like it was flying in slow motion. That's our Air Force. You think you can bully us and just walk away? Not today, fam. Flashback time. When Lin Han unlocked the carrier tech, the system threw in a sweet bonus. Full blueprints for fifth-generation fighters. While everyone was distracted fixing the boat, a secret R&D division was cooking up these monsters in the shadows. The goal? To make sure China's first carrier wasn't just a floating airport, but a floating fortress of doom. You can't have a legendary bow without legendary arrows, right? Time was tight, so they only built 12. But let's be real, 12 of these bad boys are enough to give the entire British Navy nightmares. Knowing the British were sending their carrier, Lin Han had dragged Wang Xiaoshan to the secret lab earlier. Wang looked totally confused. "Nephew, why are we here? Isn't this the fighter jet workshop? Everyone is busy welding the carrier. Why bring me to an empty building?" Lin Han just gave him a mysterious smile. "Uncle Wang, we built the launcher, now we need the missiles. I'm here to give you the ultimate weapon." Wang's eyes lit up like Christmas lights. He stared at Lin Han in shock. "Wait, the jets you mentioned before you actually did it?" Lin Han nodded. "Bet on it." He pushed the heavy hangar doors open. Bam, Sam. 12 brand new beasts sat there in the dark. The cold steel glinted menacingly. Fifth-generation fighters shining in silver-grey glory. Holy mother of... Wang felt like he was staring at a pile of gold. Lin Han tossed him a booklet like it was nothing. "Here's the user manual. Have the pilot skim it. It's pretty plug and play." "I designed the UI to be idiot-proof." Wang opened the manual and his heart started racing like a drum solo. This is 5th gen. Are you kidding me? This specs sheet is practically 6th generation. Plasma optical stealth multi-spectrum radar cloaking and a top speed of Mach 2.5. Kid, you aren't building jets. You're building meteors that can shoot missiles. So this is what you meant by multi-role fighter. And these are carrier-based. It defies physics. Uncle Wang looked like a squirrel caught in headlights, eyes darting everywhere. Lin Han just shrugged. "Short notice, so only 12. Hope they come in clutch." I dubbed these bad boys the J-35, specifically designed to eat those British F-35s for breakfast. What do you think, Uncle? I was kinda rushed, so I only whipped up a dirty dozen of them. If professional aircraft designers heard this casual flex, they'd probably shave their heads and become monks out of pure shame. General Wang took a breath deep enough to suck in the whole room before immediately reporting to Director I. At first, Director I thought it was a prank, but one look at the specs and he almost fell to his knees in worship of these 12 mechanical beasts. The user manual left him buffering like a laggy video for a solid minute. Absolute genius. With a payload like this, calling it a bomber wouldn't even be an exaggeration. And the low-speed handling is god tier. We need to scramble these jets and give Commander Zhang full control, ASAP. Director I immediately hit up the Naval High Command to drop the bombshell news. Moments later, 12 shiny new mechanical predators streaked toward the international waters 2,000 clicks away. Whoosh Unit 1, calling the Phoenix carrier. The J-35s have arrived and are ready to rock. Commander Zhang froze when he heard the comms. "Wait, what? Since when did we have fighter jets that cool?" Oh my god, talk about divine intervention. It's like finding a heater in the middle of a blizzard. The lead pilot of the J-35 chuckled. "We're here to back you up, boss. Want us to encircle those hostiles?" Zhang's eyes lit up like lasers. "Good, excellent smash. Those British bucketheads, don't let a single one escape." "Roger that." The pilot pulled up, blasting past the fleeing F-35s like they were standing still. The 12 metal birds surged forward, cutting off the British naval jets instantly. Those puny F-35s tried to dip, but there was nowhere left to run. The remaining 200 MiG-29Ks closed the net. It was checkmate. Panic mode activated for the British. The Nimitz captain saw his 90 jets trapped and spiked his hat on the deck in pure rage. Damn it, since when did they unlock tech that makes our F-35s look like toys? James watched his squad get schooled and knew it was over. The sleeping dragon had finally revealed its claws. The winner was clear. Commander Jang, pumped with adrenaline, ordered the fleet to return home. In a flash, the skies cleared up and the 12 J-35s landed smoothly on the Phoenix deck. Now it was Commander Jang's turn to flex. He stood on the tower, grabbed the mic, and blasted his voice across the ocean. "Release our cargo ship immediately. The game is up. We checked, and there is no dangerous chemicals. If you don't scramble now, you'll regret it." His voice boomed over the waves, sounding like a legendary war god laying down the law. The British carrier had been completely outplayed. Their pride was shattered into a million pieces. They wanted to hit us with a sucker punch, but got slapped in the face instead. "Stay any longer, and we'll verbally kick your asses all the way back to London." Ramses was shaking in his boots. Commander Jang smirked. "You guys like humiliating people, right? Well, we have class. Attention pilots, roll out the red carpet and escort these British cattle out of here." The British carrier turned around and did the ultimate walk of shame. As Ramses tried to fly his chopper home, 2 J-35s and a dozen MiGs formed a mocking honor guard. "Hey, British brat, your daddy is here to walk you to the door." Talk about a power move. Ramses was so shook he almost snapped his helicopter's joystick. His reputation was officially toast. He didn't dare say a single word back. The British left with nothing but trouble while Captain Toe and his crew were finally free. Stepping onto the deck, they stared up at the massive Phoenix carrier in total awe. Holy cow, our homegrown carrier is an absolute beast. The Golden River cargo ship could finally sail on. The crew threw a massive party as the red flag fluttered proudly against the vast ocean backdrop. The bloodless war was over, but the legend of the Phantom carrier spread like wildfire. Even the top brass were confused. "Wait, when did we launch a carrier? Why wasn't I invited? Where'd the steel come from? What are the engine specs?" Experts from every field were blowing up Director I's phone. But everyone else got left on red. Professor Fang Zheng from the Institute of Material Science and Director Zhao of the Marine Engineering Institute were raising absolute hell, demanding to see the ship immediately. They didn't just want a tour. They were desperate to study the advanced tech secrets hidden inside that mechanical beast. Since these two titans were tight with General I, there was no way to politely curve them without causing a scene. So General I passed the headache to Wang, telling him, "Good luck, buddy, take these legends to find Lin, hey." But when they stormed into Wang's office, the poor guy looked like he swallowed a lemon. He poured some tea and dropped the bomb. "Gentlemen, your timing is terrible. Our chief designer isn't here. He's at school." The two experts frowned in confusion. "School? You mean he's giving a lecture?" "Wow, such dedication. Which Ivy League university is he teaching at? Is it a secret research facility?" "University." Wang laughed nervously, waving his hands. "Bro, he's in 6th grade. He's currently sitting in class at elementary school number 1. Say what you mean to tell me. The hero of the nation is currently getting a timeout in the corner. Turns out our boy Lin, he got dragged back to class by his homeroom teacher because finals are just 2 months away. It's life or death, folks. If he flunks, he won't get into a top-tier middle school. The academic pressure in this city is no joke." Inside the classroom, the atmosphere was tense. Everyone was studying like their lives depended on it, except for the teacher's laser focus on one specific student. Because Lin, he was practically drooling on his desk. Whoosh! A piece of chalk flew like a sniper bullet. The teacher roared, "Don't get cocky just because you lucked into first place last time. Who knows what kind of cheat codes or black magic you used to get that score? Listen up, this final exam is the real deal. Do you understand the gravity of the situation? Top schools don't just look at one test, they check your history to catch scammers like you. With your trash grades from before, they're going to think your sudden success is totally fake and you're still sleeping." The surrounding NPCs started giggling. "He cheats once and thinks he's the main character, please. Just wait for the strict proctors at finals. He's finished." The top students were especially salty that a bottom feeder had dared to surpass them. "Lin," he rubbed his eyes. He wasn't lazy. He was exhausted from, building super ships for the government. But the teacher wasn't hearing it. She fired up the projector. "Wake up, everyone. Time for some patriotism. Something massive happened in our country recently. I'm sure you've all heard the rumors. Watch this news clip closely. This is what true greatness looks like. This is what you should aspire to be." The screen lit up, showing a reporter standing next to the legendary aircraft carrier, the Phoenix Sky. Even though the camera could only capture a fraction of it, the sheer aura of the vessel was suffocatingly majestic. The reporter was practically hyperventilating with excitement, rattling off stats. The teacher puffed out her chest like she built it herself. "Well, class, is it magnificent or what?" The students shouted in unison. "It's awesome. Study hard, and maybe you can build something like this too." "Yes, ma'am." The class roared, but Lin, he stayed silent. The teacher's eyes narrowed dangerously. "Lin, you're too cool to answer. Don't you think it's impressive?" "Hummy, Lin." He blinked, startled. "I mean, it's cool, but we could definitely build it bigger." Bigger. The teacher launched into lecture mode. "You think building carriers is like playing with Lego bricks? Look at the British Empire. Even their tech only manages 100,000 tons. Our first try is already 150,000 tons, and you're calling it small. You ignorant little brat." She glared at him furiously. "Look at those curves. Look at that hydrodynamic perfection. It's art. The designer behind this is an absolute genius sent from the heavens." Lin, he muttered weakly, "Nah, not a genius. Just a guy with a bit of extra luck." The teacher's eyes bulged out. Did you just insult the great designer? Linhee gave an awkward smile. Sorry, teacher, I was just talking to myself. Talking to yourself? You're disrespecting a national hero. If you weren't a kid, I'd drag you to the police station for slander. Who raised you? She was fuming. You are rotten to the core. Linhee, insulting the pillar of our nation is nothing sacred to you. Get out, go stand in the hallway and stare at the wall. Now, Linhee felt so wronged. He gets punished for being humble about his own invention? Talk about suffering from success. But the boss lady had spoken. He dragged his feet into the hallway. It was dead silent out there. Facing the cold wall, gravity took over. Man, I'm beat! And just like that, he dozed off standing up. Suddenly, the principal came rushing down the hall with Professor Fang and Director Zhao. They glanced at the sleeping kid, totally unaware they were looking at a legend. Every classroom is a jungle, always packed with a few wild monkeys causing trouble. Fang Zheng and Zhao Fenglai chuckled, vibing with the chaotic energy. Classic. Boys will be boys. We were all young and reckless once, right? Suddenly the door swung open. Miss Lu froze like a deer in headlights. It was the principal. She scrambled over. Sir, what brings you here? Come in, come in. The big boss walked in, flanking two mysterious VIPs. Seeing the news playing on the screen, Hai Long nodded approvingly. Good. Excellent work. A man's duty is to his country. From family drama to global domination, you need to stay informed about everything. You kids are the future kings and queens of Huaxia. You need to keep your eyes on the prize and watch our nation rise. Small talk over. The principal dropped the bomb. Miss Liu, meet Professor Fang, the top dog at the Huaxia Material Science Institute. Miss Liu's jaw nearly hit the floor. Professor Fang, he's a national treasure. Why is a legend like him visiting their dusty little elementary school? Miss Liu frantically wiped her sweaty palms on her pants and bowed low, offering a two-handed handshake. It is an honor, sir. But wait, there's more. The principal introduced the next heavy hitter. And this is the Dean of Marine Engineering at the University of Science and Technology, Mr. Zhao Holy Cow. That place is the legendary cradle of warship engineers. It's the Ivy League of destruction. What on earth are two titans of industry doing in this humble classroom? Is my class becoming a special experiment zone? Miss Liu's heart raced. She thought her big break had finally arrived. I'm so lucky to work with you, she beamed. The principal frowned. Fang and Zhao looked at her like she grew a second head. Miss Liu sensed the vibe shift immediately. Oops, did she read the room wrong? The principal cut the chase. We're here for Lin Han. Where is he? I didn't see him at his desk. Miss Liu's brain short-circuited. Ice water flushed through her veins. These national heroes came specifically for Lin Han. The class erupted. Gossip exploded like a coop of angry chickens. Miss Liu glared them into submission with her laser eyes. Dead silence returned. Where is Lin Han? The VIPs pressed. Miss Liu laughed nervously, sweating buckets. I made him stand in the hallway, facing the wall. Say what Fang and Zhao's hair practically stood on end. After hearing about Lin Han's god-tier achievements from Wang Xiaoshan, they came to worship the genius, not see him punished. They came to beg for knowledge, but the Grandmaster is serving detention. The principal face-palmed. OMG, that kid I saw outside was him. Get a blanket. Don't let the golden child catch a cold. The trio sprinted out like the building was on fire. Once the door clicked shut, the class went back to chaotic screeching. Everyone was losing their minds. How does Lin Han have that much clout? Why are literal giants bowing down to him? Outside, Lin Han was leaned against the wall, snoring like a chainsaw. Was the kid really that exhausted? Miss Liu mumbled, Is he really that tired? Big mistake. That comment lit the fuse on Fang and Zhao's dynamite temper. Is he tired? They roared. Why don't we ship you off to build a 150,000-ton aircraft carrier for a few months? Let's see if you survive. Miss Liu froze. Carrier. Did they say aircraft carrier? Fang and Zhao glared daggers. You think the Jinhee cargo ship escaped the British by luck? That was all Lin Han? Our nation's dignity rests on his shoulders. He's drained because he burned his life force to light up the future for everyone. You watch the news, you feel the pride of a rising superpower, right? That's thanks to Lin Han's carrier lifting us up and you punished him. Miss Liu felt like she was in a fever dream. She pinched her arm hard. Ouch! The class stared as she suddenly shrieked in pain. It wasn't a dream, panic set in. I'll wake him up, she cried. But before she could move, Fang and Zhao blocked her path like bodyguards. Stop! Don't you dare touch him. Let our hero rest. He's wiped out. Get a folding bed. Get a duvet. It's freezing out here. Bundle him up like a burrito. Moments later, Lin Han was snoozing on a luxe folding bed wrapped in silk. Maximum comfort achieved. He was in a coma sleep. Principal, they whispered, when he wakes up, we need to talk. The principal blinked. Talk about what? What is there to discuss? Zhao grinned like a Cheshire cat. Obviously, taking him to the university, I'm processing his graduation right now. Fang jumped in. And after he graduates, my institute is hiring him immediately. Excuse me, is this real life? Direct entry to the top university instant job security at a national institute. If Lin Han gets fast-tracked like that, the principal's reputation goes to the moon. His face wasn't just beaming. He turned into a walking, talking 100,000-watt lighthouse. The principals from the other elementary schools were out there flexing, bragging about how many of their kids made it into the city's top-tier middle schools or the province's elite academies. But Principal Bai Haoming just pounded his chest with pride and declared, "Our star student, Lin Han, hasn't even graduated yet. He's already been scouted by a top university directly. We're talking about the cream of the crop in Huaxia. Who can possibly compete with that?" Just thinking about it made Bai feel like Lin Han was an actual deity walking among mortals. "Miss Liu, quick, get another blanket for our precious genius. We can't let him catch a cold." Miss Liu nodded frantically. If Lin Han actually skipped grades straight to university, it would be the ultimate legendary achievement for their entire school. And as his homeroom teacher, she might just get voted the greatest educator of the entire century. At that point, becoming famous would be inevitable. Just then, the school bell rang, and the elementary students stampeded out like a herd of wild horses. But when they saw Lin Han fast asleep in the hallway, guarded by the principal and other big shots like a national treasure, their jaws hit the floor. They got goosebumps just looking at the scene. They couldn't help but sigh. Now, that is how a real boss goes to school. He wanted a bed, he got a bed. He wanted blankets, he got blankets. Talk about living the dream with maxed out stats. When Lin Han finally woke up, he found 3 or 4 grown men staring him down. Lin Han jumped. "Who are you guys?" Through his sleepy haze, he saw the blanket sliding off and realized no wonder that nap felt so luxurious. As Lin Han rubbed the sleep from his eyes, the adults let out awkward chuckles. In that moment, they all thought the little genius looked kind of adorable. After all, he was burning the midnight oil for the sake of Huaxia. So what if he took a little nap in the school hallway? Principal Bai introduced Fang Zheng and Zhao Fenglai. The 2 experts rushed to shake Lin Han's hand, beaming with the pride of old masters witnessing a young hero rise. The phrase, "heroes are born young," had never been more accurate. "Professor Lin, we were just telling Principal Bai that we want to recruit you directly into the Huaxia University of Science and Technology, specifically the Institute of Communication and Ocean Engineering. Furthermore, we have several technical problems we're desperate to ask you about. Would you have some time to spare?" Even though Principal Bai and Miss Liu tried to keep poker faces, their hearts were doing backflips inside their chests. They held their breath, waiting for Lin Han to say yes. But Lin Han thought it over carefully. His mind could handle university easily, but his body was still a kid's. It would be inconvenient. For the sake of a healthy childhood, he should take it one step at a time. "Forget it," he thought. "If I go to college at this age, I won't even be able to get a girlfriend. I'd be a lonely single dog, watching everyone else date. I'd die of jealousy." His refusal stunned everyone into silence. Is this kid really only 12? His mindset is way too mature for his age, man. It was true. Lin Han's reasoning was so solid that no one could argue with it. Still, Principal Bai and Miss Liu couldn't hide their disappointment. Lin Han smiled and added, "However, regarding your questions, I'm more than happy to help. Feel free to ask whatever you want." The 2 experts exchanged glances and shook their heads. "It's not convenient to talk here. We have a car ready. Could we invite you to give a lecture at the Ocean Engineering Institute instead?" "Don't worry about the payment fee. We'll make it worth your while." Lin Han frowned slightly. "I personally don't mind, but final exams are coming up soon." Miss Liu's heart skipped a beat. "Oh crap," she thought. "Is this brat throwing shade at me?" She immediately straightened her posture and declared, with a genius level like student Lin Han, "Getting into a top middle school is a piece of cake. You don't even need to take the final exams." Zhao Fenglai laughed. "That settles it then. Also, the high school affiliated with our university wants to establish a partnership with research institutes. Beijing City really produces talent, and since Professor Lin is from Beijing Primary School number 1, we should set up the partnership right here." This was like a massive pie falling from the sky, pure luck. Principal Bai started grinning like a fool and practically pushed Lin Han out the door. Go, hurry up and go with Dean Zhao. Just don't forget about your old elementary school." Lin Han let out a bitter laugh. The principal really just sold me off like that. 10 minutes later, Principal Bai and Miss Liu were waving handkerchiefs dramatically as the black business car drove away. "Have a safe trip. Come back and visit us often. GPS navigation system initiating. Destination, Huaxia University of Science and Technology Institute of Ocean Engineering. Dean Zhao, do you have a cell phone? I need to call my dad. Since I'm leaving so suddenly, I have to let him know." Zhao Fenglai smiled and handed a brick-sized Nokia to Lin Han. "Go ahead." Lin Han told his dad Lin Guodong about the guest lecture gig, but suddenly the voice of Wang Hashan exploded from the other end, screaming curses at Zhao Fenglai. "Fang Zheng, you snake, how dare you sneakily kidnap the treasure of our technical department? Didn't I warn you people? Get your asses back here, right now." Li Jiangwo chimed in from the background, raging uncontrollably. "You thieves! You scumbags! Bring my son back! I give you 30 minutes. Are you seriously making an elementary schooler teach college students?" Laughter erupted inside the car. Zhao Fenglai laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha ha, Director Wang, chill out. I'm just borrowing Professor Lin for one single class. I promise I'll personally bring him back safe and sound, so don't worry." The trip to North City was barely a stone's throw away from Jiang City. We're talking a quick 2-hour cruise tops. Wang Hashan laid down the law voice, dripping with authority. "You better deliver him to me when the time comes or else." Zhao Fenglai just chuckled, shooting a glance at Lin Ham before nodding at the phone. "Roger that, Chief Wang. Loud and clear." Lin Ham ended the call. Who knew the big shots were hanging out with his dad? But suddenly, glitch. The GPS signal flatlined. Out of nowhere, the navigation system threw a tantrum right before a fork in the road. And poor Fang Zheng, he's totally lost without his digital crutch. Without the satellites to hold his hand, he panicked and swerved left into the unknown. He shouted, "What the heck? Why'd the screen go black?" Zhao Fenglai frowned. Fang Zheng sighed, looking defeated. "Let me guess. This is the United Kingdom playing dirty again, isn't it? Ever since our aircraft carrier flexed its muscles in international waters, those guys have been spamming the mute button on our GPS satellites." Lin Ham narrowed his eyes. In his past life, he'd tasted this bit of medicine before. Back then, they activated some shady anti-cheat mode scrambling the codes like a hacker in a bad movie. It completely blindsided our navigation systems. They didn't stop there. They blasted jamming signals to fry our reception. Talk about a low-blow tactic, truly bottom of the barrel. The worst part, in the future timeline, during the catastrophic earthquake of the century, just to squeeze us, they pulled the same stunt. Our rescue choppers were flying blind, missing the golden window for saving lives. Thousands of our people paid the ultimate price, all because of their petty games. Lin Ham had already rewritten the aircraft carrier timeline, slapping their arrogance in the face, but history still had that earthquake in the cards. Fate is tricky though. Lin Ham knew the disaster was coming, but the exact ticking of the clock was still a mystery. All he could do was prep his defenses. If only we had our own satellite network, we wouldn't be sitting ducks. Too bad launching a global positioning system is just as insane as building a carrier from scratch. We're talking god-tier difficulty. Hearing the driver's frustration, a light bulb went off in Lin Ham's head. But first, yep, we definitely took a wrong turn. Fang Zheng scratched his head aggressively. That mistake cost them an hour. Then magically, the GPS blinked back on. Totally rigged. It's a nightmare scenario. In a real war, if they cut the feed, our fighter jets would be headless chickens getting played like fools. The vibe in the car got heavy. Everyone started debating the need for independent tech. But aside from heavy size, nobody had a fix. Lin Ham, however, he sat there like a statue deep in thought. He swore an oath in his heart. If we build our own sky eyes, our birds will rule the heavens without bowing to anyone. Just thinking about their smug faces made him shake with rage. Finally, the car pulled up to the Science and Technology University. The hall was packed with the creme de la creme 328 elites from the Communication and Ocean Engineering Institute. Word on the street was the dean snagged the chief designer of the Fengchen carrier. This was a legendary event you couldn't miss. The gossip mill was running hot. How old is this guy? I bet he's got a beard down to his knees, right? I mean, you don't build massive warships without decades of experience and a reputation to match. Even Big Boss Zhao and Fang Zheng grabbed front row seats, looking like eager fanboys ready to take notes. Lin Ham climbed the stage and disappeared. The podium was a fortress hiding everything but his hair. The students craned their necks. Where's the boss? Maybe he's late. Shh, keep it down, the dean is right there. Assuming the guest was just taking a moment, Zhao Fenglai stood up scanning the room. All right, looks like the gang's all here. Let's give a warm welcome to Teacher Lin. Today's session is going to be a little different from your boring textbooks. No PowerPoints, no script. He's here purely to answer your burning questions. Don't waste this golden ticket. The hype intro was done. The legend's name was Lin, but, where was the man himself? The student council president stood up confused. Dean, where is Teacher Lin? Is he ghosting us? Lin Ham could see every face in the crowd, but they couldn't see him. Talk about a short king tragedy. With a sigh, Lin Ham hopped onto the chair to boost his height. Papa Wildchild appeared. The crowd gasped. Whoa, whose kid is that? Hey kiddo, this is a serious lecture. Go find your mommy and daddy, okay? Awkward. Lin Ham cleared his throat with maximum dignity. Fellow students, I am the teacher Lin the dean was talking about. Class is in session. The room went dead silent. Pin drop silence. Then boom, the crowd erupted like a volcano. You're kidding, right? That's Teacher Lin. He looks like he belongs in elementary school. Is he a dwarf or something? No way, look at that baby face. He's literally a child. Zhao Fenglai jumped in for damage control. Listen up. Teacher Lin might be young. Yes, he's in elementary school, but his brain is galaxy brain tier. Ask him anything. Listen up. Time is money, so stop wasting it with all this suspicion. But Dean, be real with us. How do you expect us to buy this? A literal grade schooler is going to answer our PhD level questions. That sounds like total cap. Who would believe that? Exactly no shot. You're telling me the chief designer of an aircraft carrier is this little kid? Kids these days might be smart, but building a carrier with their bare hands, impossible. The crowd was not having it, not one bit. Even when Dean Zhao put his entire reputation on the line, nobody wanted to face the truth. They'd rather believe a rumor that a grey-haired janitor was the secret genius behind the scenes. That was easier to swallow than admitting their worldview was broken, but Lin Han didn't stress it. He knew doubting a child was just human nature. However, Lin Han wasn't just here to flex. He wanted to clear the fog and help level up the next generation of ocean conquerors. Defending the glory of Huaxia wasn't a solo quest for one boy. It wasn't something he could grind out alone. It needed an army. Thousands of scientists grinding in the shadows, dedicating their lives without asking for clout. Fighting until their very last breath for the nation. With the wisdom of a sage, Lin Han spoke calmly. I accept all your doubts. Bring them on. The only way to prove my stats is to answer your questions. So please, don't hold back. Fire away. As soon as he dropped that line, the murmuring died down. The room went silent until the student council president stepped up to the plate. He threw the first curveball. All right, student Lin, I've got a critical issue with warship architecture. When the hull takes damage and the water ceiling breaches, how do you stop the ship from tipping over? Lin Han just smirked. He built a whole carrier. This was tutorial level stuff. That's simple. There are 3 levels to this. He didn't just give a textbook answer. He gave a masterclass that made the textbooks look outdated. First, compartmentalization. Second, counterflooding the opposite tanks to balance the weight. Wait, you can handle satellite positioning systems too. Lin Han's flow was so smooth, the entire room was left shook. And he didn't just talk the talk. When he got to the hype moments, he started sketching furiously on the blackboard. He was drawing blueprints that could revolutionize the entire shipbuilding industry. Right there, his lecture was a total knockout. The crowd was converted. The floodgates opened. Everyone started firing off questions without hesitation. Lin Han didn't dodge a single one. He answered with the depth of a veteran engineer who had spent decades in the abyss of the industry. The conversation eventually leveled up to the actual manufacturing of carriers. And Lin Han held nothing back. He dropped knowledge bombs left and right explaining every detail. Listening to him was like an awakening. Concepts that used to be grey and confusing suddenly clicked into place like a key turning in a lock. It got so heated that even Dean Zhao couldn't resist jumping in with 7 or 8 questions. Professor Fang wasn't about to lose. He fired back with 10 questions of his own. These 2 old masters were practically fighting for the mic. The students started complaining. Since when do the dean and a professor fight over a lecturer like fanboys? Some students realized the gap between them and Teacher Lin was an ocean. They couldn't help but whisper, "Little buddy, you are actually a god." Lin Han wasn't just smart. He was expanding their skill trees. He was downloading advanced carrier tech directly into their brains. Everyone took notes like their lives depended on it. This was true inheritance. Passing the torch, the legacy was being passed down by a child. Late that night, the campus of the University of Science and Technology was peaceful. Only the grinders studying for level 6 exams were still chanting their texts. Ring! Suddenly Fang's phone buzzed. It was Director I from the military side. He picked up instantly. "Hello, yes. We had a glitch with the GPS signal today too. It just vanished. Those guys across the ocean are getting way too arrogant lately. If we don't prep now one day, they'll strangle us completely." Fang listened to the grave warning, then let out a wry laugh. "Relax, we didn't kidnap Teacher Lin. We just invited him for a guest lecture. I'm bringing him over right now." He hung up and grinned, spreading his hands. "Director I wants to launch the satellite positioning project. The red stamp document just dropped. Top brass approved it. He's demanding I bring you over ASAP." Fang looked at Lin Han. "Director I said if I don't deliver you, he's going to come down here and escort you to the northern frontier himself." Dean Zhao laughed from the side. "Sounds like old I is terrified we're going to hoard the genius for ourselves. Haha." At the Jiangcheng Satellite Monitoring Center, Director I literally yoinked the boy out of Fang's hands seriously. It was a snatch and grab. Fang laughed awkwardly. "I already briefed the satellite experts." Director I acted like nothing happened and got straight to business. Building a new satellite grid is nightmare mode. Costs new tech network signal transmission. And bottom line, we need a mountain of cash and some serious brainpower to pull this off. The JPS system belongs to the UK, and it's got its claws deep into our nation's infrastructure. They've got us by the throat. They can flip the switch whenever they want. It's total disrespect, like they're spitting right in our faces. Can we really let this slide? Fang Zheng felt the sting of that blockade firsthand. It was suffocating like an invisible hand crushing his windpipe. Totally trapped. Our survival depends on their mood? Nah, that's a level of humiliation we absolutely cannot tolerate. Fang Zheng pounded his chest with resolve. "You need manpower. Say the word. The Science Institute has your back." For the glory of the nation budget is no object. This is a legendary project, a 10 years to sharpen one sword deal. Money is easy, it's true genius we need. Hearing that straight talk, Commander I finally let out a breath he'd been holding. But he was real with it. We're talking at least 300 top-tier engineers. Building a satellite system isn't exactly a walk in the park. Fang Zheng ran the numbers and nodded. "Done. Consider it handled. I'm heading back to assemble the dream team right now." Suddenly, Lin Han timidly raised his hand. Can you add one more to that squad, like me?" The room went silent. Commander I and Fang Zheng snapped their heads toward the kid eyes popping out in disbelief. Fang Zheng was shook. He thought, "Bro, you already built an aircraft carrier. You're telling me, satellite tech too? Leave some talent for the rest of us." Commander I took a deep breath. Based on this kid's legendary track record, he knew this wasn't just empty talk. Then a thought hit the commander. He got serious real quick. "Wait a minute. Professor Chen from the Aviation Division was specifically asking for you today. He wants to pick your brain about the J-35 fighter jet project. It sounds like he's desperate for your help to get those warbirds in the sky." Lin Han weighed his options. The fighter jets could wait, they were stable enough, but the GPS blockade, that was a code red emergency. "You've got a point, kid." The commander nodded slowly. "I'll stall him for now. You can chat with the old man whenever you catch a break." "All right then." Commander I turned his gaze to Fang Zheng, who was still processing the fact that a teenager was about to lead a top-secret space mission. "He's all yours, Fang." Fang Zheng's eyes practically glowed with excitement. "Mission accepted. I won't let you down." Fang Zheng went into overdrive, recruiting over 100 elites and setting up 36 different R&D sites. The scale was massive. Everyone had their role, and the race to the stars was officially on. The energy was electric. Lin Han claimed a massive lab for himself packed with high-tech gear and a lonely satellite model sitting in the corner. This thing looks like a toy," Lin Han muttered. He reached out and tapped the crude model. Ding! Instantly, the system voice echoed in his mind. Contact with satellite model confirmed, analyzing navigation technology. Divisible microsatellite unlocked. Progress 30%. Lin Han paused. Wait, just touching a plastic model unlocks advanced tech. Talk about a lucky break. But the flood of information hitting his brain was insane. Launching the bird is just step one. Building the whole network. That's the real beast. Meanwhile, Fang Zheng was rallying the troops ready to dish out assignments to the different teams. Lin Han skipped the meeting. He'd already told Fang Zheng, "I'm staying in the shadows. No need for the drama of explaining why a kid is the boss." If he showed up, they'd just think he was some lost brat, and he didn't have time to flex on them. Fang Zheng totally got it. Meeting adjourned. As everyone scrambled, a middle-aged guy in a sharp suit stood out. That was Liu Kui, a veteran at the Institute and a serious tech wizard Fang Zheng brought in for backup. He approached the boss, but Fang Zheng just smiled and patted his shoulder. "I've got a special task for you, Liu, but see that lab over there. Stay out, seriously." "We've got a VIP working in there," Fang whispered. Liu Kui huffed. "Understood. Top secret got it." Watching Fang Zheng walk away, Liu Kui sighed. "Man, I guess I'll have to grab that model later." The model competition isn't for a while anyway. Flash forward 1.5 months later, Lin Han had done the impossible. He built a real satellite that looked exactly like the model in the corner. But appearances are deceiving. He used a super rare alloy called Taihe metal. It might look like a toy, but once it hits orbit, boom, it expands and splits into dozens of units, creating an instant global network. According to Lin Han's master plan, 3 of these bad boys are all it takes to cover the globe with millimeter-level accuracy. Take that GPS. After finishing the prototype, Lin Han was totally drained. He crashed in the break room to recharge his batteries. Suddenly, the lab door creaked open. Liu Kui poked his head in, hunting for the model number 24 for the competition. He crept in like a ninja, checked the coast clear. He squinted at the table. He mumbled under his breath. "Wait, didn't Professor Fang say some VIP researcher was working here? Place looks deserted." "Whatever. If he's a ghost, that's better for me. Time to grab the loot and scoot. The lights are out perfect for a little stealth mission." Liu lifted his head, and boom, jackpot. A satellite model sitting on the desk, practically glowing in the dark. Without a second thought, he stuffed the high-tech gear into his backpack, creeping out like a master cat burglar. 1 hour later, the car screeched to a halt in front of Zhangcheng High. Liu threw the bag on, dragging his son toward the school gates like they were running from the cops. The parking lot was the war zone, packed with parents and kids, everyone flexing their science projects like they were weapons. The 12th aerospace model contest was about to kick off. But then, a voice dripped with venom. "Yo, Liu, where's your trash at? Thought your dad was some big-shot engineer at the academy. Can't he even glue some plastic together for you?" That was Liu Haiping Lu's son, and the kid roasting him. That was Wang, the school bully and local rich kid. But all eyes were on Wang's mom. She was a total baddie, tall, stunning, rocking black tights with letters on them. Absolute queen energy. "Dad, do something, she's mocking me." But Liu wasn't listening. His radar was locked onto Wang's mum like a heat-seeking missile. What man could resist a vibe like that? "Excuse me, miss, you here to drop off your kid too?" Liu's eyes were practically turning into heart emojis. The corner of her mouth twitched. "Oh yeah." Liu flashed his best grin. "Husband out of the picture, I've been divorced for 3 years. "Want to mingle?" She snapped. "Get lost." Furious, she grabbed Wang and dragged him toward the competition area like he was contaminated. Liu stood there with a fresh red handprint on his face, but he felt a cool breeze on his burning heart. Damn, she's feisty. I like it. Haiping gave his dad the death stare. "Seriously? Her husband is alive and well? Do you have a death wish? Now I know why Mom left you? You have zero chill." Embarrassed, Haiping stormed off toward the arena. The host, looking sharp, announced the rules. Fate being cruel put Wang and Haiping in the exact same group. Haiping took one look at Wang's masterpiece and let out a soul-crushing sigh. That thing was a work of art clearly built by pros. Meanwhile, the satellite Haiping built a month ago looked like a potato. His dad always used the "I'm too busy saving the world" excuse, so Haiping had to DIY that disaster himself. Compared to Wang's beast, it was like comparing a Ferrari to a tricycle. The match hadn't even started, and Haiping was already waving the white flag. "I'm cooked." He shot a skeptical glare at his dad. "Let me guess. You said you'd take it to the lab to fine-tune it. You didn't even touch it, did you?" Liu scratched his head, sweating bullets. He gave a nervous laugh. "Hey, science takes time, kid." Haiping hung his head in despair. The first group launched their models. Some of these things could actually simulate flight. Usually satellites need rockets, but these kids had models circling 7 or 8 meters in the air. That was the gold standard. One kid even used solar panels to power dual wings. Pure tech wizardry. So beautiful. Haiping watched with envy. If only his model could drop jaws like that. Imagine the clout flexing on the whole school, maybe even impressing his crush. It was a sweet dream, instantly crushed by the reality of having a flaky father. Then it was Wang's turn. He placed his model on the stage, and the crowd gasped. The design was exquisite. Real optical materials, dual wings polished to a mirror finish. It was a one-to-one replica of a real satellite. Absolute perfection. Just looking at it guaranteed full marks. Wang crossed his arms, striking a pose like an anime villain smirking at his victory. Hey Liu, is your bag full of garbage? You're too scared to even take it out. Wang wasn't wrong. It probably was garbage. But a warrior faces his death. Time to unveil the shame. Haiping pouted helplessly, slowly unzipping the backpack his dad handed him. Even Liu looked away at the sky, whistling awkwardly. He knew their model looked different from the flashy toys here. But the moment Haiping pulled it out, boom, a blinding light seemed to shoot into the sky. The sleek metal body, the elegant lines. It was more than just a model. It was a masterpiece of industrial art. It outshined Wang's toy by 1,000,000 times. You could look at this thing with a microscope and not find a single flaw. Haiping froze, holding the device. His brain short-circuited. Dad, did I actually make this? His eyes popped out of his head jaw, hitting the floor. Holy cow, the old man finally came through. This model felt heavier than a guilty conscience inside pure tech wizardry. Dad, did you give this bad boy an upgrade? Why the surprise attack? Lu Haiduang grabbed his dad's shirt like a needy puppy. Lu Kuei frowned, scanning the ground like he'd dropped his winning lottery ticket. Pops, what are you hunting for? Lu Kuei's face went pale. Son, did you swipe someone else's gear? This isn't the trash I made you. Return it, Daddy? Haiduang froze. But this came out of my bag. Meanwhile, Lu Kuei's brain gears ground to a halt. Wait, did he pull the old switcheroo by mistake? Was this the top secret prototype for that VIP client? Oh, holy crap, was his cover about to be blown sky high? Screw it. Maybe the universe was doing him a solid. No shame today, Lu Kuei let out a dry, awkward laugh to hide his sweating face. That's my genius, Dad. Haiduang planted a kiss on his dad's prickly cactus face, ignoring the sting. You are an absolute legend. Nearby, Wang Tianhook narrowed his eyes, radiating villain energy. Don't get cocky. My satellite is a beast. Being pretty doesn't win wars. Functionality is king, boys. The teacher flashed a smile at the rival squads. Now show us what these babies can actually do. Before the words even landed, Tianhook slammed the launch button on his remote. In a heartbeat, his satellite model defied gravity, soaring into the sky like a majestic bird. The crowd gasped. That was way too cool. Tianhook flexed his skills, unfolding the solar panels mid-air like a pro transformer. He was putting on a whole circus act. Let's be real, Tianhook had first place in the bag. He shot a smug glare at Haiduang, who was still fumbling with his gadget. See this? This is the level gap between us, loser. Your dad's a scientist who cares. My old man was the citywide crafting champion beat that... Suddenly, Haiduang spotted a button labeled Start. Yo, Pops is this bad boy electric too. There's a trigger here. Lu Kuei panicked for a second, then just nodded wisely. Give it a shot. Meanwhile, the rival mocked. Hey, Junior, mine is already in orbit. Can that brick of yours even fly? Or is it just a paperweight? No, probably grounded for life. Tianhook sneered, basking in the spotlight like he was the main character of this show. Click Haiduang ignored the hate and pressed the button. A low hum vibrated through the air. System initializing. Solid fuel capacity check green. Systems nominal. Then the countdown began. T-minus 60 seconds. The mechanical voice was so cold, it gave everyone goosebumps. It looked like a launch simulation. Clever design, sure, but would this thing actually lift off or just blow up? Haiduang's eyes lit up. Dad, I figured it out. It was just a sound effect module. But a talking brick is useless compared to Tianhook's flying drone. Tianhook howled with laughter. Is that a baby toy? Are you serious? I'm dying. But suddenly, clank. The model shifted. High-tech metal plates slid out, wrapping the satellite into a sleek mini-rocket. It looked exactly like a legit military missile. The detail was absolutely insane. The whole gym exploded into whispers. Did that thing just transform? Is that even legal? Wicked design. Super cool. Just that mecha shift alone was worth maximum points. The tables had officially turned. Both father and son stood there totally dumbfounded. Haiduang looked at his dad with sparkling anime eyes. Dad, you're a god. You actually built this. If his dad actually built this, pigs would fly. But hey, it had been ages since his son looked at him like a superhero. Time to bluff? Lu Kuei puffed out his chest. Of course. Do you know who your father is? Pretty sick, right? Haiduang nodded so hard his head almost fell off. If it flies, we win everything. Lu Kuei laughed nervously. Haha, fly. Right. It was just a model. The transformation was already a miracle. Inside, he was praying to every god he knew. Thank you, rich VIP client, for saving my bacon. Tianhook wasn't impressed. So it's a transformer. Big deal. Does it fly? A satellite that doesn't fly is just trash. The countdown hit 0. 3, 2, 1. Boom, a massive cloud of smoke erupted, blasting the grass flat against the earth. Everyone jumped back in terror. In a split second, the rocket tore through the sky. A fraction of a second later, crack! A deafening sonic boom shattered the air. The sound was ear-splitting. It felt like a monk was going crazy on a giant temple bell right inside their skulls. The rocket pierced the clouds and vanished instantly, leaving only a white vapor trail and a stunned, silent crowd. What the hell is going on? A meteor piercing the heavens? Hey, old man, have you ever seen a meteor create a sonic boom cloud like that? That velocity, it just smashed the sound barrier. Liu Haiyang gazed up at the distant sky, whispering in total awe, "Dad, you are an absolute legend." Meanwhile, Liu Kuei's heart was hammering against his ribs like a war drum. A nameless dread was clawing at his insides. That thing didn't look like a toy anymore. It just generated a Mac cone. What kind of plastic model survives a supersonic shockwave? Are you kidding me? Dad, can you bring it back? Haiyang asked innocently. But looking at that trajectory, the thing was already kissing low, Earth orbit. In that moment, every single pair of eyes locked onto the father-son duo like spotlights on a stage. The host was so flabbergasted, his jaw practically hit the floor. It took him ages to finally stutter out a question to Haiyang's dad. Your model flew away. Can we retrieve it? Liu Kuei forced a stiff smile, a sweat beading on his forehead. I honestly don't know. Can't we just score it first? Score it? Are you serious? Your model just broke the laws of physics. Who here could possibly compete with a sonic boom? The host laughed awkwardly. That sonic ring blew our minds so the score would be astronomical. But if the model doesn't come back, judging it is going to be tricky. Liu Kuei scratched his head, looking guilty as sin. But right now, I have no clue when it's going to land. Let's just wait a bit then. The host nodded, resigned to the madness. Guess we're waiting. Standing nearby, Wang Tianshu gripped his own model. Suddenly, his masterpiece felt like a piece of total garbage in his hands. He wished he had a satellite that could rip through the sky like that. Even if it vanished forever, it was infinitely cooler than the plastic junk he was holding. Liu Haiyang's face was glowing with pure admiration. His dad really was a top-tier scientist right now. In his eyes, only the Monkey King could rival his father's greatness. He looked up at his old man with a goofy grin. Dad, you're actually the GOAT. But as Liu Kuei stared into the abyss of the sky, that bad feeling in his gut was growing into a full-blown panic attack. Was that really a model? Even if it was, the fuel should have burned out ages ago. Why hasn't it started descending yet? A terrifying thought struck him like lightning. Don't tell me. Did he accidentally launch the actual prototype satellite into space? If that's true, he's in catastrophic trouble. Meanwhile, at the Zhangcheng Air Force Base, alarms blared as 7 operators tracked an unidentified flying object, moving at Mach 35. It's tearing towards low Earth orbit. What in the world is this UFO? Did the aviation department launch a rocket today? Negative. We haven't received any clearance codes or notifications. I heard Director I's team is working on a new satellite system. Could one of their experimental missiles have gone rogue? Get Director II on the secure line now. At that very moment, ITA Jun was deep in discussion with Professor Fang about the satellite positioning system. Suddenly, the call from the Air Force Command shattered the piece. His face went pale with shock. We are researching, yes, but we haven't launched anything. The Air Force Commander's voice turned cold. Understood. We will intercept and shoot it down immediately. Wait, hold your fire. A crazy idea flashed through Director I's mind. Let me verify something first. Do not shoot. Without hanging up, AI and Professor Fang sprinted toward Lin Han's research lab like their lives depended on it. Inside, Lin Han was tearing the place apart looking for his creation. It's gone! Who the heck stole my satellite? AI and Fang burst through the door breathless. Did you launch the prototype? Lin Han looked completely bewildered, spreading his hands. No way, sir! I wanted to run tests, but it vanished. Look, I only have this crude plastic model left. He handed the toy to the directors. Professor Fang saw the plastic toy and slapped his thigh in horror. Oh, disaster. Liu Kuei took a model for his kids' competition today? Did he grab the wrong one? Good heavens. Director I finally connected the dots. The chaos made perfect sense now. Professor Fang paused, confusion clouding his face. Wait a minute. That satellite doesn't have a booster rocket. It shouldn't be able to achieve liftoff on its own. Maybe it's not our bird up there after all. Lin Han cleared his throat awkwardly. Actually, I designed it as a fully integrated rocket-satellite hybrid. It doesn't need a booster to reach space. Then what are we standing here for? Find Liu Kuei immediately! Director I screamed into the phone. Do not intercept, repeat, do not intercept. That is our asset. Send a team to the number 2 experimental primary school. We need support now. They needed to secure that Mach model site instantly. Lin Han was still processing the madness as Director I and Professor Fang literally dragged him out the door. Professor, what is going on? As they ran, AI briefed him on the Air Force report and Fang explained their terrifying theory. Lin Han's eyes almost popped out of his skull. He looked ready to pass out. The control link isn't established yet. Once it reaches orbit, establishing a handshake will be nearly impossible. Professor Fang jumped into the driver's seat engine, roaring to life. From the back seat, Director I shouted over the noise. We have no other choice. We have to get to the launch coordinates. We have to attempt the manual signal bridge from the ground. It's our only shot. The director's plan was their only hope. The Air Force has dispatched a mobile command unit with satellite gear. They should arrive the same time we do, step on it. 15 minutes later, Lin Ham and the crew pulled up to the number 2 experimental elementary school like they owned the place. The competition venue was popping off, but the moment Liu Kuei spun around and spotted Fang Zheng and Director I, his stomach dropped faster than a broken elevator. It was over. He was absolute toast. He really stepped in at this time. Hold up, everyone. Fang Zheng flashed his ID like a federal agent. Science Academy engineers here. We've got a code red situation, so we need you all to cooperate right now. The teachers walked over, faces full of question marks, while Fang Zheng tried to do damage control. Sorry about this, he lied smoothly. We had a slight hiccup at work and accidentally yeeted a satellite into low Earth orbit from here. Just need to hook up the signal real quick. Meanwhile, Liu Kui was getting an earful from Director I. His eyebrows were drooping so low they practically touched his chin. Bro was getting roasted. I swear I didn't know. I thought it was just that model my kid and I built way back when. Then Lin Ham cut in cool as a cucumber. We're past the blame game now. Since the bird is already in the air, if we link the signal fast enough, we can still save this. Liu Kui frowned, sizing up the kid. Is this little guy Director I's son or something? Director I shot him a death glare. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? This is Lin Ham, the genius who actually built the satellite. The very same toy you swiped was his masterpiece. Huh. Liu Kui froze, his brain completely short-circuiting. The look on his face was pure shock. He looked at Lin Ham, then mentally compared him to his own kid, shaking his head like a bobblehead. No way, Director. You're pranking me? This kid is tinier than my son. You're telling me a grade schooler built a satellite? That's insane? Director I just sighed, tired of the stupidity. Believe it or don't, I don't care. Right at that moment, the Jiang City Air Force rolled up in style. Lieutenant Colonel Zhang Hongchang was personally driving a massive military truck loaded with satellite gear straight onto the playground. Talk about an entrance. Students were being evacuated and everyone was totally freaking out at the scene. It was like something out of a movie. The few teachers in the know were whispering like crazy. Can you believe Liu Kui and his son actually launched a real satellite? Now the army's here to fix it. That's Science Academy engineers for you. Bringing a nuclear weapon to a fistfight, bringing a real satellite to a model contest. That's just savage. Every principal and vice principal in the district heard the news and came running like the building was on fire. This was officially going down as the most bizarre event in the history of Jiang City Experimental Middle School No. 2. A real object had blasted off during a plastic model contest. Meanwhile, poor Liu Kui was being held hostage by Director I to help with the tech. But Liu Haiyang, the kid was strutting back to class with his chin up looking like he just won the Nobel Prize. The other students were staring in awe. The girls were giving him the hard eyes. He secured bragging rights for the rest of his life before he even hit puberty. Model competition, please, he scoffed internally. That kid stuff is beneath me now. While you guys play with toys, I'm launching actual hardware into the stratosphere right from the playground. Levels to this game. Check the stats. Air Force Lieutenant Colonel escort top-tier Science Academy engineers on support duty. Who else has this clout? This is true class. Forget chasing pop idols or acting cool. This is the real deal. Since that launch, Liu Haiyang's heart had changed. It wasn't about beats anymore. It was about the flag waving high. I used to think rapping and dancing made you the main character. Boy, was I wrong. Making aircraft carriers surge and fighter jets scream, making the enemies tremble and kneel. That's what a real man does. That's true star power. A seed of burning ambition had planted itself deep in Liu Haiyang's soul. Back on the field, Liu Kui was shaking like a leaf. He still couldn't wrap his head around it. A real satellite, it looked just like a toy. Why are you standing there spacing out? Get over here and help, Fang Zheng barked. If we can't connect to this bird, you're taking the fall for everything. Fang Zheng pointed a trembling finger at Liu Kui so mad he couldn't even form words. Liu Kui hung his head like a kicked puppy, too scared to talk back. But inside, alarm bells were ringing louder than a fire station. Who built a sophisticated satellite in a few days and making the rocket and satellite one integrated unit that's alien tech? It was too shocking. Director I, Professor Fang. Lieutenant Colonel Zhang marched up to the group, thumbing at the massive rig behind him. I brought the heavy gear. Not sure if it's compatible, but it's what we got. The tech team is tuning it now, Fang Zheng said, sweat beading on his forehead. We just have to wait. But a moment later, the technician shook his head looking grim. Colonel, it's a no-go. We're not picking up a ping. Our control gear can't lock on mid-flight, and we can't even locate the satellite's frequency band. Seeing the crisis, Lin Ham stepped forward. Let me handle it. But Zhang Hongchang froze for a second, then blocked the path. Hold on, kid. Shouldn't you be in class with your teachers? This isn't a playground. Lin Ham gave a wry smile. Actually, I'm not a middle school student. I'm in elementary school. Hearing the explanation, Commander Zhang's brow furrowed deep enough to plant crops. You're telling me this pint-sized kid is the expert? Lin Han is the satellite developer. If anyone can find the frequency, it's him. Just let him try. Zhang crossed his arms, staring down at Lin Han like he was a bug. The kid barely came up to his belt buckle. Satellite developer? Give me a break. Did he design it with crayons or something? I must be hearing things. A preteen building advanced tech? That's completely unheard of. This has to be a joke. Yeah, it's noisy out here. My ears are definitely playing tricks on me. He's got to operate military-grade hardware. If he breaks it, that's millions of taxpayer dollars down the drain. No way. Absolutely not. This is just a child we're talking about. But time was ticking. If they waited any longer, the satellite would drift out of range forever. Lin Han was getting impatient. With his small frame, he slipped past the commander like a ninja and hopped onto the truck. That brat, if he scratches the paint, he's toast. The Air Force technician screamed panic written all over his face. He didn't care about protocol anymore. But the two directors jumped in immediately. We vouch for him. If anything breaks, it's on us. Commander Zhang let out a heavy sigh. Fine. Out of respect for you two, I'll let the rugrat try. Hey kid, you ever seen tech this advanced? Don't wreck my equipment! The technician barked. Lin Han ignored the noise. He scanned the console, his hand hovering over the controls like a maestro. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. System interface connected. Scanning satellite control tech. Wireless override unlocked. Syncing positioning system. Progress at 65,000%. Can he really connect from over 6,000 meters away? A flood of advanced coding slammed into Lin Han's brain. His fingers started flying across the keyboard. Beep, beep, beep. The machine roared to life. What's that sound? Lin Han stayed ice cold. I'm utilizing encryption alpha to access the system's backdoor. Good thing I coded a backdoor or we'd be toast. There's still hope. Commander Zhang stared at the 12-year-old like he was seeing a ghost. Kid, are you actually doing this? A minute later, the console screamed, beep, beep, beep. It sounded like an air raid siren wailing in their ears. Everyone froze. Their jaws dropped to the floor. But the tech guy snapped out of it. I knew it. This brat doesn't know, Jack. That's the overload alarm. The load is too high. He's going to fry the motherboard. The technician rushed forward to stop him. Commander Zhang's heart skipped a beat. That equipment cost a fortune. How was he supposed to explain a broken military asset caused by a toddler? Lin Han shot them a side-eye. Chill out. This controller is ancient history. I have to force compress the data. It'll stabilize in a second. The technician wasn't buying it. You little punk, I've been a pro for 10 years. You think you know better than me. Step aside. But time was critical. Lin Han didn't have a second to waste on this amateur. Just as the tech guy reached out, the screaming stopped instantly. The angry red light flipped to a soothing green. It glowed beautifully. Connection established. Everyone's eyes popped out of their heads. Did he actually pull it off? The loudmouth technician shut his trap immediately. He whispered in defeat, he actually did it. Commander Zhang let out the breath he'd been holding. Thank God. If that machine had broken, his career was over. Talk about sheer luck. Lin Han had already sent the command. High above the satellite locked onto the mid-range orbit. It was adjusting perfectly. The crowd on the ground didn't dare breathe. Commander Zhang was still reeling. A grade schooler hacking a military satellite. It sounded like a bad sci-fi movie. Is this real life? The directors looked at Lin Han like he was a gold mine. Their eyes were burning with intensity. They looked ready to bow down and ask this kid for lessons. Zhang frowned, realizing he couldn't touch the kid now. Not with those two protecting him. Lin Han was in the zone. His small fingers danced across the keys in a blur. Inputting signals, locking trajectory. Target orbit reached stabilization systems active. After 30 minutes of intense coding, the satellite was finally where it belonged. It was humming along happily in orbit. Crisis averted. Job done. Lin Han hopped off the truck with a serious face. Don't move this truck. Leave it right here. And this controller, it's a dinosaur. Give me 1 week. I'll build you a new one that isn't total trash. Once the satellite link was locked in, the controller just needed to reach the base to sync up. Wait 1 week to develop a brand new controller? Is this kid trolling us right now? You think this is some Lego set, kid? This tech took our nation's top brains years of blood, sweat, and tears to perfect. And you're telling me you can cook up a replacement in 7 days? Talk is cheap. The Air Force techs almost busted a gut laughing at what sounded like a massive bluff. Everyone around Lin Han thought the same thing. This kid has guts, but he's capping hard. Still, nobody could deny that his satellite link-up just now was absolutely insane. Turns out this brat is a tech wizard, but he's also the king of yapping. Ha ha ha, you can't just build a controller over a weekend. That block of metal cost us hundreds of elite engineers. Aside from the Russian and British tech, ours is the top dog on the planet. But Lin Han just waved his hand like, nah, that's trash. That thing belongs in a museum, he said. Even Commander Zhang couldn't help but crack up at the audacity. This kid loves to flex. But hey, geniuses usually come with a massive ego, right? At the end of the day, he did save their butts by fixing the signal glitch. Being young and wild isn't a crime. Our ancestors were just as reckless when they pulled off the impossible back in the day. Those legends kept this nation standing tall through a storm of bullets and bombs. Remember Grandpa Zhao, he braved radiation burns just to bring critical tech back home. Starving and freezing, he walked barefoot for 1,200 kilometers, all to lay the foundation for our very first atomic and hydrogen bombs. Without that fire, we wouldn't be here. Little Lin Han might be cocky, but his heart beats for his country. While Zhang appreciated the spirit, Director I and Professor Fang just stood there with mysterious smiles. They were thinking, go ahead and laugh. Just wait until he drops the mic on all of you. After some serious convincing, Zhang finally gave the green light for Lin Han to take a crack at the project. The rest of the Air Force treated it like the joke of the century. It became the hot topic in the cafeteria. A 12-year-old wants to build military tech. And the craziest part, the big bosses actually said yes. He looks smart, sure, but high-end tech is a different beast. But then, 1 week later, Lin Han didn't just show up, he delivered. And just for fun, he casually cracked the British encryption while he was at it. With his new device finding the system's backdoor was child's play. He had total control and could jam their signals instantly. Didn't those guys want to squeeze us by messing with the GPS? Well, tables have turned. Lin Han could now hijack their entire network whenever he felt like it. I'm the captain now. Meanwhile, back at the base, Zhang was still skeptical. Director I, seriously, why put so much faith in a middle schooler? The kid is gifted, I'll give him that. But building a satellite controller, he's definitely pulling our leg. Before he could finish, a soldier burst into the room gasping for air. Zhang panicked. What happened? He thought, crap, I knew letting a kid run the lab was a disaster. Now what? Even if he is a genius, messing with foreign satellites is impossible. The soldier waved his hands frantically. No, sir, nothing's wrong. He actually built it. He's calibrating it right now. Zhang froze like a statue. Say what? The soldier grilled from ear to ear. It's a success, sir. It's real. Processing those words, Zhang didn't know whether to cheer or faint. He had literally just finished trash-talking the kid's chances and instant karma slapped him right in the face. Meanwhile, Ai and Fang kept their cool poker faces. Zhang awkwardly laughed. Ha ha ha. Well, let's go check out this masterpiece then. The other two were already used to Lin Han dropping miracles on a daily basis. Zhang gave a dry laugh. I mean, it's just a controller, right? No matter how good it is. Surely he couldn't have hijacked the British satellites too, right? The squad rolled up to the research zone where a futuristic satellite controller stole the show. A massive crowd had already gathered around the spectacle. Everyone watched Lin Han work his magic. His fingers danced across the console like a pro gamer, every movement smooth as silk. Beep, 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 connection, locked. As the mechanical chime signaled victory, the room absolutely exploded with cheers. Success, total victory. It only took 10 minutes to link up. That is completely unheard of. This beast smokes the most advanced controller the UK has to offer. The crowd was buzzing with shock and awe. Lin Han smirked, dripping with confidence as he announced, that British tech is absolute garbage. My device, it is the daddy of their whole system. Crushing them in mere minutes, the crowd chuckled nervously. Calling it the ancestor was a massive flex, but the tech backed it up. Isn't the whole point of a controller to master the nation's satellite grid? That is all there is to it. General Zhang finally snapped out of his shock. Hearing Lin Han's wild arrogance, he couldn't help but laugh. Hey kiddo, try a little humility. Lin Han shrugged, totally unbothered. Humble? We don't need to be humble when dealing with that lot. Suddenly reality hit him. He spun around and realized General Zhang was walking right toward him. Lin Han gave an awkward smile. Oh, I didn't see you there, General. Zhang waved it off. No sweat. I actually agree with you. We don't owe those guys any modesty. Then his gaze locked onto the wireless satellite controller. It was a masterpiece of engineering. His eyes flashed with intense desire. His mouth might be tough, but his body language screamed, I want this. He caressed the machine like a treasure, staring mesmerized at the perfect connection signal and the satellite orbit data. He took a deep breath. A kid built this intricate masterpiece. Is that even possible? This brat isn't just a genius. The word genius is an insult to his actual power level. Unbelievable. A full satellite link in just 10 minutes. Hey little buddy, want to join Jiangcheng Military Academy? I can fast track you straight into the program starting as a cadet. 2 years to lieutenant, 3 years to captain. A talent like you is the exact seed our modern army is desperate for. Hearing this, Director Ai and Professor Fang looked like they had been struck by lightning. Is this old man trying to steal our boy in broad daylight? Don't think just because you run the Air Force that we are scared of you. Even a rabbit bites when it is cornered. Director Ai pulled Lin Han behind him like a protective shield and glared at Zhang. What do you think you're doing, robbing us? Lin Han is my guy. You can't just take him away. Staying with me guarantees a promotion too. Zhang Hongchang panicked at their ferocity. Whoa, relax. I just appreciate talent. No bad vibes intended. Ha 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 ha. Seeing Director Ai and Professor Fang square up was terrifying. Ever seen an intellectual go feral when backed into a corner? That is exactly what happened. Usually they are polite scholars, but touch their prodigy and they show their fangs. Who dares mess with them? Zhang instantly dropped the idea. But right then, alert, a fighter jet pilot suddenly screamed for help. The GPS signal was dead. Location unknown, requesting backup, requesting backup. No time for games. Zhang Hongchang abandoned the group instantly, switching into commander mode. He radioed the pilot immediately. How long can you hold out? The pilot's answer was grim. 30 minutes tops. If GPS isn't restored fast, I'm flying blind. Altitude unknown. I might be forced to crash land. But without coordinates, I can't even pick a landing spot. That basically meant it was a suicide mission. Worse, if he can't pinpoint his location, the jet could drop right into a residential zone. The casualty count would be a nightmare. This was a dirty trick by the UK. They suddenly jammed the source code, paralyzed the GPS across the region in an instant. Those scumbags will do anything. We just have to pray the signal returns before his fuel tank runs dry. Zhang stood with hands on his hips, eyes bloodshot with rage. He immediately dialed aviation command for a sit rep. Most international flights were fine. Only the domestic flights were glitching out. Damn it, those snakes. They're targeting us. Specifically, Zhang was fuming with anger. The UK's tactics were trash, openly provoking us like this. It was petty revenge for losing face over the aircraft carrier incident the other day. Filthy dogs. Zhang's eyes were sharp as steel blades. If those cowards stood in front of him, he would tear them apart with his bare hands. But they only dared to play dirty tricks from the shadows. Director Ai and the others nervously asked what was wrong. Zhang gritted his teeth. GPS jamming. One of our fighter pilots has lost all navigation and altitude data. If we don't fix this in 20 minutes, he is likely... Zhang choked on his words, unable to finish. The lives of these pilots were worth more than pure gold veteran sky warriors who had bled to protect the motherland's borders. But now the enemy just had to pull a cheap trick with signal jamming to snuff out a hero's life like a candle in the wind. Such a dirty, underhanded tactic. How could it not make your blood boil? Lin Han shot up from his seat, rage flickering in his eyes. They couldn't just sit there and watch. They want to play games with the GPS signals fine. I'll make sure they lose total control of the board. If number 29 can't use the navigation system, then I'll make sure the enemy's system becomes nothing but a useless brick. But won't that backfire on us? Besides, you're just a kid. How are you going to crash a military-grade GPS network? The enemy's navigation firewall wasn't exactly a playground gate, but a second later, connection established, infiltrating, access granted. Lin Han's fingers danced across the satellite controls like a concert pianist straight up hijacking the enemy's satellite network in real time. In that moment, jaws hit the floor. No way. Did this kid actually just pull that off? In the blink of an eye, while everyone was still processing the shock, Lin Han went full goblin mode on the keyboard. After boosting the satellite signal to the max, Lin Han looked up, locking eyes with Jung Hongchang. Director Zhang was frozen solid. Hearing Lin Han call him, he choked out a response, his voice sounding like he'd swallowed a bag of sand. He was beyond shook. What? Lin Han let out a confident smirk. Tell the pilot to reconnect. The signal is back online. Zhang didn't waste a second questioning the miracle. He scrambled to the radio. Reconnect now. And just like that, the link was solid. A cheer erupted from the other side of the comms like a victory roar. Success! We are back online. Zhang gasped for air like a drowning man finally breaking the surface. The tension in the room snapped, replaced by overwhelming relief. Good, return to base immediately. The GPS signal was really back. And the MVP, a 12-year-old boy, standing right there. It was unbelievable. Lin Han dropped the bomb. Right now, the enemy's entire GPS network is dancing in the palm of my hand. I've locked their backdoor access for at least 3 hours. Their tech guys won't be able to crack this code. Basically, if I want a region to have signal, they get it. If not, lights out. Zhang was so stunned, he completely lost the ability to speak. He felt like his scalp was tingling, his brain buzzing with static. Since when could you play war games like this? Total control for 3 hours. That wasn't just impressive, that was absolute insanity. Even 30 minutes of jamming is enough to cripple a nation's air traffic, but 3 hours. That's an extinction-level event for their logistics. If we don't let them taste their own medicine, they'll never learn that bullying our nation is the stupidest mistake they can make. Lin Han kept working his magic on the wireless controller. 60 seconds later, air traffic networks across enemy territory started blinking out. Fighter jets mid-mission suddenly lost their eyes in the sky, flying blind and scrambling in panic. Civil aviation turned into a disaster movie. The entire enemy aerospace agency went into meltdown mode. What is happening? We lost satellite control. Signal interference. Wait, aren't we supposed to be the ones jamming them? What is going on? Crack the code. Now. We have jets about to take a swim in the ocean. Get the satellite division on the line. Flight paths turned into spaghetti. Without a signal, the financial damage was skyrocketing. Across the ocean, reports of crashes and chaos started flooding in. The news channels were already broadcasting the apocalypse live. It was total mayhem. Zhang felt a cold sweat coming on. Sure, revenge was sweet, but what if they traced this back to us? At that moment, Director I whispered, his voice grim. Those animals, when they tried to kill our pilot, do you think they cared about consequences? Save your pity. Even if they find out it was us, so what? If they're unhappy, they can come and get some. I missed out on the Northern War back in the day, and I've always regretted it. Let's see if the enemy wants to try dying today. Director I rarely swore, but the gloves were off. This was personal. Zhang forced a stiff smile. The director was right. The enemy nation was plunging into 3 hours of darkness. Their civilian planes were grounded. Dozens of fighters down. Casualties mounting. The head of the enemy's GPS department slammed his hat on the desk in pure frustration. Oh, damn it. The navigation system was compromised, and there was no way he was dodging the blame for this catastrophe. But even after 3 hours passed and they regained control, they still had zero clue why the system had gone rogue. The tech teams best guess a glitch. They figured that while jamming the enemy, they accidentally fried their own circuits. They assumed it was an operational error, a boomerang effect that came back to smack them in the face. That was the only logical explanation. Because surely the Eastern nation couldn't hijack their system, right? That was impossible. If they actually had tech that advanced, they would have built their own global network ages ago. The director sighed, looking defeated. This crisis was on his head. He was looking at a demotion, or worse, a full-blown investigation. Game over. Lin Han didn't just block the enemy's attack, he flipped the script entirely. General Zhang and the top brass were left shaking in their boots. Next time those guys want to mess with our GPS, they better think twice. You want to jam our signal? Go ahead, I'll glitch your system so hard, you'll be the one crying for help. We use your satellites because we're being nice. But if you push us, we can turn your entire GPS network into a useless brick in minutes. Your navigation system is only safe as long as it's useful to us. The moment we don't need it, nobody gets to play with it. Don't call us villains. In this world, might makes right. Whoever has the skills takes the crown. Talk about a total power move. Fang Zheng and Director I exchanged looks completely flawed by Lin Han's god-tier skills. Who knew you could play with satellite controls like it was a video game? He didn't just fly our birds, he hijacked the enemy's flock too, turning a defensive play into a total domination that his main character Energy right there. It's just a shame, a genius. Like, this can't stay in the Air Force forever. General Zhang's eyes were practically sparkling with greed. He wanted to recruit this kid so bad it hurt. The other military technicians were left staring at their screens in disbelief. Counter-hacking the Western GPS system, they wouldn't dare dream of that in 1,000 years. But Linham, he made it look like child's play. In front of this prodigy, those self-proclaimed experts looked like toddlers playing with mud. But since the nation's own satellite network wasn't fully built yet, the show had to go on. Linham had to head back to the Science Academy to grind out the next level. After the first satellite went up, the rest was a piece of cake. In no time at all, Linham yeeted the second and third satellites into orbit. 3 metal guardians now soared 20,000 kilometers above the Earth, forming an ironclad network. Actually, these 3 could split into smaller units like a mecha transformation, but the world wasn't ready for that tech just yet. With the network in the sky, it was time to fix the ground game. The problem was, all the receivers the country used were still stuck on foreign GPS tech. Without the right receiver, all that satellite data is just noise. It's the key to unlocking the map. Linham realized this bottleneck and sat down for a strategy meeting with Fang Zheng and Director Ai. There's a massive summit happening in Jiang City soon, they told him. The Navigation Satellite Alliance. Everyone who's anyone will be showing off their new tech there. That's our best shot at getting our hands on the advanced receivers we need. Linham thought about it for a second. Let's crash the party. 3 days later, the Alliance Summit kicked off in Jiang City. But just as Linham tried to enter, a security guard stepped in his path. Whoa there, kiddo. The playground is down the street. This isn't for children. Getting stopped at the door. Total face loss moment, but suddenly, Fang Zheng stepped up looking sharp in a black suit like a mafia boss. Director I couldn't make it. And hold up, this isn't some random kid. He's with me. We roll together. The guard froze. He recognized Fang Zheng instantly. That man was a professor at the Science Academy, a total VIP. The guard laughed nervously, sweat beading on his forehead. My bad, I thought he was lost. They walked into the banquet hall, which was decked out with futuristic decor and enough food to feed an army. Fang Zheng and Linham were ushered to the third row. The front rows were packed with the heavy hitters of the scientific world people whose names alone were worth millions. Professor Fang, I thought we were here to see receivers, Linham whispered. Fang Zheng smirked, shooting him a signal. Chill out. The real show starts after we eat. 10 minutes later, the room was packed to the gills. And naturally, a 12-year-old boy in a room full of boomers was attracting some stares. Who brought the kid? Is this a daycare or a top-secret summit? Did security fall asleep at the wheel? We need to file a complaint. What if he leaks confidential intel? Just as the gossip started heating up, a middle-aged man in a suit strutted onto the stage. He grabbed the microphone and scanned the crowd, a smug smile plastered on his face. Fang Zheng leaned in. That's the executive chairman of the Alliance. He's a big shot in satellite research. He helped to design the current GPS modules we use. Guy holds over 30 key patents. Basically, he's the final boss of the old guard. Ah, so that's him. Professor Jen Aiguo. Even Linham had seen his face on the tech news. Quiet down, everyone. I have a massive announcement to make today. Jen Aiguo cast a sideways glance at Linham and Fang Zheng's section. Fang Zheng and Jen Aiguo were like oil and water, totally different philosophies on how to save the country's tech. Jen cleared his throat. I have thrilling news. We've been in talks with Europe about joining the Galileo Satellite Alliance. Thanks to my team's relentless grinding, they finally agreed. All we have to do is pay an entry fee of 20 billion yuan. From now on, we won't be under the thumb of the British or American systems. We can finally ditch their tech. Some people in the crowd started cheering, thinking this was a victory. Recently, everyone has been dealing with the GPS signal ghosting us out of nowhere. Joining Europe's Galileo navigation system seems like the golden ticket to solve Huaxia's sticky situation. As expected of the professor, he has got the moves. 200 billion is not a small chunk of change, but after this power move the folks over in the UK, we'll have no choice but to bow down and whisper. The crowd was nodding like bobbleheads, totally sold on Professor Jen Aiguo's master plan. Seeing the worship and awe in everyone's eyes, Professor Jen puffed up like a peacock, his face glowing with pure pride. After all, not just any random NPC could solve a crisis of this magnitude. But over in the corner, Lin Han's brows furrowed tight. In his past life, Huaxia tried this exact same move with Galileo, only to get played like a fiddle by the European Union and lose a mountain of cash. It looked like history was hitting the replay button. Lin Han let out a heavy sigh, muttering under his breath that the EU and the UK were cut from the same cloth. There was no way they would actually share their precious navigation codes. The only true path for Huaxia was to grind and develop their own satellite system so they would never be pawns on someone else's chessboard again. Even though Lin Han was just whispering to himself, the hall was so silent you could hear a pin drop, meaning his little complaint echoed like a shout. The moment those words hung in the air, every single pair of eyes locked onto Lin Han like laser sights. Their jaws hit the floor when they realized the disc came from a kid who looked like he should be in elementary school. Everyone here was a titan of industry, or a pioneer top-tier elites. Jen Aiguo was a literal boss in the satellite tech world. And here he was, getting roasted by a pint-sized elementary student. Oh, his rage meter was definitely filling up. Forcing a stiff smile, Jen Aiguo dropped his voice to a menacing bass, demanding to know who dragged a toddler into such a serious setting. Was this really the place for a playdate? Just as the professor was grilling him, Fang. Zheng stood up and clapped back, declaring, "I brought him. He is with our Academy of Sciences." From the Academy? A literal child, Professor Zhen let out a scoff, his expression barely twitching as he processed that Professor Fang was the babysitter. Who knew the prestigious academy was so short-staffed they had to draft kindergartners to fill the seats? Dropping the mic on that insult, Zhen laughed and added, "Relax, Professor Fang, just busting your chops." Fang Zheng, however, gave him the silent treatment. Zhen Aiguo turned his gaze back to Lin Han, narrowing his eyes like a predator. He decided to actually debate the kid on his so-called worries. "We have obviously calculated the risks. We are going to sign an ironclad contract with the European Union. They absolutely won't break their word." Lin Han's face twisted into a bitter expression, since the whole room heard his whisper. Anyway, he decided to drop the filter and speak facts. "Didn't we sign a contract with the UK back in the day, and look where that got us? If they want to flip the script, that contract is just useless toilet paper. Professor Zhen, are you seriously signing up to get scanned by the EU for round 2? No one expected a teenager to have a tongue sharper than a katana." Professor Zhen felt his inner calm shattering under the kid's brutal logic. "Since when does an elementary schooler get to call the shots on national strategy? You think the EU would scam us?" Seeing the professor fuming, the other NPCs started piling on, criticizing Lin Han. "What does this snot-nosed brat know? Skipping homework to talk nonsense? Is the academy teaching kids to be this disrespectful? I guess the academy really is scraping the bottom of the barrel. Whose kid is this anyway, bringing him to such a high-level raid meeting?" Fang Zheng wanted to fire back, but a glance from Lin Han stopped him cold. Meanwhile, Zhen Aiguo puffed his chest out, chin high in the air. He stood there like a conquering hero. At this point, basically, everyone in the server was on his team. "Listen, kid from the academy, if we don't join the Galileo Alliance, tell me how exactly do you propose we deal with the UK?" Lin Han stayed as cool as a cucumber, replying, "I said it from the start. To put it bluntly, you're just scared of doing the hard work." He continued straight to the point. "If we can succeed on our own fast enough, why waste time playing 4D chess with the UK and their signal jamming?" The whole room stared at him. This kid is spouting absolute gibberish. Does he think finding a satellite is like playing hide and seek? He hasn't even touched the tech. So arrogant, it is like they opened the wrong channel and let a schoolboy troll the chat. Fang Zheng was about to expose the truth that Lin Han had literally already launched a satellite, but the crowd here was too mixed. Huaxia needed to move in silence right now. Low profile was the name of the game. It was best not to leak the satellite intel too early, so he forced himself to swallow the truth bomb he was about to drop. Seeing the room back him up, Zhen Aiguo was feeling himself. He laughed and waved his hand. "Gentlemen, the ramblings of a child don't matter. Next, you are all about to witness history. We are breaking the UK's chains and joining the glorious Galileo Satellite Alliance. I just got the notification. The 20 billion is locked and loaded, ready for transfer." Witnessing this proud moment, everyone was hyped up, buzzing with excitement. Only Lin Han and a tiny handful of others looked like they were watching a train wreck. It didn't matter whose team you joined. If you didn't own the tech, you were still just a puppet on strings. There was nothing to celebrate about that. Lin Han didn't want to watch 20 billion get flushed down the toilet. Sending that cash to the EU was literally throwing money out the window. That is 20 billion. That kind of bankroll could completely fund Huaxia's own satellite research. Why spend it sewing a wedding dress for someone else to wear? Zhen Aiguo finally lost his cool after Lin Han kept nagging him over and over again. He pointed a trembling finger at Lin Han and exploded. "I have reached my limit with you. You better learn your place, brat. If you are not with the Science Academy, I would have tossed you out on the street already. What does a little rugrat like you know about the real world?" He treated Lin Han's warnings like background noise. With everyone watching, he smashed the enter key and wired the funds straight to the European Union. The moment the transaction cleared the hall, erupted Galileo Galileo. But before the cheers could even fade, a reply pinged from the European Union. That response was way too fast. It was almost like they had it locked and loaded, just waiting for the cash. As expected of the legendary Professor Zhen, money sent, deal signed. Surely this is the official confirmation for our access to the Galileo positioning system. Professor put it on the big screen. Zhen Aiguo was buzzing with adrenaline. This was his baby, his magnum opus. Securing the Galileo Alliance meant he had single-handedly solved a massive crisis for the nation. He felt like the savior of the country. But as the email projected onto the giant screen, English text filled the room. "First off, we thank Professor Zhen for his generous personal support of the European Union and for donating 20 billion yuan to our cause. As a token of our gratitude, we have selected a minor asteroid and officially named it after Professor Zhen." Wait, that is it. The entire room froze, wearing the exact same expression of disbelief. You have got to be kidding me. 20 billion just to name a rock. And they named it after him. The crowd was paralyzed. The money was already gone. The union basically said thanks for the cash here is a sticker now. Get lost. Zhen Aiguo went into full meltdown mode. He frantically dialed his overseas contacts, but nobody picked up. The European middleman had ghosted him completely. Even a fool could see what just went down. Zhen Aiguo could not process this betrayal. They promised China a seat at the table with the Galileo satellite system. It was supposed to be full access. Instead, they got a worthless naming certificate for a space rock nobody cares about. Worse yet, having his name on that asteroid just cemented his legacy on the country's wall of shame forever. Zhen Aiguo was now the clown of the century, the fool who flushed billions of yuan straight down the toilet. The rage in the auditorium was palpable. Lin Han watched the chaos and shook his head helplessly. He had tried to warn them. The European Union was never going to just hand over the keys to their navigation system that easily. Professor Zhen, what is the meaning of this? You swore we were joining the alliance. 20 billion for a name tag, explain yourself. Facing the mob's fury, Zhen Aiguo stood on the podium shaking like a leaf. In a panic, he killed the projector power. Listen to me. This is not what it looks like. I do not spend national treasury funds just to name a planet they played me. I was scammed. But at this point, even if he jumped into the holy river, he could never wash away this stain. I will go there personally and demand answers. Zhen Aiguo tried to flee, but Lin Han's voice cut through the noise. Save your breath. The Union clearly planned to pocket that cash from day one. You are living in a dream world if you think you're getting a refund. I told you not to trust them. When push comes to shove, they and the kingdom are cut from the same cloth. We are weak, so we get played. Only when we hold the sword in our own hands do we have a voice. Have you all forgotten the humiliation of the treaty conference years ago? The crowd suddenly froze. They realized this was the same kid who had desperately tried to stop Zhen Aiguo from hitting send. Unbelievable. Everything had played out exactly the way this young man predicted. All eyes shifted to Lin Han. To see through a geopolitical trap at such a young age, this kid was a certified genius. Zhen Aiguo felt his gut twist with regret. The brat was right. He had spent months begging for this opportunity only to be played like a fiddle. They scammed him, and they scammed the country. If he had just listened to that warning, 20 billion yuan would still be in the vault. That money could have lifted thousands out of poverty or rebuilt entire cities. Instead, it bought a worthless piece of paper. So tell us, genius, what do we do now? The money is gone, the kingdom still controls our tech, and the Union just robbed us blind. Lin Han stepped forward. I gave you the answer, but nobody listened. That 20 billion is the price of your arrogance, especially yours. Lin Han pointed straight at Zhen Aiguo. The professor wanted to scream, but the shame felt like a stone lodged in his throat. You old fools make the mess, and someone else always has to clean it up. If we want to stop being puppets, we need our own tech. We need to build a satellite positioning system that belongs solely to us. The key is the receiver technology. Lin Han's eyes burned with intensity. He was about to change the world. Which brain-dead rookie came up with the bright idea to join the Galileo Satellite Alliance? Seriously, that's about as useful as a screen door on a submarine. Professor Fang stood up, backing his star pupil all the way. He scanned the room, asking, does any unit here have a spare receiver we could borrow? We need hardware stat. Lin Han smirked. His plan was savage. You launched the satellites, I just used them for free. Boom, old man Zhen was shaking in his boots after getting roasted by a kid. To be lectured by a pint-sized brat. The shame was burning him up inside in front of the whole crew too. He vowed to dig up dirt on this kid later. Was this some prank by the Science Academy? No way was he letting this slide. Those guys were just waiting for a chance to attack his reputation. He had to get his face back, no matter what. Finally, someone rolled out a clunky piece of junk, an early model receiver from the Pan River Research Unit. It only picked up basic GPS signals, but for Lin Han, it was gold. His eyes lit up like anime sparkles. This is it. This was the whole reason he came. Lin Han touched the machine, and bam! A storm of data flooded his brain. The system kicked in. Scanning receiver technology, processing, frequency locked system, unlocking in progress, satellite positioning system, unlocked 100%. Just like that, he had the blueprints for the entire tech tree. And get this, the system even threw in a bonus, weather jamming tech acquired. It was like hitting the jackpot without buying a ticket. His brain was now an encyclopedia of future tech. Watch out, world, the Western powers were about to wet themselves. Within 1 week, China's navigation system would be online. You guys can take the scrap metal back now, I'm done with it. Everyone stared as Lin Han zoned out and started acting weird, leaving the researcher totally confused. Lin Han just waved his hand like a boss. We're good, Professor Fang. Let's bounce. No reason to hang around these losers. The professor nodded. He didn't know exactly what Lin Han was cooking, but that confident smirk, it screamed victory. Now for the noobs in the back, the receiver is the heart of the beast. It grabs signals and crunches numbers. It tracks user location and processes data. Basically, without it, you're flying blind. If Lin Han nails this step, China's own GPS isn't just a dream anymore, it's destiny. They turned to leave, but old man Zhen wasn't having it. Hold up, he barked, eyes narrowing. You drop a bomb and leave? Who said they could build a system in 1 week? If he didn't crush this kid now, his reputation in the industry would be toast. How could he show his face in the scientific community ever again? Build a satellite system in 7 days. Please. Even if God himself came down with a wrench, it couldn't be done. It was pure fantasy. Lin Han paused, glancing back with a savage grin. Bet, come to the Science Institute in a week. I'll show you a miracle. Zhen was so mad, he nearly popped a blood vessel. Fine, just you wait if you fail. I'll make you the laughingstock of the century. And with that spicy mic drop, the meeting dissolved into total chaos. Lin Han, are you for real right now? Professor Fang asked, sweating bullets. Lin Han laughed. Relax, not only will I finish it, but I'm going to snatch the monopoly right out of the West's hands. It won't be easy, but I got this. The clock started ticking, and the Institute gained a legendary new resident. Over the next week, Old Man Zen kept showing up pretending he just wanted tea, but clearly trying to spy on the progress. Too bad Professor Fang played defense. He set up a VIP room, stuffed Jen with snacks, but locked him out of the lab. Geez, Professor Jen, beefing with a kid, really you need a hobby. If he actually pulls this off in a week, are you going to bow down and call him daddy, just wondering? Fang teased him mercilessly while sipping his tea like Kermit. The shade was real. Jen's face went dark. I'm the public enemy now. I was just trying to be realistic and that brat roasted me. I can't even show my face outside. It's all his fault. Fang just smirked. Careful, or you're going to get slapped by reality again. Jen rolled his eyes. A week impossible. Stop dreaming. I still don't get why a prestigious institute let a toddler run the lab. It's embarrassing. Fang stood up looking down on him with a knowing glint. Just wait a few more days. Your jaw's about to hit the floor. Time's up. 1 week later, Lin Han stared at his creation, grinning like a villain who just won the game. He'd installed a stealth antenna and boosted the frequency reception by over 100 times. The Galileo signals hacked. Russian satellites now, part of his playground. China wasn't blind anymore. Even Japan's signals were his to command. Oh, and did the West try to block their GPS cute? Lin Han's device just forcefully hijacked their signals anyway. The philosophy was simple. You launch them, I use them. Thanks for the donation. Hijacking your satellites. Please, you guys are helpless to stop it. I'm not just throttling your data packing speed. I'm completely seizing control of your entire satellite network. Anyone who's actually cracked open a textbook on satellite navigation knows the drill. More satellites equals sharper positioning and dead accurate guidance. But right now, the super frequency GNSS receiver that Lin Han developed is on a whole other level. It can literally leech off global satellite signals to transmit positioning data for Huaxia. In the future, we won't even need to launch our own birds into orbit. Of course, Lin Han wouldn't even bother looking at the garbage satellites other countries are tossing into space. Those useless hunks of metal have processing speeds slower than a snail. When push comes to shove, you still need the tech he built to get the job done. Professor Fang, it's been a whole week. Remember, that arrogant brat ran his mouth claiming he'd finished the satellite system in just 7 days. Time's up and I don't see a single thing moving, but then, who said nothing's moving? Suddenly, Lin Han's voice cut through the air from a distance. His face was the picture of chill, radiating that genius-level confidence. Seeing Lin Han stroll out, Chanai Guo narrowed his eyes and shot up from his chair. Let's get one thing straight right now. He wagged a finger in Lin Han's face like a disappointed schoolteacher. This system you built better not be trash compared to the European alliance. Otherwise, what was the point of your little science project? The accuracy needs to be within 100 meters minimum. And the signal transmission speed better stay within a 5-minute margin of error. With all those preconditions, Chanai Guo felt confident that Huaxia's current tech level couldn't possibly pull this off in a week. If you fail, you apologize to me, right now. But if you actually did it, I'll drop to my knees and call you master. You could see the adrenaline pumping through Chanai Guo as he spoke. His hair was practically standing on end from the excitement. Goosebumps everywhere. Talk about drama. Lin Han just looked up at him like he was watching a toddler throw a tantrum. Ignoring the noise, he walked straight over to Professor Fang. The gear is prepped and ready. Huaxia's satellite positioning system is about to go live. I think we should get Director I down here. We need to brainstorm a killer name for this bad boy. After all, we just shattered the foreign monopoly and broke through their blockade. Professor Fang chuckled softly. Don't worry, Director I is already speeding his way here. Before he could even finish, a gust of wind swept through the room. Director I Thiet Quan rushed in, looking breathless and gloomy, ripping off his coat as he entered. I heard the news. Lin Han actually pulled it off. He built the system. I rushed over as fast as I could. Seeing Director I's dark expression, Professor Fang asked, Is something wrong? Director I furrowed his brows and let out a heavy sigh. Ugh, I'm literally about to explode from anger. The 19th Missile Corps in Jiangcheng did a test launch today. But the GPS signal got cut and the missiles went rogue, flying straight back home. Is this another one of England's dirty tricks? Building our own satellite system isn't just a project anymore. It's a national emergency. Director I, sir? Chanai Guo tried to get his attention. Seeing the legendary Director I in the flesh made him stiffen up. The man's reputation in Huaxia was massive. Nobody expected him to show up personally. Director I, I'm Chanai Guo. I used to work on satellite positioning technology back in the day. Hearing that name, Director I's face instantly turned pitch black. He narrowed his eyes, scanning the guy from head to toe. Oh, so it's you. The guy who blew 200 billion yuan just to get scammed by the European alliance. You really lost the bait and the fish on that one, didn't you? Chanai Guo felt like the director was poking a fresh wound with a stick. He laughed awkwardly. I did it for Huaxia, who knew the Europeans would be such backstabbers. Director I waved his hand, cutting him off. He didn't want to hear excuses. That 200 billion came from the defense budget. Of course he was furious. Hurry up and show me this new system Lin Han built. I need something to cheer me up right now. Chanai Guo caught the shade being thrown his way. Seething with jealousy, he whispered a snarky comment. What kind of advanced tech could a kid possibly invent? Sure, I got scammed by the Europeans, but at least I was out there fighting for Huaxiao's interests. Fighting for what? Director I didn't even bother looking at him. Professor Fang had already spilled the tea days ago. Lin Ham tried to warn Chan Aiguo, but the guy wouldn't listen. 200 billion poof gone with the wind. Lin Ham led the group to the testing zone. In the center stood a mysterious device completely concealed under a moisture-proof tarp. Lin Ham stepped up to the center, grabbed the fabric, and yanked it down in one smooth motion. The moment the cover slid off, a sleek metallic superfrequency receiver revealed itself radiating a high-tech aura. Old Liu rolled the gear out. Ever since the model satellite incident, Liu Kei had been totally converted. He wasn't a hater anymore. He was practically Lin Ham's energetic hype man. Grinning from ear to ear, he pushed the satellite control unit into place. These two devices were about to link up with the birds in the sky. A complete, fully functional positioning system had officially been constructed. Chan Aiguo stared at the machines, letting out a mocking sneer. What is this supposed to prove? It's just two boxes, one controller and one receiver. The receiver looked like a straight-up brick, completely missing an antenna. Anyone who's ever cracked a book on GPS knows the drill. Bigger antenna means better signal. So what exactly was this toy supposed to catch a cold? Was it just a fancy FM radio? Everyone knew he was in a rush, but this was pushing it. Lin Han just let out a low chuckle and fired up the device. Liu Kui flashed a $1 million grin, showing off his pearly whites. All right then, showtime. A low hum vibrated through the room as both devices lit up in sync. The screen instantly projected a simulation of a satellite connection. You've got the hardware, sure, Jen Aiguo scoffed, shaking his head. But without the satellites, it's just a glorified paperweight. The whole point of GPS is the satellite. We don't even have a network up there yet. How are you going to navigate by vibes? Lin Han's smirk deepened. Who told you the sky was empty? Old Liu slapped his chest proudly. He was thinking, please, I do this for breakfast. I put those birds up there myself. His fingers danced across the keyboard like a concert pianist, far above at an altitude of over 12,000 miles. 3 dormant satellites woke up receiving the command from ground control. Instantly, 3 distinct lights pinged on the monitor. That was the undeniable signature of a live satellite link. Witnessing this, Jen Aiguo felt a chill run down his spine. His jaw practically hit the floor. Since when did we launch satellites without it being all over the news? Usually, a launch is a global event. We're a peaceful developing nation, came the reply. Real G's move in silence. Why make a fuss over tossing a few gadgets into orbit? Jen Aiguo forced himself to cool down. He realized he was tripping way too hard, making himself look like an amateur. Okay, so you have 3. Big deal. The British JPS system has 24 satellites providing global coverage. Lin Han laughed softly. You're only seeing 3 right now? Because that's the warm-up. Since our country only approved 3 orbital slots and frequency bands so far, that's all I can show you. But this is just the appetizer. Once the rest of the permit's clear, you're going to see a whole sky full of stars. Jen Aiguo shot him a side-eye. Keep dreaming, kid. A sky full of stars. Let me give you a reality check. The British took 16 years to build their 24 satellite network. Your so-called starry sky is going to take, 100 years stop capping and be realistic. I told you from the jump building, a GPS network isn't an overnight job. That's why I pushed so hard to join the European Galileo Alliance. Jen Aiguo regained his swagger. He felt vindicated. Sure, the EU might have played them, but he was just a victim of circumstances. He held his head high, convinced his strategy was the only logical play. The situation is critical and the clock is ticking. Building our own system is a pipe dream right now. Honestly, I don't see any potential in this kid's project. My recommendation stands, we need to piggyback on another country's system. My team is already in talks with Japan. Hearing this, Aitish Kwan instantly exploded with rage. Are you insane? You want us to rely on the enemy joining the Japanese system is basically national suicide. Get out of my face! Jen Aiguo spread his hands helplessly. Then what's the play? The British keep jamming our signal. We can't live like this forever. We only have 3 birds in the sky. We are literally 1,000 miles away from a working network. Before he could finish his sentence, a middle-aged man in a suit burst into the room. He was clutching a folder, sprinting like his life depended on it. Sweating and panting, he screamed out in pure ecstasy. Success, we did it. 1,200 orbital slots and frequencies. All approved. It's Project 34, the infinite cosmos. It's the glory of our nation. 1,200 orbits. Hearing that number, Jen Aiguo froze. The entire room exchanged looks of absolute shock. Since when could you get that many slots in medium Earth orbit? Everyone stared at each other, eyes wide with disbelief. How is that even possible? The British system only has 24 satellites, and you just requested 1,200. Jen Aiguo let out a mocking laugh. Do you even know basic physics? Stop embarrassing yourself. Do you have any idea how hard it is to get a slot in medium Earth orbit? It's prime real estate. In the last 30 years, our entire nation only managed to secure 107 slots. And that includes the junk we already retired. Lin Han looked up, his eyes gleaming with intensity. Who said anything about medium Earth orbit? Ever heard of geostationary orbit, the satellite chain? 1,200 satellites forming a vast starry sky. And now I'm going to show you exactly what that looks like. Liu Kui felt his blood boiling with excitement. He smashed the command key. Initiate fission sequence. The three original dots on the screen suddenly split apart at terrifying speed. The number of satellites on the monitor multiplied like a virus, a sky full of stars. Oh, it was very real. Jen Aiguo watched the points of light bloom across the screen. His breathing hitched. His heart hammered against his ribs like a war drum. These signals, they weren't fake. They meant this kid who looked like he should still be in elementary school. He had actually built a massive satellite network, and he did it in geostationary orbit. That orbit was only about 300 to 400 miles above the ground. This changed everything. The signal speed was absolutely insane. The accuracy was pinpoint, and the services provided were next level. Plus, with 3 satellites in medium Earth orbit, the precision just took a quantum leap forward. Professor Chan felt his knees turn to absolute jelly. He clutched the railing for dear life, gasping for air while his heart tried to pound right out of his chest. Meds, I need my heart med stat. Professor Chan pointed shakily at his pocket, his eyes practically rolling back into his skull from the sheer shock. Fang Zheng scrambled to grab the pills from the professor's pocket and shoved 2 of them into his mouth. It took a hot minute for the color to return to his face. 100 satellites. What kind of celestial technology is this? And what about accuracy? How is your atomic clock research holding up? Linham just smirked like it was nothing. Atomic clocks are a piece of cake. Mine only loses 1 millisecond every 10 million years. What in the world? That tech completely crushed the British standards, and he was acting like it was child's play. Good heavens, kid, are you trying to completely shatter my entire understanding of reality? Without that ultra-precise atomic clock, satellites are just expensive space junk. Hearing this, Professor Chan felt like he'd just been resurrected from the dead. 10 million years for a single millisecond of error. Do you have any idea how insane that concept is? The top-tier British clocks lost a second every 3 million years. But this kid's tech was off by a mere millisecond in 10 million years. Professor Chan went from total skeptic to fanboy in seconds. The raw data didn't know how to lie. The holographic displays proved everything the boy said was true. Huaxia's exclusive satellite positioning system wasn't just a dream, it was reality. Fang Zheng and Director Ai were left standing there with their jaws on the floor. They knew Linham was a genius, but this was god-tier, a literal elementary schooler had mastered complex aerospace technology. It was almost ironic. Fang Zheng patted the still shell-shocked Professor Chan on the back. So what's the verdict? Professor Chan stared wide-eyed at the screen. The kid had actually pulled it off. He had lost so much face today he wanted to crawl into a hole. But curiosity won out. I just need to know how you did it. Saying that made Professor Chan cringe so hard his toes curled up in his shoes. Linham chuckled. If you want to learn, I don't mind schooling you. I actually put together a development handbook for the satellite positioning system right here. Since you've got such unique skeletal structure and a face thick enough to block bullets, I'll gift this manual to you. Study it hard, maybe you'll reach enlightenment. Professor Chan wasn't a villain at heart. He was just an obstinate old mule. Past glory had made him arrogant, blinding him to the truth and leading his research into a dead end. But his stubbornness had cost the nation 20 billion yuan. The people were paying the price for his foolishness. And honestly, Linham wasn't exactly ready to forgive and forget that level of waste. Professor Chan grabbed the book like it was a sacred relic. To him, this wasn't just notes, it was like the legendary Nine-Yang Manual of Martial Arts. Is this really for me? He rubbed his hands together, trembling with excitement. Linham nodded, and a golden light seemed to flash in the professor's eyes. With this knowledge, Huaxia wouldn't have to fear any signal jamming or interference from foreign powers ever again. Looking back, his refusal to trust Linham was just pure ego and arrogance. Yet the kid didn't hold a grudge. He even handed over the tech Linham might be small, but his spirit was larger than life. Professor Chan humbled himself completely. I was wrong. If I had listened to you, we wouldn't have lost that 20 billion to the EU. He bowed his head like a schoolboy in detention. Linham just sighed. Suddenly, agents from the National Security Bureau stormed into the Science Institute looking for Professor Chan. Chan stood up totally confused. The agents flashed their badges and dropped the hammer. You're suspected of colluding with Europe and wasting state assets. You're coming with us? Suddenly it all clicked for Professor Chan. You mean the 20 billion? Ah, fine. It was my mistake after all. I'll cooperate. Punish me however you see fit. When national security moves, nobody gets in their way. Honestly, Professor Chan brought this on himself. A little suffering might actually do him some good. Seeing Linham gift that manual to Chan, Director Ai, and Fang Zheng were practically drooling with envy. Haha, Linham, buddy. Our relationship is way better than yours with that old guy, right? Fang Zheng winked, clearly hinting at something. Linham laughed, exposing the truth. Oh, that I printed like 100 copies to hand out to the dev team. I just tossed him one to be nice. Poor Professor Chan. The old fool was treating a mass-produced pamphlet like a one-of-a-kind treasure. But make no mistake, that manual was still the crystallized wisdom of Linham's genius. Huaxia's future shouldn't rest on just one boy's shoulders. His goal was to spread the knowledge and let the whole nation rise. Our satellite navigation grid is finally 100% complete. It's high time we christened this masterpiece. Fang Zheng broke the silence while Aitia Jun stared intensely at the tech. Naming is always the hardest part, isn't it? But suddenly a light bulb went off in Linhan's head. Think back hundreds of years ago to the ancient times. Before high-tech maps, our ancestors navigated by the rising sun and the endless night sky. They looked to the stars, to the constellations that never failed them. The Northern Dipper, The Big Dipper, the eternal guide in the darkness. That is the spirit we need to capture right now. It's a symbol of hope that has guided emperors and travelers for eons. But just as the mood was getting legendary, the atmosphere shifted instantly. A sudden piercing ringtone shattered the silence like a gunshot. Director I snatched the phone. Hello? We felt a tremor here too, but the epicenter isn't local, right? The voice on the other end delivered a bombshell. Director I's face went pale as a sheet. Say that again. He heard something that his brain refused to process. The phone slipped from his grip in slow motion. Tears welled up in his eyes. His fists unclenched and his whole body began to tremble uncontrollably. Zhuancheng City, 300 kilometers away. It's been hit by a catastrophic earthquake. Fang Zheng didn't hesitate for a second. We need to mobilize the rescue team immediately. Our department has stockpiles of heavy coats, blankets, and emergency tents ready to go. I'm heading out to secure food and water right now. Lin Han took a deep breath, steeling his nerves. The moment he had been dreading was finally here. In the previous timeline, the British forces controlled the disaster relief airspace. They trolled the rescue efforts, causing countless brave soldiers to lose their lives for nothing. Back then, they didn't just refuse to apologize. They publicly shamed our country on the world stage for lacking our own navigation tech. The memory of that humiliation tasted bitter like ash in his mouth. But this time, the script has changed. The Beidou satellite system is fully operational. So what did the British lock us out of their GPS? Do they think we don't have our own eyes in the sky now? 1,200 satellites forming an inescapable net atomic clocks with an error margin of a fraction of a second over 10 million years. Our positioning accuracy is down to the millimeter level. This system is a beast. It's 1,000 times stronger than their trash-tier GPS. And that's not all. Lin Han had unlocked the weather manipulation tech too. While building the satellites, he casually whipped up a system that can summon storms or clear skies on a whim. Talk about an overpowered side project. If those foreign powers want to flex, let them try. They're in for a rude awakening. Lin Han cut through the noise. I propose we activate the Beidou system immediately, total global coverage right now. The British won't show us any mercy. They definitely won't give us free GPS access during this crisis. Lin Han's logic was flawless. IT Jun and Fang Zheng nodded furiously. Agreed, Lin Han. The activation of the North Star is in your hands. We'll handle the logistics and emergency resources. Lin Han gave a firm nod. With Liu Qi there to back him up, they were an unstoppable duo. The team split up to execute the mission. Lin Han grabbed Liu Qi and sprinted toward the control center. Achieving global coverage with Beidou was going to take some serious hustle. Director I had just received the grim details. Most buildings in Xuancheng had collapsed into rubble. The situation inside was a black box of horror. The entire nation began to move. Rescue units from all four corners of the country were rushing toward the epicenter. The whole world was watching, but the roads were blocked by debris. Traditional vehicles were useless. The only way in was from the sky. Paratroopers. But an airborne drop right now. That was basically a suicide mission. They were facing three deadly obstacles. First, the weather over the city was a mystery. High winds or heavy rain could turn the paratroopers into tragedies before they even touched the ground. Second, the jump altitude. They had to drop from 5,000 meters. Normal paratroopers train at 3,000 meters. That's a 2,000 meter gap in experience. Jumping blindly from that height is insane difficulty. Third, the navigation issue. Without precise guidance, they'd be flying blind, especially if the GPS signal gets jammed. These three problems were like massive mountains blocking the path of life. Human effort alone might not be enough to move them. Meanwhile, across the ocean, upon hearing about the disaster, the British officials showed their true colours. They publicly announced a calibration of their GPS signals. Some regions might experience a temporary blackout. That was code for sabotage. If they want to save their people, they have to play by our rules. No GPS for them unless they get on their knees and beg. Ha 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 ha. The high-ranking officials were laughing drunk on their own power. Controlling the GPS meant they had their hands around the throat of the entire rescue operation. You want to fight nature? Pay the price first. Then one official flashed a wicked snake-like grin. I have an even better idea. Let's give them the signal at first. Wait until their soldiers are mid-air. And then cut the feed. Ha 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 ha. The British side was buzzing with malicious glee. The plan was set and the vibe was toxic. Everyone agreed to pull the trigger immediately. Their goal to watch the reputation of Huaxia's leadership crash and burn completely. Right after the UK dropped a public announcement, they claimed GPS signals were being adjusted, but out of generosity for the disaster, they would try their best to keep it online. Yeah, right. They spouted poetic lines about how natural disasters are cruel, but humans are kind. The irony was off the charts. The big shots in Huaxia actually bought it for a second, thinking the UK turned a new leaf. But little did they know it was a classic case of a wolf in sheep's clothing. The rescue op was on a ticking clock. The Air Force scrambled instantly, gearing up for a high-stakes jump. High in the azure sky, three transport giants soared like eagles. The captain locked onto the target zone, 300 kilometers to go. Even with the weather acting up, they were 30 minutes out. Full speed ahead. The mood at command was heavy as lead. But suddenly the screen flickered. Glitch. Static. Then, darkness. In a heartbeat, all data vanished. GPS signal lost. Are you kidding me? GPS lost. We are flying blind, requesting immediate backup. The captain's heart sank as the navigation display went totally black. The GPS was cut. Damn it. What kind of animals are those British guys? One second they are preaching support, and the next they're jamming the signal that is straight up savage. The commander did not hesitate. Get the British GPS department on the line now. A moment later, the liaison officer rushed back, looking like he had seen a ghost. Sir, they claim the GPS is overloaded. They are running a massive military drill and hogging all the bandwidth. Smack! The commander slammed his hat onto the ground. Bullcrap! They are in Europe. We are in Asia. We do not even use the same satellite nodes. This is sabotage. We are fighting a disaster and they are playing dirty games. Command! We have thick fog ahead! The captain screamed. Without navigation, we cannot jump. It is suicide. The screams for help pierced the air. The commander clenched his fist so hard his nails dug into his skin, drawing blood. Oh, damn it all. This is what happens when we rely on someone else's tech. Our boys are out there and those British jerks just have to lift a finger to doom them. Do they have no soul? Suddenly, a robotic voice forcefully hijacked the comms channel. This is the Huaxia Beidou Satellite Navigation System Control Unit. I am Linham, number 36, representing the will of Huaxia. The Beidou Satellite Control System is online. The commander froze, completely baffled. Since when does Huaxia have a Beidou system? Is this a prank who is messing around at a time like this? But Linham's voice cut through the doubt. Repeating, this is Beidou Control. Initiating override to connect your units to our satellite network. The commander let out a dry laugh. Connect to Beidou, quit the jokes, kid. But even as he scoffed, he signaled the tech guy. Check that signal source immediately. A realization hit the commander like a truck. Wait, does this mean we actually built our own navigation system? Liu Kuei grinned like a madman. You bet we did. Link it up every second wasted, it's another danger to the victims. The commander nodded frantically. Do it, connect now. Get that signal to the planes. In an instant, a brand new signal beamed straight to the aircraft. The game had changed. Inside the transport plane, the vibe was intense. The soldiers sat in silence, conserving every ounce of energy for the drop. But losing GPS was like gouging out their eyes. They were flying into the unknown. It felt like the Grim Reaper was already holding a scythe to their throats. The captain made a wild decision. Listen up, the British cut our feed to sabotage this rescue. They think a dirty trick like that can stop the People's Army. Our training was not for show. Altitude is 5,000 meters. I am calculating the drop zone manually. My gut says we are right over the target, comrades. Are you scared? Answer me. Are you scared? A soldier roared back, scared of what? Then the whole cabin erupted in unison. Scared of what? The shout was so loud it felt like it shook the heavens. That earlier silence was not fear, it was focus. Huaxia soldiers do not know the meaning of the word fear. We wrote our wills before we boarded. We are ready to fight death itself. They knew the score before they even strapped in. 5,000 meters up. That is uncharted territory, a straight-up nightmare for the Air Force. But fear not an option. Not when hundreds of thousands of lives were down there, praying for a miracle. Comrades, the commander's voice rasped like gravel, our moment of truth is here. The disaster is our command. Our people are waiting. The order cut through the static heavy with duty. 3 massive transport birds, 150 warriors, all waiting for the green light to drop into hell. Shu Yen Tan had gone completely dark. Nobody knew what horrors waited below. These guys were the vanguards, the suicide squad, broken into teams of 15. They were like human flares dropping into the abyss. If one light gets snuffed out, the next team steps up to take its place. They would keep dropping until a beacon finally lit up the ruins of the city. The hatch slowly groaned open. You could see the warrior badge carved into every single stoic expression. The wind hit them like a truck. Fog curled into the cabin like a ghost, and the cold bit deep, but not a single soldier flinched. Because these dudes were not made of flesh and bone. They were forged from steel, tougher than any blade. Just as they were about to dive, the captain's headset screamed. A massive data packet from the Air Force Command Center was coming in hot. The Big Dipper satellite system was online. Precise coordinates received. Check your screens immediately. It is the Big Dipper system. Precise coordinates! The captain was shook. But when the data loaded, his shock turned to pure adrenaline-fueled hype. 1,200 satellites in the heavens had all locked their sights on Shu Yen Tan. After syncing with the Heaven's Eye data, the captain realized the terrifying truth. They were 10 kilometers off target. If they had jumped a second ago, disaster. They would have missed the zone completely and landed straight in the jaws of death. The captain slammed his arm across the hatch, stopping the soldiers. Hold up aboard the jump. I just got a feed from HQ. We are talking coordinates with millimeter-level precision here. Adjust course immediately. Then we drop. As the order echoed, the tension in the plane broke into excited shouts. Accurate data, that meant their survival rate just leveled up significantly. This is a gift from the gods. Chief, did the GPS signal come back? The captain shook his head, a wry smile on his face. GPS is still dead. HQ says they are using something called the Big Dipper system. Never heard of it, and right now, I do not care. We got the cheat codes, boys. We have the data. The commander nodded, his eyes burning with renewed hope. Meanwhile, the Air Force Command Center was buzzing like a beehive. They were crunching numbers like crazy, trying to feed the best intel to the front lines. We have the location, but we are still blind on visuals. Without a map of the wreckage, the rescue is still going to be hell, the operations director said, sweating bullets. But Lamb Ham? He just leaned back and smirked. Relax. As long as I am here, history will not repeat itself. 1,200 satellites are about to wake up and flex their full power. Give me 60 seconds. I'm sending a high-definition live stream of the entire city to the main screen. Watch this. The director frowned, confused. What? How is that even possible? Satellites take photos, they do not do live video. Even the top-tier British spy tech has a 24-hour delay. Lamham replied with a cool confidence. British tech, that is dinosaur stuff. This is the latest black technology from our homeland. 1,200 eyes in the sky are opening up simultaneously. Link number 374, 4K live stream, God's eye view activated. The director froze. This was not just a stream. This was God-tier surveillance. The director's jaw hit the floor. What does this mean? Lamham chuckled. Data sent. Look at the big screen. Before he could finish, a crystal clear 4K holographic map of the city exploded onto the main display. It was a full three-dimensional render of Shuyanthan broadcasting in real time. The director was not looking at static photos. He was watching a movie. Oh my God. Is there any lag? Lamham's face turned serious. Yeah, about 1 millisecond. 1 millisecond, that is basically zero. That meant they had a live feed of the disaster zone. No more groping in the dark. They could spot survivors instantly. The rescue speed and success rate just multiplied by 100. It was literally like walking into a final exam with the answer key in your hand. The director was hyped, but then he looked closer at the screen and his face fell. The aftermath was brutal. Ruins everywhere, dust choking the air. The screen showed people screaming in pain, desperate for help. The director snapped out of his trance. There was no time to waste. Every second wasted was a life lost. He slammed the button, syncing the God's Eye data directly to the 3 rescue planes. Go save them! When the captain saw that video feed, it hit him harder than a physical blow. His jaw practically hit the floor. Shock didn't even begin to cover it. Is this really the disaster zone right now? After a quick double check with the ops manager, the green light was lit. The manager nodded with absolute certainty. That's affirmative. Boys, it's go time. Launch the rescue up immediately. With the situation on the ground revealed and the Beidou satellite locking in coordinates with sniper-like precision, the rescue squad cooked up a flawless plan in seconds. With target coordinates that accurate, our warriors didn't need to gamble with their lives just to scout the area. It was like someone finally turned on the lights in a pitch-black room, target acquired. Comrades, squad up, charge. At the drop of a hat, 150 elite rescuers leaped from the transport plane without a shred of fear. Meanwhile, across the pond, the British officials were popping champagne like it was a festival. They were high on the thrill of holding Huaxia's fate in a chokehold. Just by jamming the GPS signal, they thought they dealt a critical hit to the country. That feeling of playing Puppet Master, they were absolutely addicted to it. Without our precious GPS system, entering that quake zone is a suicide mission. Unless they're literal angels, they're flying blind into a death trap. Ha 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 ha. The high-ranking British officials cackled like cartoon villains. Huaxia is going to take a massive L today. Besides, it's not our citizens dying, so who cares? They have so many people anyway. What's a few 100,000 less? What's the point of those idiots building carriers if they can't navigate? Without eyes, even a carrier is just another Titanic waiting for an iceberg. Sinking is the only ending written for them. Angels, please. Who needs angels when you have something better? Right now, divine warriors were descending from the heavens. From 5,000 meters up, living legends dived towards the target. At 300 meters, white shoots bloomed like majestic jellyfish filling the sky. Boom, a perfect landing right in the heart of the chaos. The moment they cut their shoots, they rushed into the ruins like glowing saviors. Is anyone there? We got your help has arrived? Seeing Daddy Britain make a move, Japan jumped in to chase some clout too. They claimed to send aid supplies, but get this, the transport plane was filled with thousands of paper cranes. The relief team was livid when they saw the cargo. Are you kidding me? You animals, what are starving people going to do with origami? And the audacity Japan used the aid mission as an excuse to loiter in Huaxia's airspace and spy. But nothing hides from Linham's all-seeing Beidou system. Lock-on confirmed. Linham scoffed, a dog acts like a dog no matter what. Since you guys love causing trouble so much, I've got a little surprise left over from the British package just for you. Caught in 4K, Huaxia's top brass spotted Japan's sneaky little maneuvers instantly. They were forced to exit the territory immediately. They clearly came to troll, not to help. The higher-ups were absolutely done with their nonsense. The mission clock hit 48 hours. Thanks to the satellite support, the whole operation was smoother than butter. The UK and other countries sat back with popcorn, waiting for the tragic news. They were imagining a total blackout without their GPS. They expected chaos, tears, and total failure, but then came 12:23 a.m. Huaxia announced, mission accomplished. The news anchor beamed with a smile that said, we won. Good evening, everyone. Tune in because we have a legendary update on the rescue mission. The screen lit up with crystal clear footage powered by 1,200 synchronized satellites. It showed that sky full of white parachutes crashing down like a tsunami of hope. Seeing that footage made everyone's blood boil with hype. This is the ultimate security guarantee provided by the People's Army. Danger hardship doesn't matter. When those uniforms show up, the word safety is written in stone. The anchor kept dropping win after win about the relief efforts. Finally, the scoreboard dropped. Mission time, 48 hours. Injured 58,688. Deaths, 0. I repeat, absolute 0. To speedrun a disaster of this magnitude with stats like that is the unbreakable iron will of Huaxia on full display. Are they hacking? The British officials were lagging in real life. We killed the GPS. How did they land those jumps with such accuracy? And where are they getting these 8K resolution images from? The UK analysts ran the numbers on this rescue mission over and over. They analysed it until their brains hurt. And their final cope, Huaxia must be lying. There's no way they're definitely hiding the body count. It's a cover-up. To save face, they launched a massive smear campaign. They started spreading fake news claiming the data was forged. Director IT Jun, who just got back from the front lines, he was about to explode with rage. Lin Han flashed a devilish grin at Director I. Chill out, sir. They're about to taste their own medicine. I've got a plan that's absolutely wicked. Li. Director I frowned, looking skeptical. How? Lin Han leaned in, whispering the details into his ear. Well, what do you think? The director's eyes lit up like Christmas lights. You sly little fox. You were waiting for them to slip up all along. Lin Han smirked. Honestly, I had a plan B, but the earthquake gave me the perfect opening. I'm on it. ITA Jun nodded, rushing off to organise the setup. Meanwhile, number 38 tallied the score. Satellites check. Weather weapons, you bet he has those too. The UK media was having a field day roasting Huaxia non-stop. Everyone was screaming that they were hiding the real data fueling the public's rage. But then, boom, the internet exploded. A new narrative hit the web like a viral shockwave, flipping the script instantly. It was a report so logical, so backed by evidence that nobody could doubt it. It spread like wildfire. The headline screamed, Huaxia, and the EU joined forces' official entry into the Galileo satellite system confirmed. Looks like that massive $20 billion investment finally paid off. The article claimed the Galileo system was the real hero behind the disaster relief success, giving all the credit to European tech. And the receipts were all there. Screenshots of the $20 billion transfer and private chat logs between Zhenaiguo and the EU big shots. It looked undeniable. The UK officials lost their minds. Bravo, our own allies stabbed us in the back. The fire was coming from inside the house. They immediately got the EU on the line demanding answers for this betrayal. The EU officials were stunningly confused, their faces turning grim. Is Huaxia insane? Why are they lying? We scammed them out of money and now they're giving us credit, claiming they used our satellites for the rescue. It makes no sense. What's their own angle? Ring, ring. The EU reps picked up the phone from the UK High Command. Before they could even say hello, the British side unleashed a storm of F-bombs. Damn it, Magooby. Wait, they understood the English swears, but what the heck is a Magooby? The UK was a global titan, the only superpower nobody dared to mess with. So the RU officials just took the abuse trembling in fear. Sir, why are you cursing out our ancestors like that? The UK laid out the evidence. The EU reps panicked trying to explain. No, we didn't give them any satellite signals, I swear. We took the money, sure, but we were just scamming them. We never delivered the goods. The UK official laughed, but it wasn't a happy laugh. Scamming them bullshit, you're scamming us. Who takes billions and does nothing? You took the cash, you did the job. Don't play dumb. The EU team was sweating bullets, unable to prove their innocence. But we literally took the money for nothing. That's the truth, we're just greedy, not traitors. The Brit exploded. Do I look like a toddler to you? The bank transfer records are public, the receipts are everywhere. Stop playing games. The EU officials tried to explain again, helpless against the evidence. We were just toying with Huaxia. It was a trick. They fell for our trap, sent the $20 billion, but we blocked them from Galileo. The British side cut them off. All I see is $20 billion in your pocket. Good job, traitor. Colluding with the enemy, you're going to regret this. Click. The line went dead. Panic swept through the EU headquarters like a plague. They couldn't afford a war with the UK. But no matter what they said, they looked guilty as sin. Only one move left. Refund the $20 billion publicly. It hurt, but the UK's wrath would cost way more than mere money. That's when it hit them. Huaxia played them like a fiddle. What a masterstroke. Releasing the transfer info wasn't a brag, it was bait to sick the British dogs on the EU. And in the process, it proved Huaxia's relief efforts were legit, because they supposedly had European help. Talk about borrowing a knife to kill a rival. But this was just the appetizer. Huaxia's strategy runs deep. Just one chapter of Sun Tzu is enough to wreck these guys. They were playing 4D chess while the West was still playing with mud. That stolen money from Zhenaiguo. It wasn't cash anymore, it was a burning hot potato. Desperate to prove their loyalty, the EU wired the money back instantly. They issued a statement, Huaxia is not part of Galileo. We are returning the funds. They blamed rumours, but the cash was already back in the account. Zhenaiguo got the notification. Before this went down, Director I had briefed him on Lin Han's crazy scheme. He didn't believe it at first, but seeing that lost fortune return, his respect for Lin Han shot through the roof. The EU and UK would never guess they just got played by a 12-year-old kid. Talk about satisfying. A booming laugh erupted behind Lin Han. Director I slapped his knee. That move? Absolutely legendary. I bet even if the European Union coughs up the cash, the British aren't going to buy their story. Trust is dead. Lam Ham smirked, nodding like he saw it coming. You got that right. Once a wall goes up in someone's heart, tearing it down is harder than climbing to heaven. Director I nodded, stroking his chin. Man, Lam Ham's wisdom is way beyond his years. Destiny works in mysterious ways. That missing 200 million, it's perfect funding to rebuild the city now. On behalf of everyone in the disaster zone, seriously thank you, kid. A big shot, like Director I actually bowed. Lam Ham panicked and quickly helped the director up with a humble smile. You earned this respect. That earthquake was a beast, but thanks to you, we had 0 casualties. It's a miracle. It was all thanks to him. Lam Ham took a deep, steadying breath, feeling the weight of the moment. Since the director put it that way, he'd accept the praise. But his eyes darkened with a hidden agenda. The game isn't over yet. If we hadn't developed the Northern Star satellite system the moment they jammed the signal, total chaos would have erupted. Imagine the nightmare scenario if our tech wasn't ready to counter them. The British jammed our GPS. That could have wiped us out. So no, we're not done. It's time they paid the price for their arrogance. Lam Ham's eyes burned with resolve. A heavy price, Director I frowned, staring at him intensely. What are you plotting? What kind of price look we just started winning? We need peace to develop, not a war. Don't be rash. Lam Ham flashed a chill, mysterious smile. Relax, Director I. Just follow me. Once you see this, everything will click. Director I followed him, skepticism written all over his face. What was this kid up to now? But the moment he stepped into the warehouse, his heart hammered against his ribs. Looking up at the towering machine piercing the sky, his jaw hit the floor. What on earth is that? Lam Ham chuckled softly. That are just a little weather jamming device. It messes with local weather patterns. Nothing permanent, just enough to give our friends across the pond a very bad day. Lam Ham tapped a few keys, locking onto the target, the Washington district. He hit execute. Type, hailstorm, status extreme. A massive ice storm was about to hit them right in the middle of spring. Director I froze like a statue. Wait, a weather weapon? You actually have one of those? He looked like he'd seen a ghost. When did you even build this monstrosity? Lam Ham laughed casually. Just tinkered with it while working on the satellite system. Just a side project. Project 39, an eye for an eye. Director I's brain short-circuited. A side project? You built a weather weapon out of boredom? The director was screaming internally. His heart was beating faster than a techno beat drop. He thought the kid was a genius for the satellite, but this was a hidden ultimate move, and he made it casually. It was absolute madness. This thing could slap the enemy in the face from halfway across the world, and they wouldn't find a single fingerprint. Of course, right now, Lam Ham's toy wasn't at full apocalyptic power yet. To turn it into a true god-tier weapon, he'd need to grind for more tech upgrades and research. Meanwhile, over Washington, dark clouds gathered like a demon army. 3 hours later, day turned into night. The whole city plunged into chaos. The Weather Bureau was losing it. These clouds aren't moving. They've been there too long. What is happening? It was unnatural. A storm appearing out of nowhere with 0 scientific explanation. They were baffled, investigating, without a clue. Humans think they know nature, but they haven't seen anything yet. The British Bureau shrugged it off as a freak event and issued a basic storm warning. Just bring an umbrella, folks. Big mistake. But 30 minutes later, boom thunder shook the earth like a bomb blast. The sound threatened to tear the sky apart. A bolt of lightning slashed through the darkness like a divine sword splitting the heavens. Then came the rain. Of ice. Thumb-sized hailstones pelted down like machine gun fire. Crash. Pedestrians screamed as the ice bullets left them bruised and battered instantly. It hurts. It's huge. Run for your lives. People were getting knocked out cold in the streets. It was total pandemonium. Car alarms blared in a deafening symphony across the entire city. Beep, beep, beep. The barrage didn't stop. The ice chunks were getting bigger, heavier, and deadlier. Suddenly, hailstones the size of a human hand crashed down. Smashed windows shattered everywhere, accompanied by terrifying screams. Mommy help cries echoed everywhere. The Weather Bureau stared at their screens in horror. Hand-sized hail. This wasn't weather anymore. It was a calamity. The government immediately issued a code red, stay indoors or you will get wrecked. Back home, the high officials heard the news. They suppressed their smirks and sent a very polite, very sincere message of condolence. Karma served cold. The high-ranking officials in the UK started throwing major shade the moment the earthquake hit. From their ivory towers in Washington, they bragged about facing a once-in-a-century ice storm, like it was a walk in the park. Their attitude was basically, if you guys can survive a little shake, surely our superior god-tier technology can handle some frozen water. They had the nerve to say, don't worry about it, but those words just poured gasoline on the blazing fire of rage in the East. It was like, we sent you our thoughts and prayers, why are you getting salty? Effectively mocking an entire nation's suffering. Then Japan decided to jump on the bandwagon simping for the UK and telling everyone to chill out because to the British this was just a minor inconvenience. They started flexing their tech specs, bragging that the UK has the world's most advanced GPS system, so rescue teams would swoop in like superheroes to save the day. Unlike the East, which had to rely on the European Union's Galileo system just to find their way out of a paper bag, the arrogance was actually laughable. Lam Ham saw this clown show on the news and realized he'd almost forgotten about these little ankle biters. But since they wanted to volunteer as tributes, he'd let them taste the wrath of heaven and earth. Director I Thiet Kwan was so mad he was practically vibrating, ready to throw hands right through the screen. Japan was acting like the school bully sidekick, barking loudly while hiding behind the UK. And honestly, they needed a hard reality check. These scumbags saw us dealing with a massive earthquake and sent 10,000 paper cranes, then flew their planes around our airspace just to spy on our defences. Hearing this, Lamham's blood began to boil. Sending origami during a disaster? What is this, an arts and crafts festival? All right, bet, Lamham smirked. You want to show off? Then Daddy's going to send you a massive slap in the face as a thank you gift for those useless birds. Without hesitation, Lamham fired up the weather jamming device and locked onto Japan's coordinates like a sniper. The target area was so small, it didn't even need full power. One weather jammer was enough to blanket their entire map in chaos. Lamham couldn't understand the logic if your territory is that tiny. Why are you flexing so hard? The moment the jammer-activated Karma hit instantly, within hours, Japan was pummeled by a massive hailstorm, a perfect mirror of the disaster hitting the UK. Both the UK and Japan were left completely stunned, wondering if the universe had suddenly decided to link their fates. Why were they suffering the exact same frozen nightmare at the exact same time? The UK panicked and cranked their GPS systems to max power, preparing a rescue mission to show the world how tech-savvy they were. They were about to learn what it feels like when God leaves the chat. Just as the UK military prepared to deploy relying on their precious GPS, the signal flatlined. The director of the GPS bureau started sweating bullets. So the satellite feed is dead, we've lost control. It seemed like something was jamming them, maybe a meteor shower full of heavy metals. The director's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. At the most critical moment, their legendary satellite system turned into a useless brick. This was a catastrophe of epic proportions. Dozens of planes were circling the skies over Washington blind as bats without navigation, unable to land safely. We are looking at a massive disaster. Can we switch to the backup satellites? The director screamed. But the staff just shook their heads in despair. Connect to what the signal is zero. It's like every satellite just decided to quit at the same time. Japan was in the same sinking boat. All their satellites went dark, not even a single bar of service could be found. All of this chaos was orchestrated by one man, Lamham. We were in trouble, and you kicked us while we were down. So don't blame me for playing dirty. They say a gentleman waits 10 years for revenge, but Lamham wasn't about that waiting life. If there's a grudge, settle it now. He told Director I to release a public statement to make sure the humiliation was complete. The UK tried to make things hard for us, so now it was their turn to play on hard mode. This is what we call instant karma, Director AI being the savage that he has loved, this aggressive style of payback. He immediately broadcasted a message to the world. At exactly this time, Beijing Standard Time. Our nation is conducting a special test that might cause some minor satellite interference. Sorry for the inconvenience, fam. The moment the news dropped, the UK and Japan lost their absolute minds. The connection failure was actually caused by the East. The director received the news and started cursing up a storm, dropping F-bombs left and right. He was so angry his throat nearly exploded and goosebumps covered his skin. But the East wasn't done yet. They sent Japan a gift of 1 million paper cranes. In our great nation, we believe in repaying kindness with interest. You bros sent us 10,000 paper cranes, so we're sending you back 10 times that amount. Look at that dark horse fly. The Japanese officials were cursing in rage, but they were helpless, staring at a warehouse full of useless paper birds in total despair. Karma didn't just knock, it kicked the door down with steel-toed boots. The 3-hour hailstorm was a total catastrophe wrecking infrastructure and causing damage that no amount of money could fix. The UK wanted to flex their rescue skills like a superhero movie, but instead they dropped the ball hard. It was a massive faceplant that turned them into the laughingstock of the entire globe. Their rescue planes looked like headless flyers buzzing around, totally lost in the skies above Washington. Complete chaos. Eventually, the pilots had to emergency land one by one. It was a majestic scene of absolute failure, like a domino effect of incompetence. This is exactly the price you pay for bullying Huaxia. Forget about humanitarian aid. If you don't want to get pushed around, you've got to have the biggest stick in the yard. Truth. The only truth that matters is within the range of a cannon. You dare mess with this grandpa, then get ready to pay double the price, fam. I, Thiet Kwan, watched the whole thing, witnessing the sheer savagery of Lin Han's methods. Whether it was the classic borrowing a knife-to-kill strategy or instant lightning-fast revenge, it just made the general fanboy even harder. He looked at Lin Han like he was seeing a national treasure. Suddenly a phone ring broke the mood. It was Lin Guo Dong, the dad. He hadn't seen his son in days. Even though they texted that everything was safe, nothing beats seeing your kid in person. I, Thiet Kwan, wasn't heartless, so he personally drove our MC back to Bay Si Kwong for the reunion. From a distance, you could see Papa Lin jogging over with those frantic parent vibes to meet Lin Han. He grabbed Lin Han's hand, chattering non-stop while checking him out. "You've been gone so long? Did you get taller again?" Lin Han let out a chuckle. Dad really isn't a poet with words. But the warmth radiating from him was real. It hit Lin Han right in the feels, reminding him of his father from his past life, who was just as awkward and loving. In the blink of an eye, the dreaded final exams arrived. 2 days later, the war was over. Lin Han's scores didn't just rise, they skyrocketed to the moon. He snatched the top spot at BAC Kwong Elementary No. 1 with a perfect score, turning heads everywhere. The target was locked BAC Kwong High School, the elite of the elite. That was where our boy intended to conquer next. Usually the valedictorian and salutatorian get scouted early by the high school principal for a little VIP chat. Students with stable high stats are like draft picks. Every specialized school wants to sign them to a contract. But Lin Han was a total dark horse. He popped up out of nowhere with a perfect score, but his track record was unproven. Total wildcard energy. So the principal of BAC Kwang Hai fell into deep contemplation looking at this anomaly. The principal, Vien Kito, was a middle-aged NPC with a shiny bald head, thick glasses and a round body. He looked harmless, but his mind was racing. He pushed up his glasses, circling Lin Han's name on the recommendation list with suspicion. Mr. Vien, I heard elementary number 1 has a kid named Lin Han with God-tier scores. His name has to be on the priority list, right? Another teacher holding a thermos like it was a lifeline walked in. Principal Vien chuckled darkly. This kid, I need to put him under the microscope first. According to his permanent record, this smells like a scam. I suspect cheating. I'm going to do a home visit and expose the truth myself. The other teacher looked at the file and had to agree. The scores were sus. Extremely sus. They'd seen underdogs before, but a horse that suddenly learned to fly like Lin Han never. Going from dead last to number 1 in the district was too magical to be true. Home visit it is. Principal Vien hopped into his beat-up old Mazda and drove straight toward Lin Han's house. On the way, he rehearsed his interrogation techniques. He was determined to rip the mask off this brat. Meanwhile, the plot was thickening on another front. Ever since Lin Han designed that jet 3 years ago, academician Chen from the Aircraft Institute had been nagging General Ai daily. Let me meet this god-tier engineer. But the schedule never aligned. Right now, the top brass of Huaxia was in a panic meeting. They desperately needed a new fighter jet to counter the UK's F-22 Raptor. The pressure was on. The research team was pulling their hair out. But Lin Han's F-35 blueprints were like a beacon of hope for academician Chen. He called up the general raging. Old Ai, if you don't set up a meeting with Comrade Lin Han right now, I'm going to drop dead right in front of you. General Ai panicked. Whoa, chill out, don't die on me. I want you guys to meet too, okay? Comrade Lin Han just finished his exams, so he should be home. Academician Chen frowned confused. Exams? What exams? At his age, what is he testing for a prostate exam? General Ai laughed awkwardly. My bad, I forgot to mention the details. Comrade Lin Han just graduated from elementary school. Academician Chen's jaw hit the floor. The phone shook in his trembling hand. Old Ai, are you trolling me? Comrade, Lin Han is an elementary schooler. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? If this is a prank, I'm really going to die this time. General Ai rushed to explain the whole insane situation. It took academician Chen a full minute to reboot his brain and process the information. His clear scholarly eyes were now filled with absolute shock and awe. Give me his address. I need to see this with my own eyes. But Principal Vien had a head start fixing his comb over as he marched toward Lin Han's door. Inside, Papa Lin had already cut up some fruit for his genius son. Since Lin Han's mom passed, his dad had leveled up his housekeeping skills, playing both mother and father roles perfectly. Son, are you confident about this exam? Lin Han scrolled through the news while crunching on an apple. Obviously. Unless the world ends, getting into BAC Kwang Hai is a piece of cake. Papa Lin flashed the warm, glowing smile of a proud father. Lately, Lin Han seemed to have unlocked some god-tier cheat codes. His skills were so sharp that his dad started wondering if the kid was actually adopted. But looking closely, there was no mistake this was his flesh and blood, just with a serious maturity glow-up. Maybe his late mother was pulling strings from heaven. Either way, Papa Lin decided not to question the miracle. Just then, the doorbell chimed and a man named Yuan strutted in, asking if this was the crib of student Lin Han. Papa Lin nodded confused until the man introduced himself as the head principal of North Strong High School number 3 here for a surprise home visit. Hearing the title, Papa Lin went into full hospitality mode, scrambling to serve fresh fruit and hot tea. Principal Yuan sat down like he owned the place, chest puffed out, while Lin Han stood there with zero stress. The tension was thick as Yuan took a sip and eyed the boy. Listen, kid, your final exam scores were impressive, but I've got a few questions that need answering. Your admission to my prestigious high school depends entirely on whether you can impress me right now. The principal lifted his chin with arrogance. In his mind, he was already convinced this kid was a total fraud. There was just no way a student could pull off such a massive level jump overnight without cheating. He watched Lin Han like a hawk, convinced that this whole genius student act was nothing but a house of cards waiting to crumble. To score the highest in the entire district, that wasn't just improvement. That was suspicious as hell. Lin Han just smiled and shrugged, claiming he had a sudden brain blast while everyone else was struggling to keep up. Honestly, sir, it's really not that big of a deal. Principal Yuan smirked like a villain who just caught the hero in a trap, slowly asking, "Is that so? Then I assume you know the material inside out?" When Lin Han nodded with confidence, the principal whipped out a piece of paper and scribbled down a nightmare-level math problem. Here's the deal. Solve this right here, right now, and I might actually believe your little story. But if you fail, I'm calling the Education Bureau immediately to expose you for academic fraud. Fraud! Lin Han let out a dry laugh, realizing this wasn't a friendly visit, it was a full-blown interrogation. Well, if the old man wanted a show, Lin Han figured he just had to crush this problem to shut him up. He glanced at the paper. It was tricky for a normal kid, but for him, it was absolute child's play, and his pen started flying across the page. He bypassed high school logic entirely, using advanced university-level calculus to tear the problem apart. In less than 3 minutes, he was done. Principal Yuan squinted at the paper, completely baffled by the advanced symbols. The principal vaguely remembered this stuff from college decades ago, but right now, it looked like alien hieroglyphics to him. What is this gibberish I told you to solve it like a student, not write a sci-fi novel? Stop trying to confuse me with fake formulas. You clearly don't know the answer, Yuan shouted, leaving Lin Han totally speechless. The principal was feeling high and mighty, but his rant was cut short by another sharp ring at the door. Papa Lin opened it to find a middle-aged man with a face cold as ice, but a voice full of humble respect asking, "Excuse me, is this the residence of teacher Lin Han?" Papa Lin took one look at the guy and nearly fainted. He knew exactly who this legend was. It was Academician Chen, the legendary mastermind behind the country's most advanced fighter jet designs and a national treasure. This guy was literally one of the top brains in the entire nation, a celebrity of science. Papa Lin's jaw hit the floor. Having a VIP like Chen visit his son was an unimaginable honor. Principal Yuan, who was mid-rant, froze like a statue when he saw the famous scientist standing in the doorway. This was the man he saw on the nightly news, the genius leading the country into the future. And now that national hero was standing right there in a humble living room, it felt totally unreal. When Chen politely shook his hand, Papa Lin frantically waved him inside, stuttering, "No bother, please come sit." Chen stepped inside, took a deep breath, and locked eyes with Lin Han, amazed that this young kid held such a powerful presence. "Academician Chen, you're my absolute idol!" Principal Yuan jumped up, bowing and scraping like a total fanboy. Chen looked confused, so Lin Han casually introduced the frantic man as a local high school principal. Only out of respect for Lin Han, the great scientist gave the principal a polite handshake and a smile. Yuan opened his mouth to brag, but Chen cut him off to address the boy as Teacher Lin Han, a title that made the principal's brain short-circuit. Teacher Lin, Chen said with total seriousness, "I was hoping to get your expert opinion on a matter." The principal stared in horror, calling a fresh graduate teacher. Was this some kind of twisted prank? Vian Kito's jaw hit the floor, but he didn't dare make a peep, nodding along like a bobblehead doll. Lam Ham flashed a humble smile and said, "Academician Chen, you're way too polite, just call me Little Lamb. No cap." Academician Chen waved his hand with a hearty laugh and said, "I've already heard the legends about you from the director, so that's why I came personally. I want to invite you to our Fighter Jet Design Institute for a little VIP tour." Speaking of which, Academician Chen smirked and dropped the bomb. "And while you're at it, how about becoming an honorary researcher at our design institute?" Say what an honorary researcher, he literally just graduated elementary school and he's skipping straight to the end game level. Vien Kito secretly pinched his thigh hard enough to bruise. It hurt like heck, so this wasn't a dream. But honestly, reality was starting to feel weirder than any hallucination. Standing right in front of Lam Ham was his idol, the absolute legend, Mr. Chen Ziqian. This man was the GOAT who laid the foundation for the entire nation's fighter jets, and here he was, visiting a grade school's house to beg him to be a researcher. The sky was literally falling. Vien Kito felt a migraine coming on. His brain simply didn't have enough RAM to process this data. The wildest part was that Lam Ham actually looked serious, like he was hesitating. "Bro, come on. What kind of status do you think you have? You're a kid. A national hero is inviting you personally and you're acting like it's a difficult choice. What is there to be conflicted about? This is a no-brainer." Vien Kito felt his entire worldview shattering into dust. After a long pause, Lam Ham raised his head with a serious expression. "I do have some experience with fighter jets, but my time is tight. I need to finish the R&D on the jet before school starts." Suddenly, Lam Ham locked eyes with the trembling teacher. "Mr. Vien, when does our BAC Kwong High School actually open for the new semester?" Being stared down by a titan like academician Chen Vien Ki. To felt his blood boiling with anxiety, his legs shaking like jelly. He had come here for a home visit to expose this kid for cheating. How did the script get flipped so hard? Can the semester start later? "Because our research institute has a critical mission to complete," Chen added, "and we absolutely need Master Lam Ham's assistance." Vien Kito forced a smile that looked more like a grimace. "Well then, student Ham, how much time do you need? We can totally negotiate this. We originally planned it to open in a month, but if that's not enough, we can delay it another week. Any more than that, and it's above my pay grade." Vien Kito answered, carefully terrified of offending the great academician Chen. In all his years of teaching Vien Ki, To had never felt pressure like this during a home visit. It was like walking on a tightrope over a volcano. One wrong step meant total doom for their fighter jet research. Academician Chen looked at Lam Ham, waiting for the verdict. Lam Ham nodded. "That should be enough." Hearing the confirmation, Chen's eyes lit up like Christmas lights. He pulled Lam Ham up from the chair. "No time to waste then? Come with me to the Research Institute right now." Just like that, Lam Ham was being dragged away. Lam Kwok Dong poured a few glasses of water, only to find his son had been kidnapped again. He shook his head. He was used to this. Before leaving, Chen told the dad, "Comrade Lam, sorry about this. I'm borrowing your son for a few days." Lam Ham didn't even have time to react. "Wait, academician Chen, I haven't packed any luggage." "Forget it. Once we get there, I'll get you all new gear. Don't worry about a thing." After they left, the house was dead silent, leaving only Vien Kito and Lam Kwok Dong staring at each other. Lam Kwok Dong sat down and pointed at the fruit plate, looking awkward. "Mr. Vien, please have some fruit. Is this stuff still edible? What kind of monster is my son that even academician Chen treats him like royalty?" "All right. Just a moment ago, didn't you suspect Lam Ham of cheating? But if he was a cheater, how could he possibly get recognition from a genius like Chen? Thinking about it carefully, those two scenarios were completely contradictory. The math wasn't mathing. Vian Quito instantly directed a massive drama movie in his own head. A teenager with god-tier talent smarter than Einstein, but to fit in with the normies, he purposely bombed his tests to blend in with his peers. Such patience, such talent. And here, mere teacher had almost offended this hidden dragon. Faced with the cup of tea, Lam Kwok Dong suddenly offered Vian Qish, too panicked. He scrambled up laughing nervously, "No tea for me." This home visit was a huge success. "We absolutely welcome student Lam Ham to choose BAC Kwong High School." Lam Kwok Dong stood up too, smiling. "Mr. Vian, won't you stay a bit longer? Have some fruit, drink some tea." Watching Vian Qi to flee the scene in a panic, Lam Kwok Dong looked helpless. Later, the principal of Baosi Kwang Hai looked at Vian Quito's excited face and decided the man had officially lost his marbles. Academician Chen, "Are you sure so you're telling me Lam Ham has connections with the legendary Chen?" The principal laughed bitterly. This story was getting too ridiculous. "Principal, I'm telling you this kid Lam Ham is built different. He might actually possess some terrifying talent," Vian Quito said with a dead serious face. At this point, the principal couldn't hold back anymore. He pointed at Vian Quito and snapped, "Old Vian, we've already investigated this clearly. Lam Ham's grades are too suspicious. We've analysed it thoroughly and determined there's a 99% chance he's cheating. Some low-tier schools ignore cheating during finals just to boost their stats. We don't need to waste our time on trash students like that. Look, buddy, you're absolutely cooked. I'm giving you a month off." The poor guy was speechless, his grievances stuck in his throat. But he had bumped into academician Chen, a literal legend. If even the big boss respected Lin Han, there had to be something fishy going on. He wanted to argue, but the principal shut him down cold. It was over. He was suspended, effective immediately. The higher-ups all agreed he was losing his marbles. "Go check yourself into a hospital while you're on break, okay?" Meanwhile, at the Aircraft Design Institute, Lin Han, the youngest person in the room, had officially joined the research squad. Their mission was insane. Build a fifth-generation fighter jet that could go toe-to-toe with the British F-22. That enemy jet had been a total nightmare for us, a massive shock to the system. We needed a counterpunch. We had to develop a rival jet to flex our military muscle and restore the balance. The big bosses called it striking while the iron is hot. And honestly, they were spot on. Our carrier launch had slapped their ego hard, but the enemy was still making sneaky moves in the shadows. So the fighter jet project was green-lit, top priority on the agenda. To make this happen, Professor Chen summoned the cavalry, a group of elite scientists returning from overseas. They took one look at Lin Han and paused. He looked like he belonged on a playground. A stylish lady around 30 asked, "Is that your son, Professor?" Professor Chen smiled like a proud grandpa. "This is Lin Han. He's an honorary researcher, just like you guys." She muttered under her breath, "Oh, so he's just short." Chen rubbed his head awkwardly. "Actually, no. Teacher Lin Han just graduated from elementary school." But listen, do not sleep on his skills. The room exploded with laughter before he even finished. The lady was practically rolling on the floor. An elementary schooler researching jets. Is our country that desperate? Are we completely out of talent? Chen ignored the shade. "All right, moving on. I'm assigning groups. Each team needs a blueprint. We develop from there. Liu Yi, you're teaming up with Lin Han." The laughter died instantly. The vibe got awkward fast. Liu Yi, the lady who was just roasting him, froze. Her face went from mocking to furious in a split second. "I object. You're sticking me with the kid. If the project fails, don't come crying to me." Chen narrowed his eyes. "Comrade Liu Yi, I have my reasons. Just try not to slow him down, all right." She scoffed, rolling her eyes so hard they almost fell out. She glared at Lin Han. "Me slow him down? What does an elementary schooler know? But fine. If he ruins the timeline, I'm demanding an explanation." Chen smirked with absolute confidence. "Deal! I'll give you whatever explanation you want later." Since the boss put his foot down, she couldn't really clap back. She side-eyed Lin Han, convinced he was just a troll sent to annoy her. She was stomping mad. "I'd literally rather team up with a dog." Who knows what Chen was thinking? Lin Han stayed silent. A true genius doesn't waste breath on haters. He knew his age made him look sus, but he only cared about the W. The country needed this jet to checkmate the West. There was no time to waste. "Hey, big sis Lou, let's get to work," he said with a chill vibe. She gave the air a dirty look before turning to him. "Fine, let's go. Think you can handle Mark 4325 specs?" Back in her study abroad days, she did work on jets, but mostly just following the professor's lead like a generic NPC. The best thing she ever worked on was barely stronger than an F-15. Now she had to carry the team with a literal child. Beating the F-22 was harder than ascending to heaven. She fell into deep despair. She sat at the computer frantically searching her brain for old college notes. Finally, she sketched out a rough design. She looked at the screen and grinned. "Not bad. The shape is solid. Just stuff the tech components inside and we're good. I'm actually a genius." Lin Han peeked over her shoulder. He sighed. "Is that supposed to be a fighter jet? The aerodynamics are a total disaster." He scanned the lab and walked over to the wind tunnel equipment. He checked the specs and shook his head in disappointment. Current tech only tests up to Mach 2.5. That is painfully weak. The key is aerodynamics. If the design is flawed, even with engine power, it'll disintegrate in mid-air. The wind tunnel was the bottleneck. He needed better gear. He placed his hand on the machine. Boom! Infinite data flooded his brain. System connecting. Capture complete. Unlocked Mark 30 wind tunnel tech. 6th generation fighter progress 20%. Brand new 6th gen fighter technology. Let's go, Linham took a deep breath. This bonus reward was absolutely insane. A 30 Mach wind tunnel that is straight up broken. With this 30 Mach beast and the knowledge downloaded into his brain building, the ultimate 6th gen fighter wasn't just a dream anymore. It was inevitable, crushing the UK's Air Force. That would only take a few minutes now, but to upgrade the wind tunnel, he had to tear the old one down first. Problem is, Linham was currently trapped in a pint-sized body with zero muscle. He had no choice but to ask Liu Yi for a carry. Hey, Sister Liu, can you help me dismantle the wind tunnel? Liu Yi was busy admiring her own blueprints. She frowned, looking down at him. You little brat, why do you want to take it apart? Isn't this place chaotic enough already? Linham didn't back down. Help me take it apart. I've got something huge planned. She scoffed. Huge? You're just a kid. What kind of huge business do you have? Sister Liu, pretty please. Liu Yi waved her hand dismissively. Fine, whatever. I want to see what big plan you've got cooked up. Even if you break it, I've got the skills to put it back together anyway. Without wasting another second, Liu Yi got to work dismantling the massive machine. Less than 2 hours later, the wind tunnel was reduced to a pile of parts scattered across the floor like high-tech Lego bricks. Linham immediately started his mad scientist upgrades, while Liu Yi ignored him, completely diving back into her own design revisions. Flash forward 3 days. Liu Yi looked like a zombie with dark circles under her eyes. After rewriting her draft 7 or 8 times, she finally finished. Linham had already wrapped up his upgrades. He sneaked over to Liu Yi, peeking at the blueprint she had poured her soul into. What on earth is this? It's a complete mess. If this jet design could beat the F-22, Linham would chop off his own leg, he sighed. Fine, I guess I'll do a little charity work and fix this for her. Linham tapped into the 6th gen fighter knowledge in his brain. He sketched out a far superior design, a beast capable of reaching Mach 5. After finishing the drawing, Linham was wiped out. Suddenly the system voice echoed in his mind. 6th gen fighter blueprint complete. Unlock progress for 6th gen technology increased to 30%. Who knew just drawing a blueprint could boost his progress bar suite? Late that night, Liu Yi finally woke up. She glanced at the paper in her hand and froze. Wait, did I draw this no way? Who touched my design? She was fuming. Her eyes instantly locked onto the only suspect in the room, Linham. It's just me and him in here. That little brat definitely pulled a prank. She stomped over, waving the paper in his face. Who gave you permission to touch my stuff? Do you realize I have to present this to Professor Chen in a week? My design was the result of endless calculations. I spent days getting that data perfect. You messed everything up. Now I have to redo it all from scratch. You're just trying to sabotage me, aren't you? Linham smirked. I just tweaked it a little. Later, I'll even fight 2 of them at once. With my design, that fighter can hit Mach 5 effortlessly. Liu Yi let out a cold laugh. Are you trolling me? Do you have any idea how fast Mach 1 is? Do you even know the top speed of the UK's F-22? Do you know the G-force limits a pilot can survive? Keep dreaming, kid. And another thing I haven't told Professor Chen about you tearing down the wind tunnel yet. If he finds out... She pointed an accusing finger at the machine. Liu Yi stopped mid-sentence. Her eyes went wide as she stared at the wind tunnel. It looked incredibly futuristic. When did you finish reassembling this? Linham shrugged. While you were napping, I just threw it back together. Oh, and I casually upgraded it a bit. Casually upgraded? Liu Yi's eyes bugged out as she walked closer. What kind of nonsense did you add to it? Linham gave a wry smile. Nothing crazy. I just increased the wind speed limit. It used to be Mach 20. Now it can hit Mach 30. Psst, Liu Yi literally spit out a laugh. Mach 30? Linham grinned. Yeah, the old version was archaic. This is much better. Liu Yi squinted, pinching his chin with her fingers. She looked at this elementary schooler with total doubt. Keep lying, kid. Aren't you afraid your tongue will fall out? You think you're capable of that. Even Professor Chen, a veteran in aircraft design, couldn't just whip up a Mach 30 wind tunnel overnight. You're just a grade schooler. Stop daydreaming. Linham sighed helplessly. If you don't believe me, let's test it. I just built a fighter jet model. We can put it in the tunnel and check the aerodynamic layout right now. As he spoke, Linham picked up a 1:14 scale model. You think I'm just a kid? You think I don't know what I'm doing? But when she saw the exquisite model with its aggressive sharp nose design, Liu Yi gasped. This design, it was even more refined and advanced than the curves of the UK's F-22. Even without wind tunnel testing, just looking at the exterior, she could tell every detail was calculated to perfection. If you put this next to the F-22, the UK's jet would look like a toy. It was a difference between heaven and earth. Fine, I want to see how you supposedly achieved Mach 30. Even if it doesn't hit 30, if it hits Mach 10, I'll admit you're a genius. Liu Yi crossed her arms, narrowing her eyes at Linham. Linham stepped up to the wind tunnel rig, carefully placing the model inside before syncing it with the main computer. This 30 Mach wind tunnel could only sustain peak performance for a single second. To put that in perspective, not even a tornado hits 30 Mach. There was only one way to achieve that kind of insane velocity: an explosion. The shockwave from the blast center would create a massive surge in wind speed. Linham had weaponized this physics principle to modify the tunnel. 1 second was all he needed. Without hesitation, Linham punched in the launch code. Under Liu Yi's watchful eye, the machine began to scream. A heartbeat later, a dull, heavy boom echoed through the lab. In the blink of an eye, the wind speed inside the chamber skyrocketed to Mach 30. Under that devastating impact, the fighter jet model held on for a few microseconds before instantly disintegrating. But blowing up was part of the plan. In reality, the aerodynamic layout of the 6th generation fighter was only designed to withstand a maximum of Mach 10. Plus, once you added weapon payloads and radar-absorbing stealth coatings, the actual flight speed wouldn't be quite that extreme. The engine output had physical limits too. The final product would cruise around Mach 5, which was already a monstrous number. The computer screen flashed with a waterfall of data. The wind tunnel results and flight simulation metrics were practically singing. The moment Liu Yi saw the numbers, she started trembling. It really was a Mach 30 wind tunnel. Thought, oh my god, am I dreaming? She pinched her own arm hard enough to leave a mark. Ouch, okay, definitely not a dream. Her breathing turned ragged as she stared at Linham with wide, terrified eyes. Did you really build this? Aren't you just an elementary school student? Linham just gave a mysterious little smile, refusing to elaborate. Liu Yi was so shook she lost her ability to speak properly. Kid, you are actually goated. She had to double-check the machine and the computer one more time. The data was flawless. She hissed in a breath, rubbing her temples while staring at the boy. Do you really know what you're doing? Linham stayed cool as ice. Sister Yi, follow my blueprints and prep the next batch of materials. I'm going to need your help. With skills like this, helping him wasn't a chore. Heck, she would have kneeled down and worshipped him right then and there. Liu Yi nodded furiously. If he could build a jet that rivaled the best in the world, she would gladly be his errand girl. You've completely won me over, kid. Just tell me what to do. Liu Yi might have been a chatterbox, but she had a good heart. And what she respected most was pure, undeniable talent. Linham listed out the rare materials and components he needed, leaving Liu Yi to handle the logistics. He turned his focus to the heart of the beast, the engine. He was about to build a pulse detonation engine fueled by a high-energy dual-compressed mixture. But to sculpt the perfect aerodynamic hull for the fighter, he needed a stamping machine far more advanced than what they had. And right now, upgrading the stamping equipment was priority number 1. Linham suddenly remembered something. Research Area 3 had a massive industrial press, but it had been gathering dust for ages. The machine was an import from Hentamu. Every time they wanted to turn it on, they had to pay a massive remote activation fee and connect with foreign technicians. Because the patent belonged to Hentamu, they held all the cards. It was a classic trap. So many industries were forced to use these foreign machines, getting fleeced for cash by advanced nations without any way to fight back. While Liu Yi was busy gathering materials, Linham pulled a stealth mission. He snuck into Research Area 3 and ripped off the dust cover. The giant metal beast was revealed. He placed his hand on the cold steel of the old machine. Suddenly, the system's voice rang out in his mind. Contact with Hentamu Industrial Press confirmed. Analyzing stamping technology. 300,000-ton press technology detected. Comprehension successful. 6th generation fighter jet technology unlocked progress 50%. A flood of golden knowledge poured into his brain. A 300,000-ton press was the holy grail of manufacturing. This rusty old piece of junk was only rated for 50,000 tons. Even the most advanced machines in the world right now topped out at 80,000 tons. 300,000, that was basically alien technology. From now on, China's manufacturing power would be the granddaddy of them all. Nobody could touch this level. This upgrade would boost production efficiency by dozens of times. For example, look at the Western powers with their 60,000-ton presses. It took them a full week to stamp out parts for one advanced fighter jet. But with a 300,000-ton monster, you could churn out 10, maybe even 20 jets in that same week. The speed and efficiency didn't just add up linearly. It was an exponential explosion of productivity. After upgrading the machine with his newfound knowledge, Linham dragged over the materials Liu Yi had prepared. It was time to get to work. Less than 3 days later, the 6th generation fighter's hull had been stamped into existence. The Wave Rider design was sleek and predatory, built to surf the shockwaves and dominate the skies. While the chaotic grind continued, the fighter jet shell was silently towed into Linham's territory. Nobody even noticed the movement. Everyone was buried in their work, eyes glued to their stations like zombies. Some teams were still stuck on level 1 blueprints. Meanwhile, under a mysterious tarp, the legendary machine sat waiting in the shadows. Cut to the boss's office. Academician Chen was dealing with some serious drama on the phone. The Hi-Fi factory was begging to borrow a stamping press because their own gear was absolute trash compared to the imported tech. Enter the Hi-Fi boss, a bald guy with prayer beads smiling like a chill monk despite the chaos around him. Sorry to bug you, Chen. He went for the handshake. This was Liu Jia, but let's just call him Uncle Liu. Uncle Liu was a solid dude with great karma, so Chen was actually happy to help a brother out. But when they arrived at the machine, Chen let out a heavy sigh. Look at this useless brick. It's locked by the manufacturer. We got to pay a ransom fee just so they can turn it on remotely. Total scam. Liu frowned. Seriously, it's been ages. He pulled out his phone. I'll call them. We have no choice. Liu clenched his fists, staring at the covered machine, trying not to lose his cool over this pay-to-win nonsense. He dialed the foreign tech support and immediately got blasted by a rude voice on the other end. "You idiot! It's night time here. Disturb my sleep again and I'll brick your machine permanently." The call cut off. Dead silence. The awkwardness in the room was absolutely suffocating. Liu curled his toes in his shoes from pure embarrassment, while Chen let out a long, defeated sigh. These were big-shot leaders in their country, yet they were getting bullied by some low-level tech support grunt. That is the bitter taste of not owning the technology. You get played like a fiddle every time. Liu needed this done yesterday, but now he had to wait for Mr. Grumpy to wake up from his beauty sleep. The more they thought about the disrespect, the more their rage meter climbed. Chen snapped. He marched over and grabbed the tarp. "Forget this. Who says we need their permission? It's just a remote lock. We've got geniuses here. I'll find a hacker to jailbreak this thing right now." Whoosh! He ripped the tarp down like a magician revealing a tiger. But as the machine was revealed, Chen froze like his game just crashed. This wasn't the machine they bought. It looked completely alien to him. Chen tapped the metal. Ding, it sounded crisp. Since when did this thing get a legendary glow-up? It looked like something straight out of a sci-fi movie, sleek, futuristic, and radiating power. Liu was confused. Chen, you sure this is the imported model we paid for?" Chen was still buffering. I don't know. Someone must have modded it in secret." "Let's fire it up." Chen hit the power button. The engine roared to life like a beast waking from slumber. The gears locked into place with a satisfying click. Everyone in the room gasped in unison. "Holy smokes, it's alive!" Liu didn't waste a second. "Get the materials, let's test this bad boy." The tech crew rushed in, tossing alloy sheets onto the bed like a pit crew at a race. Clank, clank, clank! The machine went to work, molding the metal with terrifying speed and precision. In less than 10 minutes, a flawless fighter jet wing appeared. Perfect condition, zero defects. Jaws dropped to the floor. Chen and Liu were too stunned to even speak. That job usually takes 8 hours. This thing did it in minutes. It absolutely destroyed the foreign competition. Compared to this beast, the expensive imported machine was just an oversized paperweight. "This is insane," Liu shouted, hype levels rising through the roof. "What's the tonnage on this thing?" Chen was sweating. To work that fast with that quality, it had to be at least 80,000 tons. "Little White, check the stats, hurry!" Chen barked at the intern. Little White scrambled over hunting for the spec sheet like his life depended on it. All eyes were on him. The tension was thick enough to cut with a knife. He finally found the label and started reading. "Maximum stamping pressure." Suddenly Little White froze. His face went pale and the bosses felt their hearts stop. "What on earth is the number? Spit it out! Is it 3,000 or 30,000? Little White's eyes bulged bloodshot with panic. He stuttered, 300,000 tons." Hearing that number, Professor Chen and Liu were totally shook. 300,000 tons. Do you have any idea how insane that concept is? Even the most advanced stamping machine on the entire Blue Star. It looks like a cheap toy compared to this monster. The strongest tech on the planet tops out at 80,000. That was supposed to be the peak. But this? 300,000. That's nearly 4 times the power. Who the heck dropped this thing here? Is this tech from the future or something? The professor and his team started letting their imaginations run wild. But Liu frowned, getting suspicious. Is this a glitch? Is someone trolling us with fake data? There isn't a single nation on the Blue Star that can build a 300,000-ton press. It's sci-fi stuff. "Let's test it," the professor nodded. "Maybe it is a prank, but who would have the time for that? Either way, let's fire it up." Bring out the 3-meter-thick steel slab. On Liu's command, the techs rolled in a massive metal cube. They centered the 3-meter beast right under the press. Physics doesn't lie. Based on how flat this steel gets, they can calculate the exact force. Simple math. The machine roared to life. Crunch. With a crisp snap, that 3-meter steel block was flattened into a sheet of paper instantly. The engine was set to max output. The steel took the full devastating force of a god-tier impact. But the metal wasn't flexible enough for that kind of power. Boom! Under the insane pressure, it didn't just flatten, it shattered like glass. The explosion echoed through the whole lab. Shrapnel flew everywhere, nearly taking off Professor Chen and Liu's heads. Dead silence. You could hear a pin drop. It was absurd. With a beast like this, who cares about those clowns at Handsome Tech anymore? Their machine? It's basically garbage now. Compared to this beauty, it belongs in the dumpster. But seriously, who put this here? Professor Chen was losing his mind. Check the cameras. Someone snuck a giant machine in here like a ninja. With this, 300,000-ton monster efficiency went through the roof. Less than a day later, every single wing was finished. Liu grabbed the gear, shook hands, and bounced. Mission accomplished. Right on cue, the Handsome Tech guy called, sounding lazy and arrogant. "Yon, I'm up. Send the money and maybe I'll turn the machine on for you." Professor Chen glanced at the phone and smirked. "Hey, handsome trash, get lost. We don't need your garbage anymore." And with that beep, he hung up. Absolute savage. He let out a long breath. Man, that felt better than winning the lottery. He'd been dying to tell those guys off for ages, but before he was stuck. He had to play nice. Now, he's got a super machine. What is there to be scared of? "You little techie punk. Daring to talk down to me? I hope you choke on your own ego." The professor is usually a classy intellectual, but dropping a few curse words right now, totally justified. It felt incredibly liberating. He hadn't felt this vibe in a long, long time. Now to solve the mystery. Who brought the machine? A god-tier device appearing out of nowhere. It honestly gave him the creeps. On the other end, the handsome techie was stunned. He woke up expecting a payday, not a roast session. His face turned tomato red with rage. Fine, good job, China. You want to burn bridges. Let's burn them. Don't come crawling back, begging me to start the machine. I won't do it. I'm locking your system right now. Have fun with the giant paperweight, losers. Mess with me. You're going to regret it. He opened his laptop and started smashing keys like a maniac. A second later, a message popped up in English. Connection lost. The techie froze. He mashed the keys again, but nothing happened. It was over. He had zero control. And he wasn't stupid. He realized what happened. They must have hacked our press. He clenched his fist. Those sneaky geniuses. So that's why they got so tough all of a sudden. They cracked the code. Fine, you win this round, but don't you dare use our tech ever again. Meanwhile, Liu Yi was staring at Linham with hearts in her eyes. His skills were legendary, and he looked cool doing it. She was totally captivated. Linham was just built different. In a few days, the fighter jet's body was basically done. But now came the final boss, the engine. Liu Yi suggested buying a Gen 8 turbojet from Russia. It was the safe bet. 16 tons of thrust. Combined with Linham's aerodynamic mastery, that bird would hit Mach 2, easily matching the British F-22. The military games in the UK were just over a month away. When China's new fighter takes to the sky, it's going to go toe-to-toe with the best. The whole world is going to lose their minds. Thinking about the possibilities, Liu Yi trembled with pure adrenaline. A feverish excitement plastered across her face. Since this Mach 2 engine was built by their own team, the results were going to be absolutely legendary. Linhan just gave a wry smile while he kept working, muttering under his breath about how easily satisfied she was. You think that's hype? Seriously? My goal is Mach 5. Okay. Compared to that, the British tech is basically garbage. They'll be left eating our dust while looking at the taillights of a Huaxia fighter jet. But hold up suddenly. A knock echoed from the lab door. Liu Yi swung it open to reveal a middle-aged guy from a rival team. Hey, little Liu, Professor Chen wants us to submit the blueprints now. You guys better hustle. Don't drag everyone else down. Liu Yi nodded, glancing back at Lin Han. He had already grabbed the preliminary sketches, looking completely unbothered. Let's roll. Liu Yi took the lead while other team members walked alongside them, chatting loudly enough to be heard. Professor Chen already checked our design. He said it's solid, basically a guaranteed pass. Next step is just following the blueprint for the molding process. As for the engine, we already hit up the Russians. They're down to sell to us even if the price is a total rip-off. The group sighed heavily, acting all helpless. But what choice do they have when domestic engines were too weak to compete? Just then, the group crossed paths with Lin Han and Liu Yi. They looked Lin Han up and down like he was a lost puppy, then smirked at Liu Yi. Hey, we know he's on your team, but anyone else would think you brought your son to work. Ha ha ha, how's it going lately? Does it feel like you're babysitting a little tail everywhere you go? Do you guys even have a blueprint to submit today? Liu Yi shot a glare at the loudmouth and scoffed. You guys don't know Jack. Wait until we submit the design. You'll see just how terrifying Lin Han's skills really are. But her defense only made them laugh harder, practically gasping for air. They pointed at Lin Han, mocking him without mercy. That kid doesn't even have peach fuzz on his lip. You're trying to kill us with laughter? How skilled can a literal elementary schooler be? Oh, I get it. He probably knows addition and subtraction up to 100. A true genius. Ha ha ha. Liu Yi decided they weren't even worth the breath. Lin Han just raised an eyebrow, his expression calm and cool as a frozen lake. Lies don't trigger a reaction, only the truth makes people mad. Since their insults were baseless trash talk, Lin Han didn't feel a shred of anger. Everyone soon gathered at Professor Chen's office. The assistant said the big boss was busy with something else and told them to cool their heels for a bit. About an hour later, Professor Chen finally rushed in. He glanced at the crowd before settling behind his desk. Sorry everyone got held up by some business. A bit late. Someone immediately asked, Professor Chen, is there anything we can help you with? Professor Chen thought to himself, you guys aren't detectives. What could you possibly do? A mysterious advanced stamping device had just appeared in Research Area 3. That wasn't something these guys could figure out. Don't worry about that. He waved it off. Just hand over the blueprints. I want to check everyone's progress. Several teams rushed to slap their designs on the desk. Professor Chen reviewed them one by one. Okay, Little Wang's team tweaked this part, and you can move to the next phase. As for the engine and radar, I'm talking to the Russians. Developing our own engine isn't something that happens overnight, so we still need their help for now. Immediately after Professor Chen moved on to critique the other groups. Little Lee's design is solid. Very thoughtful planning, and the aerodynamic layout makes total sense. We'll test it in the wind tunnel later. If there are no glitches, this design is our best shot at catching up to the British. Finally, it was Lin Han and Liu Yi's turn. In Professor Chen's mind, Lin Han was the secret weapon to surpassing the F-22 fighter jet. The moment his hands touched the blueprint, his entire body froze. The standard 0.4 Mach was too slow. I want to build a Mach 5 beast. This design gave Professor Chen that nostalgic feeling of first love, his eyes turning red as his body trembled. In a trance, he unconsciously lifted the blueprint, with both hands taking a deep shocked breath. A masterpiece. This is an absolute work of art. It's like gazing at a starry sky or a legendary painting by the masters. It's the best of the best. Seeing the professor's genuine, unfiltered reaction, the other team members started exchanging suspicious looks. What kind of design could make the strict Professor Chen lose his mind, like that Lu Yi nervously asked, "Professor Chen, is our design okay?" Professor Chen's eyes were practically glowing gold. He snapped back from his daydream, shouting joyfully, "Good, it's good, good, good! Your design is incredibly bold. The aerodynamic layout is literally flawless. I can't find a single defect. If we strap the latest Russian engine to this bad boy, it could easily hit Mach 2, maybe even Mach 2.2. His eyes were wild. Every single person in the room was stunned into silence. As he spoke, Professor Chen's eyes were filled with a brilliant light. The others listened completely bewildered. What do you mean, Mach 2.2? Was Liu Yi actually that overpowered? That kid didn't drag her down at all. In reality, Liu Yi was dizzy with shock. The fighter jet design that the kid Lin Han whipped up could actually be built. This was absolutely insane. Professor Chen couldn't stop raving about the work. He shoved the blueprints toward the other researchers, practically shouting, "Get over here! Look at what Lin Han and Liu Yi created. This is how you design a masterpiece." The crowd huddled around looking for flaws. Someone immediately pointed out a blind spot, sneering, "With a design this complex, the materials needed for the fighter jet would have to be insanely tough." Yeah, another chimed in. "With Huaxia's current stamping technology building, this thing is basically a fantasy. It's impossible." Once the doubt started, the rest of the pack joined in. "Exactly. What's the point of a cool drawing if we can't build it? Designs need to be grounded in reality, not fairy tales. If we ignored the laws of physics and manufacturing, any of us could draw up something this ridiculous." Professor Chen shook his head, looking disappointed in his team. "You guys are missing the point. You completely ignored the precision data noted right here on the schematics. These calculations account for every single component. If even one number is off by a fraction, the whole thing fails. It's perfection." Suddenly, Lin Han's voice cut through the noise. "Oh, the stamping machine issue. That's already been handled. Doesn't Research Zone 3 have a press we can use?" The moment those words left his mouth, the smile vanished from Professor Chen's face. He looked at Lin Han in total shock, while someone in the crowd laughed, explaining condescendingly, "That press is only 60,000 tons. It's useless for this kind of military-grade metal." Lin Han let out a light chuckle. "Pretty sure it's sitting at 300,000 tons now, isn't it?" "Wait, what?" Hearing Lin Han's outrageous claim, the crowd erupted into laughter. A few girls pointed at him, mocking the audacity. "This kid is hilarious. Did he really just say 300,000 tons?" The laughter spread like wildfire. "Do you even know what 300,000 tons means, rookie? You moron. Even the United Kingdom can't build a machine that powerful. The most advanced press on the entire planet is only 80,000 tons." Lin Han just shrugged, not bothering to argue with the peanut gallery. "Liu Yi, honestly, we're starting to feel bad for you now. Imagine dragging around a teammate this clueless and still managing to design such a refined fighter jet. You must be exhausted carrying him." "Huh. Ha ha ha." Liu Yi's face went dark. 300,000 tons? Even she thought that sounded impossible. But she knew one thing for sure. Lin Han was no idiot. He had already stamped the jet's outer shell, and that finished piece was sitting right there in the research zone. Just as Liu Yi was about to snap back at them, Professor Chen suddenly cut in his voice, low but vibrating with intensity. "Teacher Lin Han, how exactly do you know that stamping machine is 300,000 tons?" The moment he asked that, the entire room went dead silent. You could hear a pin drop. Lin Han grinned casual as ever. "Oh, that I went to stamp the hole earlier and realized the original machine was total garbage, so I just modded it a little bit." "Excuse me? You just modded it into a 300,000 ton beast." Professor Chen felt his world crumbling. The laws of physics had just left the chat. He gulped heavily, feeling dizzy. "My God, we've been launching a full investigation to find the mystery engineer who upgraded that machine in Zone 3. I never dreamed it was you." The mob that was mocking Lin Han 5 seconds ago froze. The vibe in the room shifted instantly. Based on Professor Chen's reaction, it wasn't a joke. The press in Zone 3 really was a 300,000 ton monster. And this kid Lin Han claimed he just tweaked it like it was a science fair project. That was earth-shattering news. "Is this for real?" Professor Chen was so hyped he couldn't form proper sentences. Bringing Lin Han in was the best decision of his life. This kid wasn't just a genius, he was a walking miracle. That machine solves our biggest headache, and you just saved the country a fortune in development costs. "Don't worry, I'm reporting this to the top immediately. You're getting a massive reward." Lin Han waved his hand dismissively. "Save the reward for later. Right now, the priority is building this jet. The military competition is around the corner, and we can't let Huaxia lose face to the British." Professor Chen looked at Lin Han with pure adoration. This kid was the future engine of the entire nation. Lin Han was blooming into a legend right before their eyes. Meanwhile, the rest of the team just looked confused. A guy who looks like a high schooler casually upgrades a machine to god-tier levels and designs a perfect jet with Liu Yi. It sounded fake. Even a dog wouldn't believe that story. People started whispering in the shadows, "Is this kid the son of some high-ranking official? He definitely came here just to farm achievements and boost his reputation. A 300,000 ton press, please." Professor Chen is probably just making it up to cover for him. The haters exchanged looks, convinced that their conspiracy theory made the most sense. Professor Chen smiled, ignoring the tension. I'll contact Russia later. We'll get them to supply the engines for your design. I believe with the jet you and Liu Yi designed, we can easily push the speed past Mach 2. Liu Yi felt her blood boil with excitement, but Lin Han frowned. He didn't look happy at all. Professor Chen, actually, the fighter jet I'm building is designed for Mach 5. Also, we don't need Russian scraps. I'll build the engine myself. Say what now? Good Lord, this kid stays quiet, but when he opens his mouth, he tries to give everyone a heart attack. The engine is the heart of the jet. Look, designing a cool shell is one thing, but building a fighter jet engine from scratch, that is straight up delusional. And not just any engine, he's talking about hitting Mach 5. That's sci-fi territory. Academician Tran chuckled, shaking his head like he'd just heard a ghost story. Professor Lamham, you're definitely overthinking this one. The gods can handle the flight dynamics. I'm just here to look good. Words are cheap right now, but give it a month and the truth will drop like a bomb. Lamham flashed a confident grin. The academician nodded solemnly. If you actually pull off a Mach 5 engine, our Air Force won't just fly. They'll rule the entire blue planet. With that kind of insane speed, the UK and every other superpower would be left choking on our exhaust dust. When you're ranking a fighter jet's power level, rule number 1 is speed. Rule number 2, range. It's all about how far you can push before the tank runs dry. The rest of the team wore expressions of pure doubt. No way were they betting on a kid to build a self-made engine. But the old man had faith. He knew Lamham was cooking up a mechanical beast that would make the whole world's jaw drop. Win or lose, success or failure, this was the miracle academician Tran was praying to witness. With the clock ticking like a time bomb, the chit-chat ended. Tran gave the green light, and the race to build the ultimate fighter jet was on. After that flex, Lu Wai's admiration for our MC hit max level. But there was no time to chill. Lamham was ready to unlock the next stage engine technology. First mission. He ordered Lu Wai to grab a decommissioned Russian turbojet engine and haul it over to the lab. Summoning her inner beast, Lu Wai planted her pristine white legs firmly and stomped down ready to show this heavy metal who's boss. With just one hand gripping the cable, she gave a mighty heave. The massive engine flew up from the lower deck onto the platform like it was made of cardboard. Lu Wai gasped for air, wiping her brow with a slender arm. A single drop of sweat rolled down, vanishing into her shirt. Lamham chuckled softly. Rough work, huh? She flashed a smile sweeter than candy. Don't get polite with me now the cargo is delivered. What's the next move, boss? Need an assistant? Lamham waved her off. Nah, you're done. Go get your beauty sleep while I work my magic. Lamham cracked his knuckles, feeling the rush. Being reborn in an elementary schooler's body had one major cheat code: infinite stamina. Even if he crashed for a few hours, he'd wake up fully charged. He was a living perpetual motion machine. Lu Wai giggled shamelessly. Wow, treating me like spare parts, whatever. With a genius god-tier player like you here, I'm happy to be the useless sidekick. She didn't waste a second, flopping straight onto the floor. Let the god handle the flying. Then I'll handle the glowing up. She was truly the MVP of being lazy with style. Honestly, Lamham dug her vibe. No drama, just self-awareness. Turning back to business, he laid his hand on the old Russian scrap metal. Ding, the system voice echoed in his brain. Contact with Russian turbojet verified. Commencing technology analysis. Explosive turbojet technology acquired. The unlocked progress for the 6th generation fighter jet skyrocketed instantly. A tsunami of advanced blueprints flooded his mind. This wasn't just an upgrade, it was a total technological revolution. Complex schematics for the explosive turbojet burned themselves into his memory. This beast output 300,000 units of thrust. It could easily push a fighter past Mach 5. Estimated build time, just 2 weeks. While the engine came to life, Lu Wai stuck to her routine sleep glow-up hand over a wrench repeat. She was living the dream. Lamham ran the diagnostics. Thrust check. The precision of the components was terrifyingly perfect, literally airtight. Phase 1 complete. Next target, the fuel system. The moment he made contact with the aviation fuel, the system went wild. Advanced dual compressed fuel technology unlocked. With that, his mastery over 6th generation fighter tech hit the 90% mark. Then came the phased array radar. Boom, 100% completion. The system threw in a bonus reward, miniaturized air-to-air missile tech. Information downloaded. Lamham shook his head, clearing the mental fog. This was absolute peak fiction. These mini-missiles were designed specifically for his new jet-increasing payload without sacrificing a single drop of speed. Total win-win. And just like that, the 1-month deadline was up. Lamham stood before the completed 6th generation fighter in the hangar, a wicked smile spreading across his face. 500,000 units of super thrust. Dual compressed fuel allowing for 150,000 kilometers of flight. This wasn't a jet, it was a global strike predator. And the teeth. A massive payload of 100 mini air-to-air missiles locked and loaded. Twin-engine vertical takeoff and landing capabilities meant it could launch from anywhere, anytime, dominating the airspace instantly. Phased array radar that sees everything within 1,000 miles. Plus dual optical stealth and radar jamming to slip into enemy territory like a ghost. Packed with black technology, this was the definition of air superiority. Destroying enemies from beyond the horizon before they even knew they were dead. Tomorrow was showtime. The International Military Games hosted by the UK kicking off in Florida. Huaxia planned to send the J-35. It's a solid carrier jet, But let's be real, in a drag race against the Raptor, F-22 it eats dust. It has its perks, but the flaws are glaring. And you know the opposition is bringing their big gun, the F-22, to humiliate us. 3 years of relying on the J-10. To the rest of the blue planet, Huaxia's military might look like a total joke compared to the UK. Sure, recent events had the citizens raging with patriotism, but let's keep it real. The foundation just wasn't thick enough yet. The UK could bully them anytime they wanted. It was a tragedy. Aside from the old J-10, Huaxia didn't have a single bird in the sky worth fearing. Lin Han checked the time, 1 a.m. sharp. Beside him, Liu Yi shifted in her sleep, revealing legs that looked like pure porcelain. Gentleman mode activated. He quickly tucked her in, left, a handwritten letter by her side, threw a tarp over the beast of a machine, and ghosted the research center. Tomorrow was registration day at Bogang High School, and he couldn't stand them up. A promise is a promise. Back at the crib, Lin Guodong heard the door creak and jolted awake. Thief! He crept into the living room like a ninja, and bam, lights on. Father and son crouched instantly, staring at each other in pure terror. It took a solid second before they recognized the face and finally exhaled. Guodong laughed bitterly. Lin Han, why are you back at this ungodly hour? Lin Han just grinned. School starts tomorrow, doesn't it? I can't go back on my word, Pops. Guodong frowned, confused. Wait, does that mean the fighter jet is actually finished? Lin Han nodded like it was nothing. Basically, yeah. Let the pilot test it tomorrow, then ship it to Florida for the military competition. Easy peasy. Hearing that casually dropped bomb, Guodong had to suck in a sharp breath of cold air. A jet. In just over 1 month. It wasn't just beginner's luck. Lin Han hadn't just opened his mind, he'd unlocked the 8 gates of genius. It was absurd, impossible. Yet here it was happening right under his nose, performed by his own flesh and blood. Shocking, absolutely. But facts are facts. Guodong had no choice but to accept this new reality. Good, that's good. I got your school stuff ready. Go crash. Now you've still got a few hours before the grind starts. Lin Han was dead to the world in his room. Meanwhile, morning broke and Liu Yi found the letter. Left early for school, seriously. This kid, he really isn't human, is he? The letter dropped another truth bomb. The jet is done. Drag it straight to Florida for the competition. 0 issues guaranteed. If they were nervous, they could get a test pilot first. Liu Yi relayed this to academician Chen, leaving the old man completely dazed. He just left. Teacher Lin Han, truly a legend who drops a masterpiece and leaves empty-handed. Within a month, every other team had wiped out. A total massacre of ambition. Some designs died in the wind tunnel. Others rejected the Russian engines like a bad transplant stalling midair after one lap. The pilots nearly lost their lives along with the prototypes. Now Liu Yi's team was the final fortress, the last hope. Everyone swarmed the research zone, eyes glued to the center. Lin Han had left the beast covered under a tarp. On academician Chen's order, the cover was ripped away. Whoosh, wait. Is that a J-10 or a Su-30? Wave-like contours, a flattened nose designed for stealth curves as exquisite as a maiden's waist. And tail wings shimmering with cold metallic lethality. A super cool fighter jet suddenly dominated their vision. Academician Chen and the crew gasped in unison. The machine wasn't just cool, its aerodynamic layout was absolutely flawless. Has it passed the wind tunnel? Chen suddenly demanded. Liu Yi nodded. Done. It can handle speeds of at least 10 Mach. However, with the payload and other factors creating drag, the real-time combat speed is probably around 5 Mach. Hearing this explanation, everyone pursed their lips in doubt, because there was a massive plot hole in Liu Yi's story, and the sharp-eyed academician caught it instantly. He frowned at her. Are you sure it withstood 10 Mach wind speeds? Liu Yi looked confused but firm. Yeah, I was there. I saw the data. Chen opened his mouth, but the other researchers were already calling cap on the 10 Mach claim. Our current wind tunnel gear doesn't go that high. How did you measure it? Don't tell me it was a computer simulation. Comrade Liu simulations and reality are 2 different worlds. Academician Chen nodded, siding with the skeptics. The math didn't add up. Liu Yi just shrugged, palms up. Wind tunnel tech Lin Han solved that ages ago. The device is right behind you guys. Everyone spun around to follow her finger. That unassuming stamping machine, she's saying that thing hits 10 Mach. Liu Yi chuckled softly. Actually, according to Lin Han, the wind speed on that thing exceeds 30 Mach. What 30 Mach? Their jaws hit the floor. Words completely failed them. Dead silence reigned for seconds. Then academician Chen lunged forward, powering up the device to see if this magic was real. The moment he hit the switch, a ferocious roar tore through the air like a dragon waking up. Boom! The mechanical roar lasted only a split second before dead silence took over. The crowd frowned skepticism written all over their faces. Was it a bust? Did the legendary 30 Mach speed just go up in smoke? I call cap, that was definitely an explosion, someone sneered. The machine malfunctioned. It's nowhere near as magical as the ads claimed. Professor Chen remained silent, but the gears were turning in his head. Suddenly, realization hit him. He raised a hand, silencing the murmurs like a conductor stopping an orchestra. He dove onto the computer eyes, scanning the data until they narrowed into sharp slits. He took a deep breath, his voice trembling with raw emotion. This was absolutely not a glitch. The reality was, the 30-meter wind tunnel had just completed a full test run. The crowd was lost and the source totally confused, so Professor Chen broke it down for them. Lin Han hadn't failed. He had harnessed the massive shockwave energy from the explosion. He simulated a wind speed of Mach 30. It was a stroke of pure, unadulterated genius. His concept was wild, straight out of a sci-fi flick, but he actually pulled it off. The 30-meter wind tunnel was fully operational. This means our nation's aerospace tech is about to level up and leave the rest of the world in the dust. Professor Chen couldn't hide the hype in his voice. The others finally snapped out of it. As they looked closer at the wind tunnel equipment, their jaws hit the floor. If the 30-meter wind tunnel was real, then this fighter jet might actually possess a speed of Mach 5. If that was true, then at the military competition hosted by the UK, our nation would walk in with heads held high, ready to flex on the entire Blue Star. There was no time for test pilots now. They had to roll the dice and go all in. Professor Chen checked his watch and barked orders. Load the fighter jet onto the transport plane. We're flying straight to the UK for the showdown. Meanwhile, our main character, Lin Han, thought his teacher, Miss Yuan, had delayed the start of the semester. But when he arrived at high school number 3, he dropped a bomb of news. Miss Yuan had been checked into the psych ward for mental treatment. Yikes. School had started earlier than planned. Even though he missed a week and had no clue what was going on, Lin Han wasn't worried. Catching up was child's play for him. Honestly, he could skip 3 years and still ace every test. But when he walked into the registration office, surprise, surprise, his name was nowhere to be found. After standing there awkwardly for a while, his situation finally caught the principal's attention. Principal Liang looked him up and down with a sneer. Still trying to finesse your way in, huh? We rejected you because the staff voted you out. Your exam results screamed cheater. A prestigious high school number 3 doesn't train frauds like you. Where is Miss Yuan? Lin Han asked, keeping his cool. Principal Liang shot him a dirty look. Someone brainwashed her into vouching for you. She wanted to drag you into this school and even put a career on the line. How could I agree to such madness? So I forced her to take a little vacation. She's resting now, far away from your influence. Lin Han's frown deepened, his expression turning to steel. You say I cheated? You got receipts? Prove it. Liang rolled his eyes. Your grades were always at the bottom. Then suddenly you're top of the class for the finals. What did you magically unlock your brain chakras? I've seen dark horses before, but never a donkey that turned into a racehorse overnight. It's impossible. Lin Han didn't have the energy to debate this clown. The principal's logic made sense to a normie, but Lin Han just wanted to get to class. The only way to bypass this gatekeeper was to call for backup. He needed the help of Chief II, a heavyweight connection who definitely had the strings to pull. He made the call, and Chief I was more than happy to flex his influence. Less than a minute later, the principal's phone rang. It was the Provincial Education Department. Talk about speed. Liang picked up the phone and his face instantly froze. He started nodding like a bobblehead. Yes. Understood, don't worry, sir. After hanging up, Liang narrowed his eyes at the student before him. This kid could summon the Provincial Education Department. Since the big bosses had stepped in, he had no choice. He had to let the brat enroll. But now Liang's hatred for Lin Han had leveled up. In his eyes, Lin Han upgraded from a simple cheater to a spoiled Nepo baby using daddy's power. Get out of my sight, go to class 66, and you better not cause any trouble. Lin Han smirked. Mission accomplished. He took a deep breath of the campus air, looking satisfied. Feels good to be back. But Lin Han's sudden arrival didn't sit well with the homeroom teacher of class 66 either. A student like this? Either a rich kid or connected to power. Terrible grades and acts dumb. Just the type she hated most. The teacher was short, about 4'11", wearing glasses. Everyone called her Tiny New. She banished Lin Han to the last seat in the back row. This was the VIP section for delinquents, the trash bin of the class. Looks like they really wanted to bury him. Lin Han shrugged it off. But just as Tiny New finished her lecture, the principal popped his head in. Listen up. Historic moment incoming. For the first time, our nation is joining the UK military competition. It's being live-streamed globally. The class is moving to the auditorium to watch the broadcast. As citizens, you need to witness our military might. You need to know what you're studying for. Little did they know, their nation had a fighter jet that was about to smoke the F-22. After Mr. New finished organising the lesson plans, he herded the whole class into the conference room like a flock of sheep. On the way there, the gossip mill was running full tilt. Everyone was hyping up the UK's F-22 Raptor. They were saying it's the only 5th-gen fighter on the entire blue planet, invisible to radar, insanely fast, and dripping with style. Another student threw in their 2 cents about Huaxia's own J-35 fighter. They were saying, hey, our carrier-based jet isn't trash, either. Rumour has it a young genius built it. It looks sleek and packs a serious punch. But let's be real, the limitations on carrier-based aircraft are massive. Comparing it to the UK's F-22, that's like comparing a bicycle to a Ferrari. The debate was getting heated. Hearing all this, Lin Han just let out a subtle smirk. Sure, the J-35 can't beat the Raptor, but that's apples and oranges. Different roles, different goals. If you really want a showdown, compare it to the beast Lin Han just finished building. The F-22 claims to be the king of 5th-gen fighters. Well, it's about time they met the new challenger from Huaxia. The Raptor isn't invincible. Its maintenance costs are a nightmare, and its flight range pathetic. The 6th-generation monster Lin Han created was born to crush the F-22 into scrap metal. Just then, the global livestream began. The lighter military competition officially kicked off over at the venue. The Huaxia team leader had a face dark as a storm cloud, and the commander beside him was sweating bullets. Are we seriously sending the J-35 up against the F-22? That's basically suicide? Top brass said, if the new fighter is ready, launch it. I'm afraid it's too much too soon, the team leader sighed. We're on our own now. The commander beside him let out a bitter laugh. Fate really loves to play jokes. Suddenly a guard sprinted over, gasping for air like he'd run a marathon. He pointed back and yelled, "It's here! The transport plane just dropped off the fighter!" The team leader and commander exchanged a look. Eyes lighting up, they rushed to the hangar like kids on Christmas morning. But the moment they laid eyes on the machine, their brows knotted into a tangled mess. Is that actually a fighter jet? It looked nothing like a traditional plane. It looked like a prop straight out of a British sci-fi blockbuster. It looked like a rush job, a plastic model made for display, not dogfights. The team leader asked, "Has this thing even been flight tested?" The transport crew just smiled awkwardly and shook their heads. Nope. The commander face-palmed. No test flight, and they dragged it all the way here. If this thing crashes, the entire blue planet will be laughing at Huaxia. I propose we let the pilot do a simple systems check first. Test the basics. If it holds together, then and only then do we tow it to the competition arena to replace the J-35. It bends the rules a bit, sure, but it beats crashing and burning in front of the world. The commander made a solid point. The team leader took a deep breath and nodded. Let's do it. Meanwhile, the J-35 was already being hurried onto the runway. The military competition was officially underway. As the host nation, the UK flexed their military muscle first, their elite gear and disciplined soldiers left the other teams with their jaws on the floor. You had to admit the Brits had the goods. Compared to them, Huaxia's rifles and kit looked, well, let's just say retro. The British soldiers looked down their noses at the Huaxia troops, smug faces everywhere. But then, the main event arrived. A roar tore through the blue sky like a golden eagle screaming. An F-22. Raptor sliced through the clouds. It dominated the heavens, leaving a massive white vapor cone in its wake. The moment that Raptor appeared, the entire crowd froze. Pure shock. That is the apex predator of the blue planet. Nothing else comes close. No other nation has a bird that can fight it. Even the military powerhouse Russia doesn't have a single card to play against this ace. The F-22 isn't just a plane. It's a new era. Trying to surpass it practically impossible. This whole competition, it was a setup from the start. A while back, the UK took a massive L in international waters. They were desperate to reclaim their lost honor. They wanted to prove that the gap between their military might and Huaxia's was as wide as the ocean itself. Back in the classroom, the students watching the live stream were gasping. Whoa, the Raptor's a beast. The British tech level is terrifying, one kid muttered. Imagine if Huaxia had jets like that. That would be the dream. Cut the chatter. You think our country can't cook up something fresh? The principal crossed his arms, staring at the F-22 on the screen, and let out a heavy, defeated sigh. Suddenly, Lin Han mumbled, "Our fighter is 10 times, no 100 times stronger than that British toy. Just wait and see." His quiet comment triggered a wave of mocking laughter from the class. Yo, Lin Han, since when are you a military expert? Sure, our country is growing fast, but 100 times stronger than the UK. Quit clowning, bro. The F-22 is the peak. If you don't know, Jack, keep your mouth shut. Lam Ham shot a side eye at the peanut gallery, Yen Tuck and Chi and their crew. His classmates looked at him like he was the village idiot and scoffed. Oh, look, who's the expert? If you're such a genius, go build a jet better than the F-22 for us. Lam Ham opened his mouth to roast them back, but the homeroom teacher unleashed her dragon roar. Hey, what is that noise back there? Focus on the live stream, right now. If you don't study hard, how are you going to lift this country up from the dirt? Weak nations get bullied by outsiders. Her aura was so terrifying, the whole class went dead silent instantly. Finally, the moment arrived. It was time for Huaha to reveal their cutting-edge fighter jet to the world. But when a 3-year-old model rolled onto the tarmac, the crowd gasped. Wait, isn't that just a standard carrier-based plane? That junk isn't even in the same league as the F-22 does. Huaha have absolutely zero stealth game. Everyone thought the dragon was waking up, but it hit the snooze button. The UK played their ace, and we brought a pair of twos. Looks like Huaha is folding early, haha. The ridicule was loud, stinging like a slap to the face of the nation. Watching the screen, Lam Ham frowned deeply. Where's the beast I built? Why aren't they showing my masterpiece? Did something go wrong in the supply chain? Or did someone mess up the schedule? The mockery kept pouring in from the crowd. We expected a finishing move, but they just dragged out some scrap metal. How pathetic. Remember when they boldly faced off against the UK at sea? Where did that fire go? It's gone. Trash is still trash. Give them 50 years and they still won't catch up. Go play with the kiddies. Faced with this disaster, the flight leaders felt like their hearts were on a chopping block, waiting for the butcher's knife to drop. The test pilot had just strapped into the new jet when the commander yanked him out. Get down from there right now. He knew if they sent up that old jet, their reputation was toast. But the new secret weapon? It was a gamble. We don't know what this new bird can do yet. The commander's voice was grim. It's too dangerous for you. If not me, then who? Move it, I'm taking this baby up. His aura was absolutely unstoppable. The commanding officer gulped, watching the old lion walk away. The boss was officially pissed off. Once he made up his mind, 8 horses couldn't pull him back like a stubborn mule. He was switching jets and nobody could say squat. "Sir, do you have a death wish?" 2 pilots rushed over trying to block his path. "Commander, please. This thing hasn't been flight tested. What if it explodes mid-air? Let us go instead. It's safer." But the commander bristled, shoving them aside. "You brats doubt me." The pilot's eyes went red with emotion. "Never, sir. But you're the commander. We can't lose you." The old man's eyes burned with resolve. "Exactly. It's dangerous. So why would I send you? Am I a coward? I am the leader. When death comes knocking, I answer the door first. Stop trying to stop me. If this machine can rival the F-22, it's for the eternal glory of our nation. And if I crash, then I die a hero's death. I don't see a downside." The pilots went silent, choked up by his guts. Seeing his soldiers so worried, the commander realized he was being too harsh. He scanned the room and burst into a hearty laugh. "Ha ha, you stinking brats, use your heads for a second." An untested fighter is basically a ticking time bomb. They knew he was saving their lives, and that hit them right in the feels. Standing before the steel beast, the commander took a deep breath and climbed the ladder like a warrior mounting his steed. Whoosh! The transparent canopy hissed open, and a wave of pure futuristic sci-fi energy hit him in the face. Inside, it felt weightless. But wait, where were the buttons? No switches. The commander was totally shook. Is this even a plane? It was nothing like the beasts he used to tame. And he was an expert jet designer for crying out loud. Every machine he ever built followed the rules. This thing, it broke them all. Sitting down, it wasn't just comfy, it was like sinking into a cloud. Better than his expensive massage chair at home. Did old Tran turn this into a luxury lounge? He didn't know whether to be impressed or horrified by the design. Usually a cockpit is cold steel and hard switches, not a 5-star hotel room. The cockpit is the brain of the fighter, the heart of the battle. It's supposed to be a complex system for war, not a cozy den for a Sunday nap. If it's this cozy, how is a pilot supposed to stay sharp? Adrenaline needs edge, not pillows. Imagine sinking into a sofa while trying to dogfight an enemy jet. You can't fire missiles while chilling out. Honestly, this seat is way too plush. It feels less like a cockpit and more like a lounge chair for snacking. Can this luxury recliner actually handle a dogfight? The canopy slid shut with a smooth hiss. Soft blue ambient lighting filled the space like a high-end gaming setup. A robotic chime signaled the system startup. "I am Little May, your combat AI assistant. Let's run through the specs of your new beast." Suddenly, a holographic HUD popped up in midair. It startled the veteran pilot out of his skin. Crystal clear data floated right before his eyes. He muttered in shock, "Is this actual holographic tech?" Little May chirped back, "Affirmative. This is the 2DA2 imaging system. Now that you know the basics, let's learn how to fly this thing." She moved straight to the flight tutorial. But the pilot wasn't listening. He was staring at the stats like they were glitching out max speed Mach 5. Range 20,000 kilometers. Ammo 300 missiles. The commander gasped for air. His heart rate instantly spiked to 200 beats per minute. Mach 5. That's insane. At that speed, the G-force would crush a human heart and pop veins like balloons. And that range, 20,000 kilometers. Even the legendary British F-22 only manages 1,200. If that number is real, this jet could circle the entire planet without refueling. Plus 300 missiles in this flat body. The physics don't add up. He figured the devs must have made a typo in the code. It's a prototype after all. A few bugs in the system display are to be expected. Ignoring the impossible stats, he focused on the controls. Little May's voice returned. "Choose your style, touchscreen mode or classic joystick. Watch this demo." The 2-minute video played, leaving the commander absolutely floored. First up, touch mode. It looked exactly like a mobile game interface, just tapping glass to simulate war. He had never seen anything this futuristic in his life. Second option, the classic stick with physical buttons. For an old-school ace, tapping a screen felt wrong. He chose the stick without hesitation. But then a major problem hit him. He looked around the sleek cockpit. There was no joystick installed. How are you supposed to fly with phantom controls? But Little May was one step ahead. Activating joystick mode. Like magic, the floor opened up. A mechanical control stick rose from the console, the touch panel morphed into physical buttons, giving him that familiar tactile feel. Now that is what I'm talking about. He hit the ignition. The turbine engine roared to life like a tiger waking up in the mountains. The officers outside watched intently. Suddenly a pilot in the crowd pointed at the exhaust. "Whoa, look at that!" Blue flames. That meant perfect combustion. The fuel was burning at maximum efficiency. The crowd instantly lost their cool. Not even the top-tier British engines could pull off a burn that clean. This engine tech was on a whole other level. Where did they even get this? Was it imported secret tech from the superpowers? If the aerodynamics hold up, this thing might actually rival the F-22. The commander's eyes lit up with wild excitement. Meanwhile, the foreign reps were getting impatient. "What's taking so long is China chicken. Are they too scared to fly?" The British rep crossed his arms looking smug. "The F-22 is already out there. Nobody can touch us." But just as the trash talk peaked, boom, the roar of the 6th-generation fighter drowned them out as it rolled onto the runway. The pilot narrowed his eyes. The pressure was crushing him. He didn't need Mach 5. If he could just hit Mach 2, he'd be happy. The jet's debut caused a stir. "Looks cool, but is it just a prop? Probably all flash and no substance." Ignoring the haters, the commander gripped the throttle. He slammed it forward, the engine screaming in protest. Let's roll. He was ready to risk it all. The moment the thrusters engaged, a blinding red light exploded from the rear. It launched with godlike speed. The shockwave slapped the audience like a physical blow. A Mach cone formed instantly as it tore a hole through the sky. 1 second later, boom, that beast took to the skies. Whoa! The silence was so loud you could literally hear a pin drop in the stadium. That visible shockwave and speed faster than the naked eye could track, yeah, it was sending a very clear message. The takeoff speed of the Huaxia fighter just casually almost hit Mach 2. The international reps were frozen jaws on the floor in total disbelief. Even the squad leader flying the jet was freaking out. He got a little too hyped earlier and thought he might have pushed the throttle too hard. The takeoff was insane, but looking down, he hadn't even bottomed out the stick. He still had half the power left to go. The leader gulped hard, muttering to himself in pure shock. No way, this can't be real. Can this thing seriously break past Mach 5? There's no way it can actually hit that god-tier speed. Even a super soldier pilot would turn into jelly. At best, it should top out around Mach 2.5. Still, even that speed is mind-blowing. Gaining some confidence, the leader gripped the stick, ready to tame this metal beast. Suddenly, the 6th-generation fighter tore past Mach 2 like a literal beam of light, painting a brilliant streak across the heavens. Meanwhile, the British F-22 was still up there trying to flex its muscles. But then they noticed the Huaxia fighter had joined the party. The British pilot let out a cold snort. Trying to compare specs with the F-22, keep dreaming. He slammed his throttle to the absolute max. The F-22 pierced the clouds like an arrow. He was trying to show off, thinking he was the main character of this sky. He thought his opponents were just talking trash. But little did he know he was about to get completely humbled. The gap between them was massive. When the throttle hit the limit, compressed hydro fuel flooded the combustion chamber and the turbine engine screamed to life. 300 kilonewtons of raw power unleashed. In a split second, the 6th-gen fighter hit cheat code speeds, blasting past the F-22 like a bullet through paper. The sonic boom didn't even have time to settle. The speed gauge instantly spiked straight up to Mach 5. From the F-22's cockpit, it just looked like a violent gust of wind. Swept past. A flash of light disappeared into the distance before he could even process what it was. The British pilot froze in his seat. He frantically checked his radar screen. But the radar was empty. It couldn't even track the target. However, the audience with the god's eye view saw everything clearly. The Huaxia 6th-gen fighter shot out like a sniper, round piercing the dome of the sky. The visual impact was so intense, everyone's mouths were hanging open. The F-22 was pushing Mach 2.5, but the Huaxia jet left it eating dust. What does that tell you? It means Huaxia didn't just break Mach 2.5, they smashed the barrier and hit hypersonic Mach 5 speeds. Oh my god, this is beyond imagination. Huaxia just delivered the ultimate face slap to everyone watching. The British person in charge turned into a statue staring blankly as their pride and joy got clapped in the sky. He grabbed the radio, screaming in rage. Damn it, go get him, push the throttle to the limit and chase him down. The pilot was basically sobbing. Chase what? They hit Mach 5. I'm maxing out and I can't even smell their exhaust. I can't even see their tail lights. Since when did Huaxia become this overpowered? The British rep was ready to cry. And remember, this is a live stream. In the broadcast zone, the Huaxia commanders were so shook they almost kneeled down to worship the screen. This tech is actually god tier. The commander suddenly realized something and grabbed the mic. Wait! At Mach 5, the G-force will explode human blood vessels. Is the pilot okay? Squad leader, are you alive? But honestly, the squad leader couldn't be vibing harder right now. Sitting in the anti-gravity cockpit, he was hype screaming insults at the British jet. Today, Daddy is going to teach you what real speed looks like. Ha ha ha, this feels amazing. Hearing the commander's voice, he finally snapped back to reality. He checked his body. No pain, no pressure. The anti-gravity tech had cancelled out almost all the G-force. The leader shouted back excitedly, "No problems here, boss. I'm feeling fantastic. Ha ha ha. This fighter jet created by academician Chen is too advanced." Hearing the pilot was safe, the command room breathed a sigh of relief, but the shock was still real. To get a fighter jet to hit Mach 5, you don't just need perfect aerodynamics. The real secret sauce is the engine technology. As far as he knew, no other nation on Earth had an engine this buff. This means Huaxia developed this beast all on their own. The commander's eyes were sparkling with pride. The F-22 was left so far behind it wasn't even funny. The British were totally salty, publicly announcing, "So what if it's fast? A jet isn't a museum piece. Is it just built for racing? All speed, no bite, I bet its combat power is 0. The commander and his squad were convinced their math was mathing. That insane speed, it definitely came with a price tag sacrificing the missile payload. Plus a close-up scan revealed 0 missiles hanging off the wings. Clean as a whistle. They thought they found the fatal flaw. The commander radioed the team leader in a panic, asking, "Are we still doing this dance?" "Trust the data," he insisted. The F-22's combat power is legendary for a reason. Everyone knows who the king of the sky is. Hearing this, the team leader's face went dark. The pressure was mounting. Sure, the specs claimed a terrifying load of 300 rounds, but was that heavy artillery or just peanuts? No one knew for sure. If it's just machine gun ammo, it's game over. But backing down now, that's a one-way ticket to Humiliation City. You gotta risk it to get the biscuit. The leader gritted his teeth and stomped his foot. Screw it. We take them on? The commander took a deep breath. 22, you're up first. All eyes locked on the target zone off the coast of Florida. Whoosh! A dozen missiles screamed through the air, tearing up the sky before crashing into the ocean. Kaboom! A massive explosion rocked the waves. A 5-meter tsunami rose up as the blast carved a giant hole in the ocean, creating a violent vortex that sucked everything back in. What a magnificent display of destruction. The F-22's mid-range missiles were packing some serious heat. Capable of unleashing 28 missiles, this beast is the apex predator of the blue planet. Unrivaled speed, unmatched firepower. It's in a league of its own. The F-22 finished its flex. Now it was finally time for the challenger from Huaxia to step into the ring. The team leader inhaled slowly, his finger hovering over the weapon release. Eyes closed, he smashed that button down. Let's rock and roll, baby. Fire control radar online. Target locked. The HUD lit up with kill zones and ammo counters. But wait! Before anyone could blink, the weapon bay opened, revealing a cluster of mini-missiles peeking out. These things were tiny. Compared to the massive warheads on the British F-22, they looked like toothpicks 10 times smaller. And then, bam, a dozen of them launched simultaneously. The air shrieked as they tore through the atmosphere, ripping the very sky apart with their roar. Leaving white trails at blinding speeds, they painted a beautiful curve of death across the horizon. A deadly masterpiece woven in the clouds. A split second of silence, then disaster. The ocean erupted like a breaching whale connecting heaven and earth. Poor fish was sent flying into the stratosphere. A fishing boat 10 kilometers away got flipped like a pancake. The shockwave was so insane, it pushed the Florida coastline back 30 kilometers instantly. The beachgoers enjoying their sunbathing session, they got slapped face first into the sand by the sudden tide. It was a mind-numbing spectacle that felt like a brain freeze on steroids. And believe it or not, that was just the appetizer. The leader kept his finger on the trigger. Reload and repeat, another volley was primed and ready for the same target. Same dream of total destruction. In that moment, even the leader was stunned frozen. He watched as the ocean was literally blasted into a bottomless abyss. At the impact point, the laws of physics took a coffee break. The water vanished, leaving behind a pitch-black void. Time seemed to glitch for a second. Then the ocean crashed back in, creating a whirlpool that spun with violent fury. Don't let the size fool you. These mini-missiles were packing punch 10 times harder than the British heavyweights. Witnessing this apocalyptic beauty, the crowd's jaws hit the floor. Complete silence. The Huaxia jet just casually spammed nearly 30 missiles, instantly breaking the British record of 28. It wasn't even close. The winner was painfully obvious. The British representative was so salty, he literally jumped in rage. What the hell is this? The F-22 is the alpha of the skies? Losing is not an option. Pilot, where are my missiles? Fire them, I need 3 more. We have to beat Huaxia no matter what. The pilot was sweating bullets, squeezing out more ammo, impossible. But there was a dirty trick to boost the numbers. It was cheating, but desperate times called for desperate measures. The British pilot immediately radioed a second F-22 that was fully loaded. The second I hit the cloud layer, we switched spots. We're pulling the old bait and switch. The other pilot's eyes lit up. Brilliant. It was shameful as hell, but effective. They couldn't let the kingdom lose face in a military showdown this big. Just like that, the reserve jet sneaked off the runway and disappeared into the cloud cover. Back on the ground, the haters who were trashing Huaxia a minute ago, dead silent. You could hear a pin drop. But the Huaxia fans, they stood up and started roasting the British team. Is that all you got? Keep firing if you can. Oh, wait. You're out of juice, slower, weaker, and pathetic. So much for the most advanced fighter jet. It's just a pile of expensive scrap metal. The British team had no comeback. Suddenly, the British jet shot straight up, vanishing into the clouds. The crowd looked confused. Wait, did he just rage quit and run away? Maybe it was running on fumes ready to dip, but in a blink, that F-22 popped back up in the sky like a glitch in the Matrix. Since these metal birds look identical, your average, Joe couldn't spot the difference to save his life. It was the perfect disguise. Even if they pulled a fast one, nobody caught on. The switch was seamless. The replacement pilot just smirked like he owned the place. 28 air-to-air missiles locked on and fired instantly. It wasn't quite the nuclear-level light show the Chinese jet just dropped, but 56 missiles is still insane damage output. The crowd was scratching their heads. Yeah, didn't the Brits tap out of ammo already? Why drop another 28? Who knows? Maybe they were sandbagging this whole time to hustle everyone. Purely on payload stats, the UK was flexing hard on China right now. Seeing the scoreboard flip, the British rep got his swagger back instantly. Yeah, it was a dirty trick, but in the international arena, saving face is the only game that matters. He grabbed the mic and started hyping up their F-22 like he was selling used cars, dissing China's tech while screaming, "We just reloaded on you fools. Where's your jet now? China, keep up if you can. Haha, we were just going easy on you out of pity. But you got cocky, so now we got to show you there are levels to this game. You're not the main character here." But the commander's sharp eyes caught a glitch in their matrix. He noticed something sketchy. He spotted movement on the backup runway, an identical F-22 sneaking into the hangar like a thief in the night. It was moving way too sus to be innocent. Son of a... The Brits are actually hacking the game right in front of us. They're playing dirty. That's it, I'm calling them out right to their faces. The commander stormed over to the British rep, pointing a trembling finger at the backup runway. "You guys are rigging the match." The British rep just sneered. "Rigging, you got eyes on the back of your head or something?" The commander stood tall, shouting facts. "Stop capping, we saw it. Don't play dumb. Have you no shame pulling dirty stunts in a global tournament that's low even for you?" The British rep side-eyed him with zero respect. "Receipts. Show me the receipts. If you got no proof, you're just yapping." How could he have proof it happened too fast to snap a pic for the gram or save the replay? He thought calling them out would make them blush, but these guys had faces thicker than tank armor. They denied everything. The commander clenched his fists, rage boiling over like a volcano. But against this level of shamelessness, he was powerless. He turned to leave, swallowing the bitter pill of defeat, but the British rep wasn't done roasting him. He laughed like a villain who just won the arc, then literally spat on the ground behind the commander. "Loser. Who do you think you are? Coming at us with zero evidence. You got some nerve. Beat our missile count first, then maybe you can talk smack." "Oh, buddy, haven't you heard that karma is a boomerang?" Back in the China zone, the commander spilled the tea to the team leader. The leader's aura instantly turned dark fists clenching. He scoffed. "Damn, since when did cheaters get so righteous? Chill out. Our bird is a beast compared to their toy. 56 missiles, that's it. They think that's a high score that's cute." The team leader's gaze locked onto the transparent HUD in the cockpit. He stared at the ammo counter, his eyes icy cold. That glowing red number 26 looked dangerous. He slammed the fire button, a demonic grin creeping across his face. "Hey, Britain, watch this!" Just as the British rep was acting all high and mighty, the sky ripped open. A literal meteor shower descended from the heavens. Over 200 micro-missiles launched at once, connecting the sky and sea in a terrifying web of destruction. The British rep's eyes bugged out of his skull. He stuttered, "Oh my God." The VIPs from every other nation were shook. Their jaws hit the floor. No fighter jet in history had ever unleashed a bullet hell like this. Even an advanced air defense system would crash trying to calculate this many targets. It was overwhelming. The dense rain of missiles slammed into the ocean, triggering a massive tsunami instantly. Sea and sky merged into one chaotic painting. This was the true definition of power. British fishermen saw that wall of water and yeeted their nets immediately. "Screw the fish, I'm out. My life is worth more than a paycheck." This was straight up apocalyptic. A Florida-sized tsunami rolled in as over 200 missiles baptized the ocean. The British rep was frozen. Even the first pilot, the one they swapped out, stood there like a statue. His brain couldn't process the missile rain he just witnessed. 2 F-22s tagging in, and they still got wrecked by China. What's the point of even competing? He finally realized China's jet was a literal monster. Earth-shattering power. Even with cheats enabled, they couldn't win. Might as well rage quit now. After emptying the clip, the team leader finally let out a breath. Now that felt good. It had been ages since Huaxia tasted a victory this sweet. 3 missiles? That is all it took to humble the competition. 28 against 3. What a joke. 1 single fighter jet against 10 F-22s. Even that would be a slaughter. This was not a battle. It was a harvest. The commander's fists unclenched as tears of pure adrenaline washed over him. He never imagined that the birds created by academician Chen would be this broken. This was not just strong, it was game-breaking. This went beyond defiance. They had literally poked a hole in the sky. Talk about satisfaction. Oh, how he wished he could see the British representative's face right now. I bet he looks like he just stepped in something nasty. You guys tried to cheat and still lost. That is embarrassing. Those 3 missiles scared the fishermen all the way in Florida. Karma hit them like a freight train. The British higher-ups were blowing up the phone lines instantly. The representative looked like a ghost, stammering excuses. "I do not know what happened. Huaxia's jets were moving at Mach 5. They pulverized our F-22s. Should we keep going?" The boss nearly had a stroke. "Keep going. Are you insane? Pack it up, get out of there. Cancel the whole military exercise. Tell them to scram immediately." The UK hosted this event to flex on Huaxia, but instead they got spanked in front of the whole world. They were literally caught with their pants down. Talk about losing all dignity. The live broadcast was ripped off the air by force. This military exercise was a total faceplant. Their reputation just sank to the bottom of the ocean off Florida. The live stream cut to black, forced offline in a panic. The UK had lost so much face they might never recover. Back in the classroom, every single pair of eyes locked onto Linham. Holy cow, he actually called it Huaxia really did have a secret weapon. The principal and teacher froze in shock. When Liang Kaiwen finally rebooted his brain, he fumbled with the remote. Was that a sci-fi movie? Did we watch the wrong channel that cannot be real? Little Niu looked half asleep but replied, "Nope, it said live broadcast in the corner." That was real life, folks. No one could believe Huaxia's tech had leveled up this much. They just casually walked away with the F-22's dignity. After seeing that beast in the sky, the F-22 looks like a flying heap of scrap metal. Liang Kaiwen cleared his throat, scanning the future pillars of the nation with a sudden burst of patriotic flair. "Students who here wants to build the next generation of fighter jets." The whole class roared, "We do!" The principal grinned like a Cheshire cat. But wait, there is more. Aircraft carriers, nuclear subs, bombers, ICBMs, we need geniuses for everything. I hope every student from number 3 high school becomes a legend for our country. Cheers erupted like a volcano, but Linham sat there lost in deep thought. He clenched his fist. He knew the truth. Huaxia was not there yet. A hard fist is good, but you need a strong economy and tech to back it up. Liang Kaiwen's gaze drifted until it landed on the silent Linham. Seeing the boy quiet, he thought, this kid has zero patriotism, no country, no home dummy. Why are you even studying? Is it not to make our nation great? The principal snapped. He pointed a trembling finger right at Linham's nose. Hey kid, you think you're too cool for this speech? You think you are above us, huh? Linham looked up, frowning, ready to defend himself. I'm not looking down on anyone. But before he could explain, the principal shut him down instantly. I've seen students like you, relying on connections, arrogant thinking the world revolves around you. To me, you are just wet mud. And you know what they say about mud. It does not stick to the wall, useless. The insults landed and the class burst into mocking laughter. Linham became public enemy number one. Even the girl next to him scooted away like he had the plague. Linham's eyes turned icy. He glared at the principal and finally found an opening to speak. Principal, I am not arrogant. I used connections because you refused to respect my actual test scores. I already cleared this with Miss Yuan. She agreed, but mentioning the teacher only added fuel to the fire. Shut your mouth. You think you earned those scores. The principal was getting personal now. I can tell just by looking at your face. You are a cheater. Lin Han took a deep breath, keeping his cool. If this place won't keep me, somewhere else will. But the principal just scoffed. Huh, a cheater like you? No one wants a fraud who faked his way to the top. If you have even a shred of pride left, get out of my sight. Get the hell out of high school number 3. At this point, Lin Han didn't even bother arguing. Why waste breath on trash learning can happen anywhere, right? Sure, the school was his goal, but if they were going to kick him to the curb, he wasn't going to beg. Time to bounce. Lin Han just shrugged, cool as ice. Fine, I'm out. Principal Liang sneered. Good riddance. Don't let the door hit you on the way out. But before the echo of his insult faded, a phone rang. Principal Liang frowned and picked up. Hello, say what a medal ceremony for who? Lin Han. Which Lin Han, the kid standing right next to me? The voice on the other end was crystal clear, awarding a medal. Principal Liang froze like a statue. Lin Han. This brat getting a medal. Suddenly outside, 5 heavy-duty military armored vehicles roared into the parking lot, kicking up a storm of dust. The heavy metal doors groaned open with a terrifying mechanical hiss. Clack, clack, clack. Heavy boots hit the pavement. 2 lieutenant colonels stepped out, flanked by 5 majors following close behind. Behind them was a squad of 7 or 8 more, and even the lowest rank there was a major. This was serious business. They adjusted their uniforms with razor-sharp precision. Orders from the top were clear. Keep the circle small, but make the impact massive. Not a secret mission, but not a media circus either. Still, a ceremony of this magnitude, it needed to send a shockwave through the system. So the 2 commanding officers made a call. They'd turn this into a live patriotic lesson for the students, a direct classroom invasion to honor Lin Han. They narrowed the target down to his specific unit. The goal, to publicly crown Lin Han with glory right in front of everyone. This ceremony was basically a surprise tactical strike. Why? Because the higher-ups were still buzzing about the military competition in the UK. The display from Huaxia had shaken the world, but more importantly, it was about that specific fighter jet. That machine had practically slapped the entire British military across the face with its sheer power. When they dug up the identity of the designer, the generals nearly had heart attacks. Impossible, they screamed. But after checking 10 times, they had to accept the insane reality. A grade schooler had built a fighter jet that hit Mach 5.3 and tossed missiles around like toys. I mean, come on, who wouldn't lose their mind hearing that? It sounds like pure fiction. But the facts were cold and hard. It crushed the competition. Whether he's a kid or a PhD, greatness must be rewarded. The order came down instantly. Award the first-class merit medal. No hesitation. Back at the school, the officers marched toward the building with purpose. The principal, finally realizing what was happening, started bowing and scraping from 800 meters away. His eyes locked onto the shoulder insignias of the leaders. When he realized they were lieutenant colonels, he gasped his internal monologue, screaming, "Holy crap!" Principal Liang thought Lin Han just did some minor good deed, maybe saved a cat. He expected a grunt. Instead, he got 2 high-ranking commanders whose authority crushed his tiny principal status. The scale of this event was massive, way above the pay grade of a middle school principal. Liang let out a bitter, terrified laugh. Officers of this rank for Lin Han. Did the kid save the planet or something? Wait, no, that can't be it. It's his background. Lin Han's family is loaded. He probably made one call to the education board to set this up. It's just a rich kid buying a shiny trophy to look good. That has to be it. He's just a spoiled second-generation rich kid. I was right to expel him. Actually, wait. I didn't expel him. Lin Han was just mentally weak and quit on his own. I can't be blamed for that. If the brass asks, I'll just tell the truth. Justice is on my side. He put on a fake smile. Welcome, comrade commanders. His own sycophantic voice snapped him out of his delusions. Liang looked up beaming. Right this way, sirs. A dozen towering soldiers in pristine uniforms marched in a perfect line heading straight for the classroom. And just like that, the classroom door swung open and the squad marched in like they owned the place. The moment they stepped inside, the temperature dropped. A suffocating, serious aura filled the room, crushing the air out of everyone's lungs. The homeroom teacher, Miss Yan Yu, held her breath and snapped to attention, instinctively overpowered by their military presence. Even the students puffed out their chests and raised their heads, their eyes wide with sudden respect and fear. The leader's voice boomed. "Excuse me? Which one of you is Lin Han?" Instantly, every single head turned toward the corner where Lin Han sat calm as a sleeping dragon. "Wait, this intense squad is here just for Lin Han." Miss Yan Yu spotted Principal Liang lurking in the back and rushed over. She lowered her voice to a frantic whisper. "Principal, what is going on? Why is the army here for Lin Han?" Liang frowned, annoyed. "They said they're here to give him a medal." Seeing the principal's sour face, she quickly added, "I bet he pulled some strings with his family. Otherwise, why would a middle schooler get a military medal?" Liang Kaiwen crossed his arms over his chest, looking like the cat who got the cream, totally vibing with Xiao Yu's confidence. He basically said, the old man wanted him to guess wrong, but now he thinks it's game over for the kid. No need to worry anymore. In his mind, the problem was solved. Since he was anxious before, he should just be happy the trash is finally taking itself out. But here's the kicker. They were talking about tolerance, but frankly, getting a first-class merit usually comes with a funeral service. That is right. The #1 merit award is usually reserved for the dead. You basically have to sacrifice your life to earn that level of glory. The classmates were whispering in the back like little gossip goblins. "Wow, having a rich daddy must be nice, huh? So lucky. Did he earn that gross? Thank God he is leaving. Having trash like him in our class is a total eyesore." Suddenly the atmosphere shifted. 2 lieutenant colonels locked onto Lin Han with eyes burning like torches. They slowly marched up to Lin Han and snapped a perfect military salute. "Comrade Lin Han, thank you for your dedication to Wuxia." This wasn't a joke. The high command sent them personally. The tall officer pulled out a golden medal that looked like it dropped straight from heaven. The craftsmanship was insane. Intricate carvings, pure gold. This was the work of a legendary master artisan, totally distinct from cheap replicas. The golden glimmer was so bright it almost blinded Lin Han. He looked a little confused. He never expected the military brass to track him down here just to give him a medal. He thought, wait, is this a prank show setup? The NPCs around him were still skeptical. Dedication to the country. This is getting ridiculous too wild. A first-class merit. While he is still breathing, I've never seen this before. Is this what happens when you have unlimited power and money? Just doing whatever you want. Liang Kaiwen and Xiao Niu stood there with their jaws on the floor, their jealousy peaking like an active volcano. Dedication. This is going too far. Their hatred for Lin Han was off the charts. Liang Kaiwen suddenly stepped in. At this point, he didn't care about Lin Han's background or how strong his backing was. He just wanted to vent the toxic annoyance boiling in his gut. He thought, if I don't set an example now, all the students will bow down to corruption. I can't let that happen. I have to be the hero. A true warrior dares to face the blood of power. Liang Kaiwen puffed out his chest, trying to look like a righteous main character. I don't care which unit you're from. If I don't speak the truth today, I will fail thousands of my students. Nice Xiao Niu was clapping like a manic cheerleader in the background. Liang Kaiwen's dramatic speech actually stunned the officers. They looked at him like he was speaking an alien language. The tall lieutenant colonel didn't argue. He just pulled out an official commendation certificate. You call this not dedicated? Look closely. Chapter 56. Some people build fighter jets while others are still playing with Play-Doh. Liang Kaiwen scanned the document and his eyes almost popped out of his skull. He stumbled back in shock, clutching the paper. That bright red official seal was stamped right over Lin Han's name. He rubbed his eyes, but the ink was real. It was authentic, but the content, it made his brain short-circuit. How is this possible? Did you guys make a mistake? This can't be. Am I dreaming? Xiao Niu frowned, catching the principal before he fainted. Principal, what is it? What's wrong? Did Lin Han actually do something useful? Liang Kaiwen's hands were shaking like leaves as he passed the paper to Xiao Niu. Read it yourself. Xiao Niu read one line and screamed, "What, oh my God! You mean that fighter jet that crushed the UK forces was built by Lin Han?" The officers nodded solemnly. Absolutely no forgery. The classmates' brains completely melted. Their eyes were wide as saucers, staring into the abyss of truth. The haters who mocked him shut their mouths instantly. That first-class merit was a literal slap in the face, waking them up from their stupidity. That super cool fighter jet they just saw on the live stream, the one everyone was hyping up, Lin Han made it, sci-fi designed supersonic speeds, leaving the enemy shaking in their boots. 3 missiles sent the opponents spinning, and the mastermind behind it all was their classmate, Lin Han. Unbelievable, unimaginable. The girls who laughed at him suddenly felt like they'd just lost a winning lottery ticket worth billions. If they hadn't mocked him, they could have been friends with a future legend. With resources like that, his future is limitless. They thought he was a spoiled brat, but turns out he was the ultimate hidden boss, slapping them with success. Lin Han was already worried about national defense and building jets while they were discussing where to hang out after school. He is already max level, and they are still fighting slimes in the tutorial. The gap between them was heaven and earth. The military gave him a blank check, and Liang Kaiwen accused him of cheating. Xiao Niu was shivering in the corner like a leaf. This kid Lin Han is simply too OP. This is what a true main character looks like. With the ceremony complete, The air crackled with respect as every soldier snapped a crisp salute to Lin Han. But suddenly a serious message arrived. "Comrade Lin, someone has issued a death order to meet you." Lin Han frowned, letting out a dry, sarcastic chuckle. "That's great and all, but I still haven't even found a school that will take me yet. How am I supposed to be a future pillar of the nation without a classroom?" The lieutenant colonel shot a glare at the principal that could peel paint, then looked back at Lin Han. "This isn't your school." Lin Han spread his hands helplessly, while the principal stood there sweating buckets. "My dear brother," the principal started, his voice trembling. But Lin Han stayed silent. To Liang Kai-wen, that silence felt louder than a scream. He knew the kid was mocking him hard. Inside the principal's head, a demon was laughing arrogantly at his misery. "Oh, ancestors, please stop talking. I'm already dying of regret over here." Lin Han was truly a 1 in a billion anomaly in all of Huaxia. A junior high student rocking a first-class Medal of Honor. Not to mention, he was the genius who built a fighter jet that shattered limits at Mach 5. A character of this level, the principal would beg on his knees to his own ancestors just to keep him Student Lin. "I think there's been a massive misunderstanding between us." Liang Kai-wen panicked, talking a mile a minute. "Don't worry, I'll compensate you for everything. This school is your home now. Do whatever you want, I'll back you up 100%. Lin Han shrugged, flashing a carefree smile. "Well, if the misunderstanding is cleared up and the principal is apologizing, in front of all these classmates, I'm not petty enough to hold a grudge. I know when to let things go. My school problem is solved." Lin Han grinned like a tiger at the two lieutenant colonels. "But I just got here. My seat isn't even warm yet, so about leaving." The two officers looked visibly distressed. Lin Han raised an eyebrow. "What are you guys planning to kidnap me?" The lieutenant colonel gave a bitter laugh. "Death order means if we don't bring you back, we're the ones who die." Lin Han froze for a second, then let out a long sigh. "Guess I can't avoid meeting this big shot. For the sake of your lives, I guess I'll take a trip. I suppose I should see the world anyway." Lin Han gulped nervously but kept his cool composure. "Looks like there's no escaping destiny today. All right, let's roll out before you guys get in trouble." 5 heavy armored military vehicles roared to life and sped away like beasts unleashed. Liang Kai-wen and his assistant waved goodbye as the sun set. The two of them looked at each other and finally gasped for air, terrified. Suddenly, Liang Kai-wen slapped his thigh hard enough to leave a bruise. "Oh snap, I almost forgot. There's still that engineer I wrongly accused. He's still stuck in the mental hospital." Later, Liang Kai-wen set up a huge feast to apologize to the poor Director Yuan. He bowed repeatedly. "Old Yuan, I messed up big time. I was blind. Please forgive me." Director Yuan looked ready to cry rivers. Being treated like a mental patient was a nightmare he wouldn't wish on his worst enemy. Holding back tears, he stuffed his face with food. "Whatever, it's over now. What else can I do?" Meanwhile, in Northern City, Division 52, the command room was thick with cigarette smoke and tension. Several top leaders were buzzing about the military competition. "Damn it, I've wanted to do this for ages. I wanted to kick the British team's butt so hard they'd see stars." "Old Shu, you just love talking smack." One officer laughed. "Yeah, Old Shu always has the biggest mouth in the room. Seriously, Old Shu, you're all bark." But everyone knew he was hyped. If our research team hadn't been absolute monsters, we would have been humiliated by the British today. Old Shu glanced at the burly middle-aged man next to him. "As long as the result feels this good, who cares about the details? No need for all that nonsense." "This brat gets a win and starts acting cocky," someone teased. "Just because your second and third corps showed off in this competition, you're running your mouth non-stop." Old Shu was a rough, tough man's man. He was the brigade commander of the 2nd Corps Division 52, a true heavy hitter. Big Brother Shu didn't argue. He crushed his cigarette and tapped the table with 2 fingers. "Why hasn't this godlike figure arrived yet? I'm losing my patience here. I need to meet this young legend immediately." The room went silent as everyone took a deep breath. To be in junior high and help Huaxia build a defied logic fighter jet. That wasn't just talent. That was being the chosen one, sent by the heavens. When he gets here, we have to ask him if that project can actually work. Old Shu nodded sharply. "You don't need to remind me, I'm definitely asking. This concerns the future combat power of our entire corps." The roar of 5 armored vehicles echoed from the distance. Old Shu shot up from his chair, eyes wide and bursting with excitement. "They're back. Everyone move out. We're welcoming him personally." It was a rare sight, all the top brigade commanders rushing out to greet a guest. Big Brother Shu ripped off his military cap and grabbed Lin Han in a bear hug the second he stepped off the vehicle. Whoa, a true hero really does come from the youth. "You're just a kid. I'm Big Brother Shu, but call me Old Shu. I don't have many virtues, but I respect anyone with more skill than me. I heard from Academician Chen that the fighter jet was all you're doing. I've been dying to meet you. Seeing you in person, you really do have an aura that cuts above the rest." Lin Han didn't even have time to react before he was surrounded by 7 or 8 high-ranking officers, all hyping him up. Uncle Shu, you don't need to be this polite with me." Big Brother Shu slapped Lin Han on the back with a hearty laugh. "Don't call me uncle. That makes me sound ancient. Just call me Old Shu. It sounds way friendlier." Lin Han looked awkward, his toes practically curling in his shoes as he forced a smile. "Old Shu." Big Brother Shu's eyes lit up instantly. Ha ha, yes. You called me Old Shu today, so that makes us brothers for life. What kind of legendary scene is this? Lin Han stood there, totally bewildered. Meanwhile, Big Brother Shu rubbed his hands together like a schemer plotting a heist. With a grin, he dropped the bomb. Since we're brothers now, I've got a huge favour to ask. 57. Wait, is the secret weapon of your military factory seriously just a card game? So that was the catch. No wonder he was acting all buddy-buddy. It turns out this old fox was digging a pit for our boy to fall into. As they say, there ain't no such thing as a free lunch. The brass treated Lin Han like royalty for one reason only. They knew exactly what kind of monster capability he was hiding. Seeing Big Brother Shu fidgeting like a nervous schoolgirl, Lin Han couldn't bring himself to say no. Besides serving the country as the ultimate flex. All right, spit it out. Hearing that Shu's eyes lit up like high beams on a dark road, he knew he had him hooked. No more beating around the bush. He laid it all out on the table. You know, our country is hurting for tech, especially when it comes to fighter jets. Since you already whipped up that god-tier aircraft, why not crank out a whole fleet of them? I want to build a legendary Spec Ops unit in the 2nd Brigade. Just give me 5 of those bad boys. If anyone dares to mess with us, I'll unleash the secret weapon and catch them with their pants down. Just thinking about it made him cackle like a maniac. Lin Han nodded. He actually had plans for a production line ages ago, but never found the right moment. Now that Big Brother Shu brought it up, the stars were finally aligning. But then, 5 jets. The other commanders started roasting old Shu immediately. Old Shu, you really have a lion's appetite? Are you trying to work Comrade Lin Han to death? The kid just started middle school and you're already dragging him into forced labor. Big Brother Shu scratched his head awkwardly. Yeah, maybe he was dreaming a little too big. Realistically, just 2 or 3 of Lin Han's superjets would break the game balance. A formation of 3 that's enough to stare down the entire British Royal Air Force. You think they'd dare to act tough? We'd smash them to pieces? Just the fantasy was enough to get their blood pumping. Shu raised an eyebrow, doubling down. I've got a military factory. Anything you need, I'll make it happen. But the roasting continued. Old Shu, you mean that scrapyard filled with 30-year-old junk? Back in the day, it built tanks. But ever since the foreign experts bailed, you guys can't even build a tricycle. Now you're stuck making bullets and spare parts. Shu rolled his eyes hard. Get lost. Only you know my dark history. He turned to Lin Han with a shameless grin. Little brother, don't listen to them. With a little polish, it's still top tier. From today on, you're the boss. How about it? Before Lin Han could even say yes or no, Shu dragged him off toward the factory. The front gate groaned in the wind like a dying old man. The sign was so worn out, you could barely read the faded letters. Military Factory number 3. And right on cue, a gust of wind ripped the sign right off the wall. Crash it landed right at Lin Han's feet. Dust billowed up like a smoke grenade. Big Brother Shu froze. The smile vanished from his face instantly. Then came the awkward damage control. Don't judge a book by its cover. The outside is vintage, but the inside has character, 4 kings, and a pair of bombs. They stepped inside, coughing through the haze. Only one lonely lathe was running slowly, churning out crude bullet casings. A few technicians were huddled together, staring intensely. Lin Han shrugged, unimpressed. Comrade, old Shu, is this the inner beauty you were talking about? When you said character, did you mean playing cards? That was the last straw. Big Brother Shu exploded. He turned on the lazy veterans and unleashed hell. You bunch of useless freeloaders, have you no shame? Attention! Hearing the roar, the old factory manager jumped up in a panic. He frantically ripped the paper strips off his face, the penalty for losing the card game. Line up now. The others didn't dare slack off. They scrambled into a crooked formation. The factory manager put on a greasy smile. Commander, what brings you here? You should have called ahead. We would have rolled out the red carpet. Big Brother Shu shot daggers at old Wang. You've been here for years, Wang. Why hasn't this place improved even a tiny bit? Look at this dump. It's exactly the same as the day I gave it to you. Old Wang was a relic from 1962, faced like a roadmap, 20 years in charge. Forget tanks or planes, he was just counting down the days to retirement, doing the bare minimum. His full name was Wang. Fugi means wealth and honor, a classic name for a classic slacker. Wang Fugi bowed his head, grinning like nothing was wrong. After Shu finished ranting, Wang finally clapped back. Boss, you know the situation. The higher-ups give us 0 budget. How am I supposed to make miracles happen with no cash? Shu was so angry he nearly choked. He paced back and forth, hands behind his back. This guy had an excuse for everything. Fine. You want to play that game I brought someone to show you how it's done? Shu grabbed Lin Han and shoved him forward. Meet your new factory manager? Since you don't know how to run a factory, I found someone to school you. The moment Lin Han stepped into the spotlight, the whole room erupted in laughter. Wang Fu guy laughed so hard he nearly doubled over. Commander, are you serious? You're putting a kid who still smells like milk in charge? I bet he doesn't even know which end of a bullet goes bang. Wang wiped his nose, looking smug. I know you want to shake things up, boss, but even the best chef can't cook a meal without rice. Before he could even finish, Big Brother Shu's face went stone cold. Everyone attention! The moment those words dropped, the room went dead silent. Even Wang Fu guy snapped to attention like his life depended on it. Listen up. From this second on, Comrade Lin Han is the head honcho of Military Factory number 3. His word is my word. Do I make myself clear? Cold sweat trickled down Wang Fu guy's back. This wasn't a drill. The brigade commander was deadly serious this time. Big Brother Shu turned to Lin Han, patting his shoulder with a heavy hand. These guys are a handful to manage. If they give you any trouble, just say the word, and I'll handle them myself. Lin Han gave a wry smile and nodded. Got it. Then Big Brother Shu grinned awkwardly. All right then, those 3 fighter jets, they're all yours to build. Lin Han chuckled softly, accepting the challenge. But the moment the commander left Wang Fugai and the crew started scanning Lin Han like he was an alien. Is this not just a brat? Did the commander seriously put a kid in charge? He must be trying to prank the poor guy. Wang Fugai did not have an ounce of respect for Lin Han. What could a literal child possibly know about military tech? The commander stripped me of my rank earlier. This has to be a warning. The old man is actually pissed at us. The other workers looked totally lost, whispering to their leader, Brother Wang, what's the play here? Are we seriously going to listen to this diaper-wearing kid? Wang Fugi burst out laughing. You guys actually think this kid can run a factory? Get real? Stop joking around. We need to show the commander some real results so he looks at us with respect again. Isn't the brigade short on heavy hardware? We are going to build a tank. Daddy here is going to roll out a T-72 BA tank. Let's see if the commander dares to look down on us then. Just checking into the military factory and casually building a tank for fun. Lin Han let out a soft chuckle. Comrade Wang, hold your horses. I am the factory head now. The commander ordered me to build fighter jets. Everyone follows my lead. So your little tank project, you put that on the back burner. His voice rang out in the cold air like a bell. Instantly, every pair of eyes in the room snapped onto Lin Han. Wang Fugi loomed over him, looking down his nose. Kid, what are you going to build a jet with magic? Stop talking trash and don't interrupt the grown-ups while we are working. Lin Han's words triggered a wave of laughter. This kid actually thinks he's some kind of expert. It is hilarious. Lin Han narrowed his eyes, his expression sharpening. Fine, ignore me. But when the commander asks about progress later, I'm telling him the cold hard truth. They were not scared of Lin Han, but the commander's orders were absolute law. Wang Fugi frowned, stomping up to Lin Han's face. Hey, brat, are you the commander's son or the secret love child of some other big shot? Lin Han ignored the jab completely and walked into the workshop. Sunlight pierced through the windows, illuminating dust motes dancing in the air like flowing water. This place is a dumpster fire. The screeching of grinding gears filled the workshop. Lin Han walked to a working station and took a deep breath. What on earth is this machine? 30% of the ammo coming out of this thing is straight garbage. And those stamping machines for the tank's trash. That single roller press should have been scrapped decades ago. This place is prehistoric, Wang Fugai admitted helplessly. It is backward, sure. But who said we lack resources? If you guys didn't maintain them, these machines would be dead already. Lin Han pursed his lips, turning to face the crew with his youthful voice. That is exactly why I am here. Starting today, I am personally going to guide you through upgrading every single piece of machinery in here. Also, you guys wanted to build a tank, right? I will help you with that too. Kid, are you hallucinating or something? You think you can build a tank? Wang Fugi and the others shook their heads, smiling bitterly. If a toddler like you can help us build a tank, then pigs might as well fly. Even though they thought he was crazy, they had to respect the commander's face. Fine, whatever. Tell us what you want. Get me some assistance, then you figure it out. Lin Han pouted slightly. I need steel, lots of it. I don't care about the quality, just find it. Also, hunt down some rare earth metals for me, as much as you can possibly find. This kid was really pushing his luck. Holding a chicken feather and acting like it is an imperial decree, he was actually bossing them around. I will give you a list for the other materials. While I am researching, do not disturb me. Ha Wang Fugui scoffed internally at Lin Han's pretentious act. The kid really thought he was some master researcher. But if the commander wanted them to play house with the kid, they would play along. Researching a 6th-generation fighter jet, for Lin Han, this was a walk in the park. He just had to follow the process. To cast the materials, Lin Han spent half a month upgrading the blasting machine and the lathe. During that time, he finally called his dad. Lin Guodong was shocked. His son was being worked like a mule. Again, Director Itia Jun heard the news and exploded, cursing Big Brother Shu and demanding his person back. Big Brother Shu had to scramble to smooth things over using every sweet word in the book to calm Director I's fury. After that little drama, Lin Han immediately got down to business manufacturing the fighter jet. The once rusty little workshop had transformed into a cyberpunk fortress. Every piece of high-tech machinery was humming in perfect synchronized harmony. Lin Han stood with his hands behind his back, looking at his new military empire like a proud father. Finally, this place looked less like a junkyard and more like a legendary arsenal. A stray beam of sunlight hit the corner of the factory. Lin Han yanked off a heavy tarp, sending a cloud of ancient dust exploding into the air. Coughing through the haze, he waved his hand, and there it was, a T-34 main battle tank. A true relic from the old Soviet era waiting for a rebirth. This tank was basically a metal skeleton. It had been stripped down, missing more guts than a zombie movie extra. But Lin Han didn't care about the rust. The moment his hand brushed the cold steel, a high-pitched screech rang in his mind. The system was downloading the tank's soul directly into his brain. Understanding rate at 20%, he grabbed the engine and boom, instant mechanical enlightenment flooded his senses. 40% loaded. His hands flew over every critical component, absorbing data faster than a supercomputer. A tsunami of blueprints and engineering secrets crashed into his consciousness. 100% complete, he unlocked the legendary 280mm smoothbore cannon tech. It took him 2 whole hours just to process that god-tier knowledge. Linham rubbed his hands together with a devilish grin. Time to light this candle. It has been a whole month after all. Outside, Wang Fugai puffed on a cigarette, looking bored. What is that maniac doing in there? He locked us out like it is top secret Area 51 business. Brother Wang, stop overthinking it. The commander said to follow his lead, so I guess we follow. Not my circus, not my monkeys. We did our part. If he fails, that is on him. Wang nodded, taking a drag. You got that right. We are just here for the muscle. Meanwhile, inside the military factory, oh snap. Rows of 6th-generation fighter jets sat there like silent predators waiting to hunt. In the corner, a steel beast stood motionless. Linham dusted off his clothes and let out a sigh of relief. Order up, delivery is ready. While Wang and the boys were gossiping, the massive hangar doors groaned open. Linham strolled out like he owned the place. Comrade Wang Linham waved him over casually. Wang frowned, crushing his cigarette. What now, you need a hand? Linham shook his head. Nope, call the commander. Tell him it is showtime. Showtime today? Wang smirked, wiping his mouth. It has only been a month, kid. What are you, delivering pizza? Do not tell me you actually built a fighter jet. The whole squad burst into laughter. Yeah, right. Building a jet in 30 days? That is not just impossible. It is pure fantasy. Who does this guy think he is? But Linham's face was stone cold. He was dead serious. If you are too scared to call him, I will do it myself. Fine, fine. If you want to embarrass yourself that badly, be my guest. Wang stepped in, blocking Linham's path. Why stop the kid from crashing and burning? 30 minutes later, Commander Shu's booming laughter echoed before he even arrived. I knew my little brother had the magic touch. I knew it. Wang immediately tried to save his own skin. Commander, just for the record, if he built a pile of junk that is not on us, we just guard the door. Commander Shu shot him a side-eye. Look at you trying to dodge the bullet before the gun is even fired. 20 years in the service, and you have got no guts. Meanwhile, Linham stood tall, radiating main character energy. Commander Shu looked at Linham, rubbing his hands like a kid on Christmas. Brother, bring out my new big toy. Let me see it. You want Big Linham smirked and hit the button. The hangar doors split open and blinding light flooded out, hitting them like a flashbang. As the doors fully retracted, Commander Shu's brain short-circuited. His jaw hit the floor. Sitting there were 10 gleaming 6th-generation fighter jets, sleek flat, and looking like they flew straight out of a sci-fi movie. This was technology from the future. And not just one, there were 10 of them. 10 freaking jets. Wait, did you not promise? 3, Linham chuckled. 3? Why would I waste my time making just 3? That wouldn't even warm up the assembly line. Listen to this guy. Is he even human? That is the biggest flex I've ever heard. Oh my god. Commander Su's face bloomed into the biggest grin ever. You really are the best brother in the world. 10 jets! My legendary air squadron is finally real, ha 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 ha. Linham waved it off. A squadron with only 10 planes, keep dreaming. Comrade Shu, your ambition is way too small. The commander froze. What did he just say? 10 6th-gen fighters. You think that is a joke? A squad needs logistics backup command centers. 10 jets mean 20 pilots on rotation. Do you have any idea how many people it takes? A full squad of just fighters. Nobody does that. 10 is plenty. Besides, my goals are plenty big. Linham laughed. Now that the production line is active, pumping out 10 jets a month is basically a warm-up exercise. Think about it. A proper squadron has at least 100 men. Give me a year, and I will have every single one of those 100 men flying their own personal fighter jet. As Linham kept yapping, Big Brother Shu's eyes popped out like a squirrel spotting a golden nut. Slap! He smacked his forehead, swallowing hard, maintaining over 100 6th-generation fighter jets. Even if I sold my kidneys, I couldn't afford the upkeep. But wait, sure they sound fancy, but if we tweak the production models for export cha-ching, the cash would practically print itself. Shu's eyes lit up like high beams. He slapped Linhan's shoulder. My man! Only a brother like you could cook up a scheme this brilliant. Me, I was born just to burn cash. Linhan nodded like, yeah, I know. Then Shu gave a sheepish grin, pointing at the workshop. So, mind if we take a peek inside the magic castle? Be my guest. Linhan shrugged. Technically, you own the joint anyway. While the commander marched in Wang Fugoi, and his crew were still frozen at the entrance doors on the floor. 10 jets in a month, is this kid even human? The worst part? For the last month, they were too busy brawling to even step foot in the workshop. That meant Linhan soloed the entire production line. Holy smokes, this was absolute lunacy. Fugi and the boys exchanged looks, hearts pounding like war drums. They scrambled after Big Brother Shu, desperate to see what kind of sorcery Linhan had pulled off. But the moment they crossed the threshold, total brain freeze. They stopped dead in their tracks. The only sound in the room was the collective gasp of air being sucked into lungs. Wang Fugoi's eyes bugged out as he scanned the room, cold sweat dripping down his neck. What the hell? Was this really their dump of a workshop? It looked like a sci-fi military fortress. Nameless machines hummed at light speed gears, clicking together in a symphony of precision. Compared to the ear-splitting racket from before, this was pure ASMR. Too OP. Now, this is what a real arsenal looks like. Did we import all this high-tech gear? Big Brother Shu blurted out. In his memory, factory number 3 was a rust bucket filled with ancient junk and the stench of old grease. But today, it was spotless. Surgical clean. The machines gleamed like they were fresh out of the box. Just how many zeros were on that bill? Oh, Brother Lin Han, my wallet can't handle this. Shu started sweating bullets, terrified of the invoice. Lin Han just waved him off. Money, please. I just tweaked the existing junk. Only costed some raw materials. Wang Fu guy lost it. He pointed a trembling finger at a massive machine, eyes nearly popping out of his skull. Hold up, I've seen this on the elite academic forums. That's a multi-axis rolling mill. It forges ultra-pure steel, boosting the toughness of alloys to god-tier levels. You're telling me you just tweaked this into existence? Lin Han nodded like it was nothing. Fu guy gasped, feeling lightheaded. Actually, Lin Han corrected casually, the blueprints online only go up to 10 axes. Mine is 18. It crushes their design like a bug. Gah. Fu guy felt like a grenade just went off in his brain. Speechless, his gaze drifted to the hydraulic press. Don't tell me you modded that monster too? Lin Han chuckled. Piece of cake. The old one capped at 30,000 tons. I bumped it up to 300,000. Bam, 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 Fu guy felt like he was taking a machine gun fire to the chest. The sheer absurdity was suffocating. And this lathe, Lin Han shrugged. Upgraded, obviously. Forging speed is up 200 times. That old trash heap was way too slow. Holy crap, 200 times. Fu guy wiped his dripping face. No wonder they churned out 10 fighter jets in a month. The kid upgraded the tools to max out production speed. But here's the kicker, the tech Lin Han created. Even the top dogs in the Western superpowers probably couldn't build this stuff yet. And Lin Han is just a junior high student. If the evidence wasn't staring him in the face, he'd call the asylum. There was only one answer. Lin Han wasn't just a genius. He was a monster among geniuses. Fugi was officially a believer. Suddenly, Big Brother Shu roared, Little Z! A bearded grunt scrambled in, snapping a crisp salute. Sir, you called! Shu's eyes burned red with adrenaline. Damn right, drag those birds onto the tarmac. Notify Command, the Divine Wind Squadron is officially active. The military drills are next month. I want to make those old fossils in the other districts sweat buckets. Little Z grinned like a maniac. So, yes sir, making the call now. Then Shu rubbed his hands together, giving Lin Han a greedy look. So, Brother Lin, you nailed the jets. Can you whip up other toys? Lin Han side-eyed him. What do I look like to you, Doraemon? You think I can just pull gadgets out of a 4D pocket? Swish suddenly, the sound of a heavy tarp being ripped away echoed through the hall. It was Wang Fu guy. He yanked the cover off, revealing a steel beast that screamed, Violence! His eyes glowed, body trembling as his brain short-circuited. Is that a tank? Big Brother Shu shoved Fugai aside and ran his hand over the cold, textured armor. It felt like pure power. The design was aggressively cool, complete with a menacing cannon and heavy-duty treads ready to crush everything. The craftsmanship on this thing is absolutely god-tier unmatched. Wait, is this a 1-to-1 scale model? If this beast were real, people would drop dead from shock. But there is no hatch, so it has got to be just a fancy decoration, right? Wang Fugai circled the machine like a detective scanning every inch, but nope, zero way inside. Check out that cannon. The caliber is insane, easily over 200 millimeters. No nation on the blue planet has tech like this. Imagine the size of the shells. Just firing this monster would be a logistical nightmare. Although a barrel that big implies a range that could basically snipe the horizon. After a serious debate, the brigade commander and the crew reached a verdict. This masterpiece was just a toy Lin Han whipped up for fun. It looks sick though. If it worked, jaws would hit the floor. Such a shame it is just eye candy. Fugi got up close and personal. He was practically drooling over the metalwork like a kid in a candy shop. Don't worry, boss. We will build real tanks soon, but the commander just side-eyed him. Oh, now you want to work? Where was this energy? When you guys were slacking off before, huh? Fugai scratched his head, grinning awkwardly. Well, now that Boss Lin upgraded our gear, we actually have a shot at greatness. Before our tools were ancient trash. The commander ignored his excuses and turned his beaming smile toward our boy Lin Han. Brother Lin, you have outdone yourself. Next month is the big military exercise, and listen to this. I am putting you in the VIP seats. You are going to witness the raw power of our nation's military firsthand. The commander could not take his eyes off the tank model. It was love at first sight, totally obsessed. Just imagine planting this beast at the brigade's front gate. We would be the talk of the entire city. Even the mayor would stop and stare for hours. Talk about a massive face-saving move for us. Little bro leaving this here as a waste. Come on, gift it to me. A treasure like this shouldn't hide in a dusty warehouse. Lin Han just chuckled. That was the plan all along. It is yours, Commander. I analysed our current combat data. Honestly, there is a massive gap between us and the top dogs. The commander nodded solemnly. Tanks have always been our weak spot. But one day, we will rule the blue planet. He believed in Lin Han. If he could build this model now, one day he would build a real sci-fi war machine just like it. A cool breeze swept through carrying the heavy weight of memories. Lin Han thought of his fallen comrades. If they were still here, nothing would make them prouder than seeing our nation stand tall and invincible. Rest easy, brothers. I will make it happen. Tanks, jets, everything. No one will ever dare look down on us again. While he was lost in thought, the transport truck arrived. All right, little bro, I am taking off. Don't forget our deal. Hey, 100 fighter jets. Lin Han nodded and waved him off. Consider it done. Not just jets. Tanks too. With the factory leveled up, building legendary gear is going to be a walk in the park. Time to organize the blueprints. I've got jets and tanks to mass produce. The system can handle mass production without me babysitting it. I need to focus on the next big design. A nation isn't built by one man alone. Unity is true power. Suddenly, a stammering voice broke his focus. Factory Chief Lin. After seeing the jets and the upgrades, the title was well earned. He was the real deal. Fugi was there to eat humble pie, apologizing for his earlier rudeness. I'm so sorry, Chief. I was blind as a bat, failing to see Mount Tai standing right in front of me. Please let us learn from you. We have always wanted to contribute to the brigade, we just didn't know how. Lin Han wasn't the type to hold grudges. Sure, they looked like slackers, but their hearts were burning with passion. Water under the bridge. If you really want to help, I need eyes on the production line. Specifically, I need you to prep for the tank production line. We are ramping up immediately. Fugai blinked, totally lost. Tanks, as Lin Han nodded. Yeah, did you miss the one standing right there? You mean the one the commander just hauled off? The entire factory fell into a dead, suffocating silence. Fugai's brain short-circuited. Wait, wasn't that just a plastic model? Lin Han scoffed. Who said it was a model that was a 100% fully functional combat-ready tank? Complete mental shutdown. Meanwhile, the commander was happily dragging a weapon of mass destruction to the front gate to use as a lawn ornament. He patted the cold steel, grinning like a fool, having absolutely no idea what he had just unleashed. Just then, another high-ranking officer rolled up. Officially, he was there to discuss the military drill next month. Unofficially, just to shoot the breeze. Old Zhang, what the hell brings you to my turf? You actually came at the perfect time. Check out my new baby. Commander Shu slapped the steel beast, grinning like a kid with a new toy. This bad boy is a prototype straight from my military factory. If it performs well, we're going to mass produce a whole fleet based on this design. I'm going to build an invincible tank legion. Just wait for the next drill. I'll make the division commander's jaw drop. The visitor was Zheng Fengyi, commander of the Friendship Brigade. He and old Shu went way back bros for life, but rivals at heart. Zhang took a drag of his cigarette, eyeing the tank critically. You always did like these flashy gimmicks. Though I gotta admit the aesthetic isn't trash. Too bad it's just a glorified toy model, huh? Imagine if it was real, though. The drill next month would be a total massacre. Old Shu just stood there, hands on his hips, wearing a mysterious smirk. Don't worry, I've got a secret weapon up my sleeve to crush the competition. Yeah, keep running that mouth of yours. Zhang shot him a skeptical side eye. Laugh all you want now, buddy. Just wait until I make you eat those words later. And come on, forget business. Let's grab some tea. My son sent me the good stuff. You really do have impeccable timing today. But just as they turned to leave, Zhang accidentally brushed against a touch sensor on the tank. Suddenly, a monstrous engine roar tore through the sky. Holy crap, this thing actually runs. Zhang jumped out of his skin, stumbling back in pure shock. Watching the futuristic tank come to life, Zhang completely lost his composure. The intimidation factor just went from 0 to 100 real quick. Old Shu, I thought you said this was just a damn model. But here is the kicker. Old Shu looked just as dumbfounded. He had absolutely no clue what was happening either. In his mind, anything looking that sci-fi had to be fake. Plus, there wasn't even a visible door, but that low vibrating growl said otherwise. The vibration drowned out the entire world. Then came a sharp mechanical click, and then magic happened. A seamless door materialized on the side, the armor plating sliding open with a hiss of pressurized air. It was the first time either of these veterans had ever seen a tank open up like a luxury sports car. Wait, a side door. Isn't that a weak spot? One direct hit, and wouldn't the hatch blow wide open? Of course, that was a question for later. What they didn't know was that Lin Han built this beast with advanced composite superalloys. Forget shells, even a missile strike would barely leave a scratch on this bad boy. Old Shu stared at the open hatch, scratching his head frantically. His eyes nearly popped out of his skull. Wait, so it's not a model? Then it hit him like a ton of bricks. He slapped his thigh hard. That brat Lin Han never actually used the word model, did he? Oh God, did I just play myself? Meanwhile, Zhang's curiosity peaked and he was already climbing inside. Old Shu scrambled after him, muttering under his breath. Hey, hands off my baby. Even I haven't been inside yet. But Zhang was quicker on his feet. Chill out, old Shu. Don't be such a stingy landlord. You've seen plenty of my toys before. Shu squeezed inside, only to find Zhang completely frozen in place. Old Zhang, you stroke out on me or something? Shu looked up, and the sight nearly stopped his heart. Is this actually a tank? 360-degree panoramic screens with 0 blind spots, exquisite haptic controls, adaptive climate systems, and 0 gravity seats. It was pure luxury. Are we driving to war or going on a spa retreat? What's with this first-class airline vibe? It took Zhang a solid minute to find his voice again. Old Shu, if this thing hits the battlefield, every foreign tank designer on the planet is going to quit out of shame. Old Shu took a deep, trembling breath. You want to take it for a spin? Zhang's eyes lit up like Christmas lights. Hell yes, the interior is already insane. If the combat specs match up, This thing is straight up broken. Crank it up, old shoe, full throttle, let's ride. My boys in the 332nd Brigade are out on field maneuvers today. Let's go crash their party and join the fun. Old shoe's eyes gleamed with mischief. The 332, the division's only mechanized armored regiment. Zhang nodded. Yep, they're rocking the T-1600s, the most advanced tanks in the country. They've been grinding daily to prep for next month's war games. The division commander treats them like royalty. They're the ace card of the whole army. Old shoe scoffed a wave of bitterness hitting him. Military training burns cash like crazy, and without division support, it's tough. Even the 332 can't usually afford to go all out every day, but I heard their current prep is on a whole different level. Usually it's just physical drills and burning through expired ammo stocks. But now they're firing live rounds like they're free candy. It's not just training, it's a literal bonfire of cash. No, the speed of burning cash can't even keep up with how fast they waste ammo during training. One shot from a 100mm cannon costs at least 30 to 50 grand. Just one training session blows through hundreds of rounds, doesn't it? And that's just the consumption rate for a single tank. A tank brigade has at least 30 T-1600s. Do the math. The cost instantly multiplies by dozens of times. Damn it. Compared to the 332 regiment, we're treated like unwanted stepchildren. I'm done with this. Let's go mess with them. The two of them made up their minds, instantly revving the engine and driving their tank straight to the shooting range. In the middle of the wasteland stood a barren 30-meter hill with targets lined up at its base. That poor hill had been bombarded so many times, it was practically a goldmine of leftover metal warheads. Every time target practice wrapped up, crowds of locals would swarm the little hill to scavenge the warheads for scrap metal cash. Armored vehicles and tanks from the 332 regiment were prowling the training grounds. Boom explosions echoed occasionally, kicking up dust storms that blotted out the entire sky. In this brutal, hardcore battlefield environment, a sleek, handsome, and incredibly badass tank suddenly rolled into view, shocking absolutely everyone. The commander of the 332 froze in his tracks. Is that one of ours? We don't have tanks like that. It looks like something that just drove out of a sci-fi movie. The commander immediately ordered his men to investigate this anomaly. At that moment, Commander Shu popped his head out of the hatch, waving casually at his brothers in the 332 like he was on a Sunday drive. We're just here to test drive a tank we just built. You guys keep doing your thing. The commander squinted. It was actually Commander Shu, Brigade Commander Shu. What on earth kind of tank is he driving? The commander rubbed his chin, suddenly remembering a rumor. He muttered, so his military factory actually built a tank? It just looks a bit weird. Doesn't fit the standard at all. Ignore him. The vice commander standing next to him handed over a cup of water. Commander Shu has been making some big moves lately. I heard he hired some god-tier expert from outside to manage the military factory, claiming they were going to build advanced weaponry. This tank must be the result. The commander of the 332 let out a mocking laugh. The machinery in his factory, that's all antique scrap from decades ago. It's a miracle if they can even turn on, let alone build something. How powerful could anything built in that run-down dump possibly be? Our T-1600s are still king. One shot would crush that piece of junk. Just you watch. When the military exercises start, our 332 regiment will be the steel sword in the mayor's hand. If Commander Shu wants to show off, he'll have to wait for his next life, haha. While the commander laughed, Shu and Zhang Fengyi had already driven their beast to the firing line. As luck would have it, they pulled up right next to a T-1600 prepping for target practice. Commander Shu rubbed his hands together, sweating bullets. I wonder if the accuracy on this bad boy is actually higher than the T-1600. Damn it, just thinking about it makes me mad. Old Zhang tell me, why didn't the mayor equip our two brigades with T-1600s? Zhang Fengyi gave a bitter smile. Too many wolves, not enough meat? Just be grateful. Except for the 332, your brigade has the best gear around. Commander Shu let out a goofy laugh. Let's hurry up and test the specs on this tank. Let's talk more action. Just then, a head popped out of the neighboring T-1600 and shouted over the noise. Yo, bros, which unit are you from? Where'd you dig up that funny-looking tank, haha? You guys want to race or something? 62 one-shot to crush that little hill. Let's start this party with a bang. Soldiers, that's a straight-up provocation. Commander Shu's blood boiled instantly. He stuck his head out and roared, Bring it on, you little brat. I'll let you taste how powerful your grandpa's shells really are. Zhang Fengyi frantically tried to pull him back. Are you crazy? We don't even know what this tank can do yet, and you're accepting challenges. If we lose, we're going to lose so much face. Commander Shu waved him off. I don't give a damn about that. That one sentence left Zhang Fengyi completely speechless. The two tanks squared off, and within seconds, a huge crowd gathered to watch. Seeing the tank Shu and Zhang were driving, everyone's jaws dropped. Whoa, where did that gorgeous beast come from? I remember seeing a concept tank with a similar shape, but it wasn't nearly as beautiful as this one. That thing looks powerful. The cannon caliber is at least 130mm, one shot, and that hill in the back is going to turn into a lake. Hey, which one do you think is better, our T-1600 or this new guy? Definitely ours. That new tank looks like a toy some factory built just for fun. Didn't you see earlier? The hatch opens from the side? That thing doesn't even fit standard tank structure. True, the T-1600 is modeled after the Russian T-72B. It holds its own against the best tanks out there. The shooting contest began. The T-1600 let out a savage roar, its barrel thumping dully as a 100mm shell shot out like a piercing arrow. It struck the target with deadly precision. The target shattered, and the shell slammed into the hill behind it. Boom! A deafening explosion rocked the ground, blasting a small crater right out of the hill. That was a shot from over 10 miles away, hitting the bullseye perfectly. Without obstacles, maximum visibility is only 20 kilometers. All eyes were locked on the target, waiting for the results. You had to hand it to them. The T-1600 was a beast. It was the pride of the nation for a reason, destructive, precise, and absolutely lethal. Bullseye! The shot drilled right into the center, blasting a crater into the hillside. The pilot popped out of the hatch, waving at Big Brother Hua like a cocky winner. "Your turn, old man," he sneered. "Let's see if that junk heap can keep up with my baby." Big Brother Hua was fuming, veins popping on his forehead, but beneath the anger, pure panic. He exchanged a nervous glance with Truong, both of them sweating bullets. Hua was praying to every god he knew. "Please let this tank Linham built be decent. It doesn't have to win. Just don't let us get embarrassed." Old Truong took a deep breath and prepared to fire. He focused every ounce of his willpower, locking the barrel onto the target. "All right, moment of truth. Eat lead, you suckers." The massive 280mm cannon roared, but what came out wasn't a normal shell. It was a monster. That wasn't a tank shell. That was basically a missile. The crowd gasped, their eyes popping out of their skulls. No one had ever seen a tank barrel that huge before. Everyone knew the rules of physics. Big caliber means big damage, but short range. Gravity usually drags those heavy shells down fast. To launch something that heavy, you'd need alien technology or magic. But in the next second, logic went out the window. The massive projectile tore through the air. It punched through the target 10 kilometers away without slowing down. It kept going, slamming straight into the mountain behind it like a meteor. Boom, the earth screamed in agony. The entire mountain shattered instantly, sending boulders flying like pebbles. The shockwave was so violent that crows flying overhead were knocked unconscious and dropped from the sky like rain. A massive mushroom cloud of dust and sand rose up, blotting out the sun. The scene was apocalyptic. The spectators stood frozen, jaws hitting the floor. The commander of the 332nd Regiment looked like he'd seen a ghost. His mouth was wide enough to fit a whole watermelon. Total system reboot in his brain. Even the cocky pilot from before was paralyzed. "Bro, are you guys playing war or trying to end the world? Is that a tank or a nuclear launcher?" But the most shocked people were actually Big Brother Hua and Truong. They stared blankly at the mushroom cloud rising in the distance. Gulp. They swallowed hard, throats completely dry. Truong was shaking like a leaf. "Hey, Hua, did we just do that?" Hua's eye twitched uncontrollably. I think so." As the dust settled, the landscape had literally changed. The mountain that used to be miles away, gone, deleted from existence. The local scavengers who collected scrap metal there were crying rivers of tears. The mountain disappeared. How are we supposed to make a living now? Our scrap metal mine just vaporized. Meanwhile, the explosion was so loud, it alerted the big boss. "What the heck is happening in the east?" Division Commander Li Yunlong was stressing over map tactics for next month's war games. He pointed at a high ground, looking grim. "If we can't flatten this hill, my tank battalion is sitting ducks. We need a miracle strategy." Suddenly, boom! The ground shook, nearly spilling his tea. He stormed outside, hands on his hips, furious. "Which idiot is making that racket?" A signal soldier sprinted over, panting heavily. "Report, sir. It came from the 332nd's testing ground. The brigade commander is testing a new prototype. They fired a shell the size of a telephone pole and literally erased the mountain behind the range." Li Yunlong froze. He gave the soldier a death stare. "Do I look like a moron to you? A missile-sized shell from a tank. That's physically impossible. What kind of barrel could handle that? Are you pranking me?" The soldier looked ready to cry. "Sir, I swear on my life, I wouldn't dare lie to you. The reports are confirmed." The commissar stepped in. "Let's go see for ourselves. Seeing is believing, right?" Li Yunlong nodded slowly. "If this tank actually exists, I won't be afraid of anything." His eyes drifted back to that troublesome hill on the map. If one shot could delete a mountain, Li Yunlong and his crew jumped into jeeps and raced to the range. When they arrived, they saw the badass-looking tank and the empty space where a mountain used to be. The soldier wasn't lying. "Commander on deck, salute." Big Brother Hua and Truong saw the legendary Li Yunlong and scrambled out of the tank. "Why is the big boss here?" But Li Yunlong ignored them. He looked at the tank like a lonely bachelor seeing a supermodel. "Oh my god, beautiful. Magnificent, keep the tank, you 63 others can get lost." Big Brother Hua and Truong rushed over nervously. "Sir, reporting for duty." But Li Yunlong only had eyes for the metal beast. "With this bad boy, the war games are already won. One shot and I'll own the battlefield. We'll catch them with their pants down. First place is in the bag." Li Yunlong caressed the tank's armor tenderly. Pat, pat. The cold metal rang out. "Good girl. Very good." After sizing up the steel beast like a predator, General Li suddenly froze. He snapped his head toward old Hua and Zhang like he'd just realized something. "Yo, little Hua, little Zhang, spill it. Where did this monster drop from?" Old Hua started sweating bullets and stammered, "Report, it's just a, little toy from our 3rd military factory. Totally insignificant trash, sir. Not even worth your time." This guy was capping so hard, everyone just watched that so-called toy obliterate the landscape with god-tier power. General Lee shot him a death glare that could melt steel. You take me for a fool, since when do toys pack this kind of firepower? Rubbing his chin, the general fell into deep thought. The math just wasn't adding up. Something smells fishy. I know your factory, Hua. It's a museum of rusted junk from 30 years ago. It should have been scrapped ages ago. You expect me to believe that scrap heap birthed this futuristic beast? General Lee narrowed his eyes, staring into Hua's soul. Tell me the truth, kid. Did you strike a deal with the devil or get some under-the-table funding? Since when did that graveyard of a factory come back to life? Old Hua scratched his head, putting on his best innocent smile, but nothing gets past the general's hawk eyes. Lee put his hands on his hips. Hey, looks like you've been hiding some serious goodies from your big boss. All right, here's your punishment. This tank is now property of the division. I'm commandeering it personally. Hua looked like his soul just left his body. General, no, please. General Lee's eyes went wide. Ha! You dare fight me for loot? Listen here. If I see it, I want it. It's mine. Hell, even you belong to me. Leave the keys and beat it. Go wait for orders. It was straight-up highway robbery. Old Hua was fuming, but what could he do against the boss? The general has zero chill. Taking a god-tier tank and giving back nothing, trading a legendary weapon for a verbal good job. That's the worst trade deal in the history of trade deals. General Lee hopped into the cockpit and his jaw hit the floor. The luxury interior and sci-fi controls were mind-blowing. 2 hours later, he finally crawled out looking like a kid in a candy store. Holy cow, this thing eats the Russian T-72B for breakfast. Little Hua, how did your factory go from zero to hero overnight? Spill the beans. As Hua explained the whole Lin Han situation, the story just got weirder and weirder. General Lee put his hands on his hips looking annoyed. You trying to prank me? Is this imported tech? How much cash did you burn to buy this talk? Hua wanted to cry, but no tears came out. But honestly, who would believe a junior high kid built a war machine in his spare time? It sounds like total fiction. The general slapped the armor plating. I don't have time for fairy tales right now. After the war games, I'm going to meet this mystery kid myself. Then vroom, he peeled out, hitting 60 miles per hour instantly. He pulled a drift that left everyone shook. This isn't a tank, it's a Reaper on tracks. The commander of the 332 regiment watched with green eyes. He knew exactly where that tank came from. It meant if Hua had the resources, his factory could churn out an army of these mechanical beasts. Brigade 2 was about to become the strongest force on the map. The glory days of the 332 tank regiment were over, unless he made a move fast. He sprinted over to old Hua, rubbing his hands like a shady merchant. Hey, Brigade Leader Hua, how many of those babies you got in stock? I'll trade you my T-1600s. Heck, if that's not enough, name your price. You want ammo? I got ammo. Old Hua's heart was shattering. He thought it took Lin Han ages to build just that one prototype, and the general just joy rode away with it. He didn't even have enough for himself. And this guy wants to trade? Get real. Hua waved him off furiously. Trade my butt, I only had one, and you saw the boss jacket. One legendary tank for a pat on the back, I got scammed, I took a huge loss. Hua walked away, a dark cloud hanging over his head. Commander 332 shrugged. He didn't get a tank, but he got crucial intel. Even Hua only had one. Truly a rare drop. He went back to drilling his troops. Hua rushed back to the military factory and beelined for Lin Han. Bro, that tank wasn't a model, was it? Meanwhile, Lin Han was chilling, already planning his next masterpiece. The crew was busy working. Seeing Hua look like he aged 10 years, Lin Han asked, Comrade, you okay? You look wrecked. I never said it was a model. Hearing that, Hua felt like banging his head against a wall. Don't ask. We fired one shot and deleted a small mountain. The noise was so loud, the mayor showed up. So the general confiscated it. End of story. My life is a tragedy. Sigh. Just my luck. Hua grabbed him. Look, can you build another one? Lin Han just smirked. Piece of cake? The boys are already setting up the assembly line. Give me a month and I'll drop 20 tanks and 100 sixth-generation fighter jets. Say what? Hua's jaw unhinged and his eyes popped out like cartoons. 20 tanks. Lin Han furrowed his brows. The clock was ticking and the production line was barely out of the box. 20 units. That was honestly a pathetic number. 20 is too few, bro. Are you even speaking human right now? Do you realize the division commander geeked out like a total noob over just one tank? He was ready to drive that single tank into the sunset. But you cranking out 20 in a month. You're trying to give the old man a heart attack. Big Brother Shu sucked in a breath, shaking like a leaf from pure hype. Brother Lin Han, forget brotherhood. You are literally my big daddy now. 20 tanks, 100 fighter jets. I could take a tiny squad and absolutely obliterate an entire division with this kind of firepower. It's time for some righteous purification. Oh man, our 2nd Brigade is going to shine brighter than a supernova out there. Lin Han listened to Big Brother Shu tripping over his own fantasies and thought, we haven't even really started and he's already losing his mind. It wasn't just about the tanks and jets though. The real enemy here was the clock. Furthermore, Huaxia needed to pivot. The second these military production lines were stable, Lin Han planned to shift gears immediately into civilian tech. In his past life, nations like the Eagle Federation and the Iron Cross used their tech advantage to drain Huaxia's wealth dry. That massive flow of cash was exactly what fueled their terrifying military might to begin with. So the plan was simple get-rich-boost tech, and upgrade the arsenal. All three were non-negotiable. 1 month later, boom! 100 fighter jets and 20 tanks signed, sealed, and delivered. Big Brother Shu was grinning like a total idiot. Brother Lin, you're actually built different. I don't bow down to many people but you. You're a legend. I'm taking all these beauties off your hands. No takebacks. Shu turned to leave, but froze. Oh, right, I signed you up for the military exercise. You'll be in the control room. Trust me, the show's going to be insane. Lin Han nodded calmly. I'll be looking forward to seeing you in action, Comrade Shu. Shu slapped his chest with a grin. Bet on it with the toys you built me, everyone's jaws are going to hit the floor. During that month, Wang Fugui and the crew had been grinding non-stop, mastering the machinery, and learning the art of warcrafting from Lin Han himself. They even christened the beasts. The tanks were dubbed Blazing Sun Generation 1, and the jets became Shadowhawk Generation 1. Lin Han also compiled a massive stack of blueprints. With these bad boys, you could spin up a weapon production line anywhere, anytime. But man, drafting those designs from scratch, he didn't expect it to be such a grind. Drawing symbols, annotating specs, cross-checking data, the workload was absolutely massive. Thank God for the universal system. Even with his brain running on overclocked cheat codes, it still took him a full month to finish. The result, 36,860 crates of pure genius. Once Shu left, Lin Han wasted no time. Apprentice, get in here. Wang Fugui came sprinting. Master, what's the move? We've been grinding side by side for days. Fugui had officially bowed to him as a mentor. But Lin Han knew the truth. A nation's strength couldn't rest on just one man's shoulders. If he could awaken the potential of thousands of scientists, Huaxia's development speed would break the sound barrier. That was the only way for the dragon to truly rise. That was why he took Fugui under his wing. Fugui performed the tea ceremony, cementing his spot as the first disciple. Lin Han pointed to the mountain of crates and laid out the mission. Fugui's jaw dropped to the floor. Master, you created all this in a single month. Lin Han just nodded. Fugui gasped eyes wide. With these blueprints, nothing can stop Huaxia from becoming a superpower. Lin Han gazed out the window at the soaring birds, lost in thought. To all my brothers who fell in the past life, I wish you could see this. Meanwhile, the Eagle Federation and the Southern Alliance announced a joint military drill scheduled for the exact same day as Huaxia's. Their goal was obvious. After the humiliation at the last global contest, they had lost face in front of the entire Blue Star. Back then, they got caught slipping because they underestimated Huaxia's hidden cards. Now they wanted to remind the world who the real boss was. They had to prove their military might was still the apex predator of the planet. So Huaxia wants to play soldier, we'll show them the chasm between a tiger and a house cat. Colonel Z, the mastermind behind the enemy drill, smirked with chilling confidence. Back in the Northeast War Zone, Huaxia's exercise was kicking off. Land, sea and air forces, a massive joint operation. The eyes of the entire world were locked on them. After shaking the foundations of the world in Florida last time, everyone wondered, was it a fluke or is the dragon real? The answer was coming. It was the Heavy Hitters Division 702 facing off against the 32nd Army's Division 886. In their last clash, Li Yunlong's Division 702 had been crushed by the 886. But it wasn't a clean win. Division 886 paid a blood price, barely surviving with just their command center standing. This military exercise was absolute next-level madness, fully showcasing the tactical genius of two legendary divisions. The boss of Division 886 is none other than Kong Jie, famously known as Kong the Knucklehead. Let's be real, only Li Yunlong has the guts to call him that nickname to his face. Anyone else tries it, and they're catching hands immediately. These two possess a serious bromance. On the battlefield, they're bitter rivals, but in life, they're brothers for real. Kong Ji stood there, hands on his hips, plotting with the commissar like, how are we going to checkmate that chaotic brat Li Yunlong this time? He pointed to a critical choke point on the map and declared, if we seal this pass tight, Li Yunlong's squad has zero chance of pushing through. Once we trap his main force there, we control the entire game. The commissar nodded seriously, but you could see the hype written all over his face. It's been a whole year. Do you have any idea how boring my life has been for the past 365 days? Without Li Yunlong around, there's no real competition. You just know that's exactly what the commissar and Kong Ji were thinking deep down. Finally getting to throw hands with a worthy rival caused everyone's battle DNA to spike through the roof. This choke point is literally the key to the W. The commissar pointed to the small hill next to the pass Twin Tiger Hill. We need to stack our defense here heavy duty. If we hold this spot, the pass becomes an inescapable trap. Plus, Twin Tiger Hill is a natural counter to those tank legions. The two of them were vibing, analyzing the board, absolutely pumped for the impending military showdown. Meanwhile, at Division 702 HQ, Li Yunlong was staring at the countdown screen with savage excitement watching the numbers hit zero. As the ear-splitting siren wailed, a massive army rolled onto the designated battlefield like a storm. Yellow sand filled the sky, a majestic scene. Armored vehicles and tanks moved across the wasteland like a crimson flood sweeping the earth. Li Yunlong personally led the Falcon Tank Corps, charging straight toward Twin Tiger Hill like a boss. These Falcon tanks were his secret weapon, his ace in the hole to smash through that critical defense. At the same time, Big Brother Shu was doing a roll call. His kamikaze squad had expanded to 2 units, 110 Phantom fighters lined up perfectly, alongside 20 Falcon tanks in Shu's zone. Under the blazing sun, the metallic glint of their armor was blindingly epic. All right, boys, time to give our opponents a baptism of righteous justice. Haha. 65 caliber cannons leveled the playing field. Twin Tiger Hill started with a bang. Before Big Brother Shu revealed his full hand, Li Yunlong was still banking on Regiment 332 as his sharpest blade. The massive tank columns surged forward like a tsunami, while several squads launched flank attacks from the sides. This tactic is known as infantry tank coordination. And let me tell you, the Huaxia army has leveled up this skill to an art form. Infantry tank coordination isn't just dumping soldiers and tanks into a mosh pit that's basically suicide. True coordination doesn't mean the tanks and infantry are holding hands in the same zone. It's about spacing. You disperse the units to spread the enemy thin, but focus all that firepower on a single target. Maximum damage. Li Yunlong's application of this tactic was chef's kiss absolute perfection. Especially with the support of the Gen 1 Super Falcon tanks, the offensive momentum was looking absolutely ferocious. As the tanks and soldiers struck together, the forces Kong Ji had set up beforehand immediately jumped into action. In a split second, bullets were flying everywhere, and artillery roared like thunder. Charge! Kong Ji's troops held Twin Tiger Hill, using the high ground to rain fire down, instantly pinning Li Yunlong's tanks and infantry at the foot of the hill. The tank commander immediately barked orders to adjust angles, blasting the hillside to crush the enemy and break the defense of Twin Tiger Hill. At the same time, Li Yunlong had a plan B. He sent a stealth squad through the wild forest to flank them and form an encirclement. Tank cannons screamed, blasting massive craters into the hillside as smoke and dust choked the air. Under the blue sky, even the birds were like nope and fled the area in terror. Suddenly, Li Yunlong's stealth team ran straight into a brick wall. Kong Ji had ambushed troops at the pass ages ago, just waiting for them to walk into the trap. Prediction: level 100. A fierce firefight broke out, turning into a stalemate. Back at HQ, Kong Ji was laughing his head off. I knew that old fox would try a sneak attack, trying to creep up on my backside. Not today. Dream on, the order went out. Kong Ji's hidden troops suddenly flanked from behind, encircling Li Yunlong's stealth squad. The majority of the infiltration force was instantly trapped like rats in a cage. When Li Yunlong found out, he was so mad, he slammed his hat on the table. Damn it! That Kong the knucklehead loves surrounding me. What a scumbag order, Regiment 332 to full press the front. Get the reserves ready for the next wave. And bring me my tank. I'm delivering Kong a massive gift personally. Li Yunlong stormed onto the battlefield himself. He was drifting the Falcon tank across the desert, locking onto Twin Tiger Hill. He screamed at the gunner, "Lock and load! Fire, light 'em up, fire!" A massive 280mm shell blasted out, turning into a beam of pure light straight for Ice Tiger Hill. The troops stationed at the defense line froze their brains, unable to process the incoming doom. By the time their synapses fired, the shell had already slammed into the target. Boom! In a split second, an earth-shattering explosion rocked the heavens. A mushroom cloud rose up like a grim reaper, flattening the entire hill in a single heartbeat. Luckily, the impact zone was calculated beforehand for this wargame, so nobody actually got sent to the afterlife. But General Kong's soldiers were left shook. Half the hill just got deleted from the map, meaning their defense value hit zero. The first line of defense completely shattered. General Li Yunlong saw the hill get blown to smithereens. 1 second it was there, the next, poof. He slapped his thigh in pure ecstasy. Mamma mia, that's the good stuff, ha 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 ha. Kong, you old fool, taste the power of your grandpa. Li Yunlong grabbed the comm, screaming orders like a man possessed. All units full send, break through their lines for me. The army surged forward like a tidal wave into the smoke. Meanwhile, General Kong got the report and his eyes nearly popped out of his skull. Well, one shot leveled half the hill. Even my most advanced tanks can't drop damage like that. Are you telling me they're using missiles now? Get the demo team out there, ASAP destroy it. Set up the anti-tank missiles. Is that brat Li Yunlong trolling me? I'm going to make him cry tears of blood, trying to steal my glory. Not in this lifetime, pal. Kong still had an ace up his sleeve, though. The gear score of his 886th Division was way higher than the 702nd. Last time, Li Yunlong took the L not because of bad tactics, but because his equipment was basically trashed here compared to Kong's. But excuses are for losers. Li Yunlong didn't hold a grudge, but this time he was determined to snatch his dignity back from Kong's hands. Charge! The battlefield was chaos. Li Yunlong hopped off his tank and rushed back to command, directing the flow of battle like a maestro. The 702nd Division was fighting like they had infinite stamina buffs. Especially after seeing that hill get nuked, the hype train had no brakes. Was this really the same old tank unit 332 they used to know? It was like they leveled up to a whole new class. Even the unit commander felt his confidence skyrocket through the roof. Now he was piloting the Falcon tank, tearing through the battlefield and pushing Kong's forces back to the second line. But ahead lay the river and only one bridge to cross it. Kong wasn't a total noob, though. He used the terrain to set nasty traps. His demolition squad was already flanking, sneaking around like ninjas. Anti-tank missiles were locked and loaded, forcing the Falcon unit to camp at a distance. They were pinned down, only able to provide support fire from the side. While everyone was distracted by the fireworks at the front, the demolition team completed their flank. They moved in silence, deadly shadows in the smoke. They planted explosives all over the Falcon tank, ready to light it up, eh? After a series of loud bangs, the Falcon tank was ruled destroyed by the system game over for the tank. It had to exit the match. The commander of Unit 332 was stunned. When did they get behind us? The Falcon is down. Li Yunlong was so mad he was about to rage quit. Kong, you second-rate fool? You scumbag. You dare destroy my beautiful killing machine. I'm going to flatten your headquarters for this. Unit 332 fall back and flank. Armored Corps Rush B infantry charge. We are crossing that bridge no matter what. I'm burning Kong's base to the ground. I want him kneeling and singing apologies to me. Li Yunlong stood with hands on his hips staring at the battle map. He let out a long breath. Man, if only I had some jets and a few more tanks, this would be a cakewalk. Air suppression from above, crushing them on the ground. The charge bugle sounded across the field. The entire 702nd Division launched an all-out assault while Kong's troops fired back with everything they had. Who says our military drills are weaker than the West's? Big Brother Hua got the order to charge, and a devilish smirk crept onto his face. Finally, it's our turn to shine. 110 6th-gen fighter jets, 20 Falcon tanks. If the 886th Division knew Brother Hua was holding this royal flush, wouldn't they just raise the white flag immediately? Never mind Kong Jie not knowing. Even Li Yunlong had no clue that his super tank was just the appetizer. Meanwhile, Lin Han was chilling in the observation room. It was packed with VIP's top brass and legendary generals. In his past life, seeing this many stars on shoulders would have been impossible. Marshals with legendary achievements were right there. It was a real eye-opener. Everyone was analysing the game. That charge by the 702nd was clean. But what is up with that tank? Since when do we build beasts with that kind of DPS? Is it an import? No way even the superpowers can't build something this futuristic. That sly fox Li Yunlong is hiding the good loot. Once this exercise is over, we need to have a little chat with him. What a shame though. That tank only cleared one hill before getting taken out. If it had better positioning, it could have been a legendary carry for the 702nd. You got to hand it to Kong Jie though, the commander of the 886th. He's got some serious skill. Coming up with a strat to kill the boss monster tank that fast? That's impressive. Lin Han scanned the battlefield but couldn't spot Big Bro Shu anywhere. He figured the boss was probably gathering the troops planning to flank the enemy and smash through the second blockade. That second defensive line was the real boss fight here. Breaking it was the only way to secure the W. There was no way Big Bro Shu would let this glory slip through his fingers. But Kong Jie's defense? It was built like an absolute fortress. Everyone was thinking the 702 Division had hit a wall. They predicted this showdown would end with a whimper, with both sides running out of gas and calling it a boring draw. A group of high-ranking generals were busy playing armchair quarterbacks discussing the drill. That's when Lin Han piped up, his voice weak but his words heavy. The 702 is about to start their run. Just give it a few minutes. These guys are going to get wiped and the command center is as good as gone. A soldier sitting next to Lin Han glanced at his rank as senior colonel. He smirked, patting Lin Han on the shoulder like a kid. Yo, nephew, you into military tactics too, but that fantasy you just spun, not going to happen, buddy. Look at the map. That second blockade has exactly one bridge. It's a total choke point. If they don't control that bridge, the 702 isn't going anywhere. Anyway, you look at it, this is going to be a long, grinding war of attrition. Unless, and this is a big unless, the 702 suddenly spawns a fleet of bombers to rain hell from above. That's the only way they pressure the 886. Literally, the second he stopped talking, the screens lit up. Fighter jets flashed across the sky like phantom shadows. They were moving so fast, the naked eye couldn't even track them, leaving sonic booms in their wake. In that instant, every jaw in the room hit the floor. Over 100 hypersonic stealth fighters screaming across the sky, the scene was absolutely mind-melting. Boom, boom, boom. And it wasn't just the air show. 20 Falcon tanks tore across the wasteland, carving deep ruts into the earth and kicking up a storm of dust. Big Bro Shu stood on top of the lead Falcon tank, waving his hand like a conqueror ordering the charge. It was the ultimate combo Air Force and Armored Corps working in perfect sync, unleashing a storm of missiles and shells onto the enemy unit. The battlefield instantly turned into a one-sided stomping. Those hypersonic jets were untouchable stealth mode, engaged, infinite stamina, just completely broken stats. For a moment, the air in the room seemed to freeze. Inside the command center, Li Yunlong stared out the window, completely paralyzed. He watched the phantom jets painting arcs of destruction in the sky, his brain trying to process the impossible. Then the feed from the front lines showed the 20 Falcon tanks rolling in. Li Yunlong felt a rush of adrenaline and rage. That brat Big Bro Shu, he absolutely did this on purpose. Damn it! You had the good stuff, and you waited until now to flex. He was cursing, but he was laughing his head off too. Hey, Kong, the second fool. How's my grandson's firepower taste, huh? Meanwhile, Kong Jie was in full panic mode. His command center was total chaos. Invisible supersonic jets, over 100 of them. And tanks that could level half a hill with a single shot. And there were 20 of them. How are we supposed to fight this Yo command? What is going on? Why don't we have this kind of god-tier gear? The top brass were just as confused, except for maybe some next-gen concepts. They had never seen a tank that could delete a hillside in one hit. Even 6th-generation fighters were rare as unicorns, mostly just blueprints in a lab. Did the 702 Division rob a futuristic treasure vault? Or did they pray to the gods of war with this kind of black tech dropping? How is the enemy supposed to play the game? Big Big Bro Shu gave the order, Falcon tanks target the river. Who needs a bridge? 20 Falcon tanks unleashed hell on the artificial river. In seconds, the water was gone, replaced by a massive natural trench for them to cross. Right after that, the Phantom jets screamed by, dropping a payload of missiles. Of course, these were modified for the drill airburst simulation bombs. No real damage, but on the battlefield simulator, total annihilation. Even as a simulation, watching thousands of missiles rain down on the 886 Division was a spectacle straight out of a blockbuster movie, especially when mixed with the Falcon tank's artillery fire. It was a masterpiece of destruction, a canvas painted in fire and smoke. Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, the British and the Southern Ice Alliance kicked off their own war games. 56 F-22 fighters carrier strike groups, they brought all their shiny toys. They were live streaming the whole thing non-stop. The goal was simple: show every country on the blue planet who the real boss of the world is. Their Colonel Z was personally directing the show. He stood there, hands on his hips, oozing arrogance. China's military drill. Don't make me laugh. I don't even need to watch it to know it's going to be a kid's show. Send our war correspondents to China immediately. Film their little drill. We're going to broadcast their failure to the whole world and make them the laughingstock of the century. Colonel Z flashed a confident, greasy smile. At this moment, their joint exercise was trending #1 globally. Now that is a superpower. Look at that jet formation. Look at those tanks. The power is off the charts. How could China even dream of comparing to this? China is running a drill today too. I bet they're just playing with toy soldiers. China needs to stay in their lane. On the screen, 340 M102 tanks rolled out. These tanks were loaded with second-gen thermal imaging true color flat screens and digital terrain control systems. It was packed with advanced components, what they called black tech. But little did they know what was happening on the other side. The most critical detail. The cannon caliber on this beast was a massive 180mm, one shell packed enough raw power to blow a giant boulder into smithereens. The destructive potential was off the charts. By this point, the war correspondent had already hustled his way into Huaxia's military observation deck. But the moment he laid eyes on the battlefield simulation, even the camera in his hand started trembling uncontrollably. A visual masterpiece, grand explosive, and unlike anything ever seen, was instantly beamed to the most influential military livestream on the web. Boom! Through the haze of smoke and dust, countless fighter jets screamed across the sky, while tank shells as thick as tree trunks literally evaporated a flowing river. It was a scene that made eyeballs pop out of their sockets. And to think, number 67 single-handedly dragged this military factory back from the gates of hell. Practically every military otaku on the blue planet was glued to the live stream, camping out for the show. After seeing the side-by-side comparison with Huaxia's drill, the viewers immediately shot looks of pure disdain at the other guys. You call that trash a flex? Bro, just look at Huaxia. A single tank shell casually deleted an entire river from the map. Then they flattened half a hill with one blast. That day, they had hundreds of hypersonic jets drifting through the sky like it was a Sunday drive. Now this is what you call a freaking military exercise, baby. The Eagle Nation thought they were going to deliver a shock and awe opening move, but instead they just slapped themselves across the face. After watching the footage, Colonel Z was cussing up a storm. He frantically called the reporter, asking if they accidentally aired a Huaxia sci-fi blockbuster instead. The reporter swore he was innocent. Unless Huaxia's observation room was hacking reality, this was real, and the odds of faking this were basically zero. Even after comparing it to the Eagle and Southern Ice drills, they refused to accept it, screaming that Huaxia had to be using cheat codes. Liars, thieves. Accusations flew around, but the Huaxia netizens instantly evolved into keyboard immortals, launching a frantic counterattack. A tiny country the size of a fist living on someone else's military base actually has the guts to bark like that. Scammers, thieves. Take a look in the mirror. Southern Ice steals all our intangible cultural heritage and then turns around to call us the bandits. Some netizens even posted the ultimate insult, the thumb and index finger pinched together. That tiny gesture triggered the entire Southern Ice population, sending them into an absolute rage. Every man in Southern Ice exploded like someone stole their lunch money. They started spamming curses at a rate of 30 words per second without taking a breath. Huaxia netizens just smirked and casually typed 2 words with critical damage. So fragile. The Southern men took massive emotional damage. Meanwhile, Colonel Z saw the Dragon Nation's drill footage and ordered the reporter to cut the feed immediately. If this kept playing, his dominance would crumble. Even if Huaxia was hacking, he couldn't give them a platform to flex on the world stage. Better to wait for solid evidence of faking and then deliver a knockout blow later on. The military live stream signal was killed instantly. The competition went nowhere, but everyone knew the colonel just took a massive L. Meanwhile, Big Bro Shu had gone completely berserk mode. He literally flattened the riverbed and charged straight for the 886 Division HQ. 20 Falcon tanks screeched to a halt right in front of the main gates. Kong Ji's entire army was totally wiped out, reduced to digital ghosts by the relentless bombardment from the fighter jets. The whole drill didn't even last 5 hours. Kong Ji stood in the command center, gripping his baton, his heart racing like a drum he couldn't silence, losing to Li Yunlong. That wasn't the shameful part. The shame was getting rolled in 5 hours with zero ability to fight back. Li Yunlong had god-tier weapons while they were stuck with pea shooters. That was the part that really grinded his gears. Kong, you little rascal, Daddy's here. Come bow down to your papa. I finally beat you, sorry, behind Li Yunlong's obnoxiously loud laughter echoed from outside the command center. Seconds later, he strutted in with the swagger of a king. Kong Jie glared daggers at him. You actually have the nerve to show your face here. Li Yunlong rolled his eyes. This guy Kong was definitely salty about taking such a brutal loss. So Li Yunlong kept grinning and walked right up to him. Come on, old Kong. Be a big boy about it. You gotta lose with style. When you beat me before, did I ever act like a drama queen? Hearing Li Yunlong roast him like that made Kong Jie even more furious. He looked up, eyes blazing. What the hell did you just say to me? Back then, did we have gear that looked like it came out of a freaking sci-fi movie? I saw over 100 supersonic jets, 20 tanks firing shells like they were missile launchers. It was just boom boom everywhere. Where on earth did you dig up these freakish weapons of mass destruction? This tech is miles ahead of those Western morons. Li Yunlong put on a goofy, innocent smile. Hey, don't look at me. I literally just found out about this stuff today. Dropping that bomb, he looked toward the entrance and shouted for Big Bro Shu. From the hallway, Big Bro Shu marched into the command center. Reporting for duty, sir. He snapped a crisp salute. Li Yunlong grinned like a proud dad and slapped Shu on the shoulder. See this kid? He runs a military factory that's been collecting dust for 80 years. No idea how, but lately, he's been cranking out tanks and jets like they're toys. If it wasn't for this insane military drill, I never would have guessed this brat was hiding an arsenal like this. Kong Jie stared daggers at Big Brother Shu, his face twisted with pure jealousy and annoyance. Damn it. He got completely wrecked by a junior. If this had been a real battlefield instead of a simulation, Shu's barrel would be pressed right against his skull by now. Fine, I lost. The great Kong Jie took the L. But listen up, Li Yunlong. Don't think for a second that I accept this result. My entire squad got wiped off the map because of you, so you better pay up. I heard the rumors, and I want my compensation. Li Yunlong immediately panicked. What the hell were you trying to ambush me? Why should I pay you anything? You're the one who lost the match, and now you want cash. Suddenly, Kong Jie snapped. He whipped out a military combat knife from behind his back. He was about to chop off his own finger right there. Luckily, Li Yunlong had godlike reflexes and stopped him just in time. Kong Jie's eyes were bloodshot as he screamed, Fine, will 2 fingers be enough then? I want those jets. I want the tanks. I want it all. Li Yunlong burst out laughing, pointing at the desperate commander. Man, you really are a total idiot. All right, you win. I'm terrified of your craziness. Keep your fingers attached. You're going to need them to count your money later. With the drama over, Li Yunlong turned to Big Brother Shu. Hey, little Shu, take us to see this legendary military factory of yours. Don't worry, you are the MVP of this military exercise, and headquarters knows it. I'll make sure to put in a good word for you. Just sit back and wait for the fame and fortune, kid. Big Brother Shu's eyes lit up like stars. Commander, I only care about the promotion. I don't need the fortune. Li Yunlong chuckled, pointing a finger at him. This kid really knows the way of the warrior. Good, that's what I like to hear. This military exercise had just witnessed the most earth-shattering event in history. The higher-ups analyzed the battle simulation data and lost their minds. Everyone was obsessed with the hypersonic fighter jets and those 280mm tank cannons that appeared out of nowhere. Every general wanted a piece of Division 702. But of course, that is a legend for another time. With the war games finished, Li Yunlong and Kong Jie dragged Big Brother Shu straight to the mysterious 3rd military factory. On the way, Shu wouldn't shut up about the upgrades and a genius named Lin Han. Wait, are you telling me this one engineer Lin Han completely transformed your dump of a factory? Why does that sound so fake? How could one single person bring an entire dead factory back to life? Who is he? The Monkey King in disguise. Big Brother Shu just gave a mysterious grin. You'll understand once you meet him. 68. This guy is a national treasure. An unparalleled genius. Finally, the military pickup truck screeched to a halt in front of the 3rd factory. As soon as Li Yunlong stepped out, the shiny new signboard blinded him. Even the courtyard was spotless, looking cleaner than a luxury hotel. Every technician inside was buzzing with energy. The complete transformation left the commander absolutely shook. The last time I was here, this place looked like a pigsty. It's only been a few days and it's totally evolved. Big Brother Shu, you sly fox. You really pulled it off. You were making big moves in the shadows. Big Brother Shu scratched his head, smiling awkwardly. Honestly, if Brother Lin Han hadn't helped us, this factory would have been shut down ages ago. He didn't just fix it, he saved our lives. Without wasting another second, they followed Shu inside. In the workshop, the gleaming new machines grabbed the general's attention like magnets. Li Yunlong and Kong Jie might look like rough brawlers, but they aren't uneducated. They actually paid attention in military academy. They knew exactly what they were looking at, distinguishing high-tier tech from scrap metal instantly. Kong Jie ran his hand over the advanced hydraulic press and lathe. A jolt of electricity seemed to hit him. His scalp went numb, and the blood rushed from his heels straight to his brain in pure shock. Holy skies! This equipment is even more advanced than the stuff from the British or the Germans. Li Yunlong couldn't stop clicking his tongue in amazement. You brat, I'm out here starving in the cold while you're living like a king, eating meat and drinking wine. Just then, Wang Fugai approached to salute the commanders. Wang Fugai snapped to attention and saluted. Oh, Manager Wang is here too. You guys have done a hell of a job. Li Yunlong looked Wang Fugai up and down, scanning him like a radar. This guy has a totally different aura compared to the last time I saw him. Wang Fugai laughed nervously. I'm not the manager anymore, sir. The current manager is actually my master, Lin Han. Everyone knew Wang Fu Guy was the top mechanic here, yet he was calling Lin Han his master. Li Yunlong thought to himself, this comrade Lin Han must be an absolute monster of a genius. Little Shu, what are you waiting for? Summon Comrade Lin Han immediately. We need to have a serious talk. 10 minutes later, a young, intelligent-looking teenager casually walked up to the legendary generals Li Yunlong and Kong Jie. So, your commander Li Yunlong and your Kong Jie? The generals frowned. Who is this random kid? Li Yunlong raised an eyebrow, his voice dropping an octave. This is a military factory, kid, not a playground. Who let you in here? Go call your parents right now. Big brother Shu panicked and jumped in. Commander, wait. This person is the brother Lin Han I was telling you about. In that instant, their entire room went dead silent. You could hear a pin drop. Mother of God, this kid isn't even as tall as a rifle barrel. And you're calling him your brother. You're treating a child like an equal. A wave of fury started to boil inside Li Yunlong's chest. Little Shu, are you playing games with me? Did you hire a child to prank me? Do you still want to keep your job as a brigade leader or not? If you don't want to do the job, then get the hell out of my face. Big brother Shu looked like he'd swallowed a lemon. He panicked and stammered, Commander, please, I know it sounds crazy. Even I didn't believe it at first, but he really built those fighter jets and tanks. Why would I dare lie to you? Li Yunlong furrowed his brow. Why was this little punk so confident? He scanned Lin Han from head to toe. No matter how he looked at him, this was just a pint-sized rugrat. Sure, children are the flowers of the motherland, but this one is just a tiny bud. He hasn't even bloomed yet, so what can he possibly do? Damn it, did I wake up in the Twilight Zone today? Old Kong, you buying this? Kong Jie looked just as lost, but the terrified look on Brother Shu's face didn't seem faked. Then there was only one logical explanation. This Lin Han guy must be a dwarf with a baby face. That's the only way this makes sense. So Kong Jie decided to risk it and asked, Comrade Lin Han, exactly how old are you? Lin Han sighed helplessly. 12. I just started middle school. When Kong Jie and Li Yunlong heard that it was like a grenade went off inside their skulls, their brains turned to mush. A 12-year-old middle schooler built a supersonic fighter jet and a 280mm caliber tank. Even comic books aren't this ridiculous. Who would believe this story? But then again, his subordinate had no reason to lie to him. After all, he had seen the destructive power of that tank with his own eyes. He took a deep breath and stared the kid down seriously. Look here, nephew Lin Han. Don't blame your uncle for doubting. But with your age and that middle school diploma, nobody on God's green earth would believe this. How about you show us a little demonstration? Lin Han didn't hesitate. It was showtime. He immediately flaunted his insane engineering skills. In just a few minutes, he assembled a core component of the Falcon tank from scratch. When he slammed that finished part onto the table, the two commanders froze. Their jaws hit the floor. Pure genius. His hands moved so fast they were a blur. It was absolutely shocking. Holy cow, Comrade Lin Han. Where have you been all my life? Li Yunlong did a complete 180. He grabbed Lin Han's hand and shook it like a maniac. Excuse my rude friend. Kong Jie shoved Li Yunlong aside and slid in with a goofy grin. Comrade Lin, listen, I've got a military factory too, and it's way bigger than this dump. I'll make you the factory director. I'll give you a car and 2 bodyguards. Come with me. Our dorms have huge, super soft beds. Li Yunlong kicked Kong Jie away. Get lost, old Kong. This is the 702nd Division. You dare try to rob me in my own house. You're crossing the line. The two men were way too enthusiastic. They looked ready to rip poor Lin Han in half like a wishbone just to take a piece of him home. Lin Han was being pulled back and forth until he couldn't breathe. He gasped, Hey, don't you guys want the tanks and jets? That part is easy. The two old men froze looking at each other, but they refused to let go of the boy. Lin Han signaled his assistant with his eyes. Wang immediately organized the crew and rolled out carts carrying 3 massive crates of blueprints. Lin Han explained, Inside these crates are all the design materials for the first-generation Phantom Fighter and the Falcon tank. With these blueprints and design plans, you can manufacture the tanks and jets even if I'm not here. It's foolproof. As Li Yunlong and Kong Jie listened to the boy, their brains began to hallucinate. The scene in their minds shifted. Suddenly, a massive golden halo appeared behind Lin Han's head. It was the light of a god. His squeaky voice sounded like divine thunder. These are the treasures I bestow upon you. Go crush your enemies, flatten the invaders, and sweep across the world. Instant success. Just like that. Was this kid actually Santa Claus? Li Yunlong and Kong Jie scrambled to grab the boxes, frantically pulling out a stack of blueprints. They stared at the papers intently. The more they looked, the more obsessed they became. This wasn't just paper. This was the future of their nation. The technical specs were insane. It was way more advanced and detailed than any tank or jet they had ever seen in their lives. Anti-gravity cockpit systems that cancel out G-force impact, micro-missiles, compressed hydrogen fuel technology. Every single design detail of the fighters and tanks was laid out with crystal clear precision. There were hundreds of design categories in this set. Even superpowers like England and Germany would weep with envy seeing this. You could pick any random page, and it would be top-tier alien technology. And he was giving it to them for free. Li Yunlong and Kong Jie felt like they were dreaming. Suddenly, Li Yunlong swung his arm, smack. A thunderous slap echoed through the room. 1 second, Kong Jie was staring at the paper. The next second, he was flying across the room. His face instantly swelled up like a balloon. 2 front teeth snapped off and flew out with a spray of spit. The scene left Lin Han and the others completely speechless. Li Yunlong looked at his stinging palm, feeling the pain, and asked innocently, "Hey, old Kong, did that hurt?" Kong Ji struggled to stand up, screaming curses at Li Yunlong. "You moron! Why did you hit me?" "Yep, looks like the pain was definitely real." This wasn't a fantasy. Li Yunlong's eyes nearly popped out of his skull, practically sparkling with joy. "Ha ha ha ha, I knew it. This is the real deal." Kong Ji's face twisted into a mask of pure betrayal. "Bro, are you serious? You just used my face as a reality check?" But then it hit him: Phantom fighter jets, Falcon tanks. Are these bad boys really going to be ours? Li Yunlong completely ignored the guy he just slapped, totally lost in his own little paradise of firepower. Kong Ji stormed over, ready to throw hands and curse up a storm, but Li Yunlong hit him with the ultimate countermove. "Chill out, fam. I'll toss you an extra fighter jet later." Instantly, Kong Ji's rage evaporated like mist in the sun. "You promised all right?" Suddenly, that slap feels like a caress. He grinned shamelessly. "Hey, old man, go ahead and slap me 100 more times. I need to build a whole squad of Phantom jets. Next military exercise, I'm going to absolutely wreck the other units. It's going to be a massacre." "Wahaha!" Li Yunlong roared with laughter. "Kong Jia, you crazy bastard. If I slap you 100 times, that's basically free plastic surgery. You really have no shame when it comes to snagging high-tier loot, do you?" Lin Han watched these 2 top-tier generals of Huaxia acting like chaotic teenagers. He could only let out a helpless, awkward laugh. But make no mistake, these goofballs were ready to lay down their lives for the people of Huaxia without a second thought. Suddenly the laughter died down. Li Yunlong frowned, hands on his hips. "Real talk, though. Our military budget is looking kind of sad right now. We can't afford to mass-produce these beasts yet. Those guys from the UK and Japan have been aggressively invading our economy for years. If Huaxia wants to flex its muscles, we need a massive war chest. Just one Phantom fighter jet costs around $30 million to build. And that's with Comrade Lin Han working his magic to keep costs dirt cheap." This was exactly why Lin Han had been itching to dive into the civilian tech sector. Military gear protects the nation's fist, but civilian tech that creates the cash flow that strengthens the nation's soul. A country's strength starts with its firepower, sure, but the economy is the backbone that holds it all up. With Lin Han's help, Huaxia already had aircraft carriers, 6th-gen fighters, and God-tier tanks. For now, the defense was solid, so the pivot to civilian technology couldn't be delayed any longer. It was go time. After all, who doesn't want to see their people living that good, prosperous life? The 2 commanders debated for hours. When night fell, they gathered for chow. General Li Yunlong personally poured a glass of Sprite for Lin Han top-tier service. "Comrade Lin Han, we all owe you big time. You've single-handedly leveled up the future of Huaxia's military industry." Lin Han gave a humble smile, clinking glasses with Li Yunlong and the crew. A cool breeze swept through the open mess hall doors. Lin Han gazed out into the pitch-black night, staring at the stars scattered across the sky. He raised his glass to the horizon and downed it in one go. After dropping off the final blueprints, Lin Han was ready to peace out from the military factory. Even though Big Bro Shu tried to keep him around, Lin Han knew his main quest lay elsewhere. Huaxia still had major tech gaps that needed urgent patching. Hiding away in a military plant wasn't the long-term play. Suddenly a name popped into his head. A guy with roots in the military industry, but deep knowledge of the civilian market. That man was Director Ita Jun. Military and civilian tech might seem different, but they're 2 sides of the same coin. Take telecommunications, for example. It started as military tech, then transferred to the public, and now nobody can live without it. After thinking it over, Lin Han dialed up Ita Jun. "You brat, you finally remembered to call your old man back. Your dad misses you so much he's about to die. He nags me every single day to call the army looking for you. My ears are literally bleeding here." Lin Han let out a goofy laugh. Shortly after hanging up, Director I sent a car to pick him up and rush him to the Military Industry Bureau overnight. Ita Jun was sitting at his desk pulling a cigarette from his pack. But the second he saw Lin Han walk in, he hastily shoved the smoke back into the box. He let out a humph and tapped his fingers rhythmically against the desk. "You're right," he began. "Huaxia is currently a sleeping giant with 1,000 things to fix. Every technical field needs a massive upgrade ASAP. For instance, right now, 90% of our chips have to be imported from the US, Germany, and even Japan. Our research in this field is still in baby mode. Meanwhile, the US makes an absolute killing exporting this tech to us every year." "Guess how much?" Ita Jun held up 3 fingers. Lin Han frowned. 30 billion. Ita Jun gave a bitter laugh and shook his head. "Try 3 trillion. It's a mind-blowing figure. This technology is the crown jewel of the information revolution, the holy grail that every nation on the blue planet is fighting over. It's obvious. Whoever controls the chips controls the core manufacturing power of the future. But researching this stuff, it's hell mode difficulty." He wasn't wrong. Lin Han knew the score. To boost Huaxia's military might to the next level high-end chip technology was the non-negotiable foundation. He pondered for a moment before speaking. "This is different from building planes or cannons. Our foundation here is weak. Honestly, it's practically non-existent. I just started junior high, so why can't I do research? This kid Lamham is absolutely losing his mind. Our tech foundation in Huaxia is barely there. You can't cook a 5-star meal if you have 0 ingredients, right? Even if Lamb Ham has the blueprints, actually building this thing is a whole different beast. The manufacturing process is a 5-stage nightmare wafer, prep oxidation photolithography, and more. It is like climbing a mountain that touches the sky. But Lamb Ham's chip technology? It was leagues ahead of the rest, covering a scope wider than the ocean itself. I don't doubt you, kid, but this is difficulty level nightmare. Lamb Ham's eyes burned with determination. I have to try. Seeing that unshakable confidence, I Thiet Quan decided to go all in. All right, I will bet everything on this crazy ride with you. I have a buddy at Tsinghua University. He knows a thing or two about this domain. Go find him. He might be the power-up you need to get this started. As he spoke, he started penning the recommendation letter. This friend, Zhao Donglai, was a dual PhD legend in materials and IT a total boss at Tsinghua. Lam Ham grabbed the the letter. Beijing was a long trek from the capital, so he decided to make a pit stop at home first. Back at base, his dad had already whipped up a feast, 3 dishes and a soup. It had been a while. Lam Guodong looked weathered, the dust of the world on his shoulders. Looking at his son was like seeing a ghost of his late wife. Your eyes? They are the exact copy of hers. Lam Ham's heart skipped a beat. Memories of his mother flooded back, beautiful, radiant, and kind. She was a top-tier military scientist who sacrificed everything in a catastrophic explosion during an experiment. That was why Lam Ham swore to dedicate his life to Washia's rise. He knew exactly why his dad was getting sentimental. With Lam Ham always grinding away at work, his dad was left solo in that big house, his mind wandering to dark places. But of course, the old man knew the score. Fighting for the country, that is the ultimate honor. The day came. His dad drove him to the station. Golden sunlight bathed Tsinghua University, the holy land of academics. Students walked by with that free, youthful glow. This was the place Lam Ham had always dreamed of conquering. Letter in hand, he marched straight to the material science dean's office. The door was slightly ajar. Lam Ham heard voices drifting out. We have mastered the wafer and oxidation stages, no problem. But the final boss is photolithography. We are stuck at 96 nanometers, and frankly, that is trash tier. The mainstream market is already flexing at 28 nanometers. We are light years behind. Our architecture has 0 breakthroughs. We have a mountain of bugs to fix. Don't stress, Professor. With your guidance, our squad will crack this code in no time. All right, get back to the grind. Update me whenever. Footsteps approached. The door swung open. A girl with a ponytail and a sharp black suit stepped out, pure elegance in motion. She was a total knockout, face like a peach blossom, and that office outfit, it hugged her curves in all the right places. She smirked strangely as she passed him, thinking, whose kid is this? Did a professor bring their son to daycare? She ignored him and dipped. Lam Ham knocked on the door. Enter. Hearing the command, Lam Ham pushed inside. Greetings, Dr. Zhao. He stepped up like a challenger. Zhao Donglai frowned, scanning the kid with suspicion. Who do you belong to? Lam Ham laughed awkwardly. I don't belong to anyone, sir. I am Lam Ham. Director I Thiet Quan sent me. Here's my ticket in. Lam Ham handed over the recommendation letter with both hands, showing max respect. Zhao took it seriously, but as he read, bam, it was like a hammer hit his brain. He completely froze. He could not believe his eyes. He looked at the kid, looked at the letter, then back at the kid. He kept comparing them until heavy breathing filled the silent office. Panic mode initiated. Finally, he spoke, voice trembling. Kid, did old I really send you? Lam Ham nodded. Zhao lit a cigarette to calm his nerves. Halfway through, he looked up. Fine. If I sent you, I will take care of you. Report to the lab tomorrow. Lam Ham thought, wow, that was easier than the tutorial level. The campus scenery was truly one of a kind. Zhao called a student to handle Lam Ham's lodging. The student walked in and stared at the kid. Lam Ham realized it was the beauty from before. Xu Xuan, you are in charge of this kid's life now. Treat him well. Put everything on the expense account. Just email me the bill later. Xu Xuan stared at that kid in front of her, totally bewildered. The milk hadn't even dried on his lips yet. She asked, Miss Zhao, is this your nephew or something? Professor Zhao rolled his eyes hard. Nephew, please. He shot a glance at the kid. He's not here for a family reunion. He's here to revolutionize our lithography project. Xu Xuan nearly choked on a drink. A literal toddler is going to help us research advanced tech. Is he some kind of Doogie Howser genius from high school? Did he skip grades to get into our Tsinghua University early? Lin Ham just shrugged, cool as a cucumber. No, I just started middle school. Xu Xuan rubbed her temples, feeling a massive migraine coming on. This made 0 sense. Professor Zhao frowned, his patience wearing thin. Quit yapping, Xu Xuan. Just do as you're told. Defeated, Xu Xuan sighed and threw her hands up. She gestured to Lin Ham. Fine, let's go, young master. Lin Ham didn't say a word. He just trailed behind the beauty. They walked through the co-ed grad dorms, a paradise of long legs and stunning seniors everywhere you looked. But our main character, stone cold. His mind was a fortress completely untouched by the temptations of the flesh. He was here for the grind. As soon as Lin Ham registered, the gossip mill exploded. Graduate students flocked to see the spectacle. Who brought a kindergartner to the lab? Xu Xuan said he wants to research lithography with us. Is this some kind of prank show? Meanwhile, 71 stacked wafer technologies were being unlocked. Professor Zhao nervously dialed, Director Ai puffing on a cigarette like his life depended on it. He grumbled into the phone, "Oh, I thought you were sending me a titan of industry. But a kid, what can a brat actually do?" Director Ai chuckled on the other end. "Don't let his size fool you, Zhao. Let me put it this way." He proceeded to drop some classified truth bombs about Lin Ham's past achievements. Zhao's jaw hit the floor. Shock painted his face. A kid with that much power? The way Ai described him, this Lin Ham, was like a deity descended to Earth. Director Ai laughed it off. Anyway, he said he just wants to dabble in the lithography field for a bit. Just give him the resources and support him. Is he really that legendary? Zhao hung up his mind, racing with possibilities. A middle schooler with superhuman specs, and it's verifiable. Maybe this kid is the chosen one to break China's tech blockade. He stopped overthinking. In this vast world, miracles are just Tuesday's news. Zhao silently prayed that a true dragon had finally risen in the academic world to save them. The next dawn was grey and gloomy. The sun hadn't even peeked out yet, but the whole team was already gathered in the lithography lab. It turned out Xu Xuan was the boss lady here. Her skills were top tier, leading one of the two main research squads. The other team was led by a classic engineer archetype, handsome features, but that hairline was retreating faster than a defeated army. You could practically smell the high-pressure burnout radiating off him. That's Wang Sun, a Harvard elite returnee. He switched from electrical engineering to materials science like a pro, a true specialist in deep materials research. Professor Zhao stepped into the center of the room to address the troops. The whispers died down instantly. You could hear a pin drop in the lab. "Everyone meet our newest recruit, Lin Ham, from number 3 middle school. He's joining the project starting today." Boom! Every pair of eyes locked onto Lin Ham like laser sights. Snickers erupted throughout the room. The rumors were true. Miss Zhao actually recruited a junior high kid for top secret research. Hilarious. "Hey kid, did you finish your multiplication tables yet? Do you need a nap time? You're so small, do you even know what a semiconductor is?" Haha Zhao raised a hand to cut the noise. "Enough! Lin Ham joins Xu Xuan's team. Now back to grinding wafers. The last batch was total trash. We had microfractures during the lithography process. Complete failure. It didn't meet the standards." Zhao took a deep breath. "Look, we're pioneers here. Getting this far is already a win. Keep pushing, everyone." The room erupted in cheers. A little progress is still hope. As soon as Zhao left, the glares returned to Lin Hum and Xu Xuan. "Good luck, Team Leader Xu. Looks like you got some dead weight to carry." Everyone treated Lin Ham like he had the plague. A kid in a top lab. Clearly his parents pulled strings and paid big money to pad his resume for college applications. It happens all the time in this industry, so nobody was surprised, just annoyed. Xu Xuan rolled her eyes so hard it hurt. Talk about bad karma. She was drowning in work, and now she had to babysit a useless kid. Her mood crashed through the floor. She decided to pretend the kid didn't exist. The whole lab went into grind mode, leaving the toddler standing there alone. But Lin Ham was fired up. "Big sis Sue, you got any scrap wafers? Can I take a look at the garbage pile?" Xu Yuan threw him a skeptical side eye. "What's the plan, rookie, planning to take these scraps home for your toy collection?" Lin Han couldn't even argue, so he just gave a helpless shrug. "Something like that." She let out a heavy sigh, shaking her head. I knew it. At his age, if he wasn't looking for distractions, that would be the real weird part. "Check the dumpster out back. It's full of rejects," she said, waving him off. "And hey, unless the lab is burning down, don't disturb me." Her voice turned serious. "We're on a deadline that could kill us, and I don't have time to babysit you on little side projects." Lin Han just nodded, respecting the hustle. That actually worked perfectly for him. The solo grind was his specialty anyway. He grabbed a handful of discarded chips and vanished into an abandoned lab to work his magic in peace. The rest of Xu Yuan's team watched his retreating figure with relief. "Thank God the mascot finally left the building," one of them laughed. "At least he has a conscience and knows when to make himself scarce." Alone at last, Lin Han laid out his scavenged treasures. His finger hovered, then gently tapped the cold surface of a silicon wafer. "Ding-a-tus!" The system voice echoed in his mind like a starter pistol. "Target detected. Wafer contact confirmed. Analyzing relevant technology pathways. Multi-layer stacking protocol. Initiated. Unlock complete tech proficiency at 10%. Instantly, a tidal wave of advanced engineering blueprints flooded his brain. Lin Han shut his eyes, his mind racing to absorb the storm of information crashing into his neural network. When his eyes snapped open, the world looked different. He glanced down at the scrap in his hand and let out a dry, helpless chuckle. What Xu Yuan and her elite team called engineering looked like child's play now. It was rough, clumsy, and totally soulless, just a shape without the spirit. This trash wouldn't even survive a 96-nanometer lithography machine. It was an insult to the silicon itself. But the new stacking tech he just learned, that was pure genius. Time to cook. No more talking. Lin Han rolled up his sleeves and dove straight into the zone. Here's the cheat code. Multi-layer stacking is the holy grail of speed. The more layers you stack, the more insane the processing power becomes. But right now, the tech world is stuck in the Stone Age with two basic methods dominating the market. You've got your 5D and your 3D structures. Honestly, same difference. Just a fancy way of rearranging the furniture. But the god-tier tech Lin Han just unlocked. That was on a whole other dimension, taking the 3D concept and putting it on steroids. With this method, he wasn't just pushing boundaries, he was shattering them. We're talking about a 16-layer CPU architecture. Any rookie knows the internal wiring of a CPU is a nightmare. Add more layers and that nightmare becomes a mathematical impossibility. The current market leaders tap out at 3 layers. That was supposed to be the absolute ceiling for humanity. But under Lin Han's hands, that ceiling just evaporated. 16 layers meant a quantum leap in performance that would leave everyone else in the dust. You guys struggle with 2 layers. Watch me drop 16. You scared yet? 3 days of non-stop grinding later, he held the finished 16-layer masterpiece in his hands. After the final precision cuts, the result wasn't just a chip. It was a work of art. Lin Han held it up to the light, letting the silicon gleam. "Damn," he whispered, "now that is sexy." His gaze shifted to the dusty bookshelf in the corner. Buried under layers of neglect were the manuals for TSV and packaging technology. He swiped a finger across the spine, cutting a clean path through the grime. A single streak of light revealed the title. As he flipped the pages, his eyes widened. Ding, wafer packaging analysis complete. Synchronizing related data. Packaging mastery. Unlocked tech proficiency boosted to 20%. Boom, another massive download of knowledge slammed into his brain. There was no time to pop champagne. He rode the adrenaline wave straight back into development mode. Stacking was just the appetizer. To create the ultimate composite chip, he needed to nail the packaging before even thinking about lithography. While the experts were still banging their heads against the wall on step 1, Lin Han was already speedrunning step 2. He did crafting the TSV and liquid microchannels like he was building Lego sets. Wafer packaging check. After a brutal sequence of modifications, the rough diamond was finally polished into its true form. 16 layers of pure power interconnected by advanced penetration tech. The internal architecture was a labyrinth of perfection. His eyes burned from the strain of high-intensity focus, but looking at the result, totally worth the pain. Success. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, a roar of celebration erupted from the main lab, breaking his concentration. Xu Yuan's team was jumping around like they'd won the lottery, holding their little project up like a championship trophy. They had managed a grand total of 2 layers. Sure, the wiring was cleaner than before, but they were acting like they'd just reinvented the wheel. "Think we can run lithography now?" someone shouted. The team huddled around their double-layer chip, grinning like proud parents looking at a mediocre drawing. Lin Han casually slipped his 16-layer beast into his pocket and strolled out. The team barely spared him a glance, too busy high-fiving themselves. Only Xu Yuan felt a twinge of pity. "Hey, we're going to present this to Teacher Zhao. Come along." Lin Han gave a silent nod, keeping his poker face. But when they reached the boss's office, they weren't the first ones there. Wang Shun's crew had already set up camp. Spotting them, Wang Shun flashed a greasy grin. Well, if it isn't the lovely Xu Yuan. A bit late to the party, aren't we? I thought professionals were on time." Zhu Xuan shot a glare sharp enough to cut glass at Wang Shun. "Being early doesn't mean you're a skilled genius. Miss Zhao hasn't even dropped the verdict yet, so quit your yapping." Wang Shun smirked, oozing arrogance. "Keep talking. I'm just worried your team's wafer is going to look like scrap metal next to ours. We'll see who eats dirt when the results come out." Professor Zhao let out a helpless sigh. Her students were brilliant, sure, but they bickered like cats and dogs. Still, without a little rivalry, diamonds don't get polished right. She cleared her throat, commanding attention. "All right, enough chatter. Bring out your wafers." I pulled some strings to get top-tier testing gear just for this showdown. Wang Shun wasted no time, practically shoving his team's masterpiece into Professor Zhao's hands first. The wafer was a beauty-smooth texture, meticulous polishing, and it even rocked a high-end stacking technique. 2 whole layers. That's no joke. Professor Zhao held the wafer, delicately inspecting it under the soft lab light, like she was appraising a rare jewel. Her pupils dilated and a satisfied smile crept onto her face. "Not bad at all. Compared to your last attempt, this is a massive level up." Next came the moment of truth. She pulled out the standard wafer testing unit and carefully placed the chip onto the tray. Click! The machine hummed to life. A beam of azure light scanned the surface, fracturing into a dazzling rainbow reflection. Gasps echoed through the room as the results flashed on the screen. It wasn't just a pass. It was rated excellent. High-tier stuff. Wang Shun was so hyped, he nearly jumped out of his skin. Victory tasted sweet. Their blood, sweat, and tears hadn't gone to waste. "You guys killed it!" Wang Shun was practically already imagining his invite to the prestigious Optical Research Institute. Professor Zhao treated the wafer like a fragile artifact, carefully sealing it in a glass case before snapping her gaze toward Xu Xuan. "Xu Xuan, let's see what your team cooked up." Wang Shun's group really set the bar high this time. Xu Xuan's stomach did a backflip. If they couldn't beat Wang Shun after all that trash talk, she'd never hear the end of it. The humiliation would be lethal. Well, no turning back now. Leaving it to fate, she handed over her team's wafer. Professor Zhao inspected it, but this time her brow furrowed in disappointment. The difference was clear. There was a definite gap between the two teams. "You used the stacking technique, sure, but the finish is lackluster. Come on, I know you guys are capable of way better than this." Professor Zhao stared her down. Meanwhile, Wang Shun was covering his mouth, trying not to burst out laughing. He had finally crushed Xu Xuan. The feeling was pure ecstasy. Suddenly, a girl behind Xu Xuan threw shade at Lin Han. "Professor, honestly, it's because we were babysitting this kid. Our team leader had to juggle managing the project and taking care of his daily needs. It was too much." "Shut it!" Xu Xuan cut her off immediately. This has nothing to do with Lin Han, so don't you dare pin it on him. The kid was an angel. He didn't make a sound or cause a single problem for us. We failed because our skills weren't sharp enough. Period. Professor Zhao didn't say a word, but her expectations for the so-called genius Lin Han plummeted. What was that old geezer thinking? Didn't he promise to send me a technical prodigy? This kid Lin Han hasn't lifted a finger to help? Professor Zhao sighed internally. No use crying over spilled milk. At least Wang Shun's team actually stepped up their game. Their work was genuinely top tier. She ran the test on Xu Xuan's wafer. As expected, it only hit normal rank. Thankfully it passed, but it was barely a victory. All right. Progress is progress, I suppose. Just then, Lin Han casually reached into his pocket and pulled out a wafer. It was polished to a mirror finish, sharp, exquisite, and already perfectly packaged. He walked up to the professor. Miss Zhao, aren't you going to check mine? Instantly, every pair of eyes in the room locked onto the little guy. Lin Han, what are you up to? Professor Zhao frowned. Her gaze glued to the strange wafer in his hand. As she took it, her hand dipped. It was the same size as the others, but the density, it was at least twice as heavy. Maybe even more. Lin Han, holy crap, are you pulling a prank? Is this thing leady? She inspected it closer, her brow knitting together in confusion. The craftsmanship was terrifyingly perfect. Wang Shun couldn't resist another jab. Hey, Xu Xuan, was your team sandbagging hiding a secret weapon? Or just hiding more trash? Ha ha ha, I can't believe you actually let a toddler polish a wafer. Xu Xuan looked down at Lin Han, her face serious, but inside she was groaning. This kid doesn't know a thing about tech, but loves the spotlight. Great. Now he's just given Wang Shun more ammo to roast us. It was supposed to be his little solo project, but now the whole team is going to take the heat for it. The rest of the class rolled their eyes. Isn't this kid just making a mess? Suddenly, Professor Zhao threw up a hand. Quiet! She silenced the room, her eyes wide with shock as she stared at Lin Han. Did you polish this yourself? Wait, no, this is already fully packaged. Packaged? It was like a complex architectural marvel. While everyone else was still sketching blueprints, Lin Han had already built the skyscraper. How was this even possible? Lin Han just nodded slowly, casually wrapping things up. If he didn't fix this wafer now, it would have felt totally incomplete. Oh my god, you just tossed that together. Packaging isn't just wrapping a gift, kid. It requires elite-level technique. This stuff makes wafer polishing look like child's play. Yet he's standing there calm as a cucumber saying things that give me goosebumps. Listen, the hottest tech on the market right now is 3D and 5D packaging. I've been staring at this forever and I still can't figure out what kind of sorcery you just used. And come on, spill the beans. Can you tell me your secret? Suddenly, Wang Shun looked up, his face twisted with suspicion. Teach me real for a second. Does this guy look like a tech wizard to you? He's just a brat. He's literally still in middle school. If he actually knows how to polish and package wafers, I'll eat my own shoes. Heck, I'll do a handstand and wash my hair in the toilet. I bet Xu Yuan just coached him through it. He probably memorized a few moves and got lucky. Haha. The crowd burst into laughter, looking at Lin Han and Xu Yuan like they were total clowns. But Professor Zhao wasn't having it. He immediately pointed a finger at Wang Shun and barked, "Shut your mouth, seriously, zip it." Look at this craftsmanship. The level of sophistication on this packaged wafer, it absolutely destroys anything you've ever made. Wang Shun got scolded like a toddler and grumbled, "Is it really that deep?" Meanwhile, Xu Yuan heard the teacher's praise and thought, wait a minute, we didn't help him with a single thing. Did this little monster actually pull it off solo? Judging by Professor Zhao's tone, the work was flawless, but there was something off about the weight. Zhao Donglai inspected the wafer, his brow furrowing in confusion. This feels strange. The weight is totally different from a standard wafer. Lin Han didn't even blink. I used stacking technology. Higher density naturally means more weight. It's basic physics. Stacking technology? Wang Shun stood on the sideline sneering. Oh, give me a break. Stop bragging, you liar. Bro, we all use stacking tech here. None of ours turned out this heavy. I bet you just failed to grind it thin enough. Amateur mistake. You think just piling layers makes it good? You have to polish it to perfection if you want a high score. Lin Han felt like his ears were bleeding from Wang Shun's constant yapping. He turned his head, shooting a cold glare at Wang Shun. So Team Leader Wang, how many layers did your squad manage to stack? Wang Shun looked up with pure disdain. How many layers, Ha? Don't tell me you managed to stack 3? Before the fool could finish his sentence, Zhao Donglai had already placed the wafer onto the testing device. The moment the specs flashed on the screen, the professor gasped out 2 words in total shock. 16 layers. Instantly, every pair of eyes in the room snapped toward him. Professor Zhao, what are you talking about? Zhao Donglai practically screamed in disbelief. He felt like his scalp was being ripped off by an invisible force. A massive explosion went off inside his brain. 16 layers. This wafer has 16 stacked layers, and the quality is absolutely god tier. In that moment, the entire room went dead silent. You could literally hear a pin drop. Wang Shun, the arrogant loudmouth, looked like he'd seen a ghost. His eyes popped out like giant bells. 16 layers. Holy crap, is he freaking cheating? Xu Yuan and the rest stared at Lin Han like he was an alien. How is this possible? There's just no way. Lin Han is literally a fresh middle schooler. No degree, no resources. Yet he creates a masterpiece. Who in their right mind would believe this? But the evidence was right there staring them in the face. Their lab didn't even possess technology this advanced. Even if they did, stacking 16 layers is insanity. These wafers are for CPU's lightness and thinness are everything. Plus, the complexity of the circuitry here makes normal wafers look like doodles. Pulling off a 16-layer stack in these conditions, that's basically a miracle from the heavens. Even the country's top technicians couldn't dream of doing this. The truth was undeniable. Everyone was speechless. Zhao Donglai held Lin Ham's wafer like it was a holy relic. He couldn't bear to put it down. It seems old man I wasn't lying after all. This kid Lin Ham, he's got real talent. No, scratch that. Not just talent, he's a 1 in a billion genius, 16 layers, yet so incredibly thin. This is God-level engineering. Student Lin, how on earth did you do this? This stacking technique? This polishing method? I haven't seen anything like this even in the West. Of course you haven't. Their tech is primitive compared to mine. Lin Ham kept that savage thought to himself. He didn't want to break their brains completely just yet. Better to stay humble. If he dropped the truth bomb now, Professor Zhao might actually have a heart attack. Lin Ham just pursed his lips. Time was money and he didn't have enough of it to sit here and lecture them. The mission right now is to master every link in the supply chain. That way, even if the West tries to choke us out, we'll have a counterattack ready. Once this tech matures, we'll do what we always do. We will absolutely crush the competition. We won't just compete with them. We'll swallow 90% of the market whole. We'll make the West beg us for supplies. That was the end game Lin Ham was aiming for. He cracked a slight smile looking at the professor. Professor Zhao talking about techniques now is a bit premature. I need to get my hands on our country's lithography machine. Can you make that happen? You cheeky little brat. Don't you dare touch my 48-nanometer lithography machine. Trio Donglai was still reeling from the shock her soul barely reattached to her body. She blinked confused, asking, wait, you want to use another lithography machine to carve this wafer? Lin Han shook his head with a calm swagger. Nope, I want to upgrade our nation's entire lithography system. Boom. Trio Donglai felt her brain short-circuit. The shockwaves just kept coming. He was a teenager, barely out of puberty, talking about national tech revolutions like he was ordering fast food. In any other universe, Trio Donglai would have put her hands on her hips and roasted this kid. She would have laughed. Listen here, kiddo, you need to hit the books before you try to save the motherland. She would have told him, nice dream, small fry, but becoming a legend isn't that easy. But after witnessing the miracle of the wafer, the script had flipped. Trio Donglai realized the guy standing in front of her wasn't a normal human. He was a technological god in disguise. Seriously, have you ever seen a kid hand polish a 16-layer stacked wafer and then casually package it like it was nothing? The quality wasn't just good, it was god-tier absolute perfection. So when Lin Han mentioned upgrading the country's machinery, Trio Donglai didn't laugh. She just went, oh, while her brain furiously scanned her memory banks for the most advanced gear available. Her mental search engine stopped at a facility in the capital known as the Lithography Laboratory. They were a hardcore group, self-funded and obsessed with cracking the lithography code. That institute had just imported a 48-nanometer machine. In this country, that was practically alien technology, the absolute top of the food chain. According to the lab boss, even copying the tech required an original model. You can't counterfeit a masterpiece if you don't have the canvas. It made sense. Trio Donglai knew the crew there. They had bonded at a tech conference ages ago. They had swapped numbers and mutual respect. Thinking back, that connection was about to pay off big time. Without wasting a second, Trio Donglai jumped up. She packed the precious wafer into a shiny glass case with the care of a bomb disposal expert. I won't say a word. She laughed awkwardly, trying to smooth things over. Just didn't want you to get the wrong idea. You polished and packaged this masterpiece yourself. I need to show the big bosses so they know our budget hasn't been wasted on coffee and donuts. Lin Han didn't say a word, keeping his cool mystery vibe. Trio Donglai realized she was rambling like a nervous fangirl. She quickly ushered Lin Han out to check the equipment. The atmosphere was tense, the stakes were high, and the journey was just beginning. This wasn't just a field trip. It was a mission that could change the future of the tech industry. Every second counted. They couldn't afford any slip-ups now. Even if the Communist Party accepted help from a genius, this project was a national treasure. Failure was not an option. Meanwhile, Wang Huan stood there staring at the glass box Miss Trio had left behind. Inside was his team's wafer, looking sad and lonely. Just minutes ago, Miss Trio treated it like a diamond, but the moment Lin Han pulled out his creation, Wang Huan's treasure instantly turned into garbage. Trio Donglai didn't even bother to take it with her. She left it there like leftover lunch. Wang Huan clenched his fists, knuckles turning white. It was a slap in the face, a total humiliation. But the worst part, he didn't know how to clap back. The skill gap was just too massive. 16 layers and still flawless? Kid, you're a monster, he thought. I hope I never see your face again. But if I do, I'm going to beg you to teach me how to polish that silicon. The car engine roared to life, speeding toward the lithography laboratory building. After Trio Donglai sent a text, an escort led them upstairs. A middle-aged man in a sharp black suit and crisp white shirt marched over. It was Li Pei, the head honcho of the lab. He shook hands with Trio Donglai. Old Trio, long time no see. Trio Donglai beamed the excitement reel. Ever since the last meeting, I've been dying to see your lab. Ha 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 ha, welcome, welcome. Li Pei glanced at Lin Han, flashing a gentle, uncle-like smile. I didn't know you had a son this big. How old is the little guy? Tria Donglai scratched her head, panic rising. No, he's not my son. He's the expert I told you about here to inspect the lithography machine. Li Pei's smile vanished. He frowned, looking at her like she was crazy. Old Tria, are you joking? The expert is this kid, what the hell? This is a top-secret facility. A lithography machine isn't a toy for toddlers to poke at. Do you have any idea how much that thing costs? We spent £30 million importing that beast from Spain. 30 million. This isn't a game. Tria Donglai spread her hands helplessly. Trust me, I'm not joking either. Li Pei sighed, rubbing his temples. Look, I welcome you, but if you bring relatives here for a sightseeing tour, I'm going to have to kick you out. Hey kid, what are you doing? Suddenly a piercing scream echoed through the laboratory, shattering the conversation. Tria Donglai looked down. Lin Han was gone. Li Pei heard the noise and felt his blood run cold. He sprinted toward the lab room. When he burst in, his heart stopped. Lin Han's young hand was already resting on the surface of the 48-nanometer machine. To Li Pei, seeing Lin Han touch that machine was like watching someone arm a nuclear warhead. He grabbed his head, looking like he was about to explode. You brat! Stop right now! Are you people blind? Stop him before he breaks it! At this exact moment, stopping Lin Han was mission impossible. Why? Because the legendary system had just pinged in his brain, ding, heaven-defying understanding activated. His hand made contact with the 48-nanometer lithography machine, and boom, the download began. 3-nanometer tech unlocking. Process complete. The S-rank technology was now fully loaded in his mind. Just as the system's voice faded, reality came crashing back. A pair of strong hands yanked him backward. Then came the verbal beatdown from Professor Li and his crew, hitting him like a machine gun barrage. Professor Li was absolutely fuming, smoke practically coming out of his ears. He unleashed all his rage onto poor old Zhao. How am I supposed to deal with you, man? You bring this brat in here to wreck my lab. Do you realize the stakes? If he touches it and nothing breaks, fine. But if he messes up one circuit, I have to pay a fortune to the guys from Banya just to fix it. This is a 48-nanometer lithography machine, for crying out loud. But then, Lin Han dropped a bomb. Only 48 nanometers, throw this scrap metal in the recycling bin. Boom, shots fired. That statement hit the room like a nuclear warhead, instantly silencing the entire lab. Every single pair of eyes snapped toward the source of that arrogant voice. There stood Lin Han, one hand in his pocket, looking like the main character in a spotlight. The pressure in the room skyrocketed as everyone stared daggers at him, especially Professor Li. The old professor narrowed his eyes, analyzing the kid. He thought, this brat is barely out of diapers and he's talking big game. Does he have any clue how powerful a 48-nanometer machine actually is? A regular machine is hard enough, but this, not just any country, can build one of these bad boys. This is the crown jewel of the semiconductor industry, and this kid who still smells like milk dares to call the crown jewel trash. It was truly a case of a newborn calf not fearing the tiger. Lee spoke with a voice like grinding gravel. I've never seen a kid with an ego this massive. Clearly your teachers failed to teach you any manners or common sense. Do you have any idea how much cash we burned to import this 48-nanometer beast from overseas? In this entire world, the countries allowed to buy this tech can be counted on one hand, and you call it garbage. That's the funniest joke I've heard all year. The rest of the staff jumped in, roasting Lin Han like he was the villain. You little brat, stop spouting nonsense. Are you trying to insult our life's work? But raging at a kid wasn't really Professor Li's style, so he turned his laser-focused glare back to the real culprit, old Zhao. Poor Zhao was frozen in shock. Lin Han's savage comment had completely short-circuited his brain, and he had zero excuses ready. He desperately wanted to find a hole in the ground, jump in, and bury himself until the heat death of the universe. Too bad Professor Li's gaze was sharper than a samurai's sword, stabbing right into his soul and making him tremble. Old Zhao, I treated you like a brother, and you bring me this clown. Zhao was speechless, scrambling over to Lin Han in a panic. Lin Han, come on. Are you trying to destroy the professor's pride? Why would you say that? Apologize right now. And seriously, you don't think a 48-nanometer machine is a big deal? Lin Han didn't flinch. He looked Li and the others dead in the eye. I'm not trying to be rude. I'm saying I can upgrade this thing. Once I'm done with it, the specs on this machine will be on a whole new level. The room exchanged glances. The kid looked confident, not like a liar, but believing a teenager could upgrade a lithography machine? That's like believing pigs can fly supersonic jets. Still, he was just a kid, so they couldn't exactly beat him up. Professor Li shot Lin Han a look of pure disgust. Then he turned to old Zhao. I'm respecting our friendship by not kicking him out myself, but you need to drag this kid out of here immediately. I don't want to hear another word from him. The professor was genuinely triggered now. Zhao knew he had to put out the fire before it turned into an inferno. All right. Zhao grabbed Lin Han and started dragging him to the sidelines. Right at that moment, the plot thickened. A group of foreign experts strutted in. Leading the pack was a white guy with brown hair and blue eyes, hands in pockets radiating pure arrogance. He didn't even look at Professor Li. He spoke with a heavy, superior tone. Dr. Li, our machine requires adjustments. Please clear the room of your personnel. There is critical technology involved here that we cannot display to outsiders. You understand the rules, right? Li swallowed his pride and nodded, taking the humiliation. Yeah, I know the rules. But can we speed up the adjustment this time? We have a deadline with a major tech company in 2 months. We need the finished product. The foreigner side-eyed Lee and let out a mocking chuckle. The duration isn't up to us, my friend. Dr. Lee, it all depends on how badly you people damage the machine. If it's bad, we'll need at least a month, maybe longer. Even if the damage is minor, you're looking at half a month to 20 days. Suddenly one of Lee's students stood up, fueled by injustice. Excuse me, we bought this machine. The last adjustment was only 3 months ago. How could it possibly break that easily? It's our property now. Why aren't we allowed to control it? The foreigner spread his hands, flashing a smug, punchable grin. Oh, if you don't like using it, feel free to return it. We have absolutely no problem taking it back. Returning the machine impossible. This was exclusive proprietary tech. Getting approved to buy one was harder than winning the lottery. Returning it wasn't an option and they knew it. The foreigner knew exactly who held the cards here. He was deliberately provoking them, flaunting his power. Maintenance every 3 months, you gotta be kidding me. No machine is that high maintenance. Plus, every tune-up eats 2 weeks and charges by the day, 30 grand minimum. It's straight up highway robbery. But Dr. Lee was backed into a corner with 0 options. In this game, whoever holds the tech holds the crown. They're the big boss, end of story. If Huaxia possessed its own lithography tech, I'd ship this junk back and tell them to kick rocks. I wouldn't take this attitude from anyone. Tragically, the monopoly was ironclad. Even the top dogs couldn't crack the code, leaving them stuck as the punching bags for now. Sensing the air turning explosive, Dr. Lee swallowed his pride. My bad, we're just stressed. Please ignore us and work your magic as fast as possible. The foreigner flashed a greasy, condescending smirk. As fast as possible, huh-oh? I'll make sure it goes at my kind of speed. That tone sent a chill down Dr. Lee's spine. Something definitely smelled fishy. Missing the deadline meant their reputation would tank and their cash flow would snap. These vultures had Dr. Lee in a ruthless chokehold. With the disrespect level over 9,000, Lin Han naturally had to step into the ring. The one thing Lin Han couldn't stomach outsiders trash-talking his people. Who did these clowns think they were? It was time for them to bounce. Lin Han turned to the stressed scientist. Dr. Lee, hook me up with some raw materials. Those bozos aren't fixing anything anytime soon. Materials. Dr. Lee furrowed his brow, looking at him like he grew a second head. What's your angle, kid? Look, I'm drowning in work here. Don't waste my time or cause a scene. Lin Han just shrugged, cool as a cucumber. Zhao leaned in, keeping his voice low. You got a plan cooking? Lin Han casually dropped the bomb he was going to build his own lithography machine. Zhao gasped, nearly choking on air. You serious right now? That was top-tier tech. Lin Han just flashed a confident grin. Just get me the goods and I'll handle the rest. Give me 15 days. Zhao felt his brain short-circuit. It sounded absolutely bonkers, but this kid had already engineered a 16-layer miracle. Why not let him roll the dice? Zhao and Lee huddled up for a fierce whisper war. Dr. Lee was 100% against it, but he was outnumbered. Zhao wouldn't let up, so Lee finally threw his hands up. Fine, consider it a very expensive tuition fee for the kid. Old Zhao, if this goes south, it's on your head. Building a lithography machine wasn't like building Lego after all. I'm making a 3-nanometer beast. Lin Han secured a private lab and a sweet stash of advanced gear. Lin Han's eyes lit up like Christmas lights. He didn't expect them to be hoarding this much treasure. It was clear Dr. Lee had poured his soul into domestic research, but the tech just wasn't there yet. Well, until now. Lin Han had the blueprints in his head. He just needed the toys. Modifying this junk piece of cake. Less talking, more building. It was grind time. Time to teach these golden-haired gatekeepers a lesson. Daddy Huaxia usually chills, but push too hard, he flips the whole table. You want to brag about your monopoly? Watch me build something that makes your tech look like a potato. I'm about to smash your rice bowl into dust. Let's see you act tough when you're obsolete. The monopoly is changing hands, baby. I'll show you what real capitalist crushing feels like until you're crying for your mummy. Zhao wanted to spectate the miracle, but Lin Han shut the door. No audience is allowed when the clock is ticking. The pressure was on. One tiny slip-up and the whole project would go up in smoke. Defeated Zhao hung out with Dr. Lee for a few days while the so-called repairs dragged on next door. Peeking through the glass, they saw the foreigners stripping the machine down to its bones. If you weren't a pro, that pile of scrap was never coming back together. The technicians caught the duo trying to steal a glance at the secret sauce. They immediately shooed them away like stray cats and slapped a black curtain over the window. Rude much, Dr. Lee exploded. I paid a fortune for that machine and I can't even look at it. Old Zhao tell me that makes sense. Zhao curled his lip. That's the price of weakness. If we held the core tech, they wouldn't dare disrespect us. Dr. Lee took a deep breath, a fire igniting in his gaze. We are doing it. We're fighting back. Give me 5 years and we'll hit 48 nanometers. 10 years, we'll crack 20. 15 years from now, 5 nanometers, maybe even 3. We will get there no matter what. Such immense ambition. Zhao looked at his friend with newfound awe. 15 years? A man only has so many of those to give. Watching the sun rise, Dr. Lee's voice turned solemn. I've already decided to bury my life in this lab. I'll fight until my last breath. Zhao felt the lump form in his throat. He slapped his friend on the shoulder, a solid thud of brotherhood. Don't worry, that future, It's closer than you think. Professor Lee's students were fired up, their fighting spirit blazing like a supernova. With tears in their eyes, they swore loyalty to the cause, promising to build a machine that belongs to us. Fast forward 15 days, and boom, Lin Han's 3-nanometer lithography beast was officially alive. For the last 2 weeks, my man was running on fumes, barely eating and catching maybe 3 hours of shut-eye a night. He had to intuitively sense and craft every single component from scratch, but guess what? He actually pulled it off. The biggest nightmare of the bunch was definitely the optical system. Domestic tech was lagging way behind on lenses, and we're talking about the heart of the machine here, light sources exposure units, the works. Lin Han had to forge everything from absolutely nothing like a legendary blacksmith. Luckily, the grind paid off big time. He didn't just build a control system, he upgraded the auto alignment to a god-tier level of precision known as the angstrom scale. For those taking notes, an angstrom is even smaller than a nanometer. We're talking atomic level accuracy here. That means if the other tech processors catch up, this baby could technically manufacture chips at the angstrom level. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Current tech isn't there yet. Still, this 3-nanometer monster was the peak of what humanity could create right now. Lin Han slapped a triple-stacked wafer onto the stage, ready to test this bad boy out. He hit the start button and the code began to flow. 30 minutes of nail-biting later, a fresh chip emerged from the oven. It wasn't anything fancy, just a standard test structure he punched into the computer to verify the specs. Lin Han inspected the result like a jeweler looking at a diamond. It was flawless. 0 defects, 100% precision. This meant anything printed by this machine was basically guaranteed to be perfect. Meanwhile, the so-called best machines on the planet are stuck at 7 nanometers with a pathetic 40% success rate. Compared to Lin Han's creation, the difference was night and day. Calling existing tech trash would actually be a compliment. The job was done. Lin Han was wiped out, but the thrill of victory gave him a second wind. He stretched on his cot, his bones popping like firecrackers. Suddenly a commotion erupted outside. Hey, you guys are crossing the line. It was Ramsey, that arrogant blonde foreigner from 2 weeks ago. Lin Han had the misfortune of learning his name recently. Ramsey smirked, looking punchable as ever. Crossing the line. Just because the machine isn't fixed, yet hardly our problem. Lin Han peeked through the crack in the door. Professor Lee was shaking with rage, while Zhao rushed over to figure out what the drama was about. The students spilled the tea Ramsey was deliberately stalling. For days, they'd just take parts off and put them back on like clueless monkeys. To make matters worse, the tech company they partnered with was demanding a prototype sample like yesterday. But you know the deal, the student argued. The machine is basically a brick right now. How are we supposed to produce a sample? The partner company was claiming breach of contract and demanding a penalty fee 10 times the original amount. Professor Lee smelled a rat, so he did a little digging in the shadows. Turns out Ramsey secretly owned shares in that very tech company. The guy was playing both sides to scam them dry. Hearing this, Zhao nearly exploded. You scumbags, that's a total violation of regulations. Ramsey just shrugged, mocking them. Violation, maybe, but is it illegal? Nope. Why are you screaming like that, trying to intimidate me? He laughed. Fine then. Good luck getting your machine fixed without us. Ha 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 ha, you useless locals. If you're so tough, don't use our technology. Go build one yourself. Oh wait, you can't, can you? You think a 7-nanometer machine is impressive? Let me educate you, poor souls. Professor Lee was seeing red, his breath hitching as his heart hammered against his ribs like a drum. He pointed a trembling finger at the villain. You've gone too far. He wanted to tear them apart, but he felt powerless. It was a suffocating feeling. If only they had their own tech. Ramsey put his hands on his hips, gloating. Listen, old man, save your breath. Just suck it up. Consider this a tuition fee for learning how the world works. Pay up and we'll leave you alone for 6 months. Ramsey let out a cold, venomous laugh. A student grabbed the professor's arm, pleading. Professor, don't lower yourself to his level. Let's just survive this crisis first. Then we can focus on building our own tech later. Professor Lee clenched his fists so hard his knuckles turned white. If they didn't fight back now, these vultures would just bleed them dry forever. His eyes snapped open, blazing with a new resolve. We don't need your garbage 48-nanometer machine. We can build our own. You want the penalty money. Fine, take it, but take your trash machine with you. We're done. You're paying? Ramsey's eyes narrowed, then he cackled. Oh, ha ha ha, fine. Don't come crying to me later. Boys, pack it up. We don't need this trash. Plenty of others are lining up for it. Just then, Lin Han kicked the door open, hand in his pocket, looking totally unbothered. Take your broken pile of junk and get lost. The audacity you dare try to hustle Hua Xia with this garbage. The moment those words dropped, the whole room froze in shock. Jammer and his crew locked eyes on Lin Han. Seeing some kid who looked like he still drank milk, they burst into laughter like a bunch of hyenas. Wahaha, and here I thought someone actually important had walked in. Since when do brats get a seat at the table? Lin Han shot him a dismissive glance, then walked straight up to Zhao Donglai. It's done. From now on, our country doesn't need to beg anyone for tech. The lithography machine is complete. They understood every individual word, but their brains couldn't process the meaning. Wait, you actually built the lithography machine? Zhao Donglai asked again, trembling. Lin Han gave a firm nod. Li Bei and the others frowned, totally lost. What is this kid babbling about? You built that in half a month. You gotta be capping, stop talking nonsense, Lin Han. Jamer and his squad were clutching their stomachs, dying of laughter. Ha 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 ha, you Huaxia kids sure love to talk big. You really think a bunch of amateurs could build a lithography machine? Stop the clown show? Lin Han just smirked. Oh, you don't believe me? Then let me take your country bumpkins to school and open your eyes. Lin Han's swagger left Zhao Donglai and Li Beiai completely confused. Could this kid actually be the real deal? Even if he only made a 96-nanometer machine, that would still be a legendary breakthrough? Lin Han, are you absolutely sure? Zhao Donglai asked. Lin Han nodded cool as ice. Relax. I don't waste my breath on things I can't deliver. Since we're already at rock bottom, might as well go all in. We've already been insulted enough today. Let's take the gamble. If we win, we slap them in the face. If we lose, well, we just get insulted again, no big deal. You never know the result until you take that step. With that, everyone followed Lin Han straight to the lab. The moment they saw the machine sitting in the center of the lab jaws hit the floor, the silence was deafening. Zhao Donglai's eyes lit up like fireworks looking at Lin Han. This kid, oh my God. Li Bei and the skeptics felt their entire reality shatter. It was like the sky had just collapsed on their logic. They wanted to scream at Lin Han, do you have any idea how many millions of parts go into a lithography machine? Do you realize entire nations bankrupt themselves trying to build just the key components and still fail? Do you know it takes the combined effort of dozens of countries to make just one of these beasts work? Yet here you are, a literal child. You single-handedly built what the rest of the world struggles to create. Did you really do this? Lin Han just nodded casually. Li Bei was paralyzed while Mesa stared at the exquisite machine, gulping down a lump of fear. Did Huaxia actually pull it off? No way, absolutely impossible? Everyone knows how far behind their tech is. One country doing this alone, it has to be a scam, a total bluff. Thinking that Mesa let out a cold laugh. It's just a model. Why are you acting so high and mighty? It only counts if it actually turns on. Lin Han walked up to the console and smashed the start button. Boom, the mechanical beast roared to life, shaking the lab. A brilliant purple light exploded around the lithography machine. The machine is running. What do you have to say now, huh? Jamer started panicking. So what if it turns on? It has to actually function. I dare you to run a test cycle. Lin Han shot him a look of pity. You really won't give up until you're buried, will you? In a flash, he punched in the code. Right before their eyes, the machine executed a perfect run. The speed was so insane that Messer and his crew stood there frozen like statues. It was running twice as fast as the top-tier machines back in their own country. Li Bei felt his knees getting weak. Good Lord, the work he planned to spend his whole life on was finished by a kid in 2 weeks. The heavens are cruel compared to this genius. My life's work is just a flicker in the dark night. Zhao Donglai was rubbing his hands together like a maniac. We struck gold. We literally struck gold. Lin Han was about to slap the soul out of Messer and his crew and prove the doubters wrong too. But Messer still refused to believe Huaxia could build decent tech. He stuck his nose in the air, desperate to save face. Our country has already developed 7-nanometer lithography machines. You guys just invented some obsolete trash and you're acting this cocky who gave you the guts to flex on us. It's hilarious. You treat a chicken feather like a golden arrow. You're just patting yourselves on the back for nothing. Let's go. Let these losers enjoy their little fantasy world. Like a frog at the bottom of a well, seeing only a slice of the sky. But Lin Han called out, oh, you really want to measure skills? You think 7 nanometers is impressive? Messer puffed out his chest, slapping it hard. Damn right it is. Lin Han let out a cold smirk. So, old man, have you ever actually laid eyes on a 3-nanometer lithography machine? These 78 foreigners came to Huaxia looking for trouble, but they were about to find out. Lin Han turned his gaze to Dr. Li. Professor, surely you've got a few spare wafers lying around that you don't need, right? Dr. Li nodded slowly. I do. Mind lending me one? I need to show these grandsons exactly what a 3-nanometer machine looks like. Dr. Li gulped hard, totally frozen. It wasn't that his brain was lagging. He just couldn't believe this kid actually built a 3-nanometer beast. The best tech overseas was stuck at 7 nanometers. But 3? Good Lord. Is this kid trying to punch a hole in the sky? He never opens his mouth unless he's about to drop a bomb. They had plenty of wafers. Forget borrowing. If this machine Lin Han built could really hit 3 nanometers, Dr. Li would gift him the entire stockpile without blinking. A moment later, Dr. Li had a student fetch a box of purple wafers and hand it over to Lin Han. Lin Han smiled cool as a cucumber. He picked out a triple-stacked wafer and slotted it into the lithography machine. Power up the machine, hummed to life. Less than 30 minutes later, the engraving was done. Boom! James snatched the finished wafer like a starving dog, barking at his subordinate to test it right in front of everyone. Was it really 3 nanometers? The minion ran the scan with trembling hands. When the data popped up on the screen, his jaw practically hit the floor. His hands shook as he showed the tablet to James. Boss, look, 3 nanometers? It's actually 3 nanometers. James refused to believe it. He shoved the guy aside, grabbed the chip to inspect it, then ran the test himself. Beep, beep, beep. The result didn't change. 3 nanometers. No fake news here. Huaxia had built a machine that leaped past the entire world all on their own. Rage exploded in James's chest like a volcano. Damn it, he felt like he'd been played for a fool. He thought he held all the cards, but Huaxia just flipped the table and crushed him instantly. Turns out Huaxia wasn't a sheep to be slaughtered. They were a wolf in sheep's clothing. His little trap was useless now. James glared daggers at Dr. Lee, pointing a shaking finger. Okay, fine. You want to play games with me? So what if you built a 3-nanometer machine? Huaxia, do you even understand the architecture? You bunch of idiots. You don't have the packaging structure or the thin film deposition tech we're leaving. James wasn't sticking around for more humiliation. He tried to storm off with his crew, but Linham smiled calmly. Hold up, don't leave just yet. James and his squad spun around, narrowing their eyes at Linham. What, you looking for a fight? Linham laughed coldly, glancing at their trashy 48-nanometer machine. Take your garbage with you when you go. Also refund every single cent you took from us. Now. James sneered. What, did I hear that right? You want a refund on what grounds? Linham looked up. On the grounds that this is Huaxia. You're suspected of fraud. Letting you refund is me being nice. Don't push your luck. Because in his past life, Linham wasn't just a student. He was a soldier forged in blood and fire. Even in a young body, that killing intent in his eyes couldn't be hidden. James and his crew froze. Linham wasn't bluffing. This was Huaxia, and technically, they really were on the hook for fraud. If the authorities got involved, they were toast. James immediately folded, scrambling to arrange the money transfer before dragging their machine out like beaten dogs. Wait! Linham's voice dropped sharp as a reaper's scythe. He just said one word. James felt like a cold blade was pressing against his neck. They scrambled to turn back around. Linham's voice was low and dangerous. Apologize. James gulped, bowing to Dr. Lee. Sorry. Before the echo faded, the whole group bolted. Once they got outside, sweat was pouring down their faces. They felt like they had just escaped the gates of hell. After this scene, Dr. Lee looked at Linham with totally new eyes. Without this kid, they would have lost money and their dignity. No matter how skilled they were, James would have crushed them. Linham might be young, but in half a month he built a legendary machine, 3 nanometers. It was unimaginable. Some humans are just built different. The students behind Dr. Lee were looking at Linham like he was a god, but they also felt the massive gap between them. Everyone working with Dr. Lee was a genius, a top-tier scholar. But all of them combined weren't worth one of Linham's fingernails. And rumour had it, the kid was only in middle school. You have to admit, kids these days are too overpowered. Back when they were his age, they were having contests to see who could pee the furthest. Meanwhile, Linham is building lithography machines. Make it make sense. Just then, Linham looked at Dr. Lee apologetically. Dr. Lee, I used up one of your wafers. I happen to have one here to pay you back. Before he finished speaking, he signaled his buddy Zhao. Zhao quickly pulled a wafer from his jacket and handed it to Dr. Lee. Dr. Lee looked embarrassed, waving his hands frantically. No way, you just saved the face of all of Huaxia. So I hand over a spirit source. And this is the reaction I get. Isn't this just standard procedure among allies? Why are you looking at me like I grew a second head? Zhao Donglai slid the glowing artifact toward the professor like it was a side of fries. Old Zhao, look, this is just how Linham rolls. Just take the win. Li Pei let out a sigh that could move mountains. Old Zhao, you got to back me up here. I treated Linham like absolute trash before. And now he saves my reputation and hands me this treasure. My conscience can't take this hit. Put yourself in my shoes, man. If you were me, could you just grab it and smile? Zhao Donglai didn't have time for a pity party. Click. He popped the box open. A spirit source of exquisite quality shimmered right in front of Li Pei's face. The old professor froze. It was like his soul got sucked right into the box. His hands trembled as he lifted the chip, treating it like a newborn baby. Glasses, someone get my reading glasses now. A student scrambled over, practically tripping to deliver the specs. Li Pei slid them on and leaned in close. He squinted once, twice, then boom, his mind completely shattered. The craftsmanship was beyond god tier. Shaking like a leaf, sweat poured down his face like a waterfall. Holy cow, this layering technique. There is absolutely no way old Zhao pulled this off. This thing is stacked, at least 8 layers deep. 8 layers. The students nearby gasped, their jaws hitting the floor. 8 layers. Do you guys understand what that means? It means no one on this entire planet Blue Star could craft something this perfect. Who is the artisan behind this? Li Pei screamed, voice cracking with emotion. He was completely oblivious to the smirks around him. Zhao Donglai shot a look at Lin Ham, then grinned at the old professor. Old Li, you seriously haven't clocked it yet, eh? Li Pei's eyes lit up like high beams. Oh my god. Does our Huaxia finally have a savior? Drink! We need to drink to this, to the Shuchun Tower. My treat, let's go. The neon lights of the city seemed to celebrate with them. Li Pei dragged the whole crew, Lin Ham, Zhao Donglai and his grad student, to an upscale joint in the capital. Time for a feast. This is my student, Zhu Zheng. Been with me 2 years. Sharp kid, quick on his feet. This young guy, Zhu Zheng, totally new face to Lin Ham. Zhu Zheng glanced at Lin Ham, then at Zhao Donglai, pouring tea like a dutiful junior. He'd heard the boss hype up a lab genius and realized, it's this kid right here. Zhu Zheng was rocking a black suit and a fresh buzz cut. Honestly, if he wasn't stuck in a lab, he'd be an idol with fangirls lining up around the block. But no ego in this guy. He reached out for a handshake full of respect. An honor to meet such young talent. Linham nodded. He liked the vibe. This Zhuzheng guy was sharp, he adapted fast and didn't act weird about Linham's age. The food hit the table steaming and delicious, but Li Pei had an agenda. Halfway through the meal, the heavy sighs started. Zhao Donglai chuckled, looking over his glass. What's with the long face? Old Li. Someone steal your lunch money. Li Pei shook his head, looking defeated. Sigh. It's our chip industry. We're always eating dust behind the Western giants. We try so hard, but the gap is just massive. Didn't we just sign some strategic deals? Yeah, with some mobile tech companies. The plan is to research together. Try to keep the core technology in Huaxia hands for once. We were going to use that 48-nanometer lithography machine for research, but... Linham caught the drift immediately. He raised his glass with a smirk. Is that all? Why make it so complicated? That 3-nanometer lithography machine, consider it my investment in your lab. It's yours. Bingo. That was exactly what Li Pei wanted to hear. The old man shot up like a rocket. He raised his glass to Linham, trembling with excitement. To the young genius, I, Li Pei, owe you a debt I can never repay. With a 3-nanometer beast, Huaxia's tech just leveled up to the stratosphere. Bottoms up, Professor. Li Pei was now 100% Team Linham. Anyone who gave Professor Li a backbone of steel earned his eternal respect. That 3-nanometer machine, it made him stand tall. He remembered the shocked faces of those foreign snobs, and he wanted to laugh until he cried. Back in the day, he had to beg and plead just for a scrap of 48-nanometer tech. He played the grandson just to get leftovers. But now, forget 48 nanometers, I won't even look at it. Even if you brought a 7-nanometer machine to my door, I'd kick it into the trash. 7 nanometers? That's amateur hour. We're rocking 3 nanometers now, baby. And it's all thanks to the legend sitting right here, Linham. Linham sipped his water underage squad represent. He couldn't hit the booze just yet. Dr. Li, hold your applause. Right now, one machine isn't going to cut it. So, I'm going to use your materials to build 30 more. Li Pei froze. His brain short-circuited. He gripped his empty glass so hard his knuckles turned white, eyes instantly turning red. Zhu Zheng sitting next to him started shaking like a leaf. 30 machines. Bro, are you building a factory? If we actually have 30 of those beasts, one lab could power the chips for half of Huaxia. This is insanity, Li Pei snapped out of his trance, staring at his student with wild eyes. Little Zhu, don't just stand there with your mouth open. Pour the booze I need to toast my little brother, Linham, 3 times right now. Li Pei slammed back 3 shots in a row. Linham tried to stop him, but the old man was on a mission. It got awkward fast because Li Pei was choking up too emotional to speak. But Linham knew. He understood exactly why those tears were falling. It was the weight of a nation finally being lifted. For ages, Huaxia was the underdog in the chip game, getting kicked around like a noob. But today, the sleeping dragon finally woke up. Decades of frustration just evaporated into thin air. Professor Li Pei wiped his tears completely choked up. The feels were hitting way too hard. The guy usually can't handle his liquor, but his face was glowing red like a tomato. Everyone was wasted on victory juice except for our main man, Linham. While they partied, Linham headed straight back to the lab sleeves, rolled up game face on. It was time to cook up the next blueprint. Like they say, teamwork makes the dream work. Huaxia's rise couldn't just ride on Linham's back forever. He wanted a monopoly. From now on, the 3-nanometer lithography tech would be Huaxia's secret weapon, locked sealed and exclusive. Those blondies overseas wanted to play the blockade game. They thought they could choke off our tech supply. Well, joke's on them. It was time to flip the script. In just 3 months, Linham churned out 30 beastly 3-nanometer machines. The massive lab Professor Li set up was now packed. It looked like an army of steel giants standing at attention. The view was absolutely breathtaking. With mass-produced parts, these babies were rolling off the assembly line faster than instant noodles. Job done, Professor Li called a squad meeting. Linham strolled into the classroom like a boss. Looks like the gang's all here just waiting on the MVP. Li Pei grinned and pointed Linham to the front row seat. All right, class is in session. Little Chu, you just got back from scouting the Eagle Kingdom. Spill the tea, what did you learn out there? Chu Zheng had literally just touched down the night before, still shaking off the jet lag. He whipped out his laptop and cast it to the big screen. Boom, a diagram popped up that grabbed everyone's eyeballs. This was the secret sauce, a new architecture layout from the Fruit Company designed by the tech giants at Hammer. Chu Zheng broke it down. Listen up, we've got the lithography machine, sure, but if we want high-yield god-tier chips, we need superior architecture. Basically, the architecture is the brain. It's the command center giving all the orders. The sharper the command set, the harder the chip punches. It's the difference between a tricycle and a Ferrari. So our next boss battle is designing that architecture. Suddenly, Zhao Donglai threw his hand up. My students and I are already on it. If our departments join forces, we'll speed run this whole project. Everyone nodded. It was a no-brainer. Professor Li slammed the gavel. Meeting adjourned. As the room cleared, Linham pulled Li Pei aside. Doc, wait up. That package I gave you, did you ship it out yet? Li Pei chuckled. You asked, I delivered. But seriously, what was in that box? Why send it all the way to the National Science Academy? Is it some secret backup from powerful parents? Zhao Donglai scratched his head, totally confused. Yeah, what's the big secret? Seeing them dying of curiosity, Linham dropped the bomb. I sent the blueprints for the lithography machine to the academy. Their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Say what? Having those blueprints is literally owning an infinite money glitch. You could print cash until you drowned in it. Any normal person would hoard that treasure like a dragon. With that tech, you're set for life yachts, mansions, the works. But Lin Ham? He just casually donated it. Li Pei sighed, realizing the gap between them. I guess geniuses operate on a different frequency. If I had that tech, I'm not going to lie, I would have kept it for myself. Even if I gave it to the country, I'd want my name carved in gold. Compared to this kid, I'm just a selfish old man. Zhao Donglei took a deep breath. Don't feel bad, old Li. I'm the same. Who doesn't want to be a legend in the history books? That's the 3-nanometer blueprint we're talking about. The two professors shook their heads, feeling like they had nothing left to teach this monster. Lin Ham just shrugged it off. Chill out. Everyone's got an ego. You guys aren't selfish. You just have your own style. Even the greatest heroes want to leave a mark on the timeline. It's totally valid. I just figured the Science Academy could unlock its full potential better than I could alone. The shockwave of that revelation lingered in the air. Li Pei and Zhao stood their minds completely blown for a long time. But hey, the grind doesn't stop. The original plan was still a go. Back to the architecture problem, Zhao had pulled some serious strings to snag the latest 7-nanometer chip from the AM company. The second he got his hands on it, he started tearing it apart to see what made it tick. Meanwhile, rumors were swirling at Huaqing University like a storm. Principal, is the gossip true? A sharp-dressed guy in a blue suit, maybe 27 or 28, stood in the office. The principal leaned back, eyes narrowing. That's none of your business, kid. Zhang Junkai flashed a cold, arrogant smile. Principal, someone is encroaching on my territory. You really think I shouldn't care? I've already done my homework. It's that old guy, Zhao Donglei. What gives him the right to reverse engineer AM's tech? He doesn't have the skill level. I want his project shut down, immediately. I'm sure a smart man like you knows exactly what I'm capable of. Don't you, Principal? The principal slammed his hand down on the desk like a judge delivering a death sentence. He stood up, finger-shaking with rage, and hollered, Zhang, I'm warning you. Don't think your parents' power gives you a free pass to act like a tyrant here. I've turned a blind eye to the garbage you've pulled at Huaqing University before, but you just crossed a line you can't uncross. I'm going to make sure you regret this. Professor Zhao's team is completely off limits. Don't you even think about laying a finger on their work? I will not allow you to use your dirty tricks to trample on a team of serious, hard-working scientists. Not on my watch. Zhang narrowed his eyes like a viper, ready to strike, and let out a cold snort. Fine. If the principal won't give me any face, then I guess I'll just have to get my hands a little dirty. You think you have principles? Watch me break them. I'm about to show you that everyone has a price, even you. With a maniacal laugh, Zhang turned and strutted out of the office like he owned the place. The principal was fuming, pointing at the brats retreating back and cursing him out as total trash. Right on cue, the dean of the IT Institute walked in to drop off some reports. Seeing the principal's face turning purple with rage and knowing Zhang had just left, he immediately knew what was up. Let me guess. That spoiled brat Zhang was here causing trouble again. The principal looked up with a bitter expression, shaking his head in defeat. I swear I am completely done with that kid. He thinks his family's connections are a get-out-of-jail-free card to do whatever he wants on this campus. The dean pouted, trying to hype him up. Come on, boss. You got status too. Why are you so afraid of a student? Worst case scenario, we go down fighting. Are you really going to let a kid control us? The principal shot him a look. You talk big, but haven't you heard? When a higher-up sneezes, people like us catch a cold. The dean laughed awkwardly, realizing he was out of his depth. He dropped his stack of papers and flopped into a chair to hear the tea. So what's his scheme this time? What kind of trouble is he brewing? The principal let out a heavy sigh. It's about the money. He submitted a proposal for an architecture project ages ago, hoping to grab a grant from the higher-ups. But it's been over a year, and he hasn't done squat. Meanwhile, Professor Zhao's team is ready to launch their own architecture research right now. Just when the funding is about to drop, this kid jumps in to steal the spotlight. It's a classic snatch and grab job to take the credit. How am I supposed to swallow that? The dean nodded furiously. I looked into Professor Zhao's prep work too. His team is locked and loaded. They've got all the documents ready. They literally just need the cash to hit the start button. From concept to project setup, they did it all in less than 2 weeks. Their prep work is flawless. Compare that to Zhang, who's been sitting on his hands for a year. He's like a dog in the manger, occupying the spot but doing absolutely nothing. It's totally unfair. The two educators chatted for a while but ultimately realized they were stuck between a rock and a hard place. Suddenly the phone rang. No prizes for guessing who it was. Zhang had obviously pulled some strings. A big shot leader was on the line, putting on the pressure. The principal argued his best, but finally had to compromise. In 2 weeks, whoever presents the best project report gets the job. With no other choice, the principal had to agree. The news reached Professor Zhao, while Lin Ham was standing right next to him. Zhao frowned deeply. But principal, we've been ready for ages. Where did this Zhang guy even crawl out from? Why is he haunting us like a bad ghost everywhere we go? I remember he tanked a project last year and wasted everyone's time. This is ridiculous. But complaining was useless. Zhao hung up the phone, looked at Lin Ham and the crew, and let out a heavy sigh. Orders from above. We have to pause the project immediately. In 2 weeks, we need to prep a killer detailed report to compete fairly with Zhang. Who just sends out free blueprints for a lithography machine? Is this some kind of joke? But Professor, we were here first. On what grounds does that guy get to cut in line like that? Another student adjusted his glasses, looking serious. You don't get it. Zhang has massive backing. That architecture project, he's been sitting on it for a year, but the second he saw us making moves, he got jealous and panicked. What a shameless snake. Lin Ham smirked. He understood exactly what was happening. Someone wanted to crash their party. But with him here, good luck. Is it just a paperwork battle, easy peasy? Lin Ham shoved his hands in his pockets, looking cool as ice as he looked at Zhao. Professor Zhao, chill out. I got this. It's just a document, right? Leave it to me. Zhao took a sharp breath. This isn't like before, Lin. The power behind Zhang is huge. He's not doing this alone. He's definitely calling in reinforcements. He's probably got experts from the UK and other major players on speed dial. For people like that, putting together an architecture plan is child's play. He really wants that project money? Lin Ham grinned, his eyes gleaming with confidence. I'll teach him a lesson. There's always a higher mountain. Zhao frowned, but he realized he had no choice but to trust Lin Ham. Before meeting this kid, he was a total skeptic. But after seeing Lin Ham build a 3-nanometer lithography machine from scratch, he knew one thing: miracles do happen when this kid is around. All right, say the word and we got you, Zhao Donglai declared, stepping up. Me and the other students, we're your ride-or-die crew now, especially Ziyuan. After seeing Lin Ham's god-tier polishing skills and hearing he built a 3-nanometer machine, she was completely simp mode for him. Calling him a prodigy was an insult. Lin Ham was a straight-up god. He scanned the room with a chill smile. If I need backup, I'll definitely hit you guys up. But for now, I need to zone out and get some quiet. Zhao Donglai nodded, totally getting it. We'll handle all the grunt work so you can focus 100%. Let him cook people. Back in the lab, Lin Ham touched the dismantled chassis. Ding, the system's voice echoed in his brain. Contact with 7-nanometer chip detected. Unlocking micro-instruction architecture tech. Unlock complete progress at 90%. Boom, infinite data flooded his synapses. It was like his brain just got a fiber optic upgrade connecting him to the matrix of technology. When he opened his eyes, he wasn't just looking at a chip. He was seeing the code of the universe. He stared at the dismantled machine, ran the diagnostic software, and let out a savage little smirk. AM Company's instruction set is absolute trash. 30% of these commands are duplicate garbage slowing down the CPU. Think of it like the logic of a human brain. Simply put, if your brain wants to lift an arm, it signals the nerves, then the muscles and boom movement. Chip architecture is exactly like that brain. The more complex the commands and tighter the logic, the faster the AI thinks. But if the logic is sloppy, even a simple move like lifting an arm would take seconds of lag to process. Weak. But the micro-instruction tech Lin Ham just unlocked, it deleted 99.9% of that useless junk. The remaining logic was tighter than a drum, processing hundreds, maybe thousands of times faster than AM's garbage architecture. Lin Ham didn't waste a second. He started typing up the project report, embedding the god-tier logic he just learned. Meanwhile, Zhang Junkai was pulling strings to snatch their project. But this wasn't going to be a fair fight. Junkai got the green light from a VIP. He smirked into his phone. Thanks, Uncle. Without you, those bullies would have stolen my project. These PhDs think they can push people around just cause of their titles. It's total harassment. I started this topic a year ago, and they just hopped on the bandwagon a few days ago. The guy on the other end knew Junkai was full of it. But hey, he was friends with Junkai's parents. Nepotism at its finest. Fine, just do your best. If you lose to them later, even I can't save you. Junkai replied with pure arrogance, Don't worry, Uncle. They're already dead meat. Click. Junkai sprawled out on a ridiculous 10-meter sofa in his villa. He was throwing a party, living his best villain life. Dozens of girls were dancing in the living room. Honestly, the scene was just cringe. He made another call. Yo, Smith, I need a solid from AM Company. Sure, but what's in it for me? A fat stack of funding cash. Deal awesome. Click. Junkai gripped his phone, laughing like a maniac. Zhao Donglai, you old fossil, how you going to fight me? I got connections everywhere. What do you have? A bucket of passion. Trash old man, that funding is mine. Brother Junkai, come play. The girls dragged him back into his pit of depravity. Smith called AMHQ immediately. This Huaxia pig is actually useful. We need to intervene. We got to block their chip research hard. Even if they try, they can't catch our tech, but we can't take risks. Smith, good job. You handle this. Help Junkai get the project, secure the money, and then make sure the project fails miserably. Smith grinned like a snake. Understood. At the same time, Fang Chishan, the head honcho at the Science Academy, got an anonymous package. It wasn't a letter. It was a thick stack of documents that screamed, top secret. He sat down and read the cover manual for dismantling and building photolithography machines. Fang gasped so hard he nearly choked. God, who's pranking me? What nanometer is this? Please don't tell me it's 48. But as he read on, shivers ran down his spine. His eyes popped out of his skull, glued to 3 words, 3 nanometers. Holy crap, it's actually a 3-nanometer machine. Every single step was documented, complete with photos of the finished product. This was the holy grail. After scanning the first document, Professor Fang felt like his brain just leveled up. It was like someone dumped a bucket of ice water right over his head. Holy cow, what kind of absolute genius cooked this up? Looking closely at the photo of the finished product, it was definitely snapped in a lab somewhere. And in the background, those were undeniably Huaxia signs. This meant only one thing. A lab right here in Huaxia had successfully built a 3-nanometer lithography machine. Professor Fang rubbed his temples trying to stop the world from spinning. He couldn't wrap his head around it. This was absolute madness. Huaxia had been struggling to catch up in basic tech, let alone something this advanced. We're talking about the crown jewel of modern industry. Even the most high-tech lithography machines on the planet were stuck at the 7-nanometer level, but a 3-nanometer machine? That sounded like pure sci-fi fantasy. Just then, a researcher walked in and saw the professor. "You asked for me, sir?" Fang nodded enthusiastically, his eyes wide. Yes, get over here. I need a status report stat. Where exactly are we with our own lithography machine project?" The researcher thought for a second before dropping the bad news. "Well, the spectrum research is almost done, but the lens tech is dead in the water. We're planning to import a batch from overseas just to keep going." Basically, progress was moving at a snail's pace, and they were still totally dependent on foreign help. Professor Fang raised an eyebrow, testing the waters. "Hypothetically speaking, do you think anyone in Huaxia has secretly mastered the entire process? Like maybe someone already built a 3-nanometer machine?" Hearing the professor's wild theory, the researcher just stood there, completely frozen for a few seconds before frowning. Fang shot him a look. "Don't look at me like that. I'm being serious here." The researcher laughed awkwardly. "Sir, how is that even possible? When it comes to this tech, besides a few top-tier labs, our Academy of Sciences is the fastest in the game. And even those elite labs are stuck on the same impossible problems we are. We're all in the same boat." So the idea that someone has secretly mastered the entire R&D process, that's absolutely 0% chance. And a 3-nanometer machine? That's even more impossible. Are you daydreaming, sir? Fang laughed and scolded the guy. "You cheeky brat. I know how crazy it sounds. I'm not losing my mind, and I wouldn't dare say it's true without proof. That's why I called you here. Since you're so sure it's impossible, take a look at these documents." With that, Fang slammed the entire solution blueprint and design sent by Lin Ham right onto the table. The researcher read the first page, froze like a statue, and then smack! He slapped his own face. Fang jumped. "Well, what are you doing?" "Professor Fang, where on earth did you get these blueprints?" "This tech, it's light years ahead of us." Fang explained the whole mysterious situation. The researcher gasped, sucking in a cold breath. "So it was sent anonymously, man. Finding this guy is going to be like finding a needle in a haystack." Whoever this wizard was, they clearly didn't want the spotlight. But a talent this legendary, they had to find him no matter what. Professor Fang tapped his fingers on the desk, deep in thought. Suddenly, the researcher's eyes lit up. He grabbed the product photo and squinted at the background. Staring at the sign on the wall, his brain gears started turning. "Wait a minute, this place looks super familiar. I swear I've been here before." "Professor!" The researcher jumped up in excitement, pointing at the photo. "It's Li Pei. This is Dr. Li Pei's lab. I took a team there for an inspection a while back. It's definitely him." Fang was over the moon. "Ha ha 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 ha, excellent. I knew bringing you in was the right move. Set it up immediately. I'm going to pay Dr. Li Pei a personal visit." Half a month later, the big day had arrived. The dean chose the second floor of the experimental building to evaluate the project reports. Top experts from the field were there to judge the best proposal. And Zhang Junkai, he showed up rocking fresh red hair, looking like he owned the place. His dad had actually flown to Huaxia personally to pull some strings, practically handing Zhang Junkai a tailor-made project report on a silver platter. This report was a masterpiece of architecture, a guaranteed win. As long as he presented it, that sweet project funding was already in his pocket. Coincidentally, Lin Ham and his crew were walking toward the same building when they ran into Zhang Junkai, who was wearing a smug grin. Zhang Junkai made a mocking face at Zhao Donglai. "Dr. Zhao, look at you. You're ancient. What's the point of competing with a young stud like me?" Ha! Zhao Donglai was so mad his mustache practically stood up. "Zhang Junkai, don't you push your luck, you brat." Zhang Junkai burst out laughing. "Haha, why so salty? Competing with me isn't a big deal. But if your team loses the funding this time, you guys are going to be the laughingstock of the entire campus. Imagine a senior doctor losing to a mere grad student like me. Hey, just you wait and see." Zhao couldn't out-talk the arrogant kid, so he just glared. Suddenly, Zhang Junkai spotted Lin Ham in the crowd, and his laugh got even louder. He pointed right at Lin Ham, roasting Dr. Zhao. "Wow, your team really is scraping the bottom of the barrel. You've got the sick, the elderly, and now literal children. Couldn't find any real backup. You had to bring a kid to help. Oh, snap. Don't tell me this is your illegitimate son or something." That was the last straw. Zhao Donglai raised his fist, ready to throw hands. "What did you just say, you punk? You trash relying on daddy's money, you animal." But a few students held Zhao back. If he threw a punch now, he'd lose face instantly, no matter how right he was. After talking some trash, the haters flooded into the massive lecture hall on the second floor of the experiment building. 7 or 8 big shot experts were already locked and loaded in their seats, with the principal presiding like a king at the main table. Zhao Donglai and Zhang Junkai dropped off their project reports before taking their corners. From a distance, the tension between the two squads was thick enough to cut with a knife. The principal scanned the room with a hawk's eye before holding up the 2 project reports like they were sacred scrolls. "Ladies and gentlemen, strap in. The assessment round for Huaking University's architecture project is officially kicking off. I expect our experts to keep it 100% real and objective with these reports. We are looking for the absolute best strategy to fund, so no playing favourites." The experts down below started buzzing, hyping up how far our nation's research has actually come. It was honestly pretty impressive. Dr. Zhao, I actually recognize that Zhang Junkai kid. He looks super young. Guess he's one of those whiz kids, huh? Whiz kid, please. That dude is just riding his family's coattails and acting like he owns the place. Close enough description. But hey, how come the big brains from the Chinese Academy of Sciences ghosted us this time? They're usually all over this stuff. Rumor has it, something massive went down over at the Academy. Director Fang Chishan is running around like a headless chicken trying to find someone. It is pure chaos. What kind of drama could be that big? You didn't hear some anonymous genius slid into Director Fang's DMs with a full blueprint for a lithography machine. That little bomb drop instantly grabbed everyone's attention. The experts huddled up like high schoolers sharing juicy gossip. Where could they even steal that from? We are talking about a 3-nanometer lithography machine. 3 freaking nanometers. Every expert in earshot gasped hard enough to suck the air out of the room. Not even the top dogs in the West have tech that advanced yet, so stealing it would be literally impossible. If a character like that actually exists, they are basically a national treasure at this point. I wouldn't trade a genius like that for a literal mountain of gold. Just then, the principal cleared his throat to interrupt the fanboy session. Listen up, folks. I know your time is money, but academic integrity isn't something we can mess around with. So please lock in and give us a fair and square evaluation. Hearing the boss speak, the experts zipped their lips and looked up at the stage. Enough small talk. I have the project reports from both architecture teams right here in my hands. Pass these around and judge them based strictly on the content. It is a scale of 1 to 10. Let the games begin. Zhang Junkai crossed his arms looking smug as he watched the student distribute their reports to the judges. He turned to Smith and snickered. These old geezers have no clue I've got the mighty AM company backing me up in the shadows. Your company is basically the godfather of this industry. Every architecture on the planet is built on your guys' framework, no cap. I want to see what that loser Zhao Donglai thinks he can do against me with his pathetic ragtag team. Ha ha, Smith laughed with pure arrogance. To be fair, this architecture is just a downgraded version of our tech. But trust me, it is more than enough. Your country doesn't have its own core tech, so this is going to be a total slaughter. Zhang Junkai smirked coldly. Mr. Smith, please don't lump me in with these local chumps. I'm getting my citizenship for the Maple Leaf country next year. I'm practically one of you guys now. Smith grinned. Well then, congratulations. Suddenly, Zhao Donglai spotted Smith sitting next to his rival. His eyes nearly popped out of his skull. He rubbed them in disbelief and gasped, "No freaking way." Seeing him freak out, Lin Ham leaned in. What is the deal? Why do you look like you just saw a ghost? Zhao Donglai pointed a trembling finger at the foreigner. I know that guy. I met him back when I was touring the AM company headquarters in the UK. He knit his brows, racking his brain until it clicked. Right, that is Smith. He is a top-tier chip architect for AM company. AM company is literally the most powerful tech giant on the entire planet. If Zhang Junkai managed to recruit a heavy hitter like that, what is the point of us even trying? Zhang Junkai didn't even need to spend money on research. With AM company connections, he could just grab some half-finished design off their shelf and absolutely crush us. How are we supposed to fight that? It wasn't just Zhao Donglai, the principal, and the experts all locked onto Smith too. A boss-level character like that is impossible to ignore. The look in the principal's eyes was a mix of complicated emotions. He looked at Zhao Donglai's team with deep worry. Meanwhile, the experts were whispering about how this kid Zhang had ties to the legendary AM company. Does that mean the quality of his project report is going to be god tier? Dr. Zhao has some solid achievements, sure. But against a titan like AM company, to be blunt, he doesn't stand a chance. Playing dirty tricks at such a young age, that kid Zhang Junkai isn't going to make it far in the long run. Let's wrap this up. Whether it's a win or a loss today decides it all. Let's hope old Zhao doesn't crash and burn too hard. Maybe we can slide him a few pity points for effort. After a quick huddle, the judges agreed to treat Zhao Donglai with kid gloves. The judges immediately started circulating the project report like it was hot gossip. Opening the file provided by Zhang Tuankai, they were hooked by page 3. The project was solid. From the architectural design to the future roadmap, every detail was laid out beautifully. With this blueprint, they could probably crack the architectural tech in less than 6 months. Give it 2 years, and the technology would be fully polished and revolutionized. As expected of the pros, everyone else was nodding in approval. One expert, a veteran deep in the architectural field, squinted at the instruction set design with a critical eye. He pushed up his glasses, a stream of praise flowing from his lips. Good. Excellent. Powerful. Predictable results. It truly lived up to the hype of having an AM company member's stamp of approval. With a design this sleek, the complexity ratio of all command levels wouldn't exceed 40 or 50%. You have to realize, even the fruit company, the current market kings, only manage a complexity ratio of 30%. This report was practically flawless. The judges exchanged glances and sighed. For old Zhao's project to top Zhang Tuankai's masterpiece, impossible. The experts wasted no time grading. Almost everyone dropped a 9 and 2 legends, even gave it a perfect 10. When the scores flashed on the screen, the room gasped. Numbers that high. It was a first for everyone watching. Zhang Tuankai puffed up his chest smugger than ever, trying to snatch victory from my jaws. Keep dreaming. What can you achieve with that local garbage? Zhang Tuankai spun around excitedly to shake Smith's hand, thanking the company for the assist. Once those funds hit my account, I promise a massive gift is coming your way. Haha, Smith chuckled. Whenever you have a sweet deal like this, just hit me up. We make a great team. Zhang Tuankai raised an eyebrow. Obviously, I have the connections, you have the tech. This money was practically made for us to pocket. Meanwhile, the project report from Zhao Donglai's team finally landed in the hands of the experts. Hearts pounding, they just prayed old Zhao's work wasn't a total disaster. But the second they flipped the cover, the content grabbed them by the throat. This architecture could practically evolve on its own. I have connections everywhere but this. This was old Zhao's report, a fully complete X-architecture design solution. The command sets were optimized to 99.99%. Holy cow. Did old Zhao find some god-tier backer? The report was freakishly complete. The experts stared until their eyes dried out. This wasn't just a project report. It was practically a cheat code for architecture. With this in hand, who would ever worry about mastering architecture again? It was unreal. The experts flipped pages frantically looking left and right, making Zhao Donglai's sweat bullets. Come on, guys. Just grade the thing already. They were about to tear the paper from reading it so hard. What was the score? Just then, Lin Ham smiled, comforting Professor Zhao. Don't panic, sir. Zhang Tuankai tried to bring in foreign ringers to steal the funding, but I'm not letting him get away with it. Just let the bullets fly for a moment. Zhao Donglai took a deep, shaky breath and forced a laugh. It's not that I don't trust you, kid, but how do we compete with AM's massive foundation? Lin Ham kept a poker face, dropping the subject completely. Up on the main stage, Principal Zhang looked cool as a cucumber, but inside, he was screaming. If that brat Zhang Tuankai snagged this funding, it would be a shameless slap in the face to the entire Huaqing University project team. He silently chanted a prayer. Old Zhao, you better pull a miracle out of your hat. What was up with these experts? They had been studying it forever without a word. Meanwhile, Zhang Tuankai was practically glowing with confidence. He watched the huddle chatting with Smith and occasionally snickering at the old geezers. Studying it for that long, please. I bet Dr. Zhao's report is such a train wreck, they don't even know how to grade it without laughing. Just give them a 1 and be done with it. Why waste everyone's time? The words barely left his mouth when the experts finally made their move. They scribbled on their cards and hoisted them high. 10, all of them were perfect 10s. In that instant, the hall erupted. Nothing but 10s. The principal went from frozen to on his feet in a split second, clapping like a maniac. Good, haha, he whispered to himself, finally relieved that these experts actually had working eyeballs. They didn't screw me over. Zhao Donglai was stunned. He never expected a perfect sweep. A perfect score. Seriously? Lin Ham just shrugged, playing dumb. But deep down, the kid knew exactly what was up. With a project report at this god-tier level, if it didn't get a perfect score, no project in history deserved one. 99.9% useful commands. A complete roadmap practically spoon-feeding them success with the funding they could build domestic architecture in a heartbeat. As for the AM company, Lin Ham could stand right in front of their CEO, point at his nose, and call them absolute trash. This wasn't just arrogance, this was pure, unfiltered confidence. Meanwhile, Zhang Junkai was losing it completely. Panic flickering in his eyes like a dying light bulb. He shot a desperate look at Smith, but even the foreigner looked totally cooked. With me here, he's claiming this isn't scientific. Now he's screaming rigged match immediately. Exactly. Zhang Junkai jumped up like he sat on a tax, shouting objection. Unfair, there's definitely some shady backroom dealing going on here. His words hit the room like a flashbang. Instant silence. The principal rose slowly, eyes narrowing at Zhang Junkai. Shady dealings. Really? These experts are legends in the field pillars of virtue and prestige. Who are you to drag their names through the mud with your baseless insults? Zhang Junkai furiously pointed at Smith beside him. If it's not rigged, explain this. How could Dr. Zhao's project possibly beat the architecture designed by AM Company? That comparison is a joke. You're telling me he beat the top industry standard and you say it's not fixed. You old fogies will pay for this. I'm telling my mum and she'll show you who's boss. The crowd erupted into whispers. Did this grown man just pull the telling my mummy card? Right on cue, a voice cut through the noise. Ladies and gentlemen, we graded both projects based on absolute fairness and justice. In my hands is the project report from Dr. Zhao Donglai's team. Their logic is flawless and the instruction set design is nothing short of a masterpiece. According to their blueprint, the chip they designed possesses processing power hundreds of times greater than anything currently on the market. Zhang Junkai's eyes nearly popped out of his head. No way, that's impossible. I demand a recheck. The expert calmly walked over and shoved the report right in his face. Read it and wait, buddy. Smith huddled over eyes, scanning the pages. Within seconds, the revolutionary design hit him like a truck. He was shaken to his very core. What why Nani Zhang Junkai looked like his brain just short-circuited. Have you seen enough Dr. Zhao's team receiving a perfect 10 out of 10 is absolutely indisputable? The expert closed the report with a satisfying thud. Case closed. Both Zhang Junkai and Smith stood there like statues, brains completely offline. They couldn't wrap their heads around it. How could the design be this perfect? No matter how they looked at it, there wasn't a single flaw to exploit. It was bulletproof. But panic started to set in. If this project failed, Zhang Junkai was done for. It wasn't just about losing face for himself. He'd be dragging his parents' reputation into the gutter too. And it gets worse. Without this funding, his little embezzlement scheme would be exposed immediately. That 30 million deficit, yeah, that's a one-way ticket to prison. He absolutely could not let that happen. Smith, do something. think of a way out, but Smith was still rebooting, completely dazed. The foreigner had arrived, full of swagger, only to get metaphorically slapped across the face with reality. His confidence was shattered. If Dr. Zhao's report was real, it spelled disaster. It meant an unprecedented threat to AM Company's dominance. They were looking at a total market disruption. He had to act. There was only one option left: destroy the project completely. A vicious plan formed in Smith's mind, and he leaned in, whispering his venomous strategy to Zhang Junkai. Zhang Junkai's lips curled into a cold, arrogant sneer. Fine, too easy. Just as the principal was about to announce the final winner, Zhang Junkai shot up from his seat. Ladies and gentlemen, hold on a second. I don't think we need to continue this charade. Someone here has completely ignored the rules and stolen intellectual property. He flashed a wicked grin. You're dead meat. Even if they got the funding, stealing IP meant the tech could never be sold legally. The crowd exchanged confused glances. Is he talking about Dr. Zhao? The principal frowned, his patience wearing thin. Zhang Junkai, that is a serious accusation. Do you have any actual proof? Zhang Junkai shot the principal a defiant look, then gestured to the foreigner. This here is Mr. Smith, a senior executive from AM Company. He just reviewed Dr. Zhao's report, and guess what? The internal design contains massive chunks of code that are identical to AM Company's proprietary source code. Now tell me, isn't that the definition of intellectual property theft? His words dropped like a bomb, plunging the hall into deep thought before the murmurs of doubt exploded. The principal's eyes turned red with fury. He looked ready to swallow his own nephew Zhang Junkai whole, just to shut him up. But anger wouldn't solve this. The critical question now was simple. Did Dr. Zhao's team actually steal the architectural tech from AM Company? The principal believed in them. He knew Dr. Zhao developed this independently. He trusted the man's integrity, but his personal belief was worthless here. He needed the entire room to believe it. The experts began whispering. Honestly, our domestic charging technology is still in its infancy. For Dr. Zhao to suddenly produce such advanced tech out of nowhere, it is admittedly suspicious. However, the burden of proof lies with the accuser. Without hard evidence, we absolutely cannot allow good people to be slandered. Agreed. Without proof, we can't conclude there was any theft. But Zhang Junkai looked smug, like he had prepared for this exact moment. He signaled Smith. At that moment, Smith raised his phone, displaying a photo of AM Company's instruction set for all to see. You want proof? I have your proof right here. The experts swarmed forward, squinting at the image on the phone. They quickly compared it with the code sequences in Dr. Zhao's project report. And there it was. A huge portion of the command code was identical. Suspiciously identical. It's the same. How is this possible? That is definitely AM Company's patented technology. The experts exchanged awkward glances, their hearts sinking. Their minds shifted from how to judge the winner to how to let Dr. Zhao down gently. Because, unfortunately, the opposition had just slapped undeniable evidence on the table. The principal's expression darkened like a storm cloud. Was there actual proof? Did they really swipe code from AM Company for their own research? Zhang Junkai's gaze snapped toward Dr. Zhao like a viper striking its prey. I thought you were a respected teacher at watching. Turns out you're just scamming national funding. You truly have no shame. Dr. Zhao was completely blindsided. How could this be? Lin Han had written that project report with his own two hands. Could the kid have actually lifted the architecture code from AM? If that's true, what's the move? Should he make Lin Han plead guilty to intellectual property theft? Dr. Zhao's brain was about to short-circuit, but suddenly a light bulb flickered on amidst the chaos. Yunkai's so-called evidence was just a single photograph. Photos can be doctored. That flimsy piece of paper proved absolutely nothing. I demand a forensic verification. Dr. Zhao shielded Lin Han behind his back and roared. The principal nodded, granting the request immediately. Moments later, rushed footsteps echoed down the hallway. The doors swung open. Two men in sharp uniforms marched in the professional evidence verification team. Smith felt a bead of cold sweat roll down his neck. That photo was a rush job he'd ordered from his company. Smith had been in the ARM architecture game for years. He'd memorized Lin Han's code at a glance and forged the evidence based on memory. But it was a high-stakes gamble. If this blew up, he was toast. He shot a nervous look at Junkai. Was the fix really in? A sinister smirk crept onto Junkai's face. He glanced at the inspectors and whispered, "Chill out. Everything is going exactly according to script." He flashed a text message on his phone to Smith. Seeing it, the foreigner's anxiety dissolved instantly. Turns out Junkai had pulled some strings with his rich mommy and daddy to buy off the inspection team. In this rigged game, they were invincible. Defeat wasn't even an option. Once the evidence was stamped legit, Dr. Zhao and his crew could jump into the Yellow River and they still wouldn't be able to wash away the stain. Junkai's heart twisted with sick glee. He thought, "Zhao, you old fossil. What do you have to fight me with? My parents run this town. You're just a university PhD. Even with connections, you're nothing compared to me. In this world, power is king. What I get with a snap of my fingers is a peak you couldn't reach in 10 lifetimes. I love nothing more than stomping on trash like you and watching you squirm." A cruel, icy smile spread across his face. The inspectors picked up the so-called proof and began their theatrical comparison. 10 minutes later, the verdict dropped like a hammer. Mr. Smith's evidence is flawless. Dr. Zhao's team is suspected of copyright infringement. If AM Company decides to sue, this evidence will bury Dr. Zhao. We recommend Dr. Zhao's team cease all violations immediately. The room exploded into chaos. Dr. Zhao's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. He spun around, whispering to Lin Han, Is this true? Lin Han, who had been watching this circus act, let out a cold chuckle. He stood up and projected his voice. Junkai Smith, nice trick. But your legal knowledge is trash. Forging evidence. Do you guys have a death wish? Every eye in the room locked onto Lin Han. Seeing his baby face, the crowd frowned and shook their heads. Where did this kid crawl out from? Old Zhao put a leash on him. Junkai sneered. Who do you think you are? Forged evidence. You got proof, kid. He exchanged a mocking look with Smith. He says we faked it. Where did this brat come from? He still smells like breast milk. Dr. Zhao is your team empty. Sending a toddler out to talk nonsense. Just then, Lin Han laughed softly, raising his head with swagger. Who said I don't have proof I wrote that project report? And every line of that code, I typed it myself. This golden retriever Smith has a decent memory. I'll give him that. But he's weak. He couldn't even distinguish the encryption layers I wove into the code. Is your entire AM company full of amateurs like you? Or are you just the resident clown? The entire hall gasped in unison. Lin Han didn't give them a second to breathe. He was about to strip their conspiracy naked and expose these scumbags to the world. Lin Han strode confidently toward the inspection team. He grabbed the 2 code samples, sliced out the inconsistencies and his hidden trap, then displayed it for the audience. This right here, that's my signature encryption. And this mess, that's the fake garbage this golden retriever cooked up. Haha, this string might look random to an idiot, but delete it and the entire architecture collapses. Mr. Smith, Lin Han stood tall, his aura overwhelming the foreigner. Your company must be magical, running a complex architecture with incomplete code. That's a joke even for an ARM-86 system. Fang Qishan is on the hunt. But first, let's look at the counterattack. When Lin Han broke down the encryption, the so-called experts finally woke up from their nap. Their jaws literally hit the floor. Holy smokes, without this kid dropping knowledge bombs, they would have treated this crucial code like total trash. Who knew it held the secret sauce? Every word Lin Han spoke hit like a sledgehammer. He might be small, but his aura is massive, leaving Smith completely tongue-tied and looking foolish. The fraud was kicking himself hard. How did he miss that detail? It is over. It is so over. His fake evidence just got busted wide open. Zhang Junkai sucked in a cold breath. Seeing Smith sweating buckets, he knew the brat was right. What the heck are they supposed to do now? Zhang Junkai Smith, you better start explaining to our team, and it better be good. Lin Han stepped forward, tightening the noose. The tension was thick enough to cut with a knife, literally evaporating the sweat right off their faces. The whole room held its breath, waiting for Zhang Junkai and Smith to make their move. How are they going to spin this disaster? They never expected the House of Cards to fall this fast. Seriously, where did this genius kid spawn from? Just a few sentences and their master plan was toast. And now he has the nerve to claim he wrote the project report. The audacity. Zhang Junkai didn't believe it for a second, but he was backed into a corner. He had to use the kid's age as a shield to save his own skin. It was his only play left. He just has to insist the evidence is real. Even if this blows up, he has got the connections to bury the truth 6 feet under. Zhang Junkai lifted his head, his gaze turning absolute zero. You are just a brat. What gives you the right to demand answers from us? You are a minor. Nobody trusts a word out of your mouth. Zhang Junkai, what does being a minor have to do with the truth? Professor Zhao couldn't stay silent, minor or not. He is a vital member of our squad, and I won't let you disrespect him. You got a problem? Zhang Junkai sneered. Professor Zhao, are you really using a kid's ramblings to hide your team's theft? You are way too naive for a professor. It is not up to you if the evidence is fake. It is up to these 2 official inspectors standing right here. So, gentlemen, is the evidence fake or not? Go ahead, spill the tea. The inspectors looked around, playing it cool on the outside, but screaming on the inside. Zhang's parents have god-tier power. They wouldn't dare cross that family. Besides, the whistleblower is just a kid. How much trouble can a toddler really cause for them? They made the choice instantly. We have checked the files. Mr. Smith's evidence is 100% clean. The whole room gasped. Nobody expected them to lie with a straight face like that. After the kid's explanation, even a rookie could see the truth. Are these guys blind or just totally stupid? There's only one answer Zhang Junkai bought them off. The principal was shaking with pure rage. Having scum like you is a stain on our school's face. Zhang Junkai, I don't think your daddy's money lets you do whatever you want. Zhang Junkai just smirked. Principal, what did I do? Without proof, that is just slander, old man. The principal pointed a trembling finger at him, while Professor Zhao clenched his fists, eyes burning holes into those blind inspectors. Even Lin Han was trembling with anger. Who knew Zhang Junkai's face was thicker than a castle wall? Professor Zhao, they aren't blind. They are bought. Zhang's parents run this town right. Pulling a few strings and playing dirty is like a walk in the park for them. I just didn't expect the top university in the country to harbour such absolute trash within its walls. If the heroes who built this country saw this, their hearts would break. Lin Ham's words pierced right through the principal's soul. That was it. The principal slammed the table and stood up like a warrior. He made his choice. So what if he offends the powerful forces backing this kid? Let them fire him. He would rather lose his job and walk away with his dignity than live as a coward. Before Zhang Junkai could clap back, a head suddenly popped through the door. Everyone froze, eyes popping out of their skulls. The experts gasped. Wait, is that academician Fang Qishan? A true titan had arrived. In the science world, this guy is basically a god. Academician Fang has dominated the field for years with legendary achievements that changed everything. Half the country's tech exists because of him. He is a national hero who meets with the president on the regular. His influence is off the charts. Even the principal has to bow down to this level of greatness. Fang Qishan scanned the room, his eyes locking onto Lin Han like a laser. He checked the photo. It is a perfect match. Li Bei wasn't lying. The kid is really here, academician Fang. What brings a legend like you to this mess? The principal rushed down from the podium like a fanboy to greet Elder Fang, but Fang totally goes to the principal's handshake, his eyes locked onto Lin Han in the crowd. Elder Fang hadn't even dropped the reason for his visit yet, when he was ushered into the VIP seats, making him feel a bit awkward. Academician Fang, what brings a legend like you here? Fang chuckled. I'm just here to headhunt someone. Sorry to crash the party, but what's going on here? The principal explained there was some drama with two teams fighting over the same project slot. We are currently in the middle of the selection process. I see, so the tension is high. We hope you can help judge the winner. Elder Fang nodded slowly. All right, then hit me with the project reports. With academician Fang here, the competition was basically over. He was the ultimate boss in this field, but Zhang wasn't sweating it at all because he had a cheat code he knew Elder Fang personally. Uncle Fang Zhang suddenly stepped forward, flexing his connection. Fang looked up at the sound of his name and his face instantly turned serious. Ugh, this brat is here too. Uncle Fang, I didn't expect to see you. I'm leading one of the teams today. I hope you check the reports carefully, Uncle. Don't let some scammers take advantage of the system. Fang scanned Zhang from head to toe with a critical eye. Doesn't this kid usually hate actual work? Why is he fighting for a project now? Zhang replied with a weirdly righteous tone. For the glory of the country, of course. I am. Fang didn't even have the energy to entertain Zhang's nonsense. Zhang always relied on his parents' power to act like a tyrant. Being called uncle by him actually made Fang feel embarrassed. He opened the two reports, scanned through them, and then boom, he was completely shook by the report written by Lin Han. Dr. Zhao, your team's project is absolutely insane. Fang looked up at Zhao, amazed that he could write such perfect command code. This is the first time I've ever seen a command structure this flawless. To be honest, even if I tried, I couldn't write something this good. Elder Fang openly praised Zhao in front of everyone. Zhang heard this and immediately raged. Uncle Fang, they stole that code from AM Company. That's not their skill level. Don't let them scam you. Showing off in front of the master, please. Stole from AM Company. Fang frowned deeply. Zhang, how do you know that? This is Mr. Smith, an engineer from AM Company. He can testify. Zhang shouted quickly. Fang narrowed his eyes. If he remembered correctly, even AM Company's tech wizards couldn't write code this clean. There was definitely something fishy going on. Right at that moment, Lin Han stepped into the spotlight and spoke up. Zhang Yu colluded with outsiders and used fake evidence to frame us for theft. Are you trying to scam the National Research Grant? Zhang shot a glare at Lin Han. Who gave you permission to speak trash? Zhao stood next to Lin Han, puffing out his chest. Of course he has the right to speak. This project report was written by Lin Han himself. Zhang put his hands on his hips and laughed like a villain. You guys are dead meat and you don't even know it. Uncle Fang, just look at the evidence. But Elder Fang wasn't an idiot. Between Lin Han's words and his own knowledge, the truth clicked into place instantly. He spun around, eyes blazing with fury, and glared at Zhang. You brat, I knew you were useless, but now you're trying to scam state funds. You have some serious guts. But worst of all, you look down on people like a snob. Do you have any idea who you just insulted? Zhang froze, completely stunned. Uncle Fang, why are you defending an outsider? Outsider? Fang walked up to Lin Han, his face full of unhidden worship and respect. The only reason he came here was because of the lithography machine blueprints sent to Li Pei's lab. Through Dr. Li Pei, he learned about the legend of Lin Han and was absolutely mind-blown. He was so shaken that he personally came to find this young genius to thank him for his contribution. He didn't expect to find the genius being bullied. Obviously, he had to step in as the protector. I don't care who you are in the face of science, get out of my way. You dare touch the person I admire. Even if the King of Heaven comes down, he'll have to pay a price to leave, let alone a nephew like you. You brat, do you even know who he is? You blind fool, if you make him unhappy, I'll be the first one to destroy you. You can't even write a single line of code yet. You're fighting for a project. Scram. Get out, I don't want to see your face. Zhang's eyes were popping out of his skull. Who on earth is this kid? What's wrong with Uncle Fang? Isn't he friends with my parents? Shouldn't he be on my side? Zhang frowned in confusion. Uncle Fang, surely you're mistaken. Elder Fang completely ignored Zhang Junkai, rushing straight toward Lin Han with a look of pure reverence. Teacher Lin, I received your letter. Your insights? They were absolutely breathtaking. You didn't even leave a signature. Do you know how hard it was to find you, Teacher Lin? Hearing the legendary Elder Fang call a mere child teacher, the entire hall exploded. It was like a collective slap to the face. Everyone froze, goosebumps rising on their skin from pure shock. Elder Fang was a titan of industry. For someone of his status to bow his head to this kid, this world had officially gone mad. Uncle Fang, have you lost your mind? He's just a brat reeking of mother's milk. Look at your status compared to his. Elder Fang's eyes blazed with fury as he glared at Zhang Junkai. What do you know, you fool, compared to him? Even I am just an elementary school student. Oh my god, the sky was falling. How could Uncle Fang say that Elder Fang let out a cold snort? Do you understand the weight of lithography machine technology? Zhang Junkai nodded nervously. Of course I know it. It's the crown jewel of modern industry, the ultimate tech of the West, combining the power of a dozen nations. What's your point? Elder Fang dropped the bomb with terrifying calmness. This teacher Lin, who you look down on, he holds the blueprint for the entire lithography legacy. The hall erupted into chaos. What, he actually has the lithography tech for real? Looking at that kid, everyone's eyes were filled with heavy suspicion. Naturally, they doubted it. How could a young student like Lin Ham master the most complex technology on Earth? It was too unbelievable. But these words came from academician Fang himself. How could it be fake? Shockwaves rippled through the crowd. Had a true genius finally appeared in our country, Zhang Junkai let out a scornful laugh. Ha, so what if he has some lithography tech? Plenty of countries have mastered 48-nanometer or even 20-nanometer chips by now. That's hardly worth a standing ovation. 48 nanometers 20, hey please. If Lin Ham only had that level of tech, sure, nobody would be losing their minds. But hold on to your seats, because Lin Ham didn't just match them. He crushed them with 3-nanometer technology. Get out of my sight. Elder Fang didn't even want to waste breath on Zhang Junkai anymore. But Zhang Junkai clung to Elder Fang like a drowning man grabbing a straw. Uncle Fang, I don't care what machines he built, that Zhao team is obviously trying to scam national grant money. I've been running this project for over a year. They're just trying to steal the credit halfway through. You truly are hopeless. Elder Fang sighed deeply, turning to stare daggers at Zhang Junkai. Misunderstood you. Do you think a being like Teacher Lin needs to scam the government for pocket change? Did you know he handed over the lithography technology to the state unconditionally? That tech is priceless. You think he cares about your petty grants, huh? We're talking about 3-nanometer chips. Zhang Junkai stood there thunderstruck. 3-nanometer lithography? How is that even possible, Uncle Fang? Zhang Junkai panicked. He frantically dragged his two inspection officers forward. Uncle Fang, I have proof. These two checked the evidence personally. Elder Fang shot them a single glance, and their legs instantly turned to jelly. This old man was way more terrifying than Zhang Junkai's parents. Even an idiot could see the winds had changed. Elder Fang didn't even bother looking at Zhang. This brat needs to spill the truth now. The two staff members bowed their heads, their voices trembling with tears. Academician Fang, we faked the evidence Zhang Junkai threatened us. He forced us to frame Dr. Zhao. They verified the fake proof Smith provided. Before the sentence even finished, the crowd was in an uproar. The final curtain had been torn away from Zhang Junkai's stage play. Elder Fang was shaking with rage. Zhang Junkai, do you have any last words? Zhang Junkai froze, looking around for backup, only to realize Smith had vanished like a ghost. Uncle Fang, you're cursing. Whack Elder Fang delivered a crisp slap right across Zhang Junkai's face. You still have time to worry about my language? Just looking at you makes me sick. A useless waste of space. Abusing power to still form the nation. I think you've eaten the heart of a leopard to be this bold. Principal, I'm making the call on this. Drag him to the police station immediately. Let this brat learn a lesson he'll never forget. The principal of Huaqing University nodded grimly. This kind of parasite must be crushed. A stain on the era, a shame for 1,000 years. Zhang Junkai had dug his own grave. With Elder Fang against him, his family background was useless. Who dared to offend Elder Fang? That would be a death wish. The police moved in like shadows, secretly securing Zhang Junkai. And then the other shoe dropped. His embezzlement of $30 million from the company was exposed right there. The police announced his crimes on the spot. Even Elder Fang was stunned. This kid really had guts of steel. Getting arrested was exactly what he deserved. Zhang Junkai hung his head as the black hood was thrown over him, dragging him toward the squad car. He clenched his fists tight, plotting in the dark. I'll just hide in jail for a bit. Mom and Dad will bail me out, and then I'll make them all pay. The incident was finally over. Experts, teachers, and students alike buzzed with gossip, their eyes glued to the fallen villain. That little punk finally got exactly what was coming to him, karma served cold. Dr. Zhao and his crew secured that sweet research funding without a hitch. Now it's time to grind for the next stage of the project. Big thanks to academician Fang for the assist on that one. To celebrate, Zhao played host and treated the squad to a feast. At the table, Fang was giving our MC major props and showing respect. But he couldn't help wondering, who exactly is this mystery master? Professor Lin, you look fresh. Early college admission. Lin Han just smirked. Actually, I'm 12. Still in elementary school, bro. Boom, that truth bomb hit Fang harder than a truck. The man was absolutely shook. A literal child prodigy. He turned to the others in a panic. Yo, why haven't you shipped this kid to Huaqing University yet? He needs to skip grades ASAP. With his big brain energy, he could speed run a master's and a PhD in his sleep. You can't let this god-tier talent go to waste. Zhao and Li just exchanged hopeless glances. They tried telling him that, but our MC wants to play the game on normal mode step by step. Nothing they could do about it. So the convo switched from the genius kid to the serious state of Huaxia's tech industry. Every year we're hemorrhaging over $300 billion to foreign companies. That's a massive L for our economy. But now that we've unlocked our own photolithography tech, the game has changed. The era of getting bullied is over. Fang nodded in agreement. Huaxia is about to make a legendary comeback. Our architectural tech is already top-tier max-level stuff. And the chip tech, don't even sweat it. That hurdle is already in the rearview mirror. The real final boss now is thin film deposition technology. Fang tapped the table nervously. My team has been grinding on this for 3 years. We burned a mountain of cash and still have 0 XP to show for it. We're still stuck relying on foreign tech just to get by. Hearing this, the whole squad let out a heavy sigh. They downed some strong baijiu. And you know what happens. The liquid courage started bringing out the hard truths. Zhao slammed his hand down. We might be broke, but we still have our pride, damn it. Why do the higher-ups simp for these foreign cores? They give them buffs and bonuses while ignoring our own local guilds. Take that Eric company, they're totally foreign-owned. They farm at least $1 billion in profit from our server every single year. Li Pei joined the rant session. He let out a long breath. Facts, imagine if they used that gold to buff our own industries instead. Wouldn't that be the meta play? But Lin Han? He saw the bigger picture instantly. He looked at the academician with eyes calm as a frozen lake. He knew. Academician Fang actually understood the dev's master plan perfectly. Lin Han smirked. The higher-ups aren't stupid. They're playing the long game. They use those perks as bait to lure the foreign sharks in. Once they're here, we collab, we learn, and we copy their skill trees. And the moment our local guilds master the tech, it's game over. We crush them with their own weapons. It sounds savage, but that's the law of the jungle. We might look like the bad guys pulling a fast one. But sometimes you have to play dirty so the next generation can live like kings. It might not be honorable, but it saves the nation. A legendary strat that will be remembered for 1,000 years. Zhao and Li's eyes lit up like Christmas trees. But Fang, he was absolutely thunderstruck. Because he had only heard whispers of this strategy from the top-tier admins. It took him ages to figure out this top-secret 10-year grand strategy. It's a lure and destroy trap. And this 12-year-old kid just decoded the source code in seconds. How is this level of intellect even possible? A monster. A true monster. Fang's respect for Lin Han just skyrocketed to the moon. All right, let's get back to the main quest. We need to crack the thin film deposition code. Eric Company is the raid boss here. They've got the deepest roots and the highest stats on our server. I need to infiltrate their base and learn their moves. It's the only way to patch the holes in our tech tree. Fang tapped the table, a light bulb going off. I actually have a contact inside Eric. Mid-level admin, but he has access. But he's just a manager. We can't just walk in and say, hey, teach us your secrets, right? Fang looked at Lin Han and an evil grin formed. Professor Lin, your size is actually the perfect disguise. My friend is over 40. He has a nephew your age. If you go in as his relative, nobody will suspect a thing I'm making the call right now. Lin Han smirked. He liked this plan. The older scholars looked at each other and burst out laughing. Lin Han thought to himself, being a kid is either my biggest nerf or my greatest cheat code. Yo, old Wang, it's Fang. One day, Lin Han was dropped off right in front of the massive Eric Company building. And there he was, Wang Feng chilling against a sleek black Mercedes R310 like he owned the place. The man was dressed to kill in a sharp black suit and crisp white shirt, rocking the signature bald look. But the real showstopper, those eyebrows. Thick enough to be their own ecosystem and practically touching in the middle. Yo, you finally made it, haha. Fang Qishan shot Wang Feng a glare that could peel paint. You brat, don't you dare try to hustle teacher Lin Han. That is teacher Lin Han to you. Wang Feng couldn't believe his ears. He grabbed Lin Han's shoulder, sizing him up like he was buying a used car and gasped. Old Fang, are you serious? You're calling this kid a teacher? Did you hit your head? Or do you have a secret identity? Fang Qishan wasn't having it. Don't judge a book by its cover, you fool. I'm not wasting breath on you. Just get the job done, or I, Fang Qishan, will personally... He raised his hand ready to deliver a legendary smackdown right there on the sidewalk. Wang Feng panicked, throwing his hands up in surrender with a goofy grin. Whoa, chill out. Don't, Professor Fang. I'm terrified, okay? Consider it done. Whatever you say, boss, I'll make it happen. Once Fang Qishan walked away, Wang Feng stared at Lin Han like he was an alien specimen, muttering to himself. What kind of magic tricks does this kid have to make? Old Fang call him teacher. He looks pretty cocky too. Lin Han just shrugged, playing it cool as the group split up. Meanwhile, Zhang Junkai was dragged to the police station. The cops had him dead to rights, but just as the paperwork was hitting the prosecutor's desk, a phone rang in the chief's office. A high-level call. Director Chu about my son? Go easy on him, won't you? Director Chu gulped sweating bullets and hurriedly replied, Young Junkai is just a bit spirited. I'll help Barry at this time, but, sir, you see... The voice on the other end chuckled darkly. Relax. By next week, you won't be Director Chu anymore. You'll be the Deputy Chief of Public Security. 89 fraud traps and 0 tolerance for failure. The conversation dripped with murderous intent. Back at the Eric Company, the vibe was intense. 80% of the staff were foreigners. The fact that Wang Feng could survive and thrive in the Shark Tank, dominated by overseas elites, proved he was no ordinary bald guy. Foreign staff were greeting him left and right. Hello? Morning. Wang Feng walked through the lobby like a king, replying in perfect English with total swag before heading straight to his office. Lin Han noticed the sign on the door, General Manager of Enterprise Management. That was some serious high-level clearance within the Eric hierarchy. Wang Feng fired up his computer, hung up his jacket, and waved Lin Han over urgency. Come here, kid. I'm taking you to the tech department. If we don't finish old Fang's mission today, he'll literally murder me. Lin Han gave a playful shrug and followed Wang Feng toward the danger zone. They walked through a transparent corridor that looked straight out of a sci-fi movie. Welcome to the tech sector. Staff in white uniforms were operating machines with surgical precision. Lin Han was actually impressed. Looking at the fully automated setup, it was light years ahead of the dusty workshops back in the homeland. You couldn't blame the higher-ups for bringing these foreign giants in. They needed this kind of tech to push domestic industries forward. These guys actually had the skills to back up the arrogance. But suddenly a suit-wearing executive blocked their path like a raid boss. A towering foreigner at least 1.9 meters tall, with a little blonde goatee and a face full of wrinkles. He stood with one hand in his pocket scanning Wang Feng and Lin Han with pure disdain. Manager Wang, since when is this a daycare? Why did you bring a child to work? Wang Feng looked up unfazed. This is my nephew. His parents are busy today, so I'm babysitting. Do I need a permit for family time now? Or do I not even have that right? Manager Mike stared him down, but Wang Feng didn't flinch. His aura matched Mike's pressure perfectly. Dealing with these guys was a battlefield every single day. There was a dirty little secret in this place. The upper management hated seeing locals in power. In their eyes, the locals were only good for grunt work and hard labor. That's why every janitor, security guard, and cleaner in the entire Eric building was a local. It was a clear hierarchy. Mike was no different. He blocked Wang Feng again, his voice dripping with venom. Of course you have rights, but excuse my bluntness. Locals are not allowed in the technical zone of our company. If you insist on entering, and any accident happens, you will take 100% responsibility. It was blatant, ugly discrimination. Wang Feng puffed out his chest, stepping forward until he was practically nose to nose with Mike. Rage blazed in his eyes. Mike, this is our turf. You dare look down on us in our own country. Aren't you taking this too far? Even if I walk in there today, what are you going to do about it? The tension was so thick you could cut it with a knife. It was about to explode. Suddenly another foreign executive walked up all smiles, acting like the peacemaker. Whoa, what's going on here? Old Wang Mike, come on. We're all Team Eric here. Fighting looks bad. If Wang wants to check the tech zone, just let him in. But letting him in so easily, that felt wrong. Lin Han's instincts were screaming that this was a trap. He wanted to stop Wang Feng, but the bald manager was already stomping into the tech zone out of pure spite. Lin Han had no choice but to follow, whispering, "That guy and the old man, something's fishy between them." Wang Feng laughed bitterly. "That's the vice president. He's on Mike's side. Hold up, something smells fishy here. That guy Jack. He's the mastermind plotting to wipe out every single Huaxia executive from the shadows." The puzzle pieces finally clicked. Lin Han's eyes widened as he whispered, "He's shedding crocodile tears. Walking into the tech zone now is walking straight into a trap." But Wang Feng just waved his hand, totally unbothered. "You can't stop the inevitable, kid. Old Fang doesn't hand out missions for no reason. If he sent us here, it means something massive is about to go down. Even if it's a setup, I'm dragging you in with me. Whatever you do after that, not my problem." Lin Han could only sigh at the man's stubbornness. Wang Feng might look like a slacker, but the guy sticks to his code like glue. From the high ground, Mike watched the duo like a hawk before turning to his boss. "Hey, Jack, didn't you say you wanted to purge all the Huaxia staff from management? Why the change of heart? Why stop you?" Jack's grin twisted into something truly sinister. "Blocking him now is useless. Think bigger, Mike. We need him to screw up. And I mean royally screw up. I want him bankrupt, broken, and begging to leave the company on his own. To deal with these Huaxia pests, you have to be ruthless." Mike's eyes lit up with pure malice. "Damn, you really play the long game? So you let them through on purpose?" Jack scoffed. "Obviously. You see that bratty kid hanging around him? The second that little rugrat touches anything, I'll have our crew send Wang Feng a gift he'll never forget." Ha 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 ha, imagine the scene. The tech zone suddenly blacks out, a whole batch of wafers gets ruined. The liability for that, it's going to be astronomical. You really live up to the vice president title. This is way more savage than his little petty tricks. A cruel smirk slowly spread across Mike's face. Meanwhile, Lin Han had already wandered over to the thin film deposition area. 7 or 8 staff members were busy running the machines. Right next to them sat the completed wafers, glowing with potential. Lin Han's eyes sparkled. Without hesitation, the boy reached out his small hand and gently touched the processed wafer. The moment his skin made contact, a tidal wave of data crashed into his brain. Interaction with thin film deposition tech confirmed. Analyzing technique. Unlocking physical vapor deposition. Unlocking chemical vapor deposition. Solution. Methods and atomic layer deposition. Acquired. Unlock complete technology mastery. Progress jumps to 100%. Reward unlocked. Field emission lithography technology. Lin Han froze as the system's voice echoed in his mind. Field emission lithography. He immediately dove into the new data flood, and once he saw it, his mind was completely blown. 3 nanometers wasn't the limit anymore. With this tech, even 1 nanometer, heck, angstrom levels were possible. As long as the materials held up, he could build god-tier chips. This reward wasn't just an upgrade, it was the holy grail of lithography machines. So that 3 nanometer tech I just unlocked is already trashed here. Lin Han trembled with pure excitement. But right at that moment, Jack and Mike saw Lin Han touch the finished product. Their lips curled into matching venomous sneers. Jack whipped out his walkie-talkie like a pistol. "It's showtime! Tech department, listen up, cameraman. Tell me you got that shot." It's the 21st century catch-up already. The order dropped like a hammer. The cameraman signaled, and instantly every machine in the zone screeched to a halt. The wafers in the middle of the process were exposed to the air. If they didn't restart immediately, the entire batch would be absolute garbage. This was exactly the chaos Jack wanted. "Why did it stop? What's going on? Our partner needs this batch ASAP. If this coating fails, we're talking millions in losses, maybe tens of millions. Who is responsible for this?" Jack and Mike rushed out, putting on their best fake panic faces. Hearing the commotion, Wang Feng sprinted over too. He arrived to find Lin Han surrounded by a mob. Cameras were already rolling. This was too perfect. Anyone could see this was a staged hit job. Jack and Mike blocked Wang Feng and Lin Han's path instantly. Jack dropped the slang and went full aggressive. "What the hell is this? Why are the machines dead? Explain yourselves right now." The cameraman jumped in on cue. "VP, Jack Manager Mike. It was the kid Manager Wang brought in. That brat started touching our equipment and crashed the whole system. I got it all on video." Lin Han knew a trap was coming, but this framing Wang Feng using a child, these guys were lower than dirt, absolute scum. Mike stepped up to Wang Feng, looking at him like he was something stuck to his shoe. Chewing his gum obnoxiously, he sneered. "I told you, didn't I? People like you always bring disaster to the tech zone. I warned you, but no one listens to Mike. Now look at this mess. Because of this brat, you just torched millions of dollars in product. I'd love to see how you explain this to the big boss." Then came Jack playing the fake peacemaker. He glanced at Lin Han with dead eyes before flashing a snake-like grin. "Well, what's done is done. Wang Feng is a veteran here at Eric Corp. We won't make you pay the millions out of pocket. But a mistake this catastrophic, there have to be consequences." Jack let out a dramatic sigh, deliberately acting like the victim here. He shook his head with a look of helpless pity. "Come on. Manager Wang, just do the polite thing. Resign voluntarily and own up to your mistake. Walk away with your dignity intact." Wang Feng narrowed his eyes, scanning Jack and Mike with a gaze cold enough to freeze water. He let out a chilling laugh. "If you want to frame someone, you'll always find an excuse. You two have wanted me out of Eric Corp for ages. Was it really necessary to use such dirty, underhanded tactics?" Jack immediately snapped back at Manager Wang. "Why are you barking at everyone like a mad dog?" "I'm thinking about your reputation and future here. The evidence is crystal clear. If you hadn't brought that bratty kid here to cause trouble, would this batch of materials be ruined?" Mike suddenly looked up, interrupting with a smirk. "Oh, you don't accept the result. Fine, have it your way. If you can bring this dead batch of materials back to life, we'll pretend none of this ever happened." As soon as the words left his mouth, the entire staff burst into laughter. Even Jack chuckled, enjoying the cruel joke. Thin film deposition requires a highly specific environment with precise chemical components and physical processing. Once the process stops, it is game over. There's no restart button. So what Mike was suggesting was basically impossible. It was a challenge designed to humiliate him. Wang Feng knew this perfectly well. He clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white. He never expected to be set up by Mike and Jack with such a despicable trap. These foreign companies act so arrogant on our soil. Is it just because the higher-ups give them special treatment and cater to their every whim? But this is our land. You people act like tyrants here, but karma will come for you eventually. Wang Feng didn't care anymore. With a disaster this big, he was doomed anyway. So he might as well curse these scumbags out to vent his anger. But right at that moment, Lin Han suddenly stepped forward, his eyes scanning the so-called scrap metal. "You just need to fix these chips right. That's way too simple. I thought your Eric Corp was supposed to be impressive. I can't believe it's the 21st century, and you're still using such stupid methods for thin film deposition. It's actually hilarious. Honestly, I don't think we need to invite you guys here to teach us advanced experience anymore. Your technology is worse than garbage." Lin Han wasn't being arrogant, and he wasn't being humble. Every word he spoke was powerful and decisive. It didn't sound like language a kid his age should be able to organize. When Mike and Jack saw a little kid talking smack, they laughed like maniacs inside. "Ignorance is bliss, huh? What would a brat like you know? This thin film deposition plan of ours is world-leading technology. You guys begged us to come here, so we came. You even waived most of our taxes. Plus, all those subsidies. We've made a fortune from you people, while your workers slave away for pennies. Haha, a bunch of trash from a lower class dares to be arrogant." Lin Han glanced at Mike and Jack with total indifference. "And what if I fix this batch of chips?" Mike and Jack were instantly cracked up by Lin Han's confidence. "Ha ha ha, fix it. Do you want to hear what you're saying? You think you can fix it? Are you trying to tell a joke?" Wang Feng's heart skipped a beat. Did this kid lack even the most basic common sense? After soaking in those chemicals, the chips had already reacted. If they weren't treated immediately, the chemicals would eat right through the wafer and destroy the internal circuits. By now, those chips were likely beyond saving. "Lin Han, this has nothing to do with you. They wanted to get rid of me a long time ago. They're just using you as an excuse to force me out of Eric Corp." Wang Feng pulled Lin Han behind his back, holding his head high as he faced off against Jack and Mike. He ripped his employee badge off his neck and pointed a finger at the two of them. "You two pieces of filth. Don't think just because you hold a little technology, you can act wild on our turf. Today, I voluntarily resign as the sales department manager, but we are not done here. Just you wait and see. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Feng prepared to turn and leave. But when he glanced back, he saw Lin Han messing around with the so-called scrap chips. The boy skillfully poured some unknown chemicals into several glass beakers and then tossed the chips inside to soak. Next, with speed that defied logic, he expertly completed the thin film deposition work. Everyone stood their jaws on the floor. A 7th grade student, Lin Han. The scene was absolutely shocking. The little boy was more skilled than their employees with 10 years of experience. Who could they even tell about this? Furthermore, Lin Han combined 3 techniques: physical vapor deposition, chemical vapor deposition, and atomic layer deposition. He mixed them perfectly to coat the chips evenly. The thickness, refractive index, and absorption rate of the film were calculated to perfection. Just like that, the chips that were basically trash suddenly glowed with new life under Lin Han's skillful hands. Moreover, after being processed by his special technique, the deposition effect was actually more advanced than Fruit Corp's original technology. Immediately after following standard procedure, the chips passed the machine inspection. The results stunned everyone in the room. Coverage and uniformity reached a perfect score of 100. How is this even possible? Mike and Jack stood there, their minds completely blown. Their company, Ithwikuk, had spent over 10 years perfecting thin film deposition. They were easily top 3 on the entire planet of Blue Star for innovation. Yet even their absolute best tech, their god-tier coverage and uniformity, only ever hit 60%. That number was already legendary. The market average a measly 48%. Hitting 60 meant you owned the game. It was the industry gold standard. But reality just slapped them in the face. They realized the truth there is always a higher mountain. That perfect score of 100 flashed on the screen like a blinding sun, leaving Jack and Mike stunned into silence. Wang Feng stood frozen nearby. It felt like someone smashed a giant ancient bell right inside his chest, the vibrations shaking his very soul. Is this kid seriously just a student? How could a rookie crush the pride of a global tech giant so easily? Lin Han finished the sequence. The broken machine didn't just restart, it roared to life like it chugged an elixir of immortality. A perfect 100. He just single-handedly raised the ceiling for the entire industry to a godlike level. Lin Han strolled over to Mike and Jack, chin up, cool as ice. Easy does it. The machine is fixed. I went ahead and finished the rest of the steps for you. Don't mention it. And hey, you won't be needing Uncle Wang for this anymore. Jack mumbled, his brain short-circuited by shock. There's no secret trick to this step. Lin Han grabbed Wang Feng's arm. Let's go. They walked out of the tech zone like bosses. Jack and Mike just stood there watching Lin Han and Wang Feng fade into the distance. Snap back to reality. They rushed to the tech zone. Everyone was already swarming the chips Lin Han just processed. Jack and Mike grabbed 2 chips with trembling hands and shoved them into the tester. 100. Flawless. That kid didn't just get lucky. He had mastered the absolute peak of thin film technology. He held the future in his hands. Oh God, this is a nightmare. Jack and Mike exchanged terrified looks. They wanted to use the brat to destroy Wang Feng's reputation. Instead, they just got absolutely owned by a child. How do they explain this? If they don't get rid of Wang Feng now, they'll never sleep soundly again. They had to find another way to make him disappear. Back in the office, Wang Feng shoved a glass of water at Lin Han and locked the door tight. His eyes were darting around suspiciously. Lin Han flinched. Uncle Wang, chill. What are you doing? Wang sat down, practically vibrating with excitement. How did you do that? Is it magic sorcery? Lin Han raised an eyebrow, awkward. Magic, please. I'm not a wizard. Wang frowned. So you messed with the machine? No way. You looked like a pro. Do you actually know thin film deposition? Lin Han gave him a side eye that screamed, duh. Took you long enough to notice. Wait, really? So that score of 100, that was legit. Lin Han shrugged. Obviously. Wang Feng gasped, sucking in a cold breath. Mother of... Kid, who are you really? Lin Han, 7th grader. Beijing No. 3 Experimental Middle School. He dropped the biggest bomb with the straightest face. A 7th grader. You're telling me a middle schooler just crushed decades of corporate research? Wang Feng looked like he was about to lose his mind. Lin Han spread his hands. I'm not too strong. They're just too weak. What a flex calling the pros weak, savage. Lin Han took a sip of water, looking at the stunned man. His face said, I know you're shook, but save the drama for later. Lin Han analyzed the situation. Uncle Wang was clearly sick of working for these foreign companies. These foreign execs looked down on everyone. They treated the locals like dirt. Our people fought hard to stand tall. Yet here we are still bowing to these jerks. No way. Wang Feng slumped in his chair, sighing. You don't get it. They bully us because they hold the tech patents. They flaunt their superior tech and walk all over us every single day. I've always wanted to master this tech, go independent, and tell those blonde-haired bosses to shove it. Lin Han smirked. Great minds think alike. You're going to get fired anyway. Let's build our own empire and kick Ithwikuk out of the country. Wang sighed. But the tech, they watch me like a hawk. Uncle Wang, Lin Han said calmly, I am the tech. Their methods are ancient history. Wang Feng's eyes lit up like high beams. I knew it. You were thinking the same thing. Ha 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 ha. I've got a few $1 million saved up. You bring the tech skills, I put up the cash, and we split the profits. Deal. With our powers combined, we're going to be absolutely unstoppable. The ultimate uncle-nephew duo is about to take over the world. Linham just laughed it off like the cool protagonist he is. I'll supply the god-tier tech unk, but you run the show. I've got way too many side quests to finish to sit in an office all day. Wang Feng pressed his lips together, holding back his emotions. No point arguing now. It was time to leave this toxic drama fest behind for good. Meanwhile, chaos was brewing. Dumb and Dumber Jack and Mike burst into the CEO's office without knocking, interrupting the boss while he was having a very private meeting with his hot secretary. The two lovebirds jumped up like they'd been electrocuted. Jack, Mike, have you two lost your minds? Ever heard of knocking, or were you raised in a barn? The boss was fuming, his mood completely ruined. I was in the middle of something important, spit it out or get out of my face. Boss Nick, it's a disaster, Jack stammered. Wang brought some brat to the lab today. They went wild and almost bricked an entire batch of wafers. If we hadn't stepped in with our big brain moves to save the day, the company would have lost millions, maybe even tens of millions of dollars. We barely stopped it. Nick's expression darkened instantly. Say what now? Someone tried to wreck my money. Afraid the boss wouldn't buy their story, Jack panicked. He quickly pulled up a video clip, heavily edited to cut out the context, of course. Look, see for yourself, boss. On the screen, the kid looked like a gremlin wrecking the assembly line. Nick's face turned purple with rage. Get Wang in here now. I want his head on a platter. These snakes were clearly plotting together. That was the last straw. Wang Feng was done playing their game. Wang Feng had already packed his cardboard box. He looked up to see Mike leaning against the doorframe, smirking like a villain who thinks he just won the lottery. Well, well, looks like you know your place, trash. How perfect timing, loser. Boss Nick is screaming for you. You're so cooked. Wang Feng shot him a glare sharp enough to cut glass. Then he marched straight towards the lion's den without looking back. Linham didn't follow him. This was corporate warfare, and it wasn't his turn to fight yet. Besides, he didn't need to be there to know exactly what kind of garbage was spewing from their mouths. The second Wang walked in, Nick didn't even ask for his side of the story. He just slammed the tablet down blind to the truth. Wang Feng, I'm officially warning you, I think the sales director seat has made you too comfortable. You've gotten lazy. We almost lost a fortune today. If Jack and Mike hadn't saved your hide, the company would be ruined. You've been at IREC for years. How are you still messing up like a rookie? Wang opened his mouth to defend himself, but Nick cut him off with a hand wave. Save it. I don't want to hear your excuses. The evidence is right there in 4K docking. Your pay is letting you off easy. Hand over your director title. You're done. Mike stood on the sidelines pouring gas on the fire. I told him to stay out of the lab, boss, but he just had to play hero. Classic incompetence. Jack nodded like a bobblehead. Yeah, thank God we were there, or it would have been game over. Losing money is one thing, but ruining the IREC reputation, that would have been unforgivable. Don't look so sour, Wang. It's your own fault I can't protect you. Suddenly, Wang Feng burst out laughing. Protect me. Protect me. Is that what you call this circus act? You clowns conspired to frame me with dirty tricks. You cooked up lies just to kick me out. Do you think I'm stupid? You're pinning this on me to cover your own tracks. Linham was right about everything. This place is absolutely rotten to the core. You animals have been trying to squeeze me out for ages. Well, guess what? I'd rather starve in the streets than be treated like a dog by the likes of you. Wang Feng had reached his breaking point. With a heavy thud, he slammed his employee ID card onto the floor. I quit, go find another puppet to control. From this day on, IREC Company and I are mortal enemies. And you too, Jack Mike. I won't forget this backstabbing. Just you wait, karma is coming for you. But the dynamic duo just rolled their eyes. Shh. Who do you think you are? Just you wait, please. Without IREC Company, you're absolutely nothing. Wang Feng narrowed his eyes, memorizing their faces for the revenge arc. Then he stormed out like a boss. Later at a tea house, he was chugging tea like it was hard liquor. Old Fang and Linham sat there awkwardly. The vibe was heavier than a gravity training room. Finally, Old Fang sighed. Bro, you can't get drunk on tea, stop trying. Linham told me everything that went down. If they want to look down on us, then we have to show them what real strength looks like. Wang Feng suddenly froze, then slammed his cup down. I just can't swallow this anger. I gave my blood, sweat, and tears to IREC, and those snakes repaid me with betrayal. Whatever I'm doing, what Linham said, we'll start our own empire. And when I'm on top, I'll crush IREC Company like a bug. I'll make them regret being born. Suddenly, Linham smirked, a dangerous glint in his eye. Actually, destroying their reputation might be easier than you think. The air in the room froze. Wang Feng and Old Fang stared at him blankly. Say what now? What do you mean? Linham leaned in, dropping the bomb. Remember that batch of wafers I repaired? Wang Feng blinked. Is there something special about them? Old Fang frowned. Define special. Wang Feng started listing the technical specs, and Old Fang's brain almost short-circuited. Thin film deposition technique, 100% absorption rate, perfect refractive index. That's light years ahead of IREC's current tech. That's impossible. Old Fang massaged his temples to stop the headache. He stared at the teenager like he was seeing a ghost. Who is this kid? He went there to learn from them, but ended up schooling the entire company. IREC just played themselves in the worst way possible. They're doomed. So is there a link between this little creature and the Eric Company's reputation going down the drain? Linham smirked a dangerous glint in his eye. It's called the circle of karma, baby. Just wait and grab the popcorn, the real show is about to start. 3 days later, Wang Feng officially launched the thin film deposition tech company. The workforce, a literal army of fresh blood from Huaxiao University? And true to his word, Linham invested with pure brainpower, passing down every single secret of the deposition technique. Fang Qishan and Wang Feng were tight like brothers, so naturally the old professor stepped in to handle the tech side temporarily. But the moment he held the technical blueprint Linham provided, the old man froze. His heart started hammering against his ribs like a war drum. Even though he'd taken his heart medication, seeing Linham's handwritten genius made him tremble uncontrollably. The excitement was simply too much to contain. He had to pop a quick-acting heart pill just to keep from passing out. Once his pulse stabilized, he clutched those blueprints like a veteran general holding the map to the final victory. In his hands, this wasn't just a stack of paper. It was a piercing ray of light destined to shatter the dark monopoly of foreign tech giants. This was the legendary weapon they needed to snatch back their resources from the greedy capital overseas. To him, these techniques were more precious than his own life. He remembered the old days knocking on the doors of foreign high-tech firms begging for just a scrap of knowledge. But those foreign managers, they looked at him like dirt. They mocked his heritage, calling them the sick men of East Asia while laughing in his face. A real man stands tall between heaven and earth. How could he let such a massive humiliation slide without fighting back? And now Linham had handed him the sword of vengeance. A chance to crush those foreign corporations and make local businesses stand proud and tall. The game was officially on. Meanwhile, Nick got an email from a partner company singing high praises for the Eric Company. Nick grinned like a Cheshire cat. Ha 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 ha, the Fruit Company is still booming as always. But did they really need to use such flowery language? Ding dong, an email from the CEO of the Fruit Company himself. 3 days later, Nick sat face to face with the legendary Boss Jobs. Boss Jobs slid a packaged chip across the table. He smiled. Thanks to your thin film deposition tech, we've created the perfect chip. Nick frowned, totally confused. Is there any difference between this batch and the last one? Brother Jobs, what do you mean it's the same stuff? Boss Jobs looked skeptical. Nick, are you pulling my leg? This time your tech, the thickness, the refraction, the absorption, it's all at 100% standard. It's in a totally different league from before. Nick was flabbergasted. What 100%? You can mess around for 3 days, but you can't survive if you mess yourself up. It's clearly always been 60%. Brother Jobs, are you tripping? Boss Jobs pointed at the chip, getting impatient. How could this be fake? After saying that, Jobs frowned, realizing something wasn't adding up. This film-deposited chip came from the Eric Company, right? Logically, Nick should know about his own product. Besides, I've already used this batch for our latest high-end mobile product. The press conference is the day after tomorrow. The Fruit Company's performance is about to skyrocket thanks to this. If we keep using your tech, we'll dominate the mobile world. That was exactly why Boss Jobs invited Nick out to discuss a massive reorder. If the Eric Company's tech was this god tier, they would need a massive supply moving forward. It's your company's product. How do you not know? Boss Jobs took a sip of coffee, eyeing him suspiciously. Nick laughed awkwardly. The label did have his code, but 100%. That was insane. He racked his brain. Did he miss something? Then he remembered the production of this specific batch. He gasped, a cold chill hitting him. It was Jack and Mike. It seemed those two, while trying to fix the broken chips, accidentally upgraded the quality to 100%. Talk about a blessing in disguise, Nick muttered. Boss Jobs looked up. I'm here to establish a long-term partnership and increase our orders. Nick snapped back to reality, his eyes lighting up like dollar signs. The Fruit Company was the hottest thing right now. If he rode this wave, the Eric Company wouldn't just grow, they'd become the biggest tech giant on the blue planet. The money would flow like a river. Just thinking about it gave him a rush. Haha, good. No matter how many orders the Eric Company will take them all. Jack and Mike had the tech anyway. They just copy the process and boom, 100% standard again, right? Nick nodded, already counting his chickens. Seeing Nick so agreeable, Boss Jobs immediately whipped out the contract. Under the warm cafe lights, Nick scanned the document. His heart nearly exploded with joy. An order for $500 million. Brother Jobs, you really treat me too well. Jobs smiled back. Not at all. This is just a small initial order to test the waters. If it wasn't for the cutting-edge tech from Eric Superb, the board wouldn't even look at this contract twice. If we pull this off, we're looking at another $5 billion, maybe even $10 billion in pure profit. Let's join forces and totally dominate the entire mobile market of the blue planet. By then, your company will be the supreme manufacturing overload. The two of them laughed like villains plotting world domination. But back at headquarters, Nick was gripping the window frame so hard his knuckles turned white, shaking with pure, unadulterated rage. Standing behind him were Mike and Jack, heads bowed low like naughty schoolboys caught cheating. You two absolute animals. A $500 million contract flushed down the toilet because of your stupidity. So you wanted to kick Wang Feng out, and that's why you pulled this dirty, underhanded scheme? You scumbags, you trash? Nick's face turned purple. If he hadn't announced the Fruit Company contract right there, he would have been played like a fiddle forever. Jack swallowed hard and whispered, Boss Nick, honestly, fixing this mess isn't actually mission impossible. Nick narrowed his eyes, hands on his hips giving Jack the death stare. If you have a fart to release, let it out now. Jack and Mike were trembling like leaves in a hurricane. Jack knew he had to talk fast or die trying. It was Wang Feng's nephew who fixed the tech before. Instead of begging the old man, why not just buy the kid off? Who on earth doesn't like money? Right, am I right? Nick scratched his head. It was a desperate play. Fine, but the clock is ticking. If you don't find that brat in 3 days, you two are dead meat. Jack and Mike looked at each other, nodding frantically. Finding one kid in the capital, it was like looking for a needle in the ocean. 2 days later, Jack and Mike were empty-handed and sweating bullets. Finally, they had no choice. They had to track down Wang Feng first to pry his nephew's address out of him. After digging through every contact, they found out Wang Feng had started his own gig, the Huaren tech company specializing in thin film deposition tech. Finding Wang Feng, Jack and Mike put on their fakest smiles. Oh, Wang, we were so wrong before. You're a big man with a big heart. Surely you won't hold a grudge against us, little guys. Wang Feng lit a cigarette, took a long drag, and blew a thick cloud of smoke right into their faces. The disrespect was palpable. The two of them coughed and hacked, waving the smoke away. Wang Feng, we wouldn't dare mess with you now. Messing with you cost us our jobs. We had to start our own thing too. Jack laughed nervously. Wang, if you need anything, just holler. Let's let bygones be bygones. Right now, we have a super important favor to ask. It's about your nephew. Just then, Lin Ham strolled onto the scene. Jack and Mike rushed over like desperate salesmen. Hey, little bro, come here, let's chat. Wang Feng stepped in, blocking them with one arm like a fortress wall. In broad daylight. You two trying to kidnap a child now? Lin Ham instantly saw through their fake act. He exposed them without mercy. You two are here for the thin film deposition tech, aren't you? Jack and Mike nodded like bobbleheads. Yes, as long as you agree to help our company, we'll pay an astronomical price. Lin Ham looked them dead in the eye and said one word, scram. Jack and Mike froze their faces, turning from shock to fury. Before they could even start yelling, Lin Ham hit them with another scram. It was the ultimate face slap. The anger Wang Feng had been holding back was finally unleashed. Lin Ham's voice was ice cold. Didn't you guys look down on us locals before? Now you come crawling back, begging a local to save your company? Where's that foreign arrogance now? Lin Ham might be young, but his words were sharp daggers, stabbing right into their pride. Jack and Mike were about to explode. Jack pointed a shaking finger at Lin Ham. You little punk. We're only inviting you because we value talent. Don't think you're some kind of god. Lin Ham smirked a dangerous glint in his eye. Just wait and see. When you stand in the shadows, you're already flirting with death. Jack and Mike turned to leave, but panic set in. They failed to get the kid. Now what? If that $500 million contract implodes in their hands, Boss Nick will literally skin them alive. Even worse, if they can't deliver, the fruit company is going to demand massive compensation. According to the contract, failure means paying 3 times the penalty. That's $1.5 billion and their reputation destroyed. It was clear which was more important, dignity or life. Suddenly, Jack and Mike dropped to their knees in front of Lin Ham and Wang Feng. Snot and tears streamed down their faces as they begged. We were blind. Our dog eyes couldn't see Mount Tired Director Wang. It's all our fault. You are a generous man. Please convince your nephew to save us. Wang Feng narrowed his eyes. He wasn't a saint anymore. Wang Feng dropped his cigarette butt and crushed it under his heel, grinding it into the dirt. That stomp felt like he was crushing years of frustration. The clouds above parted, and a beam of holy sunlight illuminated Wang Feng like a hero. Meanwhile, the shadow of the building perfectly covered Jack and Mike, leaving them in darkness. The visual symbolism was absolute perfection. Wang Feng looked down at the pathetic duo and asked in a low, dangerous voice, when you framed me back then, did you ever imagine this day would come? And when you guys kicked me to the curb like trash did, any of you try to stop it? Even a little? That question hit Jack and Mike like a truck. They froze, heads hanging low, their eyes screaming pure despair. Wang Feng didn't let up. You guys showed me zero mercy back then, so why should I play nice with you now? I'll say it one last time. Get lost. I never want to see your faces again. Whatever happens to your crumbling company is not my problem. Jack and Mike were drowning in panic. They realized too late that they had dug their own graves. But that despair quickly turned into venomous hatred. They stood up, realizing the bridge between them was burned to ashes. So they dropped the act completely. Fine. You think you're all that? I refuse to believe no one else on this planet can handle the 100 standard thin film tech. Just you watch, we'll survive this. Your little Huaren tech is the one that's going to crash and burn? As they stormed off, Wang Feng flashed a big thumbs up to Lin Han. Nice work, kid. That felt absolutely amazing. I took so much crap at that company, but today the score is settled. But Lin Han just smirked and shook his head. Settled, uncle. The real show hasn't even started yet. Wang Feng paused. There's more. What are you cooking up, little bro? Back inside the office, things got serious. Lin Han leaned in, his voice low. That $500 million order from Apple, do you want it? Wang Feng's eyes practically turned into dollar signs. Of course I want it. That's Apple. One order like that would make us the kings of the industry. Lin Han's lips curled into a confident smile. I figured you'd say that. But before we grab the prize, I've got a little side quest. He signaled for Wang Feng to come closer. He whispered the plan. Wang Feng looked dazed. Apple stocks, Lin Han nodded sharply. Buy now. But their stock is already at an all-time high. Isn't it risky to expect it to go higher? Lin Han chuckled. Think about it. Why were Jack and Mike so desperate to find us today? It's because Apple just increased their order volume with them. That's why they were sweating bullets. If they can't deliver, Apple will demand compensation. That penalty fee will snap their cash flow in half. Their entire company is going to crash and burn. Wang Feng listened, but he was still buffering. Okay, but what does their failure have to do with us buying Apple stock? If their supplier goes bankrupt, Apple can't ship products. Shouldn't that make Apple's stock drop? Buying in now feels like we're walking into a trap, doesn't it? Lin Han sighed, looking at his partner like he was teaching a toddler. He prepared to spell it out. Suddenly the gears in Wang Feng's head clicked. A grin spread across his face as he shouted, "Wait, we're going to swoop in and steal that order. With our tech, Apple's performance will skyrocket. The market goes crazy, the stock jumps, and we make a killing." Lin Han nodded. Exactly. Nothing builds capital faster than playing the market right. Ever since he awakened the heaven-defying comprehension system, the world looked different to Lin Han. Regular geniuses might see 2 or 3 steps ahead, but Lin Han, he was playing 4D chess, seeing 10 moves into the future. Everything was dancing in the palm of his hand. Wang Feng didn't hesitate for another second, he went all in. Meanwhile, Jack and Mike were proving just how naive they really were. They called in every favor and pulled every string, but nobody on Earth could match the 100 standard tech. Defeated, they crawled back to the office. Nick was so stressed his hair was falling out. He swept everything off his desk in a blind rage. Crash! Expensive equipment scattered across the floor, shattering into pieces. You two useless idiots forced Wang Feng out, and for what? Are you happy now that $500 million order is toast? Apple demanded the 100 standard. I thought you morons could handle it, but it turns out the real genius was that kid all along. You lied just to get rid of your competition. Damn it! I'm going to make you pay the $1 billion penalty out of your own pockets. This is all on you, Nick screamed until he was gasping for air. The Apple order was gone. Their company had to wave the white flag. They admitted breach of contract, begging Apple to lower the penalty fees. It was their only hope. If Apple demanded the full amount, their company would be wiped off the map. Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, the CEO of Apple dropped a bombshell announcement. The new phone model was coming with a processor 60% faster than anything else. It wasn't just an upgrade, it was a technological revolution. Breaking news just hit the wire and Fruit Corp stock is blasting off to the moon. After the press conference, Boss Jobs strutted back to his mansion ready to pop a bottle of vintage wine. But then, a random text from overseas slid into his DMs. Our thin film deposition tech hits 100% purity. Jobs let out a cocky laugh. Scammers trying to hustle the king of tech, what a joke. But the smirk was wiped off his face when Nick called. Listening to the voice on the other end, Boss Jobs froze like a statue. Remember the golden rule of web novels? 30 years east, 30 years west. Never look down on a poor youth. Nick was apologizing frantically, but Boss Jobs' eyes were popping out like cartoon saucers. Sorry? If sorry worked, we wouldn't need the police. If you told me this yesterday, I could have spun the story. I could have saved face. But now, it is way too late. I already held the press conference, I hyped the world up, and now you tell me you got nothing. Because of your clownery, Fruit Corp is about to lose over $10 billion in market value. Can you even pay that charging you triple damages is going easy on you? Nick was shaking in his boots. $1.5 billion. That was enough to bury his company 6 feet under without a gravestone. Boss Jobs, please have mercy. Nick tried one last Hail Mary, but Boss Jobs wasn't having it. This wasn't just his money. He had a board of directors breathing down his neck. I have to answer to the shareholders $1.5 billion. I expect every single penny. If you don't pay, I'll sue you for every dime of damage Fruit Corp suffers. And that amount would be way more than $1 billion. Nick fell into the abyss of total despair. It was checkmate. He slammed the phone down, eyes bloodshot like a demon. He ground his teeth looking ready to murder the 2 useless idiots Jack and Mike. Without you 2 morons, our company would have ruled the world. We were destined for greatness. But now we are bankrupt. Are you happy now? You chased away the real talent. Are you satisfied? Nick screamed like a banshee. Jack and Mike trembled like leaves in a storm. Nick was so angry his heart gave out, and he collapsed into his chair with a heavy sigh. I will give you exactly 1 day. Bring me $100 million each, or I am dragging you to court and making you pay with your lives. But let's be real, how are these losers going to find $100 million? You could sell their organs on the black market and still not make a dent in that debt. And so, the hammer dropped. Under the crushing pressure of Fruit Corp, Nick's company had to cough up a staggering £1.5 billion. The company collapsed instantly, and the root cause was the sheer incompetence of Jack and Mike. The court ordered the dynamic duo of failure to pay £300 million in personal damages. For using illegal business tactics, they got slapped with a 5-year prison sentence. Nick's empire turned to dust and he got deported. Back in the UK, without cash, you were a nobody. The former CEO was reduced to living off welfare checks. From top of the food chain to homeless bum. All because they looked down on our main character for being Asian. But Fruit Corp wasn't out of the woods yet. Without the 100% tech, Boss Jobs' press conference was now a massive lie. How to fix this mess? Boss Jobs was tearing his hair out, literally going bald from stress. Then he remembered that scam text from earlier. Call that number? It sounded crazy, but desperation makes you do wild things. He decided to risk getting played. Worst case, I lose a few million. Best case, it saves the entire company from sinking into the abyss. That is the mindset of a leader. He dialed the number. Ring, ring. Hello? Welcome to One-nanometer customer support. Jobs didn't hesitate. I need to place an order. The 100% standard type. Wait, you guys actually have it. Uncle Wang hung up the phone and stared at our MC Lamham like he was seeing a ghost. His eyes were bulging out. You said Boss Jobs would call us himself, and he actually did. We actually snagged the Fruit Corp deal, haha kid. Are you a psychic or something? Lamham just tapped his temple. It is all up here. I've been grinding for 2 days straight. The production line is ready to roll. With my method making that 100% film is easier than eating bean sprouts. Talk about a flex. Uncle Wang felt like his partner wasn't human. He must be a deity sent down to help him build a business empire. This was way better than slaving away like a dog back at Nick's toxic company. They were going to be rich. I bought $3 million of that stock you mentioned. I will split $2 million with you. But Lamham shook his head. I don't need cash. I want Fruit Corp to fall. Uncle Wang was confused. Wait, aren't we partnering with them? Why do you want them to go bust? Lamham didn't elaborate. It is too early to explain. Just trust the plan, Uncle. Wang took a deep breath and nodded. All right, you are the one leading us to glory. I will follow your lead blind. Shortly after Boss Jobs arrived at One-nanometer to inspect the production line in person, the executive checked at the specs on the X100 standard and boom, perfection. He was grinning like he just won the lottery, thinking Fruit Corp was finally back in the game. He didn't waste a second signing a 500 million gold yuan contract with Wang Feng, setting the delivery deadline for the next quarter. With the contract safely in the bag, Wang Feng made sure to accidentally on purpose leak the news to some special friends across the ocean. Meanwhile, Nick, Jack and Mike were currently stuck in a closet-sized cell on the other side of the world, sewing clothes like miserable NPCs in a prison simulator. When they heard the news, they completely lost it. The Huaxia guy they used to look down on was now bawling out of control, the biggest winner of them all, while they were stuck scrubbing floors. Talk about instant karma, the heavens don't miss. Back at home, the production lines at Huaren Tech were spinning like crazy, never taking a break. Every single batch using the thin film deposition technique taught by Lin Han was hitting a perfect 100 score. Wang Feng was practically dancing with joy. Those little chips weren't just silicon, they were pure cash stacks. At the same time, Fruit Corp's stock price shot to the moon, sending shockwaves through the entire Huaxia mobile industry. The local mobile bosses were crying rivers of tears, totally helpless against the surge. But here's the tea, the mobile game is all about that core tech. Fruit Corp teamed up with the top photolithography giants on Blue Star to create that sweet 7-nanometer processor. Add in their super smooth software ecosystem that traps users like a comfortable spiderweb, and it's no wonder they gobbled up the market share, becoming the unshakable final boss of the mobile world. But the real reason Lin Han wanted to bankrupt Fruit Corp wasn't just business. In his past life, those phones were actually spy devices stealing top-secret data, and they even had a kill switch to detonate remotely. Countless innocent people got hurt just because they bought a trendy phone. When the war started, those devices turned into pocket-sized bombs. Some poor souls were literally blown to pieces. It was a living nightmare of fate worse than death. Massive amounts of classified intel was stolen, dealing a critical hit to the nation's defense that they almost couldn't recover from. So yeah, people say science has no borders. That's total garbage. When the bombs start falling, that convenient smartphone becomes a weapon in your pocket. Or history lesson fam, back in the day during the invasion, car factories turned into tank plants overnight. That's a lesson written in blood. Lin Han looked up at the sky, and the clouds seemed to morph into that arrogant bitten apple logo. He clenched his fists, eyes burning with cold fury. Fruit Corp, your free trial of existence has just expired. Wait, what? You want to go all in on the nanometer tech? Aha, say less, I've got you back 100%. General Fang Qishan was hyped. He pulled a red document from his desk and slapped it down in front of Lin Han. Take a look at this kid, it's going to blow your mind. Ah, the classic frenemies dynamic. Lin Han picked up the red file, scanning it carefully like he was reading a legendary skill book. It was a battle plan. The document outlined measures to counter the foreign tech invasion. The state was finally dropping massive buffs and financial aid for local tech industries. Basically, this meant that any company involved in the mobile game or related tech fields could sign up for these government cheat codes and infinite money glitches. This was huge news. It meant the big wigs upstairs were finally serious about leveling up local companies to fight back against the fruit empire. Lin Han smirked. He was already 5 moves ahead. I've been setting things up. I'm working with Uncle Wang Feng, and we just secured a $500 million bag from Fruit Corp. Fang Qishan took a sip of tea and nodded like a proud sensei. Wang Feng gave me the heads up on that. I actually told him to load up on Fruit Corp stock before the deal dropped. Now that their stock is skyrocketing, he's cashing out big time. We made a killing. Lin Han nodded. I want Uncle Wang to expand into phones. We can supply him with 3-nanometer chips. As far as I know, and the entire Blue Star, only Huaxia has the tech to make 3-nanometer chips right now. Fang Qishan's eyes went wide. You want to snatch Fruit Corp's market share? Lin Han's grin was savage. Snatch it, no. I'm going to uproot their entire family tree. Fang Qishan gulped. He saw a glint in Lin Han's eyes that was way too intense for a teenager. It was the sharp, decisive look of a veteran general. Right now, Fruit Corp is the Rolls-Royce of phones. Taking them down is like fighting a dragon with a stick. Can a kid really pull off a miracle like this? Fang Qishan couldn't hide his worry. Lin Han glanced at the document again, smiling. The leaders were smart. Since the stage is set, I'm going all out. Our nation can't just rely on big guns. We need to dominate the tech world too. You can't run fast with one crippled leg. Just look at what happened to the Red Bear Empire back in the day. Anyway, I need a favor, Dr. Fang. Fang Qishan grinned. Name it. If I can do it, consider it done. Lin Han thought for a second. I'm planning to build a lithography plant here in Huaxia. Do you have any connections for that? Fang Qishan frowned, confused. Doesn't Dr. Li already have more than 30 of those 3-nanometer machines? That's enough to open a factory. You want to build another one that's going to cost a fortune. He rubbed his chin, thinking hard. All right, let's roll with it. I'll help you call for investors first. Building a plant burns money like crazy. Lin Han shook his head with a mysterious smile. No, Uncle, you've got it wrong. The lithography plant I'm talking about is nothing like the ones you know. Check this out, Uncle. It's just a rough sketch, but it's got potential. Lin Han casually slid the blueprint across the table like he wasn't handing over the future of humanity. The moment Fang Qishan laid eyes on the papers, his brain short-circuited. His eyes popped wide open and he froze like a statue in a museum. His trembling finger pointed at the document as he stuttered, Wait, is this actually doable a 1-nanometer lithography machine? My God, this isn't just an upgrade. It's a technological quantum leap. Honestly, even Lin Han wasn't 100% certain, but building this chip foundry was destiny calling. And in this game, speed was everything. Delaying would only mean game over. Getting this built early was the only way to secure the nation's future. In his previous life on a parallel blue star, once AI technology evolved into its final form, the world changed forever. The Eagle Nation had hogged all the tech bloodlines and computing power, controlling 80% of the planet's wealth and crowning themselves the supreme overlords of the blue star. They bullied every other nation into submission, rewriting history. But Lin Han had lived through that nightmare once, and he refused to let history repeat itself. This chip technology wasn't just metal and wires. It was the key to unlocking god-tier computing power. So, Uncle, do you have any leads? Lin Han asked, cutting through the silence. Fang Qishan's eyes darted around as he calculated the odds. If this tech was legit, their country would instantly jump to the top of the server, dominating the entire blue star. I don't know if the investors are ready to ball out like that, but we have to shoot our shot. Wait for my signal. 3 days later, the stock market was going crazy. Apple's stock price had hit a new high, but Wang Feng knew this was just the appetizer. Once the new Apple phone with 60% more computing power dropped, the stock was going to the moon. That would be the perfect time to cash out. Just off the Apple orders alone, Wang Feng was already swimming in money, and he knew exactly who to thank Lin Han. Without that kid, Wang Feng would be grinding like a corporate slave for the rest of his life, never tasting financial freedom. He lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and looked up at the sky with a grin that said he finally won at life. That same day, Fang Qishan came through with big news. He had found a tech giant ready to throw some serious cash into the game. These guys started from the bottom and rode the industry wave to the top, expanding their empire into everything. Now they were heavy hitters in software commerce media. You name it, they owned it. With an annual production value of $30 billion and a net profit of $6 billion, this wasn't just a company, it was a kingdom. Fang Qishan had even written up a full dossier on them. He slid a stack of documents toward Lin Han with a confident smirk. Take a look, and if you don't vibe with them, I'll find another one. We keep going until you're happy. Lin Han appreciated the hustle and flipped through the file. The target, Rongsheng Technology. The CEO, Zhang Hongwei. And wow, this CEO was a stunner, 35 years old, filthy rich, and looking like a model. The backstory read like a main character script, which was exactly Lin Han's flavor. The most impressive part? This CEO didn't just push papers. They built their own research and development team from scratch. The reason Rongsheng Tech was dominating the market was specifically because of that obsessive focus on R&D. This is the one, Lin Han decided instantly. When can we set up a meeting? Fang Qishan chuckled. I figured you'd say that. No time to waste, right? The three of them met up at a high-end tea house conveniently located right underneath Rongsheng Tech's headquarters. But the moment CEO Zhang Hongwei saw Lin Han, the vibe shifted. He looked at Lin Han's young face shocked and immediately turned to roast Fang Qishan. Seriously, old Fang, is this about me stealing your girlfriend back in college? You're still salty, so you hire a high schooler to pitch me a fake project. Are you trolling me right now? Zhang scoffed. Fang Qishan shot him a deadly glare. Can we leave the ancient history out of this? Zhang Hongwei pouted like a dramatic celebrity. You're the one playing games with my time. What kind of blueprint prank is this? You haven't changed a bit since college. Still hot-tempered, still arrogant, and still blind to real talent. Fang signaled for the dramatic CEO to sit down. Zhang Hongwei frowned, his face crumpling in annoyance. He started clicking his Zippo lighter, nervously tapping it against the table while eyeing the duo suspiciously. Look, I had my experts check this blueprint. They aren't sure it's even possible. If I didn't know you personally, I wouldn't drop a single dime on this. Consider this investment an apology for breaking your heart back in the day. Fang Qishan looked like he wanted to slap the arrogance right off Zhang's face. This guy was really pushing his luck. Quit bringing up my dark past. We're talking business here, Fang barked, losing his cool. Zhang Hongwei took a deep breath and slammed his Zippo onto the table. $500 million. That's my limit. Don't ask for more. You know my situation. I have a board of directors to answer to. I can't just burn cash. Fang Qishan wagged his finger like a disappointed teacher. 500 million, no way. Lin Ham is building a chip foundry, not a pig farm. 500 mil is chump change. We need at least $2 billion. Zheng Hongwei looked at him like he had lost his mind. He smashed his Zippo down on the table again with a loud crack, clearly offended by the audacity of the request. He practically exploded out of his seat. Stomping his left foot down like he owned the place, he shouted, "Old Fang, you have crossed the line. $1 billion is my final offer, don't push your luck." Fang narrowed his eyes, looking up at Zhang with a devilish smirk. "Oh, really? Do you want me to spill all your dirty little secrets from my college days? Like how a certain someone was still wetting the bed in the dorms?" Before the words could fully escape, Zhang slapped his hand over Fang's mouth in a panic. "Bro, are you trying to ruin my reputation over some petty cash fine? You win $2 billion? Consider it a debt I owe you, just shut up." Fang chuckled, shaking his head. "See, I knew you couldn't handle me without throwing money at the problem." Zhang let out a heavy sigh, shooting his friend a glare full of resentment. Even though he agreed to the $2 billion investment, his company Prospertech was already swimming in deep waters. Pulling out $2 billion right now wouldn't exactly kill Prospertech, but it was like peeling off a layer of skin. That wound wasn't going to heal overnight. Whatever. He'd just chalk it up to the guilt he owed Fang. Back in the day before Fang went to study abroad in the Eagle Nation, he asked Zhang to look after his girlfriend. But plot twist, Zhang and the girlfriend caught feelings, and he ended up stealing his best friend's girl. Even though she only dated Zhang after breaking up with Fang, the bro code was still violated. If Fang wasn't such a loyal guy, these two would have been mortal enemies by now. So honestly, $2 billion was a cheap price to pay for a guilty conscience. Whether Fang wanted revenge, or actually wanted to build this lithography factory, Zhang had to pay up. But the real question was, could this little kid actually pull it off? "Old Fang, be real with me. You're the one actually running the lithography project, right?" Zhang asked, praying for a yes. Fang shrugged, looking completely unbothered. "I wish I had that kind of talent. Let me introduce you properly. The young master in front of you is a 7th grader from Beijing Middle School. His name is Lin Han. The entire lithography project will be under Lin Han's command." "Got it." Zhang looked like he swallowed a fly. He thought Fang was going to drop some big professor's name. Turns out the mastermind is a student, and not even a college student, but a middle schooler. Is this some kind of sick joke? After processing the shock, Zhang came to one conclusion. He grabbed a CPU-shaped lighter from the table and pointed it at Fang like a weapon. "You are definitely scamming me." "Damn it. If you didn't have dirt on me, I would have tossed you out the window by now." He rolled his eyes and let out a defeated breath. "Send him to my company at 2 o'clock this afternoon. I owe you big time." With that, Zhang stomped off. Walking out of the tea house, he rubbed his temples furiously. Why does the universe decide to dump all the trouble on him at once? Did the great CEO Zhang just invest in a kid's crayon drawings? After Zhang left, Fang seemed to drift into a deep memory, staring at nothing. Lin Han noticed the shift in the atmosphere. Fang was drowning in his thoughts, but it wasn't the right time to pry. Finally, Fang snapped back to reality and started talking about Zhang again. "You know why that idiot agreed to drop $2 billion on a project nobody believes in?" The setting sun cast a blood-red glow over the table, making the empty teacups look like they were burning. Fang sighed, his voice heavy with regret. "Who told me to be such a nerd back then? All I did was study. I guess everyone has that one regret they can't let go of." Lin Han's face grew serious as he listened. His own regret? It was watching his homeland Huaxia get crushed by the Eagle Nation in his past life. Huaxia had been scarred and trampled, filled with wounds. That's why in this second life, he swore to stop that tragedy from ever happening again. Cut to the Prospertech entrance. Suddenly a security guard stepped in Lin Han's path. "Hey brat, what do you think you're doing? Get lost. This is a high-end corporate building, not a playground." Lin Han calmly stated he was there to see Zhang Hongwei. The guard burst out laughing. "Oh look, he even knows the CEO's full name. How cute." Another guard joined in the mockery. "Beat it, kid. Do you really think a place like this is for someone like you?" But their bullying was loud enough to catch the ear of Zhang, who was just walking up. From a distance, Zhang's face turned darker than a thunderstorm. "What is going on here?" The guard pointed at Lin Han, thinking he was doing a good job. "Boss, this little brat keeps saying he's looking for you. Don't worry, we blocked him." Imagine a kid saying he's here to discuss business projects. Hilarious, right? Zhang shot the guard a look of pure disgust. Then, right in front of their shocked faces, he grabbed Lin Han by the arm and pulled him inside the building. Staring at the backs of Lin Han and the CEO, the two guards froze. It was like they just got hit by a mental sledgehammer. "Bro, did that kid just walk in with the big boss?" Yeah, he did." "Oh my God, he actually knows the CEO. I'm finished. I'm cooked. I just graduated and got this sweet gig at a big company thinking I was set for life. I haven't even been here a month, and I already offended the CEO's guest. My resume is going to have a massive black stain on it forever." Honestly though, Zhang wasn't that petty. Unlike those cliché web novels, a CEO like him didn't have time to hold grudges against random security guards. Besides, he was more worried about the kid. Whether this middle schooler could actually save his company was still a massive question mark. In his heart, Lin Han wasn't a VIP, yet just a risky gamble. He led Lin Han straight to the lab. Inside, a 60-year-old researcher in a white coat was leading a team of stressed-out middle-aged scientists. Boom! A sudden flash of fire ripped through the air. The 60-year-old researcher and his team scrambled back, but speed wasn't their strong suit. It was already too late. Their faces were instantly roasted like marshmallows at a campfire. The old head researcher literally coughed up a cartoon-style ring of black smoke. Another failure. Relax, old man, bye. We just need to take it slow. The man everyone called Old Man Bai was the 60-year-old brain of this operation. Old Man Bai scratched his messy grey hair stress lines deepening on his forehead. If we don't crack this advanced gold core stacking tech soon, our company is officially toast. Mr. Bai! Just then, Zhang Hongwei arrived, dragging Lam Ham along with her. Old Man Bai spun around. He looked like a mad scientist who had just lost a fight with the toaster, nearly making Zhang laugh out loud. Mr. Bai, look at you. The old man laughed awkwardly. We're trying to upgrade the core quality, but every time we hit layer 4, the whole thing rejects the stack. The internal wiring gets more tangled than headphones in a pocket. It short circuits, and then, boom. That's why we look like chimney sweeps. Anyway, CEO Zhang, what brings you down to the dungeon? CEO Zhang pushed Lam Ham into the spotlight. Meet the partner my friend recommended. Surprise! The blueprints you saw earlier. This is the genius who drew them. Old Man Bai squinted at Lam Ham, his face twisting into a scowl. I was wondering why I couldn't understand them. Turns out they were just kids' scribbles. Wait, hold on. CEO Zhang, what did you just say? He is the partner. Old Man Bai looked like he'd seen a ghost. The young researchers behind him looked like their brains had just crashed. Has CEO Zhang finally lost her marbles? Partnering with a literal child? What are we doing here? Playing marbles? Or maybe hide and seek? Are we just throwing cash out the window now? CEO Zhang, please let me knock some sense into you. I think, and then think again. CEO Zhang smiled bitterly. I already gave my word. Besides, I don't think he's scamming me. And even if I get played, I'll accept it. The company is already a sinking ship. Might as well try a Hail Mary pass while we still can. Old Man Bai sighed, the weight of the world on his shoulders. The fruit company is dominating everything right now. They just held a press conference. Their boss bragged about boosting processing speed to 60%. It's crushing the domestic market. Our orders are plummeting. The capital chain is about to snap like a dry twig. Suddenly, a high-pitched scream pierced the air of the lab. Hey, you brat, don't touch the merchandise. While everyone was busy with the drama, nobody noticed the main character making a move. Lam Ham had quietly slipped into the lab like a ninja. He was already toying with the precious gold core they were trying to polish. Luckily, someone spotted him. Otherwise, this kid would have turned a fortune into scrap metal. Who gave you permission to touch our gear? Old Man Bai roared. Even CEO Zhang frowned. This kid was acting like a total loose cannon. Lam Ham was dragged out, but he was still clutching a piece of the gold core. CEO Zhang put her hands on her hips, shaking her head. Looks like relying on this kid was a bust. Lam Ham, you can't just grab expensive tech like that. Put it down before Mr. Bai has a heart attack. At that moment, Lam Ham held up the gold core and smirked. With the way you guys stack this piece of junk will never break past the 4th layer. The room went dead silent. Then the outrage hit. What does a milk-drinking kid know about high-tech? Old Man Bai demanded an answer. Lam Ham held up 3 fingers. 3 hours. That's all I need to fix your mess. Everyone's eyes narrowed. CEO Zhang stood there, hands in her pockets, scanning the teenager. Could this brat really be the miracle they needed? If he could actually do it, their company, Vinthin, might actually rise from the ashes. But the odds were slimmer than winning the lottery. A kid saving a tech empire? It sounded like a bad movie plot. Old Man Bai let out a dry, sarcastic laugh. Sure, kid. If you can break this bottleneck, you'll be the hero of the company. Heck, forget the lab. If you pull this off, the CEO might even promise you the stars in the sky. CEO Zhang sighed. Old Man Bai, you really have a dark sense of humor. Lam Ham didn't blink. I'm borrowing the lab. Result in 3 hours. Without waiting for permission, he walked back inside, alone. A young researcher wanted to stop him, but the seniors held him back. Let him play pretend. What's the worst that could happen if he somehow stumbles onto a solution we win? And if he wrecks the lab, we fix it in 10 minutes. He's just a kid, he doesn't have the strength to destroy the heavy machinery. Everyone shrugged. 3 hours. Let the kid have his fun. Inside the lab, the atmosphere changed instantly. Lam Ham's expression turned serious as he began stacking, polishing, and sealing. A super chip stacked with 16 layers materialized before his eyes. He checked the stats. Perfection. 0 flaws. 3 hours later, Old Man Bai and CEO Zhang were waiting by the door like anxious parents. Lam Ham strolled out looking bored. Old Man Bai smirked, ready to mock him. So, kid, did you have fun in your playground? Lam Ham just gave a cool smile. It was all right, I guess. Old Man Bai let out a heavy sigh, sounding like a tired grandpa. Look, kid, if you're done playing pretend, just head home, okay? Stacking star essence isn't some child's game you can just breeze through. But before the old man could finish his lecture, Lin Han casually held up the finished product like it was nothing. Old Man Bai squinted for a second and then Bammy froze like a statue. Was this a 4-layer stacknar that didn't look right? Lin Han shrugged, looking totally bored. 4 layers, please. If that's all it was, I wouldn't even call it technology. I stacked this bad boy 16 times. Every circuit is linked and the power test is green. It's ready to roll. Say what? Old man Bai's eyes almost popped out of his skull. 16 layers. Lin Han nodded with a straight face. Yeah, unfortunately, I maxed out at 16 layers for now. Excuse me, only 16. Bro, if physics didn't hold you back, you'd probably ascend to godhood right now. Old man Bai's entire understanding of the universe just shattered into a million pieces. Director Zhang rushed in like he smelled money, grabbing the chip to inspect it. Wait a minute, the thickness hasn't even changed that much. 16 layers. That should be impossible. Lin Han just chilled. I shaved down every layer to microscopic thinness so it doesn't look like a brick. Zhang gulped audibly. Even a legend like Old Man Bai couldn't crack this code yet. This kid just did it like it was homework. Mr. Bai, double-check this for me? Tell me I'm not dreaming right now. Old Man Bai looked up, down, left and right. His fingers were trembling like he was holding a sacred artifact. 16 layers. The old man spent his whole life sweating blood just to get 4 layers, and this guy grinds out 16 in 3 hours? The quality, absolute perfection. The circuit connections, literal grandmaster level. Perfect doesn't even begin to describe it. It was beyond perfect. Old Man Bai hoisted the chip into the air like Rafiki holding Simba in The Lion King, grinning like a kid who just got a PlayStation 5. He spun around and whispered to Director Zhang, "Hey boss, that 2 billion you dropped, definitely not a waste. You need to buy the stacking tech from him immediately. We're going to revolutionize the market with this. Every partner who ever doubted us is going to be begging for orders. The company is back from the dead baby." Director Zhang nodded so hard his neck might snap. "You are absolutely right." Then Zhang looked at Lin Han with the greedy eyes of a merchant. "Look, I already invested 2 billion. Throw in some freebies here." Lin Han just shook his head. "No way, Jose." Zhang thought the kid was being stingy and looked crushed. Okay, can I buy it? Then name your price." Man, this guy really knows how to haggle. Lin Han kept shaking his head. Zhang was starting to sweat bullets. Buying isn't an option either. Come on. Suddenly, Lin Han dropped another bomb. "I'm not just giving you the stacking tech. I'm going to upgrade your entire packaging and etching process while I'm at it." "Say what now?" Director Zhang's jaw hit the floor. "Packaging and etching too? You know how to do that stuff?" Lin Han shrugged. "Just a little bit." The students in the back started whispering, "But stop flexing your show off." "Just a little bit," he said. 3 hours later, every single eye in the room was glued to Lin Han's hands in pure awe. That tiny chip seemed to be glowing with holy light. Lin Han had just put on a masterclass in packaging and etching right in front of their faces. He didn't just fix the chips. He hacked their machines and boosted them to god-tier levels, especially the packaging units. Lin Han noticed Old Bai was using that ancient dusty dual-pin tech, so he casually upgraded everything to CSP chip scale packaging. This tech made everything razor-thin while boosting storage capacity into the stratosphere. It was a quantum leap forward. Compared to that old-school dual-pin garbage, this new setup increased storage capacity by 10 times. Old Man Bai stared at the packaged chip and the upgraded machines like he was looking at a miracle. A huge grin spread across his face, his wrinkles bunching up with pure joy. "Ha ha 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 ha, to see our nation possess this kind of legendary tech in my lifetime. I can die happy now." The students in the back poked their heads out, totally confused. They asked, "Professor Bai, is this tech really that OP?" Old Man Bai frowned at them. "You clueless brats, have you never seen true greatness before? This is a conceptual technology I only saw once at a top-secret firm when I was studying abroad in the UK. Even they were just researching it. I had no idea how it actually worked because it was still highly experimental. The beauty of this is how incredibly thin it gets utilizing a centerpin layout. There are too many buffs to list." Old Man Bai rubbed his hands together, looking at Lin Han with total hero worship in his eyes. "Master Lin, can you please walk us through the process? This has been the biggest mystery of my entire career. Back then, when I saw the Westerners proposing this, I was dying to know the science behind it. Even that fancy foreign company couldn't pull it off. And now, I finally have the chance to learn the ultimate truth." To Lin Han, though, this wasn't rocket science. It was just a little side quest to save trouble for later. Besides, it's better to teach a man to fish, right? By training Old Bai and his crew, the nation's tech level was about to level up big time. So just like that, Lin Ham's exclusive masterclass was officially in session. Director Zhang rolled the chalkboard in like a supportive hype man. Lin Ham grabbed the chalk ready to cook. He might be a short king with a baby face, but the moment he started lecturing absolute boss energy, "Listen up today, I'm only dropping the alpha on this specific CSP layer packaging tech. Master this one move and every other packaging technique will unlock for you like a tutorial level. We're talking wire bonding protocols to process the raw base, linking the connections, and finishing it off with a laser-marked signature. Simple. I'll write up a walkthrough guide for you guys later." Professor Bai's eyes lit up instantly. He looked like a student who just aced the final exam, pure, unadulterated excitement. "Young man, how did you even come up with this big brain strategy?" "I've been grinding chip tech for decades and never thought to package it this way. This is absolutely world-shattering." Meanwhile, Professor Bai's students were standing there with their jaws on the floor, looking like NPCs who just witnessed a glitch in the Matrix. "What sword river? What laser mark? Are we speaking the same language? Why marks with lasers, though?" Everyone was clueless. Even Director Zhang felt her brain short-circuiting. The complexity was way over her head. But when Linham explained it, he made this S-tier technology sound as easy as making instant noodles. Who knows if the others got it, but Professor Bai was looking at Linham like he was a descended god of engineering. So that's how it works. That's the secret. It reminds me of the old days when I went to the Western Empire to learn. Their local students could touch whatever they wanted, look wherever they pleased. But for me, just because I was from Cathay, they made me stand behind a line. I wasn't even qualified to touch the machines. But from today on, our nation has the world's leading chip packaging tech. The tables have finally turned baby. If those Western guys want to learn from us now, I'm making them stand outside the yellow line. Professor Bai's eyes shimmered with tears. Decades of humiliation were finally being washed away. Hearing the old man's story, Linham suddenly remembered a similar scene. An old veteran once went to the West to see advanced tanks and artillery. A foreign soldier had blocked that old hero, forcing him to watch from a distance like a second-class citizen. It was a bitter, heart-wrenching memory. But Linham vowed right then and there, those days are over. Never again. Linham clenched his fist. His packaging tech and polishing methods weren't just science, they were the last hope for the Wing Xing Tech Company. Director Zhang took Linham straight to a freshly approved plot of land. 300 hectares, enough space for Linham to build his legendary lithography fortress? Director Zhang stood there, hands in her pockets, looking at Linham with a satisfied grin. Honestly, even if the factory never gets built, spending 2 billion credits just for the packaging and polishing tech was already a steal. Pure profit. Oh, this is your sandbox now, kid. Go wild. Linham nodded with a smile. Just as she turned to leave, she paused and glanced back at him, her inner detective trying to connect the dots. This is all Old Fang's doing, isn't it? He sent you to help me, but he was afraid I'd lose face, so he made up this excuse about building a lithography project. Linham thought about it. She wasn't entirely wrong. The project was real, but whether Fang intended to help indirectly, that was up for debate. Linham just smiled, keeping his mouth shut. Director Zhang gave a slightly awkward laugh and said, "Anyway, if you need backup, just call Professor Bai and the crew. I've already briefed them. The whole guild is ready to support your project." Linham gave a simple, As she walked away, he scanned the massive empty field, a wild grin spreading across his face. The lithography factory construction starts now. It's time to give this world a little culture shock. The wind is rising. Time to haul in the net. Meanwhile, at a tea house, Director Zhang was pouring a drink for Fang Qishan. "Old Fang, seriously thanks. Ever since I heard your charging tech had a breakthrough, I wanted to ask for help honestly. I just couldn't bring myself to say it. But now, you sending that Prodigy kid to save my company? You're a lifesaver." Fang Qishan frowned, holding up a hand. "Hold up. Pause. Who is helping who now?" Director Zhang laughed. "Oh, come on. Why are you still hiding it? I know everything. Don't worry. I won't forget this massive favor." Fang Qishan just stared at her thinking, is she drunk or did I miss a chapter? 3 months later, the lithography fortress had risen. Linham had to admire the insane speed of the nation's construction crews. The original roadmap said half a year for the foundation, but these guys speed ran the whole thing in 3 months flat. The foreman adjusting his hard hat walked up to Linham. "Factory's done, boss." Boss Zhang already settled the bill inspection passed. "If you need anything else, hit us up. Cathay Construction always delivers." Linham nodded, stepping into the factory with pure hype flowing through his veins. From a distance, the building looked like a colossal circular arena. This design wasn't for show. Linham wasn't building a traditional factory, he was turning the entire building into one giant breathing lithography machine. Inside the circular megastructure, there were 100 optical paths. The light source energy was split apart, filtered through lenses and barriers, then refocused. Because of the sheer intensity of the light source energy, the level of precision isn't just different, it's in a whole other league once those beams hit the lens. Think of it like this, 100 different light paths equals 100 unique specs running at the same time. We're talking everything from microscopic 1-nanometer precision all the way up to 1 millimeter, like separate factory lines for light. Once this light field engine revs up, it's going to crank out tech at a scale that defies logic. You might be thinking, hey, aren't those fancy foreign lithography machines supposed to be the best? Please don't make me laugh. Their top-tier gear only handles one light path at a time, struggling through lenses just to focus. But Linhan's setup? It's a beast that splits beams into a parallel multi-head system, handling every X-ray spec from 1 nanometer to 1 millimeter instantly. Of course, this light field is just phase 1. We need at least 3 more months to get the real production lines roaring. Linhan still had to tweak the gear and build some shiny new toys to make it all work. In the meantime, the Dream Team assembled Li Pei and Zhao Donglai joined forces to build a brand new production chain. While Li Pei handled the lithography magic, Professor Fang Qishan couldn't resist jumping onto the bandwagon. He took charge of the architectural side, and before anyone realized it, Linhan had accidentally kickstarted a high-tech industrial revolution. Even Wang Feng hopped on board. And just like that, the very first Cluster C industrial zone of Huaxia was born. Everyone agreed Linhan was the MVP who should run the show, but there was a tiny, awkward glitch in the plan. Our genius MC is still a minor. The paperwork to make a kid the CEO would be a total nightmare. Linhan couldn't care less about titles, though. Since Fang Qishan was the OG who connected everyone, the solution was obvious. With his status as a high-ranking academician, the team unanimously voted Professor Fang as the face of the industrial zone. Meanwhile, across the ocean, the Fruit Company officially dropped their third-generation mobile device today. Their CEO stood on stage hyping up their revolutionary 7-nanometer chip like it was alien technology, a 60% performance boost. That single stat became the headline that shook the tech world. With that buttery smooth system, they promised the ultimate premium experience, mocking Huaxia for still playing with dirt. The hype was real. People were fighting to buy one, and the Fruit phone became the ultimate status symbol across Huaxia overnight. Thanks to that A7 chip and some overclocking magic, sales weren't just good, they were exploding all over the blue planet. Naturally, the Fruit Company's stock price went to the moon. Fortune changes faster than a lightning strike in this game. In a single night, they snatched up 90% of the market. They were basically untouchable gods. Huaxia's domestic phone makers took a critical hit. Many couldn't handle the pressure and rage quit the market entirely. You couldn't walk down a street in Huaxia without seeing that Fruit logo everywhere. But amidst the chaos, Wang Feng was laughing all the way to the bank. With 3 million shares, his assets ballooned to nearly $30 billion. Back before the stock pumped, he listened to Lin Han's golden advice and went all in, buying more every time he had spare cash. Of course, he wasn't just guessing, he was following the cheat codes given by the mastermind. Lin Han had thrown down massive capital, betting almost half of the company's cash reserves on this play. Now that the stock had pumped over 30 times its value, Wang Feng had enough FU money to sleep on a pile of gold for the rest of his life. Lin Han watched the Fruit Company's press conference with a smirk, scrolling through their record-breaking sales data. Smooth system check, A7 chip check, 60% boost, cute. A cold smile played on his lips. It's time to reel in the net. He immediately signaled the crew release the 3-nanometer chip. And here's the kicker. Any mobile manufacturer from Huaxia gets first dibs and a sweet discount. It was time to let the 3-nanometer era kickstart the true mobile revolution. He also shot a message to Wang Feng, dump the Fruit stocks now and short the market. Wang Feng didn't hesitate, he trusted Lin Han 100%. Meanwhile, the Fruit CEO was grinning like a villain at his sales charts. Good, but 90% market share isn't enough. As long as we breathe, no other company gets a slice of this pie. We're going for total domination. The Fruit Company staff roared in applause, celebrating their monopoly. The fever continued spreading as more and more Huaxia citizens emptied their wallets for the trendy foreign phones. Domestic brands tried to fight back, but the Western powers blocked all tech sales. The Huaxia market was being devoured alive. Local phone manufacturers were crying tears of blood, screaming, "How are we supposed to compete with this rigged game? They only sell the good chips to their buddies and lock us out completely. It's total bullying." They promised a global server where resources are shared, but look at reality. While we opened our gates, they slammed theirs shut and banned us from the game. This is straight-up gangster behavior. They own the tech, so why should they let a newbie like you use it? Stop crying and blaming the heavens because you're weak. If our country is so great, why don't we just craft high-tier gear ourselves? You guys are just keyboard warriors talking trash. Besides the top-tier servers, who else has the skills to research this god-level tech? The rules said free market, but the Eagle Nation is cheating. They're blocking us just to help the Fruit Company monopolize the entire world map. It's a total thug move, but hey, that's the privilege of having deep pockets. You try being a thug, then I can't lie. Though the Fruit Company's phones are actually cracked. If domestic brands weren't trash, they'd make top-tier phones too. The internet turned into a chaotic battlefield filled with trolls roasting our outdated tech. But even when getting beat down, you got to stand tall. There were still loyal voices cheering for the home team. Everyone was praying the government would step up and boss talk with the Eagle Nation. The higher-ups were hustling non-stop. The foreign ministry tried to negotiate, but they got hit with the coldest shoulder in history. Minister Zhang was absolutely fuming. He wanted to call out their bullying, but he had to hold it in. Our nation is still leveling up right now. Going to war with the Eagle Nation at this stage? That's a suicide mission with zero loot. Damn it! Are we supposed to just swallow this insult? They are literally stepping on our necks and treating us like a doormat. Even though he's a diplomat and a suit beneath that tie beats the heart of a savage warrior. Wanting to drop a few F-bombs is totally understandable. Zhang reported the failure to the big boss, and the atmosphere in the room turned heavy with rage. Just then, the chief secretary handed a file to the leader. The leader took a look and his expression shifted instantly. His eyes lit up like lasers. A high-tech industrial zone. In 3 hours, a meeting that decides the nation's fate begins. The leader summoned the top council for an emergency summit. The topic, how to break the stranglehold these foreign powers have on our tech. The leader's finger landed on one spot, the brand new tech park established in the capital. We must go all in support our own high-tech zone with everything we've got. Policies were drafted at lightning speed to spread across the nation. And just like that, Lin Han's master plan was officially a go. But Elder Fang was sweating bullets. He rushed to find Lin Han to talk about a massive worry. If we drop the 3-nanometer chip news and nobody believes us, the plan flops. Lin Han, however, had already run the simulations in his head. He had calculated every single variable. Out of dozens of phone brands, someone will be desperate enough to try. Real quality speaks for itself. Lin Han broke it down calmly for the old man. Elder Fang nodded slowly, the tension leaving his shoulders. You haven't missed yet, kid. Go ahead and let the chef cook. A few days later, the bomb dropped. Huaxia Tech released the 3-nanometer chip for sale to domestic phone makers. The news hit the internet like a hurricane. Wait, we actually made 3-nanometer chips? No way. Is this cap? This has to be fake news? Even the overseas servers are stuck at 7-nanometer tech. It's definitely a psyop, just a trick to stop the fruit company's stock from mooning. With our current tech level, making 3-nanometer chips is like dreaming in 4K impossible. Major domestic manufacturers wanted to reach out to Huaxia Tech, but nobody believed a random company could pull off this miracle. They thought it was a classic case of catfishing selling dog meat as lamb. So the companies that wanted to collab got cold feet and ghosted the offer. Meanwhile, the fruit company's stock didn't drop, it kept pumping. Boss Sai, the mastermind, was watching everything like a hawk. A true tycoon processes an ocean of data every second. He filters the noise, finds the signal, and crushes the competition. Especially the CEO of a super corporation like the fruit company, he operates on a different level. Hearing the rumor about the 3-nanometer chip, Boss Sai did a quick background check. He let out a mocking laugh. That poor backwater place. If they actually made a 3-nanometer chip, I'll eat my shoe. It's physically impossible. It's just hype. The bubble will burst soon. While Boss C chilled, Wang Feng panicked, sold his stocks, and ran to find Lin Han. Lin Han called a squad meeting to figure out the next move. But suddenly a piece of news dropped that restored everyone's faith. The official state media announced that Huaxia Tech is the real deal. Their advanced tech is officially certified as world-class. With the government co-signing them, the doubt vanished instantly. Huaxia Tech went from sus to legendary in a split second. The local phone manufacturers were sweating. Bullets worried that the Huaxia Tech was total cap. But fear of missing out kicked in, so they rushed to hit up the tech giant ready to cop a batch and clap back at the competition. Lin Han and the squad were absolutely shook when they heard the news. The government really came through in the clutch. Fang Tishan laughed. You think the big wigs just yap about politics all day? Huaxia is stacked with talent. You can't run a massive country like this without some serious skills. Lin Han took a deep breath. He never once doubted the country's power level. With the state backing them, Lin Han could finally chill. The legendary 3-nanometer chips were officially circulating in the domestic market. Li Pei's factory was suddenly drowning in orders. Production capacity was maxed out and things were getting crazy. He had to drag dozens of his grad students onto the assembly line to work overtime just to keep up. Everyone looked like pandas with those dark circles. Prof, are we engineering or dying? This grind is brutal. Li Pei's sweating bucket snapped back. We are on the front lines of a trade war, people. Stay frosty and keep pushing. 2 months later, the domestic brands started dropping their new heat at press conferences. Our grapefruit phone is rocking that 3-nanometer chip boosting processing speed by 200%. Check out this new UI, smooth as butter, and the big rice phone. We are all about value. This 3-nanometer beast we're using, it crushes that 7-nanometer trash from a certain company by 20 times in calculation speed. Just like that, domestic brands snatched 30% of the market right out of the fruit company's hands. Compared to the struggle bus they were riding before, this 30% was a lifesaver. Hope was finally back in the building. Over at the fruit company, the big boss was raging hard. Is Huaxia trolling us? Is this manufacturing real? Is their chip legit or just fake news? His secretary slid a bought grapefruit phone onto the desk for a teardown. Boss, we checked this 3-nanometer chip they hyped up. It's the real deal. High-tech sorcery. We even talked to the top lithography guys abroad and even they can't hit 3 nanometers yet. The big boss looked like he'd seen a ghost. That's literally impossible. Our stock prices are riding a roller coaster right now. If Huaxia's nanometer phones keep stealing our lunch money, we're going to crash hard. By then, it'll be game over for us. We need a processor that can rival Huaxia's tech, and we need it yesterday. Meanwhile, Zhang Tuankai was chilling at a luxury villa with 2 baddies. After his last screw-up, his parents raged and grounded him for 3 months. But honestly, for a rich kid like Zhang, it wasn't even a punishment. His parents covered the $30 million loss, so he was back to his playboy lifestyle without a care in the world. Stroking a beautiful girl's hair, his eyes turned cold. Lin Han, didn't think a brat like you had hands. I'm not taking that L. Next time I catch you slipping, I'm going to destroy you completely. Ring ring, suddenly a call from Smith came through. Zhang sat up, eyes gleaming. You have the 3-nanometer blueprints? Say less. I'm interested. And don't worry, I know Fang Tishan. I've been to his office with my parents a million times. Her stealing from him will be a piece of cake. Zhang hung up, hopped in his red Ferrari, and zoomed straight to Fang Tishan's office like a man on a mission. Sneaking in while Fang was out, he used a spy gadget from Smith to crack the safe. Bingo. The blueprints for the 3-nanometer lithography machine were sitting right there. He snapped a copy and secretly met up with Smith at a cafe. Smith inspected the designs, drooling over the tech. But just as Smith went to pocket the blueprints, Zhang snatched them back. Hold up, Smith. You promised me revenge. What does stealing this tech have to do with Lin Han? Smith smirked. This blueprint is enough to bankrupt Huaxia's chip companies. Our intel says the mastermind behind their recent tech boom is actually that 12-year-old kid. It sounds crazy, but our sources are never wrong. Zhang gasped, feeling a chill. He knew Lin Han was special back then, but he didn't realize the kid was this powerful. Fine, I'm in. Let's burn Huaxia's chip industry to the ground. I'll show that brat Lin Han that messing with me is a fatal mistake. Mystery solved. Zhang Junkai smirked like a villain who just pulled off the perfect heist, waving the stolen blueprints right in Smith's face. Mr. Smith, since I've got the goods, Let's talk big money. 8 hours later, Smith rolled up to the fruit company who were currently stuck in a losing battle. Boss Sai heard the heavy hitters from AM Company, sent a rep, and came running out to meet him like he was greeting a savior. The moment they met, Smith slammed the legendary item down on the table, the complete blueprints for the 3-nanometer lithography machine. Listen up. Fruit Company and AM Company are in the same boat, fam. My higher-ups sent me here to help you weather this storm. This is the holy grail, the 3-nanometer design. With your resources, I calculated you guys can crank out a working machine in less than a month. And when that happens, we'll join forces and create the most overpowered chip the world has ever seen. Boss Sai scanned the documents, his face lighting up with shock and pure joy like a kid on Christmas morning. Who cares if Huaha broke the trade blockade? Even if they make a 3-nanometer chip, does it even matter now? They're stuck between a rock and a hard place because their ecosystem and mobile software are totally bugged out. As long as we have the 3-nanometer tech too, we'll absolutely crush Huaha. Smith nodded. Exactly. Let them taste our wrath. Boss Sai was brimming with confidence. Deal. Just like that, a month flew by, and Lin Han finally finished crafting all the legendary components for the factory. That meant the lithography plant was officially ready to go live and start production. But suddenly the phone in the office screamed to life. It was Fang Tishan, and he sounded like the sky was falling. His voice was frantic like a catastrophe had just hit. Hello, Lin Han. We have a massive problem. Fruit Company just announced their 3-nanometer chip is in mass production. They're dropping a new batch of phones with that tech in just 1 month. Our domestic phones just hit a wall. Nobody is buying. All the consumers are saving their cash for the new Fruit phone. But here's the glitch in the matrix. How on earth did they get 3-nanometer technology so fast? Did they have a trump card hidden up their sleeve this whole time? This is bad. Lin Han knew they needed an emergency war council immediately. The 4 elders, Fang, Li Jiao, and Wang, sat around the tea table sweating bullets and looking like they'd seen a ghost. Lin Han rushed in and the team huddled up. They knew a giant like Fruit wouldn't risk their reputation on a bluff. This 3-nanometer thing, it's 90% likely to be real. Zhao frowned at the tension in the room, thick enough to cut with a knife. Wang jumped in panic in his voice. If it's real, we're cooked. We don't have a single phone on the market that can go toe-to-toe with Fruit. Fruit's stock price is already shooting to the moon. Li let out a heavy sigh. I knew it was too good to be true. Whatever tech we can research the West can research too. We just forced them to use their ultimate move a little early, that's all. Why is our rise to the top always on hard mode? Fang flipped open his laptop to check the damage online. The first thing that popped up was Fruit's flashy ad for the 3-nanometer chip. The comment section was already blowing up saying Fruit was forced to go beast mode. I can't believe they were hiding such a power level this whole time. Domestic phone companies are trash zero original tech. It was probably all deciphered and stolen anyway. I told you guys, why did we suddenly have 3-nanometer tech? Turns out we just copy-pasted from overseas. Stop talking nonsense upstairs. Why can't the tech be ours? Meanwhile, the traitor Zhang Junkai was frantically typing, trashing his own country online. He was cackling like a maniac, his fingers flying across the keyboard in a frenzy of hate. Everyone knows we're famous for knockoffs. It's in our DNA to be thieves. There's no way we built a 3-nanometer machine ourselves. Don't make me laugh. I'm honestly ashamed to have this blood running through my veins. The keyboard clacked under his insane laughter. Zhang Junkai vented all his venom, feeling strangely satisfied, muttering to the screen, what a bunch of idiots. The moon is always rounder abroad, huh? Back in the office, Fang was reading the comments, hyperventilating with rage. These scumbags call us thieves. This is Lin Han's blood, sweat, and tears. If anything, Fruit Company is the one stealing from us. But that angry outburst suddenly sparked a light bulb in Lin Han's mind. Wait a second. Professor Fang, the 3-nanometer blueprints I gave you, they're still safe, right? Has anyone touched them? Lin Han's words froze Fang in his tracks. He frowned. They're in the safe in my office. I haven't organized them yet. You don't think? Lin Han nodded grimly. The group sprinted to Fang's office, cracked the safe, and pulled out the document bag. Fang stood there, paralyzed. His knees turned to jelly, and he slumped against the wall, his face draining of all color. The files, they've been touched. The seal on the bag was broken, clear evidence it had been opened. It wasn't how he left it. The horrifying truth hit them like a truck. The blueprints had been leaked. That explained everything. Fruit didn't invent anything. Their sudden 3-nanometer breakthrough was because they stole our tech. Fuang Kai-son finally stopped shaking, his legs turning from jelly back to solid bone. He immediately went into commander mode, barking orders at the security team. Get to the surveillance room now, he commanded. I want a full sweep. Someone has been creeping around my office like a rat stealing classified data. The entire security squad mobilized instantly. Lam Ham and his crew tagged along, marching straight to the control room like they owned the place. Eyes were glued to the monitors. The tension was thick enough to cut with a knife as they began scrubbing through a whole month of footage. It took 3 days and 3 nights of non-stop grinding. Finally, a shadow appeared. Fuang Ki-sun's eyes almost popped out of his skull. When the face came into focus, it hit him like a sledgehammer. It was Truong Tuan Kai, that absolute piece of trash looking unique in his filth like a cockroach on a wedding cake. Lam Ham's eyes narrowed into dangerous slits. I knew it, he muttered. It's him. Trio Dong Lai looked confused. Wait, isn't that spoiled brat supposed to be rotting in a jail cell? Lai Boy and Vong Fong exchanged clueless glances. Who is this guy? Should we know him? Fuang Ki-sun spilled the tea on the past drama. He couldn't believe the kid's parents were still enabling this behavior. It's absolutely crossed the line. Lam Ham stood to the side spitting facts about society. Typical, the cost of crime for the rich is basically zero. With parents like his, laws are just suggestions. Fuang Ki-sun didn't waste another second. He whipped out his phone and dialed a number that could shake the city. He was calling straight to the top Truong Tuan Kai's father, the second most powerful man in the capital. Hello, Mayor Truong. We need to talk. The mayor was in the middle of a meeting when he got the call. He was caught off guard. He thought the professor was calling to roast him about pulling strings to get his son out of prison. But after hearing the truth, the mayor's blood began to boil. That ungrateful animal, his hands just itched to cause trouble every single day. Professor Puang, listen to me. I promise you, even if his mother tries to block me, I won't protect him this time. Wait for my update tonight. The mayor hung up, leaving Puang Ki-sun with a glimmer of hope. That evening, the mayor returned home to his wife, the banking queen, who held the city's economy by the throat. She took one look at his face and knew the vibes were off. What's wrong with you, old Truong? She asked. You look like you swallowed a fly. The mayor exploded. What do you think? That beast you call a son, your pampering has turned him into a monster. Do you have any idea what he's done now? His wife just hung up his coat, frowning. Did you eat gunpowder for dinner? Why are you yelling? Isn't our son quietly staying at the villa? The mayor laughed a cold, bitter sound. Quietly, that trash just stole top-secret research from Professor Puang. The wife froze for a few seconds, processing the info. Then she frowned, whipped out her phone, and speed-dialed her precious angel. Meanwhile, Truong Tuan Kai was living his best life partying with 2 girls in his arms. He saw the caller ID and quickly signaled for silence. Hey, Mom, just chilling at home. Son, be honest with Mommy. Your dad says you stole from Professor Puang. That's not true, right? The smirk instantly vanished from Kai's face. He gulped nervously, then put on his best acting performance. Mom, how can you not trust me? I've been locked in the villa this whole time. I haven't stepped 1 foot outside. Okay, I believe you, she cooed. You're my good boy. Of course I trust you over them. Just for that, I'm sending you a reward. I'm transferring 100,000 credits to your account right now. Truong Tuan Kai grinned like he just won the lottery. Mom, you're the goat, love you to death. I'm gonna go play video games now, bye. He hung up. The wife turned to her husband, pointing at the phone. Hear that our son is innocent. Why would a good boy like him steal? I think that old professor is just salty because our son got out of jail early. He's holding a grudge. That old man dared to go against us before. I haven't even settled the score with him yet, and now he's trying to come for me. The mayor's face turned purple with rage. He pointed a shaking finger at his wife. Are you actually delusional? Fuang Ki-sun is a national treasure. A top-tier scientist. Why would a man like that lie? If he didn't have 4K proof, he wouldn't dare accuse us. It was definitely that rebellious brat. I'm telling you, call him back here right now. I'm going to confront him face to face. The wife instantly went full Karen mode. You're getting more senile by the day. You don't even trust your own flesh and blood. I'm going to fight you on this. The 2 of them started screaming, chaos erupting in the living room. You're crazy, she shrieked, tears flowing on command. If you send my son back to prison, I'll end my life right here, I mean it. The mayor let out a heavy, defeated sigh. He was completely checkmated. Fine. But how am I supposed to explain this to the professor? The wife rolled her eyes, scoffing. He's just an academic, isn't he? I'll handle him. The mayor threw his hands up, done with the toxicity. From today on, I wash my hands of this. You 2 can destroy yourselves for all I care. The wife smirked, claiming victory. She puffed out her chest, glaring at her husband. Call yourself a father. You're a coward. Give me his number. I'll teach him a lesson. A moment later, she dialed Puang Ki-sun. Back at the lab, Lam Ham and the team gathered around the phone. Fuang Ki-sun recognized the voice immediately. He kept it professional. Sister-in-law, is something wrong? The wife's voice dripped with sarcasm. Professor Puang, do you think our life is too peaceful? Are you plotting to throw my son in jail again? Let me make this clear. My Kai didn't steal your little toys. And even if he did, so what? He is just a child, a baby. If you have a problem, come find me. Click. The call cut off abruptly. Fuang Ki-sun stood there, face full of confusion, getting roasted the second he picked up the phone. What in the world just happened? He sighed with total helplessness. Truong Tuan Kai, that punk, is stubborn and refuses to change. His mother spoils him rotten, so they have zero clue how serious the consequences are. I'm filing the case file right now. If his parents can't control him, then the law will have to step in and do the parenting. Lam Ham smirked. And what if the law can't control him either? Fuang Ki-sun's face turned beet red. Standing before him was a 12-year-old kid, and his question was a direct slap to the face of the justice system. If the law cannot punish the wicked, is there any hope left for the future of the country? Bumpy roads eventually get paved. If we want this nation to be better, we start right here. It is never too late to try. Fuang Ki-sun looked serious. Rest assured, justice will be served. Major headache. Wang Feng rubbed his temples. So how do we deal with the fruit company's 3-nanometer chips flooding the market? Do we just let the fruit company conquer everything? Zhao Donglai added. Unless we somehow invent 1-nanometer tech. Li Pei laughed. In your dreams, 1-nanometer technology hasn't even been defined by science yet. It is basically fantasy. Wang Feng sighed deep. So we just stand here and watch the fruit company bully us. Damn it, look at the internet comments. The fruit company fans are strutting around like they own the place. Suddenly Lam Ham chuckled. Who said 1-nanometer doesn't exist? We are not just making 1-nanometer, we are aiming for the millimeter class revolution. Hearing this, Wang Feng checked Lam Ham's forehead. You don't have a fever, so why are you talking crazy? Lam Ham swatted his hand away. You don't believe me? Wang Feng and the others nodded their heads like chickens pecking rice. Of course we don't. That is 1-nanometer we're talking about. Lam Ham kept his cool. If you don't believe me, follow me. 103 agreements were on the line. It was all or nothing. Hearts pounding with doubt, the team followed him. With heavy steps, they trailed Lam Ham to the gates of Vinthin Technology. Right this way. Lam Ham flashed his employee ID. The security guard's eyes widened and he immediately ushered Lam Ham and the group inside with maximum respect. They passed a narrow corridor, crossed a second hall, and stepped through the glass doors. Boom, a massive circular structure appeared. This was it. Lam Ham led them into the light engraving field. The interior was so magnificent and complex it made them dizzy just looking at it. The field was active, humming with a low, powerful roar. A massive light source was split into 100 million parts. It raced down specialized tracks, converging and refracting before hitting the next stage. This is the light engraving field, Lam Ham declared, head held high. Hearing those words from a kid shocked the entire room. This place was completely different from any factory they had ever known. Lam Ham had shattered their reality. This wasn't just a machine. The entire building was one giant light engraving beast. It was hard to imagine how many brain cells were sacrificed to design a facility of this magnitude. So cool, this thing must pump out thousands of chips a day. Real 1-nanometer equipment is actually here. Just as they were admiring the view, boom! A deafening explosion ripped through the air. Everyone scrambled out of the facility. Black smoke billowed in the distance. Li Pei froze, his eyes locked on the burning building. That is my lab! My lab! Panic exploded in the group. Since the industrial zone was founded, Li Pei's lab had been its beating heart. Now that the lab was in trouble, anxiety spiked. They rushed to fight the fire. Luckily, the fire brigade was close and killed the flames in under 30 minutes. When Lam Ham caught up, he found Li Pei on his knees in front of the ruins where 33-nanometer machines used to be. Agony was written all over his face. Gone. It is all gone. Over 30 machines. Completely destroyed. The fire crew confirmed the worst, this was arson. Someone set the fire on purpose. We will work with the police to find the culprit. But you didn't need a detective to guess which shadowy power was pulling the strings. But catching the arsonist immediately, that was a pipe dream. Without the supply of 3-nanometer chips, domestic phone makers were instantly stuck in the mud. Meanwhile, the internet exploded with news of the fire. Public opinion was being steered by hidden hands. A laboratory in the capital has gone up in flames, the report said. Sources say over 33-nanometer machines were active inside before the disaster struck. Analysts predict the fire started in the heart of the country's 3-nanometer production line. This fire wasn't just an accident, it was a catastrophic blow to the domestic chip supply. These toxic rumors were spreading like a virus online, specifically designed to trigger mass panic and wreck the reputation of domestic phone makers. The comment section was a total war zone. Keyboard warriors were trashing local tech while simping hard for the fruit company's new 3-nanometer chips. They were spamming things like, "It's game over now. Since the supply chain burned down, domestic phones are basically bricks." Then the conspiracy theories started flying. Did the company torch their own lab to hide stolen tech? That sounds super sus. The logic was actually kind of terrifying. Only the lithography lab got roasted, while the other buildings were fine. Yeah, that screams inside job. The haters were having a field day typing, "Knew it, local tech is trash." All they do is copy-paste from the big dogs. Meanwhile, the rat himself, Jung Junkai, rushed back to his villa and ditched his disguise. He immediately FaceTimed Smith with a smug grin. "Did you see the news I crushed it?" He laughed like a hyena. "So pay up. How much is my cut this time?" $1 million sweet. Nice, that's like a year's worth of pocket money for me. If my mom knew I was actually earning my own cash, she'd be so proud. On the other end, Smith sounded annoyed. "Listen, kid, do not breathe a word of this to your mother, got it?" Zhang rolled his eyes. "Relax, bro, she won't snitch. Why are you sweating so hard?" The line went dead silent for a few seconds. "Just keep your mouth shut. That's an order." This entire disaster was a tag team operation between the fruit company and Smith. Their goal, to completely choke out the competition and crash the domestic market. "How can these local brands even dream of fighting us?" Smith thought arrogantly. "Their 3-nanometer chips are ashes now. And in 1 month, we drop our flagship product. Just wait until we punish them for even trying." The Fruit CEO laughed like a maniac, while Smith stood there with a cruel smirk on his face. Do they actually think they can make a comeback? Keep dreaming? They aren't even fit to shine our shoes? Back at the base, the mood was heavy. The team huddled together, trying to comfort Li Bi, who looked devastated. When Professor Fang heard the news, he stormed in from the courthouse, absolutely fuming. "Those animals, if I get my hands on them, they're dead meat." Lin Ham stayed calm in the center of the storm. "Professor Fang, what's the status on the lawsuit against Zhang?" Fang nodded aggressively. "I've filed the charges. Justice is coming. But right now, how do we handle the fruit company's counterattack? We can't just sit here and take the L. Linham looked up, his eyes burning with determination. If the fruit company wants a war, then we'll give them a war. I've already made a move. I signed a high-stakes gambling agreement with 10 major domestic manufacturers. I'm betting everything that the fruit company is going down. We're going to sell over 3 million units in a single month and take back the market. As soon as he dropped those numbers, the room went dead silent. Everyone looked at him like he was insane. Professor Fang frowned deeply. Kid, are you serious? You want to go head-to-head with the final boss right now? Linham nodded slowly. Absolutely. They think just because they have 3-nanometer tech, they can step on our heads and treat us like dirt. They think burning our lab was the checkmate move to destroy our hope. But they forgot one thing. We were mastering the art of war while their ancestors were still figuring out how to build a country. Linham's speech was fire, but the reality was brutal. The lithography factory was the bottleneck. To crank out 3 million advanced chips in 30 days, there wasn't a single factory on the blue planet capable of that speed. It sounded like a suicide mission, but seeing Linham's diamond-hard resolve, the team realized they had no choice. They had to ride or die with him. If they let the fruit company win now, it was game over forever. This was their only shot. It was the ultimate gamble. Could Linham really pull a miracle out of thin air and rip open a path to victory? 1 month later, the 10 domestic brands announced a joint press conference at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. And guess what? That was the exact same time the fruit company was holding their massive launch event. The disrespect was real. To the outside world, this looked like a bunch of eggs trying to smash a rock. Pure delusion. The internet trolls were laughing their heads off. LMAO, who gave these trash brands the confidence to launch against the fruit god. Do they want to be embarrassed? The fruit phone is clearly number one. Anyone buying those local phones has single-digit IQ. The hype for the main event was reaching boiling point. Everyone rushed to see just how overpowered the fruit company's new 3-nanometer beast really was. The God-tier conference was about to start. The live stream that millions were waiting for finally went live. The CEO of the fruit company walked onto the stage like he owned the world. All eyes were on their second flagship phone of the year, designed specifically to bury the competition. At the exact same moment, the 10 top domestic brands were unveiling their mystery devices. Behind the scenes, Linham gathered all the CEOs in a private room. The executives stared at the teenage genius in front of them, their expressions serious. This prototype you sent us, it's actually insane. We can source the components globally or hunt down local manufacturers for assembly. Output volume isn't the problem here. The real nightmare is the supply chain. Can the 1-nanometer chip actually keep up with demand? Think about it. If we hold this press conference and ghost the users on the 1-nanometer chips, our reputation is toast. 2 massive hurdles stood in their way. First, up supply. But Lin Han had already played his ace card, sending the 1-nanometer prototypes to the mobile giants. Their jaws hit the floor. Pure shock. They were all in ready to gamble everything on this insane tech. But listen, when a trade war pops off, it's not just about flashy tech, it's about production powerhouses. You need super-tier manufacturing capacity. Second problem, the marketability. Sure, the 1-nanometer is sexy, but will the consumers actually open their wallets? That's a whole different beast. Lin Han let out a sly, confident chuckle. Relax, didn't we sign a little wager, gentlemen? If this product flops, I'll cover every single cent of your losses personally. But if it sells like I know it will, for every phone sold, you owe me an extra 5% commission. High risk, high reward. The 10 CEOs exchanged serious glances. Without this counterattack, the fruit company was going to devour their market share anyway. They were dead meat regardless. Better to roll the dice. Who knows, maybe a bicycle turns into a Harley. It was unanimous. They nodded in sync and marched toward the press conference like warriors to the Colosseum. The online crowd was already swarming. Most of them were just grabbing popcorn waiting to see the domestic brands get absolutely wrecked by the fruit company's high-end gear. But hey, some folks were actually curious. Lured in by that 1-nanometer buzzword the 10 manufacturers were blasting, they wanted to see if it was the real deal or just smoke and mirrors. Meanwhile, all eyes were glued to Botu taking the stage. The crowd went wild. Botu, Botu! The internet worshipped him. The pioneer of the smartphone ecosystem, the beacon of hope for humanity. Basically, the man was a god in their eyes. He fired up the presentation, flexing the new speed and features powered by the 3-nanometer chip. We have the greatest ecosystem on the blue star. The strongest camera tech, the crispest screens, the ultimate processor. Botu spread his arms like a messiah. The giant screen behind him lit up with the next-gen fruit phone animation. A sleek 55-inch metallic beauty zoomed into view. This was it. As the phone appeared, the crowd hit a collective climax, chanting the brand name like a religious mantra. Immediately, Botu dropped the specs on the upgrades. The 3-nanometer chip has evolved. Processing speed has hit 5 million billion calculations per second. The audience gasped before he even finished. To make sure these plebs understood the raw power, Botu clicked to the next slide. On the left, the fruit phone. On the right, a desktop computer. The stats were insane. One phone packed half the raw computing power of a full PC. This device shatters all rules. It is the ultimate mobile tool. Whether you're a CEO, a student, an office drone, or working in the field, this is your weapon. Our Office suite is fully integrated into the fruit phone. Total functionality turned into reality. With this performance leap, we are launching a brand new era. Thunderous applause shook the room. Bo too bathed in the adulation. He spread his arms, eyes closed, savoring his God-complex moment. The fruit company is writing history today, he thought to himself. Take that, Huaxia. It's a taste of your own medicine. You never saw this coming. Our 3-nanometer tech leaves your clumsy attempts in the dust. We are leagues ahead. A cold, arrogant smile crept up his face. The fruit company was simply untouchable. Shut up and take my money I'm ordering right now. Bro, ordering online is a breeze, no stress. I see 1 million pre-orders already. That is absolutely insane. Fruit company is the GOAT. Domestic phones are literal fossils compared to this. They won't catch up in 10 years. Meanwhile, the 10 domestic brands launched their counteroffensive. The product revealed the A1-nanometer chip, the first superclass 1-nanometer chip on the Blue Star. 120 tops of computing power speed demons assemble. It was a coordinated strike. All 10 brands blasting the same message. The superclass 1-nanometer chip is here. But the crowd, zero respect. Oh please, everyone knows we're famous for knockoffs. Do these guys even have a supplier for 1-nanometer LOL? Fruit drops 3-nanometer. So you panic launch a fake 1-nanometer? Yeah, right. We smell a scam. Compared to the Fruit event, this press conference is absolute trash. The press conference was an absolute disaster, and the products were even worse total garbage tier. Look at those prehistoric designs. It's actually hilarious. Even the 10 CEOs looked like they wanted the ground to swallow them whole. The crowd wasn't buying it literally or figuratively. It was painfully awkward and, honestly, you couldn't blame them. Everyone knew these domestic brands were all hype and no substance. Prove it or get lost was the vibe. Get off the stage already. What is this trash? Where are you even getting your supply? Since when does our country have 1-nanometer technology? It sounded like a total scam. But just as the CEOs were sweating buckets, Lin Han strolled backstage like a boss holding a hard drive. The sound technician was back there sighing, crushed by the booing from the audience. He was ready to give up. Lin Han tossed him the drive. Plug this into the main computer. The tech guy just froze for a second. Huh? What's inside? Lin Han smirked. Pure gold, my friend. Just plug it in and watch the magic happen. Trust me. Stop zoning out and just do it. It was time to unleash the secret weapon. The technician stopped overthinking. He figured he had nothing left to lose, so he followed orders and jammed that drive into the system. Out in the hall, the crowd was going feral, screaming for the CEOs to quit. People were throwing insults and flipping birds. You're nothing compared to the fruit company. Get out of here, stop with the false advertising. Compared to their press conference, this is a joke. I just want to say domestic phones don't research anything. They just use dirty tricks to steal ideas. You bunch of copycat leeches, go bankrupt already. The insults were getting nastier by the second. But right at the peak of the humiliation, the massive screen behind the 10 CEOs suddenly went pitch black. Then a sound pierced the darkness like the first ray of dawn breaking the night. Bam, the screen lit up. It was a god's eye view of a colossal circular fortress. The camera zoomed in at warp speed, diving straight into the heart of the structure. And there it was, a mechanical titan that made the entire building look like a mere platform. A massive lithography machine revealed to the world. Click-clack subtitles flashed as a deep voice boomed through the speakers, a narration Wang Feng had recorded with blood, sweat and tears. Behold our massive lithography field spanning thousands of acres with a daily output of 100,000 units. Oh wait, actual 1-nanometer tech, is this for real? Or is it just CGI? A low mechanical roar shook the speakers as the camera focused on the assembly line. There they were, 1-nanometer chips being born right before their eyes. The entire venue went dead silent. Even the live stream chat froze. Is this really our tech? No way. Look at that speed, 100,000 a day. Oh my God. The whole hall was shook. You couldn't fake footage this detailed. The facility was a steel beast adorned with traditional architecture roaring like a monster working at maximum overdrive. Thought the fruit company was the king. Didn't they steal our 3-nanometer tech? Well, look who's laughing now. Feast your eyes on the 1-nanometer revolution. Since the facility was still being optimized, Lin Han was only releasing the top-tier chips. Everything from 99 nanometers to 1mm was kept in the vault, but Lin Han was playing 4D chess. He knew releasing the lower-tier stuff before the full upgrade was pointless. He was stockpiling those millions of chips for a future power move. Just keep upgrading. The crowd was losing their minds, but the 10 CEOs were statues. They were stunned. So this is why Lin Han kept it a secret. He was saving this nuke for the perfect moment to blow everyone away. A 1-nanometer chip was the ultimate selling point, a total game changer. With 120 tops of computing power, this phone was stronger than a desktop PC. You could run the heaviest graphic settings without breaking a sweat. This was an instant goldmine. In a split second, orders for the new domestic phones started flooding in like a tsunami. Retailers were scrambling to stock up on these 1-nanometer superphones, terrified of missing the hype train. The 10 CEOs watched the numbers climb. They checked the data. Each brand had already smashed past 200,000 units. It was a legendary victory. Together, they racked up nearly 3 million orders, snatching back 20% of the market in a heartbeat. More importantly, they had officially blocked the fruit company's plans for world domination. Back at headquarters, the big boss was shaking with pure, unadulterated rage. Their stocks, which had been flying high, started to nosedive. They actually pulled off 1-nanometer tech fine, called this round a draw. Those trash brands teaming up only slowed us down a little. It's nothing. We're still on top. So what if they have 1-nanometer chips without our software ecosystem? That hardware is just a fancy paperweight. It was a desperate cope, but not only did the boss believe it, his loyal fanboys were eating it up too. The Fruit phone was the undisputed king of the mobile world zero. Lag, pure speed, smooth as butter. So what if the competition has a 1-nanometer chip? Haters gonna hate once you go, Fruit. You never go back. The comment section was flooded with fanboys calling the domestic phones total trash. And these toxic comments, they were absolutely nuking the confidence of anyone trying to buy a domestic phone. The Fruit cult went full fanatical. They were waving banners demanding every true fan buy stock in the Fruit company immediately. Fruit fanatics assemble. It's time to unite. The Fruit company gave us clout. Now we give them cash. I'm putting my money where my mouth is. I just dropped 200 grand on stocks. Let's go. The sheep followed the herd instantly. I put in 20 grand. Support the cause. I literally sold a kidney for this phone. My sugar mummy turns 60 tomorrow. Once she blows out the candles, I'm begging her for stock money. I dumped my whole paycheck into the market, $1,800 all in. I've got 200 left for instant noodles. Worth it? The big boss of Fruit Corp watched the domestic fans empty their wallets. He laughed so hard he almost choked. These idiots are adorable. The strategy worked like a charm. The Fruit company stock finally stopped bleeding. The loyal sons of the nation were using their life savings to build the very bullets the enemy was firing back at them. They claimed it was for freedom. Lamb Ham saw the cringe fest online and created a burner account to drop some truth bombs. Yo, Lamb Ham here. Buy whatever phone you want, that's your right. But YOLOing into Fruit stock right now? That's a rookie mistake. The cultists swarmed him instantly. Who asked you, random NPC? Why are you yapping? I ain't spending your money. Stop gatekeeping. You don't know anything about stonks. Once the hype dies down and people realize the domestic phone is garbage, Fruit stocks are going to go to the moon. It's called investing genius. If you're broke, just say that nobody needs your advice, Karen. Lamb Ham looked at the insults and sighed. You can't fix stupid. He didn't have the energy to save people who wanted to drown. Meanwhile, inside a luxury villa, rich kid Trong Tuan Kai was panic dialing Smith. Yo, Smith, you there? You told me the stock would go up. Why is the chart crashing? I'm about to rage quit and sell everything before I go broke. And you promised me revenge. What is this 1-nanometer domestic chip? How am I supposed to flex on them now? Smith massaged his temples, sensing the panic. Chill out, bro. Trust the process. The stock will bounce back. That 1-nanometer chip, it's barely a prototype. I'm telling you, it's all smoke and mirrors. Raw power means nothing. Even if the chip is real, their software ecosystem is trash. It's basically a useless brick. Just let the bullet fly for a bit. Tuan Kai paused. That actually made sense. Wait, so this dip is just a discount. If I steal 100 million from my dad and buy in now, I'll make absolute bank. When my dad sees the profit, he'll finally stop calling me a failure. Say no more. I'm off to heist my own inheritance, hey? Meanwhile, the domestic 1-nanometer phone was selling out everywhere. Team Good Guys finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lamb Ham's massive gamble had paid off. The squad gathered for a victory tea break. Wang Feng leaned in. Hey, didn't you say we were going to bankrupt the Fruit company? We aren't exactly there yet. Titans fall in the blink of an eye. Elder Fang frowned, looking skeptical. Bankrupt a tech empire, that's impossible. They're too big to fail. Wang Feng looked nervous. But I listened to you. Lamb Ham, I leveraged everything to short their stock. The price is dropping, but unless it crashes to $10 a share, I won't make the big bucks if it bounces. I'm doomed. The others exchanged worried glances. Was this a setup? Did Lamb Ham just troll his own teammate destroying Fruit Corp? Seemed like a fantasy. Lamb Ham smirked like an anime villain. Who said it's impossible? I told you. It's time to pull the net. Wang Feng was confused. What net? Lamb Ham asked. How many orders did Fruit Corp just place with Huaren Tech? Huaren Tech, the company Lamb Ham and Wang Feng built together. And the only supplier for the critical screen technology Fruit Corp needed. Wang Feng did some quick mental math. After their big keynote, I'd estimate $1 billion in orders, at least 10 million units. Wang Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. Wait, you mean? Lamb Ham nodded. Exactly. We cut them off. Terminate the contract. Now. Sure, we'll have to pay a penalty fee, but right now, their entire production line is waiting on us.